Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-audit human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see third part, what if Harry Potter walked back into Hogwarts as Voldemort's heir. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Raised by the Dark Lord himself, Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts not as a student, but as Voldemort's heir. As the wizarding world trembles, Harry must decide whether he will conquer it or reshape it. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Voldemort eventually left the next morning. He had sat up all night beside Harish with Dobby popping in and bringing him tea around 4 in the morning. Eventually, he couldn't stand the wait and left, claiming that he had to go to work that evening. Although he would never admit it, the stress and the worry were overpowering. Normally, he didn't worry about other people being hurt. But since this was the one boy he cared for, the thought of losing him was unbearable. It honestly would have been kinder to him if Dumbledore hadn't told him his son wasn't hurt at all, but unfortunately the world did not work like that. So Voldemort stumbled out of the flow the next morning looking pale with dark circles under his eyes. He dropped his cloak over the arm of his chair before stumbling over to the couch and falling fast asleep. Bellatrix, who stumbled across him on her way to breakfast, ended up draping a blanket over him, and he slept the rest of the day until it was only an hour before he had planned to call all of his Death Eaters once again. When he did wake up, he frantically hopped up off of the couch and changed into a clean set of robes, making sure his hair was combed and that he no longer looked like death warmed over. Then, he went over the plans he and Bellatrix had made for the upcoming war. Finally, that evening, he called up all of his Death Eaters, including the ones who hadn't known he was not dead. All over the wizarding world, people's dark marks burned. In an unplottable and shadowed location, Jugson scoffed. He would never return to his old master. In Azkaban, the Lestrange brothers began cackling as their marks burned. They knew their lord was coming for them. Igor Karkaroff ran, abandoning his students. The man thought it would be better to commit suicide rather than return to the ranks where he would be killed for betraying the Dark Lord's followers. Alone in his home, Barty Crouch Jr. disapparated, happy that his master had finally called for him. Soon, people were appearing in Voldemort's meeting room with cracks. Meanwhile, Severus Snape was giving Harish Blake a potion. In the room were Madame Pomfrey and Dumbledore. The boy had yet to wake up. As Snape set the empty potion vial down, he hissed and clutched at his arm. "What is it, Severus?" Dumbledore asked. Snape gritted his teeth and rolled up the sleeve. Immediately after Voldemort's supposed death, the dark mark had faded to almost nothing as the Dark Lord cut off his connection with his Death Eaters. Slowly, over the year the mark had been darkening until it looked like a mere slightly faded tattoo during the third task. Now, however, the dark mark looked as dark as the day he had received it, pitch black. "I've been telling you that the dark mark has been growing stronger," he asked. Dumbledore nodded in reply. "He is calling," Snape said. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose. This was too soon. He had not anticipated the war starting back for several years. He thought quickly. "You must go to him," Dumbledore replied. "He must think that you are his most trusted follower. Tell him that you continued working for me to spy on me." Snape nodded. Then, he pulled his sleeve down over his mark and strode briskly out of the infirmary. Once he had reached the edge of Hogwarts's grounds, he disappeared with a crack. The man reappeared in an unknown location. The first thing he noticed was that he was surrounded by other Death Eaters. They were all wearing masks and black robes. The second thing he noticed was the room he was in. On the left-hand side of the room was a large black cabinet. There were shelves lining the right-hand side that were full of dark objects. At the front of the room was a raised platform with a high-backed chair in the center of it. There were two people, standing on either side of the chair. Both were wearing masks, but it wasn't hard for Snape to figure out who they were. The one on the right, his right, the other's left, had a mass of dark curls that fell onto her shoulders. The one on the left had straight B. Heir and was holding a cane that ended with a skull. He knew that the two people were Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. But his eyes did not linger on them long as he realized who it was sitting in the high-backed chair. His initial impression was that this man was Voldemort. He was not wearing a mask, so it was possible to get a look at his face. The instant Snape did, he realized that it was Anata Blake. The professor's eyes widened, but he wisely chose not to say anything. Then, the man caught sight of him and spoke. "You are late," he said in a cold voice. "My lord," Snape said, getting onto one knee and bowing his head. "Get up," the man snapped. "I realize you still work for Dumbledore." "Yes," Snape replied ashamedly. "I remained at Hogwarts to spy on him. I, of course, knew that you were not truly gone." "Very well," Voldemort replied. "I think it would be most beneficial if you stay there." The Dark Lord turned and addressed the other Death Eaters. "The time has finally come to restart the war. I know some of you might be surprised to find that I am still alive. Some of you might even doubt that I am actually your Lord Voldemort. I have changed faces, after all. But doubt not, for I can assure you that if you would wish, I can demonstrate my power." An uneasy tension filled the air. Everyone knew what happened when Lord Voldemort showed his power. People ended up being hurt. No. Perfect. Now, Barty. Is Barty Crouch here? Barty Crouch stepped forward. "I am here, my lord. I commend you," Voldemort said with a smile. "Not only did you go looking for me, but you managed to escape Azkaban as well. You were one of the few Death Eaters that still believe I was alive." "Thank you, my lord," Barty replied eagerly. Voldemort paused and his eyes roamed across all of his followers. "Look at you all, standing there," he said in almost a whisper. Everyone heard him perfectly. 13 years since we last met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under our masks then. Or are we?" He looked around at them all, knowing quite well what most of them did to avoid prison. They denied ever following him. They pleaded that they had been under the Imperious Curse, forced to attack Muggles. They had even sold out other Death Eaters just to avoid being left to the mercy of the Dementors. Finally, Voldemort spoke again. "I have asked myself how you could possibly not believe that I would rise again. That I would return, you, who knew the steps I had taken to bring a new era into the wizarding world. You, who have seen the immense power with which I have demonstrated. But then I answered myself, perhaps they believed a greater power could exist, one that could vanquish even Lord Voldemort. Perhaps they now pay allegiance to another, perhaps the champion of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore." At the mention of Dumbledore's name, his followers stirred and muttered, shaking their heads. Voldemort ignored them. "It is a disappointment to me, I confess myself disappointed." One of the Death Eaters broke forward, trembling, and threw himself at the foot of the platform. "Master!" he shrieked. "Master, forgive me. Forgive us all. Get up!" Voldemort barked. Then, he said in a much softer voice, "There are a few of you missing, however. The Lestrange brothers, who went to Azkaban rather than renounce me. 3 also died in my service, and 1 who has fled. He will pay, of course." One of the Death Eaters stepped forward once again. This time, it was not. "Please, my lord," he said. "Some of us are wishing to know, where have you been all this time?" "A good question," Voldemort replied with a smile. "I have been waiting. Oh, how long I have been waiting. I knew that the ministry was growing stronger. I knew we only had a matter of time before we would be overpowered, so I decided to lull the public into a sense of false security. I knew that if everyone believed me dead, then they would grow comfortable. And indeed they have. But no matter, we will overtake them easily this time." Owned. Voldemort conveniently neglected to tell them that the main reason he disappeared was because of the boy he was forced to care for. Snape realized he was working for 2 monsters. Dumbledore, who had promised to protect Lily, but had sacrificed her to see if Harry was the prophecy boy. Now, there was Voldemort, who had promised to spare Lily but ended up killing her and adopted her son as his own. Snape remembered his own words he had spoken years ago. "My lord, the prophecy, it only speaks of one with the power to vanquish you. Not that he actually will vanquish you, this power could prove to be useful to you." Owned. It seemed as though the man had actually taken his advice for once. Snape couldn't decide whether this was a good or bad thing. At least Harry wasn't being used as Dumbledore's puppet, being blindly led to his death, as Snape was sure was what would have happened to Harry had he not been taken in by Voldemort. But the Lestranges, Barty, and all of the other Death Eaters were arrested because of your disappearance, another Death Eater pointed out. How will you replace them? Another excellent question, Voldemort replied. We will gain them back once we have control of Azkaban. The Dementors will easily join us as we are their natural allies. We will also recall the banished giants. I will have an army once more. Voldemort continued to talk for some time, explaining his plans, to an extent, and giving out orders. He had ordered several Death Eaters to go and reach out to the giants. He also spoke to the ones that were working for the Ministry of Magic, telling them to see if they can achieve more influential roles in the ministry. Finally, Voldemort said, now go and do as I have told you. I want you all to leave this room except Severus. Severus was slightly shocked for a moment as the Death Eaters disappeared, the room filling with pops. Lucius apparated from beside Voldemort and Bellatrix, Snape noted, did not disapparate, but simply walked from the room. Then, Voldemort turned on Snape. Severus, he said, I realize that the only way you can remain a spy for me is if you act spy for Dumbledore. If he asks you what happened today, you may tell him about my plans to send envoys to the giants. I know he will already suspect me of planning to do that anyhow. And, as I am planning to become public within the year, I do not mind you telling him who I am. You mean acting as a Nota Blake, my lord? Voldemort's mouth twitched into a smile for a brief second. Yes, he replied. You may leave now. Severus nodded and prepared to disapparate, but he paused and blurted out rather suddenly, is he happy? I beg your pardon, Voldemort asked. Harry, is he happy with you? Voldemort seemed to consider this. Before replying, why don't you ask him yourself? When he wakes, of course. Snape nodded and turned on his heel, apparating to Hogsmeade. As he walked back up to the castle, he couldn't help but remember Voldemort's face as he had sat by Harry Potter's side. The man had only looked that worried when he had thought that no one was looking. Could it possibly be that the Dark Lord Voldemort had come to care for the boy? When Snape returned to the castle, Dumbledore predictably pulled him aside and spoke to him in his office. Snape had done exactly as Voldemort had instructed him, when questioned. So Voldemort has returned? Dumbledore asked him. Yes, not only did the Dark Lord prove to us that he has returned, but he also informed us of how he stayed hidden. And how did he do that? Dumbledore asked, leaning forward in his chair. He changed his appearance permanently and went under an alias, Snape replied. What alias would that be? Dumbledore prompted him. Nota Blake. Dumbledore was not able to hide his shock. He leaned back and his eyebrows raised as his eyes widened. He quickly composed himself and took on a neutral expression. Nota Blake is Voldemort. He practically gasped. Severus nodded. But, Harish Blake, he has a son. Evidently, Snape replied, managing very well not to show his amusement at the old man's surprise. When he had returned to Hogwarts, the first thing he had done was go to the hospital wing and look down at Harish, or Harry, and wondered what to do. He had looked at the face of his childhood friend's son. It was very easy to pick her features about the teen's face as well as to pick out James's and now, Voldemort's. It was clever, really, the way the man did it. He had given the boy an adoption potion that would make him look like his biological son. James's features were still there, but there weren't enough to recognize right away. The boy would look like a war cousin, but then everyone in the wizarding world looked like cousins. Finally, Severus realized that the boy did not act like he did not enjoy his home life. In fact, he had always made comments that made it seem as though he adored his father, Voldemort, fully and completely. And Snape once again remembered how distraught Voldemort was when he had realized that his adopted son was hurt. This meant that somehow Harish had wormed his way into Voldemort's heart, like he had done to all of the other professors, including himself. After Snape had realized that Harish was actually Harry Potter, he tried to make himself hate the boy. In fact, he had originally lost his temper, but it soon became evident that his mother was more prominent in him than his original father. It also helped that he did not resemble James Potter in the slightest. So, thinking this, Severus had decided that he would put his grudges against James away and protect Lily's son. In doing this, he would be allying himself to Voldemort, but he saw no problem with that. Especially after he had seen how Dumbledore was manipulating Neville's life, making him certain that had Harry survived as Harry Potter, the same thing would have happened to him. While he was thinking this, Dumbledore was thinking along whole other lines. He now knew that Voldemort was not a Blake. This meant that he also knew that Voldemort had a son. He also knew that Lily Potter was the mother. Dumbledore knew it must be so, for the boy had her eyes. But how was that possible? Then, Dumbledore started thinking hard. Harish was several years older than Harry, meaning that he most likely would have been born before she and James got married. Lily was a Muggle-born, which would have made her a target to Voldemort. This automatically made Dumbledore jump to the conclusion that perhaps Voldemort had captured Lily at some point and had accosted her. She would have hidden the pregnancy and then gotten rid of the child once it was born, thus giving Voldemort an heir, before trying to forget about the whole thing and marrying James Potter. It all made sense the more Dumbledore thought about it. Finally, he decided that that must have been the case and wrenched himself out of his thoughts, asking Severus more about what had happened in the meeting. Harish woke up the next morning, aching all over. Madame Pomfrey bustled over the minute she realized he was awake. "How are you feeling this morning, Mr. Blake?" she asked briskly, plumping his pillows and waving her wand over him. "Like I fell down a set of stairs," he replied dryly. She chuckled. "I am afraid you missed your father," she said. "My father?" he asked, perking up. "He was here." "Yes," she informed him. "He sat with you all night, but had to leave yesterday morning for work." Harish smirked at that. He knew all too well that the only work he had was terrorizing Death Eaters. "So how long have I been out?" he questioned her. "We found you unconscious on the night of the final task," she replied. He nodded. "And it has been 2 days since then." "2 days?" he asked, bewildered. "I was injured that bad." "Yes, and I am afraid you will have to leave those casts on all summer, perhaps even longer." Harish looked down at the cast on his left arm and his leg. "Well," he said, smiling weakly. "At least it wasn't my wand arm." He allowed Madame Pomfrey to lift his eyelids and check his eyes. Normally he would have protested, but he was too sore and exhausted. Of course, he didn't know that the exhaustion was a result of his magic working very hard to keep him alive. The nurse walked away from his bed and Harish glanced around the hospital wing to see a large sack of gold sitting on his bedside table. It was only then that he remembered that he had won the Triwizard Tournament. It seemed so long ago. "When can I leave the hospital wing?" he finally asked as she returned and handed him a tray of food. "Not until school ends, I am afraid," Madame Pomfrey responded briskly. Harish dropped his fork and his mouth fell open in indignation. "I have to stay in here for the rest of the term," he clarified. "And you'll not protest either unless you don't want to see your friends," Madame Pomfrey retorted. "My friends are here?" Harish asked. "They are waiting outside the door, have been since you got in here. Finish your food and I might let them in." Harish began wolfing down his food with a speed that rivaled Ron Weasley's sloppy eating. Then, he looked up, saying, "Done." Madame Pomfrey sighed before opening the doors to the ward. Then, she grouched to her office and left him alone. "Oh, Harish," Daphne cried, flinging herself on his neck. "We've been so worried." He patted her head awkwardly and she let go of him. "Sorry," she said, wiping tears from her eyes. "It's just, McGonagall told us how they found you and, it's just horrible." By then, Fred, George, Draco, and Hermione had filed into the hospital wing. "How are you, Harish?" Hermione asked. "What happened?" Draco queried. "Did you find out who's been trying to kill you?" The twins chorused. Harish held up his hands and the others fell silent. "I am fine," he said. "I did indeed find out who has been trying to kill me as well. It was Jugson, disguised as Professor Moody." "Oh," Hermione exclaimed. "How did I not see that?" "I don't know, and frankly I have been wondering the same about myself." "But why did he try to kill you?" Daphne asked in a small voice. Harish scowled, remembering his discussion with the man. His employer told him to. "But who?" "I couldn't get it out of him. When I asked him who it was, he started attacking me. I probably would have beaten him too, if he hadn't used a spell that pushed me backwards down the stairs that are in front of his office." Suddenly, a smack interrupted their conversation. Harish looked around to see Hermione looking out the window. Her hand was clenched so tightly her knuckles were white. "Sorry," she said sheepishly. Harish turned back to the twins, who were standing in front of his bed. "Now that I think of it," Fred mused, "we haven't seen Moody at all." "Not since you were attacked," George added. I thought Jugson worked for your father, Draco said. He did. He mentioned something about my father being a madman and finding a new cause. The others looked shocked at this. Do you know what this means? Harish asked finally. His friends shook their heads. It means my father won't only have Dumbledore to deal with in the upcoming war. Madame Pomfrey eventually shooed the others out of the infirmary. It wasn't long after that Dumbledore got wind of Harish being awake. He had already flowed Fudge, meaning to speak with him about Voldemort's return, but it seemed as though a slight change in his plans was needed at that moment. So, he went down to the ward to ask Harish about Jugson's attack. Once he got there, he questioned the boy. I know Moody took you from the Quidditch pitch, for that was what alerted me that you were in trouble, Dumbledore said, but what happened after that? Harish considered Dumbledore for a moment, wondering what information he should indulge, and what he should save for his father. Finally, said, it wasn't Professor Moody. It was a man pretending to be him. I think it was Jugson's father. Jugson. Dumbledore parroted. Bradward Jugson. That was his name, Harish said with a smile. Anyway, he said he was taking me to the hospital wing, but after he gave me a potion for my leg, I realized we were in his office. Then, he started rambling on about having me at his mercy and about an employer of his, or something. When I asked about his employer, he started attacking me. I backed out of the office, holding him off with a few of my own spells, and he blasted the door apart. I think I was holding him off pretty well for a second, but then he used a spell that forced me backwards onto the stairs and I rolled down it. So you don't know who he was working for? Dumbledore asked. Harish shook his head. Do you know if he was the one that poisoned you? Yes, he replied. He said he had been given the mission to kill me. Kill you specifically? Dumbledore asked, his eyebrows raised. Do you have any idea why? Harish strengthened his occlumency shields. No, he replied, not wanting to give away who his father was. He didn't know that Voldemort had already revealed himself. Dumbledore studied Harish over his half-moon glasses, but their conversation was interrupted as Fudge walked into the infirmary, followed by Percy Weasley. Yes, he asked. Dumbledore, you wanted to speak with me. Dumbledore nodded. I am afraid I was a little distracted, as Mr. Blake has just woken up. Fudge did a double take. He had not realized Harish was awake. He peered around Dumbledore to see Harish sitting up in bed. Hello, Minister, Harish said with a smile. So what did you want, Dumbledore? Fudge asked, turning back to the old man. Could we perhaps go to a more private place to discuss this? Dumbledore asked, his eyes first flickering to Harish and then lingering on Percy. If you want to speak to me, Dumbledore, Fudge said, noticing Dumbledore looking at the redhead. You can speak to both me and Mr. Weasley. Now what did you want to discuss? Dumbledore nodded in resignation. He guessed that it wouldn't be the end of the world to discuss Voldemort's return in front of his own son, but he still lowered his voice and muttered, I am very sad to tell you this, Cornelius, but appears as though Lord Voldemort has returned. Fudge looked shocked for a moment and took a step backwards. Then, he smiled weakly and said for the whole room to hear, see here, Dumbledore. You can't seriously believe that. You know who back. That's preposterous. Harish, who had been looking down at his sheets while Dumbledore was whispering to the minister, looked up. Had his father finally come out in the open? Was he finally starting the war back up again? Harish watched the two men with interest, noticing as Dumbledore glanced his way. One of my own staff felt his dark mark burn while I was in the room with him, Dumbledore replied quietly, still trying to keep the conversation private. He left on my orders to see what this was all about. I'm sure you remember him. Severus Snape. You are taking the word of a Death Eater on this? Fudge asked, still smiling oddly. Severus was proven innocent 13 years ago, Dumbledore replied quietly, but loud enough for Harish to hear. You know this, Cornelius. He became spy for me during the war. I would trust him with my life. The thought of you-know-who returning, preposterous. Fudge exclaimed angrily. I don't know what you're playing at, Dumbledore, but it seems to me you are determined to destabilize everything we have worked for these past 13 years. Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore repeated. He had abandoned all hopes of Harish not overhearing their conversation. If you accept that fact straight away, Fudge, and take the necessary measures, we may still be able to save the situation. The first and most essential step is to remove Azkaban from the control of the Dementors. Preposterous. Fudge shouted again. Remove the Dementors. I'd be kicked out of office for suggesting it. Half of us only feel safe in our beds at night because we know the Dementors are standing guard at Azkaban. The rest of us sleep less soundly in our beds, Cornelius, knowing that you have put Lord Voldemort's most dangerous supporters in the care of creatures who will join him the instant he asks them. Dumbledore said. They will not remain loyal to you, Fudge. Voldemort can offer them much more scope for their powers and their pleasures than you can. With the Dementors behind him, and his old supporters returned to him, you will be hard-pressed to stop him regaining the sort of power he had 13 years ago. Fudge was opening and closing his mouth as though no words could express his outrage. The second step you must take, and at once, Dumbledore pressed on, is to send envoys to the Giants. Envoys to the Giants? Fudge shrieked, finding his tongue again. What madness is this? Extend them the hand of friendship now, before it is too late, Dumbledore continued, or Voldemort will persuade them, as he did before, that he alone among wizards will give them their rights and their freedom. You cannot be serious. Fudge gasped, shaking his head and retreating further from Dumbledore. If the magical community got wind that I had approached the Giants, people hate them, Dumbledore, end of my career. You are blinded, Dumbledore said, finally raising his voice, his eyes blazing once more, by the love of the office you hold, Cornelius. You place too much importance, and you always have done, on the so-called purity of blood. You fail to recognize that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. I tell you now, take the steps I have suggested, and you will be remembered, in office or out, as one of the bravest and greatest ministers of magic we have ever known. Fail to act, and history will remember you as the man who stepped aside and allowed Voldemort a second chance to destroy the world we have tried to rebuild. Insane, Fudge whispered, still backing away. Maybe owned. And then there was silence. Madame Pomfrey was standing at the end of Harish's bed with her hands over her mouth. Harish was sitting there silently, knowing how important this moment was on the outcome of the war. If Fudge did take the steps Dumbledore had suggested, then the war would be a bit harder for Voldemort's side. If he didn't, then Harish knew that they would be able to take over in less than a day. If your determination to shut your eyes will carry you as far as this, Cornelius, Dumbledore said, we have reached a parting of ways. You must act as you see fit. And I shall act as I see fit. Dumbledore's voice carried no hint of a threat, it sounded like a mere statement, but Fudge bristled as though Dumbledore was advancing upon him with a wand. Now, see here, Dumbledore, he said, waving a threatening finger. I've given you free rein, always. I've had a lot of respect for you. I might not have agreed with some of your decisions, but I've kept quiet. There aren't many who'd have let you hire werewolves, or keep Hagrid, or decide what to teach your students without interference from the ministry. But if you're going to work against me, the only one against whom I intend to work, Dumbledore said, is Lord Voldemort. If you are against him, then we remain, Cornelius, on the same side. It seemed Fudge could think of no answer to this. He rocked backward and forward on his small feet for a moment and spun his bowler hat in his hands. Finally, he said, with a hint of a plea in his voice, he can't be back, Dumbledore, he just can't be owned. I can assure you fully that Lord Voldemort is indeed back. He took another step back, shaking his head. Finally he added, I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow, Dumbledore, to discuss the running of this school. I must return to the ministry. He had almost reached the door when he paused at the sound of Harish's voice. Sir, it's not just you know who, he said. There's someone else who has been trying to get to him for years, but we don't know who they are yet. Fudge looked at him in shock before shaking his head once again and leaving. Percy trailed behind him. Dumbledore stood there for a moment before turning to Madame Pomfrey. There is work to be done, he said. Poppy, will you get Hagrid and tell him to wait for me in my office? Invite Madame Maxime as well, if she will come. And he strode out of the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey hesitated before following. As she walked out of the door, she barked to Harish, do not leave that bed. After his disastrous conversation with Fudge, Dumbledore made plans to work against Voldemort, knowing that it would be difficult without the support of the ministry. The week passed by very slowly for Harish. His friends came and visited him every day and talked with him for a good while. Harish was pleased to find that Hermione left him books to read and laughed when the twins suggested he prank Madame Pomfrey. Although it would be momentarily funny, he doubted she would take it very well. Harish suspected that if he did do some of the things the twins suggest him do, such as turn her hair green, he would be stuck in the hospital wing for an eternity. Finally, the end of the year drew nearer. Perhaps out of pity, Madame Pomfrey allowed Harish to go to the end of the year feast. Fred and George helped him to the Great Hall, where many people turned and stared, whispering to each other. The twins aimed their perfected glares at anyone they caught spreading rumors about Harish. The end of the year feast, which normally was when Dumbledore informed the castle who won the House Cup, was merely a long meal where the students got to speak with each other one last time before summer. Harish cursed his broken arm many times as he had to get help cutting his meat, but at least he was still able to fork the meat into his mouth. "Your trunk is already packed," George told him. "We packed it for you last night," Fred explained. Harish nodded. "I hope you get well soon," Victor said to him, leaning forward. Harish nodded and muttered, mostly to himself, "I do too." The next morning, Madame Pomfrey saw Harish out of the hospital wing herself, with the twins once again helping him to walk and Daphne toting his trunk. As they left the building, Harish could hear her calling after them, "And don't let me discover next fall that you've been walking on that leg." Harish shook his head with a smile and they slowly made their way down the front steps toward the carriages. Before they reached them, they were stopped by a voice calling out to them. "Arish." Harish looked around. Fleur was hurrying across the field towards him. Behind her, Harish could see Hagrid helping Madame Maxime to back two of the giant horses into the harness. The Beauxbatons carriage was about to take off. "We will see each other again, I hope," Fleur said as she reached him, holding out her hand. "I am hoping to get a job, to improve my English." Harish nodded at her and shook her hand. "Get well soon, Arish," Fleur said turning to go. "It has been a pleasure meeting you." Harish's spirits lifted as he watched Fleur hurry back across the lawns to Madame Maxime, her silvery hair rippling in the sunlight. "Wonder how the Durmstrang students are getting back," George muttered. "Do you reckon they can steer that ship without Karkaroff?" Fred asked. "Karkaroff did not steer," a gruff voice said behind them. "He stayed in his cabin and let us do the work. Crumb was just coming out of the castle to leave." "Goodbye," he said. "Perhaps they will see each other again." "Perhaps," Harish said with a smile. The carriages arrived a few minutes later and they all climbed in one and rode down to Hogsmeade Station. As they got out of the carriages to board the train, the only thing that made Harish feel better about needing help from the others just to walk was the fact that he would be sitting in a train for the rest of the journey. Once inside, they chose a compartment for themselves and talked at lengths about Jugson, wondering who he might be working for. All throughout the ride, people from all of the houses popped their heads into the compartment and wished him well. Harish pulled out his copy of the Daily Prophet that he had yet to read, wondering if Rita Skeeter had gotten wind of his unfortunate fall. "There's nothing in there," Hermione said. "You can look for yourself, but there's nothing at all. I've been checking every day. Just a small piece the day after the third task saying you won the tournament. There's been nothing about your father either. If you ask me, Fudge is forcing them to keep quiet." "He'll never keep Rita quiet," Harish retorted. "Not on a story like this." "Oh, Rita hasn't written anything at all since the third task," Hermione replied in an oddly constrained voice. "As a matter of fact," she added, "Rita Skeeter isn't going to be writing anything at all for a while, not unless she wants me to spill the beans on her." "What do you mean?" Harish asked. "We found out how she was listening in on private conversations when she wasn't supposed to be coming onto the grounds," Daphne replied. "How was she doing it?" Harish asked. "How did you find out?" the twins queried. "Well, it was Hermione who gave me the idea," Daphne explained. "And then she caught on immediately." "Yes," Harish prompted. "Rita Skeeter," Hermione said in triumph, reaching into her bag, "is an unregistered animagus and she can turn." Hermione pulled a small glass jar out of her bag. "Into a beetle," Daphne finished. "You're kidding," Draco said. "You haven't, she's NOTB, owned." "Oh yes she is," Hermione said, brandishing the jar happily at them. Inside were a few twigs and leaves and one large, fat beetle. "You're kidding," both of the twins stated, leaning forward to peer into the jar. "No, I'm not," Hermione said, beaming. "I caught her on the windowsill in the hospital wing. Look very closely, and you'll notice the markings around her antennae are exactly like those foul glasses she wears." Harish laughed, leaning back. Hermione, Fred said. I'm proud of you. It seems like you've gotten the guts to act Slytherin for once. Hermione blushed and put the beetle back into her bag. I've told her I'll let her out when we get back to London, she said. I've put a charm on the jar so she can't transform while she's inside it. And I've told her she's to keep her quill to herself for a whole year. See if she can't break the habit of writing horrible lies about my friends. The compartment fell into comfortable silence as they watched the country go by. Then, Harish leaned forward, breaking the silence. Now about that prize money, he said. He pulled out the enormous sack of galleons and placed it on the seat beside him. We've been thinking about that, the twins interrupted. It was all George's idea really. It's kind of hard to split a number like 1003 ways. And we don't need. So we figured you would get the largest sum of money. As you were the one who won it anyway. And frankly, you deserve it. Sounds reasonable, Harish said. Because when I split it up, I ended up with 333 galleons each with one person getting 334. But how are we even going to divide it up? George asked. Even 333 galleons is a large number to count out, Fred added. I think I have a solution for you boys, Daphne said. What is that? Harish asked. May I? She asked, extending her hand. Harish nodded and held the sack of galleons out to her. Then she said, Accio jar. Harish's truck opened and closed above them and the jar full of their joke shop funds came soaring down towards her. She cast an extension charm on the jar before tipping the contents of the sack into it. Now you don't have to worry about who gets what, she said simply. It can all go to the joke shop. Harish, Fred, and George nodded thankfully. That does seem a bit simpler, Harish asked. Yeah, the twins agreed. The train finally arrived in King's Cross station with the normal confusion. People milled about on the train, pulling their trunks down and walking into each other. The platform was once again filled with hooting, meows, and croaks. It was a little difficult getting off of the train with Harish's leg in the shape it was, but the twins managed to get him onto the platform without him having to walk on it, though twice he had almost been stepped on. Harish found his father waiting on him. He was carrying an object that was long, thin, and wrapped in brown paper. All of his friends left calling out, "Hope you get better. And, make sure you write this summer." As the twins left to find their parents, Harish leaned on his trunk. His father stepped forward and held the package out to him, saying, "Mr. Malfoy bought you this. He thought it might help." Harish tore the wrapping paper off to discover a beautifully polished black cane that's handle consisted of a silver snake head with emerald eyes. Harish gaped at it in astonishment. And look, his father pulled the snake head off to reveal it had a round slot in the bottom of it. "This is for your wand." Harish slid his wand out of his holster and inserted it into the slot in the base of the snake's neck. Before he replaced the handle, he saw that the inside of the cane was hollow. As Harish limped out of the station on his own, his head held high, he couldn't help but feel very grateful towards Lucius Malfoy. Harish sat in the back of the room, watching the proceeds of a meeting with a mixture of curiosity and happiness. In the room before him, Voldemort was speaking to his Death Eaters. All of them were wearing masks and black robes. His father was at the front of the room, sitting in his high-backed throne. On either side of him were Bellatrix and Lucius. Harish himself sat on the floor near the doorway, careful not to draw attention to himself. At the beginning of that summer, the Dark Lord had started allowing Harish to sit in during the Death Eater meetings. It did not make much of a difference from before, for Harish had always found ways of spying on his father's private business, but he did have the pride in knowing that his father let him join them. Harish groaned and wiggled his fingers as they fell asleep. His left hand had been taken out of its sling, but was still in a cast. It was a fact that peeved him very much. His arm was very hard to use when it was in that cast. Not to mention the fact that his leg was still bound, propped up on pillows, and unusable. All summer Harish mainly found comfort in watching his father boss Death Eaters around and writing his friends, the Weasley twins. The three mostly talked about their joke shop in their letters. With the winnings from the Triwizard Tournament, they were currently purchasing supplies to make the rest of the products they had planned. The three were intending on buying premises before the year was up. Another topic of their letters was either Harish telling part of what was going on during the Death Eater meetings, or the twins writing about what was happening at their house. One such letter was sent to Harish on the first week of summer and read, "Dear Harish, we are doing very well, thank you. Fred and I have just finished the recipe for our puking pastilles. We are getting ready to make them, and then we'll try them out. On another note, the two of us have just discovered that our house will become the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. It is a secret army run by Dumbledore. As I write this, members of the Order are working on hiding the burrow. Luckily, since you have already been here, you will be able to come still. Fred or I will write you after the first meeting. Until then, how is your leg? How are you faring? Is your father being annoyingly overprotective? George. P.S. Fred says hi." Of course, in return Harish had told them how he was doing and all about the Death Eater meetings he had witnessed. Or at least, he told them as much as he was allowed to. A few weeks into the summer, Harish had invited Daphne and Draco over to his own house. He had had to stop sitting in on the meetings while his friends were over, but he reasoned that it was better than not having any other children to talk to over the summer, even though Harish was already considering himself a 17-year-old, as his birthday was less than 2 months away. While they were over, they joined in on reading the twins' letters as well, and replied back. Then, they had left after 2 weeks, when there were still 4 weeks of summer. Later that week, he was sent to Hogwarts where Madame Pomfrey took the cast off of his arm and deemed him ready to walk around, as long as he didn't put pressure on his leg. Not that he complained, it hurt when he did walk on it. As Harish sat there, watching the Death Eaters disappear from the room, he remembered the last letter he had received from the twins. He had received it 1 week after the others had left his house. "Dear Harish, we have okayed it with our mom. You are allowed to stay over for the rest of the summer. At first George and I were afraid that you wouldn't be allowed to come because of the order, but they never let us into their meetings anyway. All we've been able to scrape from the meetings were either things our parents have let slip, or something we heard over the extendable ears. We have already invited Hermione and Ron's invited Neville, by the way. They will probably be here before you arrive. George and I guessed that Mum would be more okay with you here if we invited a Muggleborn as well, which we were right. She seems to be more comfortable with the thought of 2 more Slytherins in the house, knowing that one of them is a Muggleborn witch. If you are allowed to come, Alice as soon as possible, and it has been arranged for you to flow here next Saturday. If you are not allowed to come, then we will see you on the 1st of September. Write soon. Fred." Harish had shown the letter to his father that evening and was, of course, allowed to go. Therefore, he was due to leave that Saturday, which just happened to be his birthday. He had already packed and his trunk was sitting in the center of his bedroom. After the Death Eaters had all left, Harish sprinted out of the room and up to his bedroom. There, he made sure he had packed everything before getting into bed. The morning of the 15th of August, Harish woke up at 8 o'clock and made his way down to the dining room. There, he was greeted by his father. "Happy birthday," the man said over the copy of the Daily Prophet he was reading. "Good morning, father," Harish replied with a grin. He sat down at the other end of the table and began eating. "What shall we do today? I thought that perhaps you were finally old enough to take your apparition test, but perhaps I am mistaken," Voldemort said. "How old are you turning?" 17, father," Harish corrected, his grin growing wider. Voldemort shook his head, wondering where the past 14 years had gone. That afternoon, after opening a present from his father and taking his apparition test, he flowed to the burrow at 4 o'clock. When he walked out of the fireplace with his trunk, he saw that Hermione and the twins were waiting on him in the living room. "Happy birthday." All 3 of them chimed. "Wow," George said sarcastically. "You've finally caught up with us then." "Shut up," Harish grumbled as his friends reminded him that he was the youngest in their year. He limped over onto the rug where the 3 of them were standing. He was clutching his cane tightly in his good hand and putting a deal of his weight on it. "Harish," Hermione exclaimed, "it's good to see you. What does it feel like to be an adult?" "Strangely enough, it doesn't really feel that different," Harish replied. "Come on, Harish," Fred said. "We'll help you to our room," George finished. Hermione disappeared into Ginny's room as the twins watched Harish limp over to the staircase. It seemed like it took forever to get up to the landing where the twins' room was. After about 5 minutes, Harish's good leg got tired and the twins had to help him the rest of the way. When Harish entered the room, he saw a few sweets stacked on the closest bed, a few boxes in the corner, and a bubbling cauldron in an open cabinet. In the middle of the room were crammed 3 beds. "What's in there?" Harish asked, nodding his head to the cauldron. "Blood blister pods," Fred replied. "Or at least, they'll be blood blister pods when we're done with them," George specified. "So you finished the puking pastilles, then?" Harish asked. The twins nodded. "Once we finish these, we'll do fever fudge." "Sweet," Harish said, nodding and sitting on one of the beds. The way they had been inventing sweets was that Harish would come up with the recipe of ingredients and send it to the twins, who would start making the sweets. Harish didn't make them himself, because he did not know how. The twins had found a cookbook of their mother's in the kitchen one night that had contained instructions on how to make different sweets. They had copied it and hid the copy in their room, returning the cookbook to its home before it was missed. "We've been really careful to keep everything secret, though," Fred said. "When we aren't in the room, we have to keep the cauldron hidden," George told Harish. "And lock the door." "And speaking of," George started. "It's about time to add the flavor and coloring to the sweets." While George stood on a chair and added some red powder to the cauldron, Fred explained to Harish how they made the blister pods. "So first we add the water and let it boil before adding the ingredients that give it its joke qualities. Then we let it boil some more before adding the flavor and the coloring. Then it thickens in a pan." He held up the pan. "Once we have our own place," George said, "we can do it by magic and have 100 sheets at a time." "So how's old Perseus doing?" Harish asked after a pause. The twins gave each other looks. "Whatever you do," Fred replied in a low voice, "don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad." "Why?" Harish asked. George looked over his shoulder, still stirring the cauldron, and replied, "Because every time Percy's name is mentioned, Dad breaks whatever he's holding and Mum starts crying." "Why?" "Percy and Dad had a row," Fred informed him. "I've never seen Dad row with anyone like that. It's normally Mum who shouts be owned." "It was the first week back from school," George explained. "In fact, it was just after we sent that first letter to you. We had just been told the order was going to be holding their meetings here, and Percy came home telling us he had been promoted." "You're kidding?" Harish asked in surprise. "Yeah, we were all surprised," George said. "Because Percy got into a load of trouble about Crouch, there was an inquiry and everything. They said Percy ought to have known Crouch was off his rocker. But you know Percy, Crouch left him in charge, he wasn't going to complain be owned. So how come they promoted him?" "That's exactly what we wondered," Fred replied. "He came home really pleased with himself, even more pleased than usual, if you can imagine, and told Dad he'd been offered a position in Fudge's own office. A really good one for someone only a year out of Hogwarts, junior assistant to the minister. So that's why he was following the minister around that day," Harish exclaimed. "But why was this so important that it caused a row?" "Well, apparently Fudge has been storming around the ministry checking that nobody's having any contact with Dumbledore. Dumbledore's name's mud in the ministry these days, see," Fred said. "They all think he's just making trouble saying that you know who's back. Which does us a whole load of favor," Harish piped up. "Dad says Fudge has made it clear that anyone who's in league with Dumbledore might as well clear out their desks," George continued as if he hadn't heard Harish. "Trouble is, Fudge suspects Dad, he knows he's friendly with Dumbledore, and he's always thought Dad's a bit of a weirdo because of his Muggle obsession. Dad reckons Fudge only wants Percy in his office because he wants to use him to spy on Dumbledore and the family." Harish let out a low whistle. "I'll bet Percy loved hearing that," he said. Both twins laughed hollowly. "He went berserk," they both said. He said loads of terrible stuff." Fred explained further. "He said he's been having to struggle against Dad's lousy reputation ever since he joined the ministry and that Dad's got no ambition and that's why we always been, well, poor." "He said that?" Harish asked. He didn't know how the twins took it, so he was careful not to show any emotion except surprise. "It got worse," Fred said. "He said Dad was an idiot to run around with Dumbledore, that Dumbledore was heading for big trouble and Dad was going to go down with him, and that he, Percy, knew where his loyalty lay and it was with the ministry. And if Mum and Dad were going to become traitors to the ministry, he was going to make sure everyone knew he didn't belong to our family anymore. And he packed his bags the same night and left. He's been living in London ever since. Do you think this means he may join my dad?" Harish questioned. Both twins shook their heads. I'm not sure, Fred muttered with a groan. I mean, we all knew he was ambitious, George said, but we never expected to say things like that to Dad. Mum's been in a right state ever since, Fred said angrily. Crying and all. She tried to visit him once and he slammed the door in her face. Harish shook his head and laid back, staring at the ceiling. The thing about the Weasley family was that they were all different, but they still stuck together. Sure, Ron was an annoying brat that was too light crazy, but when it came down to it, he would never betray the twins. And the twins would never do anything to their parents. Harish was sure that they would convince Voldemort to spare them if they had to. But Percy let his differences come before his family, and that was what made the twins so angry. The twins would never distance themselves from their family just to rid themselves of their blood traitor status, which was something they had been struggling with all throughout school. Somewhere below them, they could hear the usual crack that was associated with apparating. Fred, who was closest to the window, hopped off his bed and pulled the curtain aside, peering down onto the grassy lawn. Then, he clapped his hands together and said, "Come on, boys." "Got it, Fred," the other redhead replied, grabbing a fleshy string. "Thank you, George," Fred said. The two of them slowly opened the door, making sure it wouldn't creak. "What's going on?" Harish asked, standing and following them. "The order is arriving," both twins replied in unison. Now the Burrows' kitchen was a little cramped, but had a table large enough to seat the entire family and quite a few guests. On one side was the sink, window, and icebox, and on the other was the door to the house and the foot of a very rickety staircase. At the top of the staircase was a door separating the kitchen from the rest of the house. There was a door in the back of the kitchen to the left of the staircase that led to the living room. In the living room was the fireplace and two doors, one that led off to Ginny's room and one across from that led to the bathroom. The twins' room was on a landing with Percy, one floor above the kitchen. Their parents' room was just above that with another bathroom, and Ron's room was on top. The order always held their meetings in the kitchen just before dinner. Then, most everyone would leave and the Weasleys would have their meal. The lucky thing about the burrow was the staircases that went in every direction, leading to a different floor. The twins could stand at the railing of their landing, and drop something down the stairs that led to the kitchen. This came in handy when it came to eavesdropping. The twins led Harish to the railing and George pulled out the fleshy string. He dropped one end down in front of the door that led to the kitchen and held the other close to his ear. Fred leaned in to listen and so did Harish. The flesh-colored string was another invention of theirs, extendable ears. All three boys stood there with their faces scrunched up, trying to listen. "I don't hear anything," Harish muttered. "Nor do I," Fred grumbled. "Or I," George agreed. "I wouldn't try," a voice said. The three young adults looked around to see Ginny and Hermione walking up the stairs toward them. "What are you doing here?" Harish asked. "We got kicked off the first floor," Hermione replied. "Why shouldn't we try?" the twins asked. "She's gone and cast an imperturbable charm on the kitchen door," Ginny replied. "How do you know?" George asked, looking crestfallen as he started pulling the extendable ear back up. "Tonks told me how to figure it out," Ginny replied. "You just chuck stuff at the door and if it can't make contact the door's been imperturbed. I've been flicking dung bombs at it and they just soar away from it, so there's no way the extendable ears will be able to hear through the gap." Fred heaved a great sigh. "Shame. I really fancied finding out what old Snape's been up to." "Snape's a part of the Order?" Harish asked curiously. The twins nodded. "So that's what he keeps going on about," Harish said. "He seems really proud of being in the Order." "How so?" Hermione asked. Harish looked up the stairs before beckoning the others into the nearest door, which just happened to be Percy's room. It was dark, empty, and beginning to gather dust. All that was in the room was a bare bed that was sitting in the corner. Catching Harish's glance around, Ginny said, "Mum's kept the room empty hoping Percy will change his mind." Harish nodded and closed the door behind them. "Snape has been going on to the other Death Eaters about how he's infiltrated the enemy over and over again." "So whose side is Snape actually on?" Hermione asked. "Ours, I think," he replied. "He's been acting differently toward me since the beginning of summer." "Are you sure that's not just because you're the Dark Lord's son?" George asked skeptically. "Yes," Harish replied. "I asked him about his behavior change, and all he said was that I have my mother's eyes." Then he disapparated. I think he is honestly working for my father because he knew my mother. He knows who you are, doesn't he? Hermione asked. The twins, Harish and Hermione, were all remembering that day 2 years previous when Harish had attacked Snape for calling him Potter. Harish nodded in reply. He knew my progenitor, the young man said. Everyone nodded, not commenting on Harish's choice of words, as he was uncomfortable calling anyone other than Voldemort his father. So why shouldn't he have known my mother? What does Hermione mean, who you actually are? Ginny asked, confused. Nothing, Harish and the twins said quickly. Ginny opened her mouth angrily to retort, but was stopped by the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. George stuffed the extendable ears all the way into his pocket. Hardly a second later, the door opened and Mrs. Weasley came in and said, "The meeting's over now, you can come down and have dinner." "And who's left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door?" "Crookshanks," Ginny replied smoothly. "He loves playing with them." "Oh," Mrs. Weasley said. "I thought it might have been the twins." She gave them an evil eye. "Ginny, your hands are filthy, what have you been doing?" "Go and wash them before dinner, please be owned." Ginny grimaced and followed her mother out the door. Harish laughed quietly, surprised by Ginny's streak of cunning he had never seen and how slow their mother was. Then, he said, "I just remembered. I am of age now." He and the twins looked at each other for a moment before all three of them disapparated, reappearing in the kitchen. Hermione shook her head when they disappeared with a pop and walked down to the kitchen herself. A haze of piped smoke hung in the air like battle fumes, through which loomed several figures, already seated for dinner. Rolls of parchment littered the table along with goblets, empty wine bottles, and a heap of what appeared to be rags. Mr. Weasley and Bill were talking quietly with their heads together at the end of the table. Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat. Her husband looked around and jumped to his feet. "Harish, nice to see you." "And you," Harish replied politely. "Summer all right, Harish?" Bill asked, trying to gather all 12 scrolls at once. A girl near their age with spiky pink hair walked up, most likely wanting to help, but knocked a candle onto the last piece of parchment. "Oh no, sorry," she mumbled. "Here, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, sounding exasperated, and she repaired the parchment with a wave of her wand. "That's Tonks," Fred muttered in Harish's ear. "She's only a few years out of Hogwarts." Harish nodded and sat down as Bill vanished the scrolls with a wave of his wand. Across from him was a squat man with strawberry-colored hair and a droopy face. "And that's Dung," George told Harish, sitting beside him. "Mundungus Fletcher. Some insane name." Mundungus muttered sleepily. He raised a grubby hand. "I agree with Bill." Ginny giggled. "The meeting's over, Dung," Bill said. Dung asked, squinting around at the teenagers. "So it has." He reached into his grimy robes and pulled out an enormous pipe. He stuck it in his mouth, lighted the end of it with his wand, and gave a deep pull on it. Great big clouds of greenish smoke engulfed him within seconds. "For the last time, Mundungus," Mrs. Weasley called, "will you please not smoke that thing in the kitchen, especially not when we're about to eat?" "Ah," said Dung. "Right, sorry Molly." The cloud of acrid smoke vanished as he stowed his pipe back in his pocket. "And if you want dinner before midnight, I'll need a hand," she announced to the entire room. Harish glanced around. By then Ron had slouched into the room, followed by Neville. Harish had no idea how many adults were in the Order of the Phoenix, but the only ones that remained were Tonks, Dung, Lupin, Bill, Molly, and Arthur. Tonks, Dung, and Lupin would be leaving after the meal as they lived elsewhere. Bill wasn't going to be staying, as he had gotten an apartment in Diagon Alley near Gringotts, where he had been transferred to. Tonks eagerly bounded forward and asked, "What can I do, Molly?" Mrs. Weasley looked apprehensive. No, it's all right, Tonks, you have a rest, you've done enough today." No, I want to help." Tonks protested brightly, knocking over a chair as she hurried toward the drawer from which Ginny was collecting cutlery. Soon a series of heavy knives were chopping meat and vegetables of their own accord, supervised by Mr. Weasley, while Mrs. Weasley stirred a cauldron that sat atop a bed of flames and the others took out plates, more goblets, and food from the pantry. Harish was left at the table across from Mundungus. "Is that real silver?" Dung asked, pointing at the head of Harish's cane. "Even if I did know, why would I give it to you?" Harish asked, lifting his injured leg for the man to see. Dung looked crestfallen. Fred. George. No, just carry them. Mrs. Weasley shrieked. Harish looked around before diving away from the table. Fred and George had bewitched a large cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a heavy wooden breadboard, complete with a knife, to hurtle through the air toward them. The stew skidded the length of the table and came to a halt just before the end, leaving a long black burn on the wooden surface. The flagon of butterbeer fell with a crash, spilling its contents everywhere, and the bread knife slipped off the board and landed point down and quivering ominously where Harish's injured hand had been moments before. For heaven's sake, Mrs. Weasley screamed. There was no need, I've had enough of this. Just because you're allowed to use magic doesn't mean you can just whip your wands out for everything. We were just trying to save a bit of time. Fred protested, hurrying forward and wrenching the knife out of the table. Sorry Harish, mate, didn't mean to. Harish was laughing too hard to hear it. Mundungus, who had toppled backward off his chair, was swearing as he got to his feet. Boys, Mr. Weasley said in a chastising voice. Your mother is right, you're supposed to show a sense of responsibility now you've come of age. None of your brothers gave us this sort of trouble. Mrs. Weasley raged at the twins, slamming the flagon of butterbeer down and spilling almost as much again. Bill didn't feel the need to apparate every few feet. Charlie didn't charm everything he met. Percy. She stopped dead, catching her breath with a frightened expression as her husband's face became stony. Let's eat, Bill said quickly. It looks wonderful, Molly, said Lupin. For a few minutes there was silence but for the chink of plates and cutlery and the scraping of chairs as everyone settled down for food. Then conversation slowly rose. Mr. Weasley, Bill, and Lupin were having an intense discussion about goblins while Mrs. Weasley spoke to Hermione about food recipes. Across the table, Tonks was entertaining Ginny by making her appearance contort every few seconds. Apparently she was a metamorphagus. Dung was not talking to anyone, but was content examining the silverware, trying to see if they were genuine. Meanwhile, Harish and the twins were having a quiet conversation about the attack that had taken place at the end of the school year. So he did say he was working for someone? Fed asked. Yes, Harish replied. He specifically said, employer, and apparently his employer is a she as well. Is there any way we could find out who she is? George queried. I dunno, Harish said dully. I expect my father's looking into it, though. Still, I wish I knew who this third party in the war was, Fred muttered. Me too, Harish sighed. Line break. A crowd of people stood in a room that was dimly lit. Everyone's faces were dark, and shadows were thrown at odd angles along the walls. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all a dirty concrete. The place had an all-around underground feel to it. Then, a woman's voice broke the silence. The time is coming near when our revenge will be complete, she said. Our time will come when we will have justice on those who destroyed our lives and killed our loved ones. A war is brewing, and with success we may even be able to stop it. And the unknown force of people shouted their agreement. The next morning, Harish woke up to find that the twins were already awake and sitting on their beds. When they spotted he was no longer asleep, they both held out a package. Since yesterday was so busy, we thought we'd celebrate your birthday today. Harish nodded thankfully and took the packages. One of them felt like it contained a book and the other had a box of some sort. Harish could tell that both presents were from both Fred and George. He opened the book first, ripping the wrappings off of it, and saw that it was titled, 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Charm Witches. Saw that at Flourish and Blots the other day, Fred said. We, of course, did not read it before giving it to you, George added, sounding slightly sarcastic as he shot Fred a look, who grinned sheepishly. That's all right, Harish said, setting the book aside and opening the other package. Inside was a regular kit of prank supplies from Zonko's. And we thought you could take those apart and see what ingredients they have. Harish nodded and once again set his gift off to the side. Come on, then, if you're done, George said as they stood up. Breakfast. They chose to simply walk to the kitchen this time, in order to avoid the wrath of Mrs. Weasley. When Harish entered the kitchen, he knew that by we, the twins had meant the entire Weasley family. There was a sizable stack of presents sitting on the table. Arthur told me to wish you a happy 17th, Harish, Mrs. Weasley said as the three boys sat down. I know your birthday was yesterday, but I knew we would be able to celebrate it better today. That's our present on top. Harish took the square parcel she had indicated, and unwrapped it. Inside was a watch. It was gold, with stars circling around the face instead of hands. It's traditional to give a wizard a watch when he comes of age, Mrs. Weasley said, looking at him from beside the cooker. I noticed you didn't have one on when you came here. Yeah, well, my father's not very traditional, Harish replied simply. Here Harish, Hermione exclaimed, hurrying over to the table and adding another gift to the pile. It's not much, but I hope you like it. What did you two get him? She added to the twins. Joke stuff, they both said, watching Harish put on his watch. Then, Harish opened the parcel from Hermione. It contained a sneakoscope. The other packages included an enchanted razor from Bill that had a note telling him to be very specific with his orders to the razor, a box of chocolates from Sirius mailed from his father that morning, a book on cooking from Ginny who had noticed the twins stealing Mrs. Weasley's cookbook, and a remembrall from Neville. When Harish saw the gift from Neville, he was slightly surprised but pleased. He was also not surprised at all that he had not received anything from Ron, Percy, or Charlie, who was still in Romania. When they returned to the twins' bedroom, the three young men were happy to see that the blood blister pods were finished. Each teen took a blood red sweet and inspected it. Harish looked at his with trepidation. What are these supposed to do again? He asked. Cause a nosebleed, both twins replied. Have we made the antidote yet? We haven't made a sweet that's supposed to counter the nosebleed. But we do have some things that should stop it. Well, here goes, Harish said. He lifted his and the twins did the same. Cheers. All three young men slipped their sweets into their mouths. Harish chewed and swallowed. A second later, he could feel something warm trickle down the inside of his nose. Harish looked down to see several drops of blood on the floor. Ah, Harish groaned, holding his sleeve up to his nose. The stream of blood was growing steadily stronger and soon his whole sleeve was soaked. George, where's that antidote? He asked, his voice sounding odd and muffled as he pinched his nose closed with the hem of his shirt. Ah, Fred, George asked. Didn't you have it? No, you did, Fred said. Oh, Merlin, Harish grumbled. Sob one had better get be some ding very soon, or so help be. Oh, you mean that antidote? George exclaimed, rummaging through the cabinet. He was having a good deal of difficulty finding what they needed. Finally, he handed Harish a wad of something and said, hold this up to your nose. Harish did so. It felt oddly like a ball of hair. After a second, he asked George, who was still digging in the cupboard, what is this stuff? Spider web, George replied. Spider web, Harish shrieked. Yeah, now shut up and hand me some, Fred complained. He was pinching his nose with a bright red hand and holding his head back. Whatever, George said, tossing a bit of spider web at Fred. Then, George found what he was looking for. It was a little jar of orange powder. Smell this, he said to Harish, unscrewing the lid. Harish put his nose into the jar and breathed in, hard. Ah, he cried, pinching his nose and reeling backwards. Fred sniffed it too, followed by George. Ow, Harish shrieked. That stings. Fred complained. Sorry. George cried, not sounding very sorry. All three young men's eyes were streaming. Forgot powdered sun pepper stings so much, George mumbled. Fred rolled his eyes, flicking the blood off his hands. Well, at least we know they work, he said. Yeah, Harish grumbled. But it would have been nice if we had been able to stop the nosebleed sooner. Just then the door opened and an ear-splitting shriek caused the three boys to clutch their ears. What happened to you boys? It was Mrs. Weasley. She was clutching her heart, leaning against the railing behind her. Nosebleed, Harish replied. At the exact same moment, George responded with, Ron broke my nose, but it's all better, and Fred said, I ran headlong into the cheese grater. On second thought, Mrs. Weasley muttered, grabbing the doorknob and starting to shut the door, I don't think I want to know. A few days later, Harish and the twins stood talking on the railing outside the twins' room. Each of them were holding buckets that were tied to the railing. All three of them were laughing. So then Dung, Fred was saying. Dung tells us that he said, where'd you get all those toads, 'cause some son of a bludger's gone and nicked all mine. And Dung said, nicked all your toads. Well, what next? You'll be wanting more. And the guy bought the toads for twice he paid for them in the first place. And the three broke out in fresh gales of laughter. Then, Harish motioned for the twins to stop laughing, who did so, still shaking in silent giggles. They could hear footsteps coming from behind the door to the kitchen, coming up the stairs. Then, the door opened to reveal a red head of hair. After a second, it was clear that this was Ron. Once this was verified, Harish dropped the bucket over the railing, where it swung on its rope and white powder splattered itself onto Ron. Ron stood there in shock, his eyes shut tight. Then, Fred dropped a second bucket. This one dropped water onto their brother. The powder all over the 15-year-old turned to goop for just a second before hardening. Then, they could hear a muffled, "Mum. Mum, help, I can't move." A second later came muffled footsteps. As soon as they could see a shadow emerge through the crack under the kitchen door, George dropped the third bucket and the boys fled to the twins' room. As another wave of water washed over Ron, the hardened goop washed away and vanished. Seconds later, the door opened to reveal Mrs. Weasley, who stopped short at the sight of a soaked Ron. "What's the matter, Ron?" she asked. "Why are you all wet?" On August 31st, the booklists arrived for every Hogwarts student that was staying in the burrow. Fred came in carrying 3 envelopes and saying, "Booklists have arrived." He handed them one to George and one to Harish. Then the 3 of them opened their envelopes. "It's about time too," George muttered. "I thought they'd forgotten, they usually come much earlier than Thisbe. Owned." Harish opened his letter and took out 3 pieces of parchment. One reminded him that the first day of term was on September 1st. The other was the list of books for the year. The third, however, was not the usual letter that was sent out every year to every student. Harish stared at it, and when the twins asked what was up, he replied faintly, "I'm Quidditch captain." "What?" the twins asked again, together. "I'm Quidditch captain." He hopped off the bed and whooped happily. "See, look." He shoved the letter under their noses and they both leaned back to read it. "That's wonderful," they both exclaimed. Harish regained his composure and nodded. Then, he sat down and read through the list of books, positive the twins were doing the same. "Only 2 new ones," Harish observed. "The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 7, by Miranda Goshawk, and Defensive Magical Theory, by Wilbert Slinkhardyby, owned." "Come on," Fred said, standing up. "Where?" Harish asked. "Ron's room," George replied. "Ron's room?" Harish asked as the twins disappeared with a crack. He shrugged and then disapparated after them. "We were just wondering who assigned the Slinkhard book," Fred said conversationally. "Because it means Dumbledore's found a new defense against the dark arts teacher," George said. "And about time too," Fred added. "What do you mean?" Neville asked. Ron nudged him with his elbow and sent him a warning glance, but either Neville didn't notice, or he was ignoring it. "Well, we overheard Mum and Dad talking on the extendable ears a few weeks back," Fred told Neville, "and from what they were saying, Dumbledore was having trouble finding anyone to do the job this year. Not surprising, is it, when you look at what's happened to all of them?" George asked. "One deathly ill," Harish said, counting them all off on his fingers. "One retired, of course that's not all that interesting, one fleeing the castle after accused of stealing, one's memory removed, one sacked, and one locked in a trunk for 9 months. "Deathly ill?" Neville asked. "Our first-year defense professor," Harish explained. "Don't even remember his name, now." "What's up with you, Ron?" Fred asked. Ron did not answer. Harish, Neville, and George looked around. Ron was standing very still with his mouth open, gaping at his letter from Hogwarts. "Don't want to stay like that, Ron," George said. "You'll get flies in your mouth." "What's the matter?" Fred asked curiously. He moved to look over Ron's shoulder at the parchment. Fred's mouth fell open too. "Prefect?" he asked, staring incredulously at the paper. "Prefect." George leapt forward, seized the envelope in Ron's other hand, and turned upside down. A gold and red badge fell into George's palm. "No way," George said in a hushed voice. "There's been a mistake," said Fred, snatching the letter out of Ron's grasp and holding it up to the light as though checking for a watermark. He then looked at Ron, revolted. "Prefect, ickle Ronnie the prefect be owned." "Oh, Mum's going to be revolting," George groaned, thrusting the prefect badge back at Ron as though it might contaminate him. "Just like perfect prefect Percy," Fred sneered. "Don't compare me to him." Ron suddenly protested, his ears bright red. "I would never, never." "What, betray your family?" Well, Percy would be proud. Shut it, Ron snarled. Or what? Harish asked. What would you do? Fred asked. Gonna rat us out to the ministry. George said, pretending to act frightened. Oh, no. Save us. The ministry has come for us. I said shut it. Ron roared, his face now bright purple. Tut, tut, George said. You ought to mind your superiors, Ronnie. Just because you're a prefect doesn't mean you can boss us around. Ron suddenly drew his wand and in under a second, Harish and the twins had done the same. Ron froze at the sight of 3 wands pointed at his chest. Fine, he said, panting heavily as though he had just run a mile. He stowed his wand in his back pocket and held his hands out in front of him. There, see. No wand. The 3 17-year-olds nodded and slowly tucked their own wands inside their sleeves, except Harish, who stuck his back into his cane. They stood there in tense silence for a moment before the door opened and Mrs. Weasley backed through it, carrying a basket full of laundry. Ginny said the book lists have come at last, she said, glancing around at all the envelopes as she made her way over to the bed and started sorting the robes into 2 piles. If you give them to me I'll take them over to Diagon Alley this afternoon and get your books while you're packing. Ron, I'll have to get you more pajamas, these are at least 6 inches too short. I can't believe how fast you're growing, what color would you like? Get him red and gold to match his badge, George said with a smirk. Match his what? Mrs. Weasley asked absently, rolling up a pair of maroon socks and placing them on Ron's pile. His badge, said Fred. His lovely shiny new prefect's badge. Fred's words took a moment to penetrate Mrs. Weasley's preoccupation about pajamas. But, Ron, you're not. Ron held up his badge. Mrs. Weasley let out a shriek. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, Ron, how wonderful. A prefect. That's everyone in the family. What are Fred and I? Next door neighbors? George asked indignantly, but Mrs. Weasley pushed him aside and flung her arms around her youngest son. Wait until your father hears. Ron, I'm so proud of you, what wonderful news, you could end up head boy like Bill, Quidditch captain like Charlie. King of Prats like Percy, Fred muttered. Oh, what a thing to happen in the middle of all this worry, I'm just thrilled, oh Ronnie. Fred and George were making loud retching noises behind her back, but she did not notice, arms tight around Ron's neck, she was dotting his all over his face, which had turned a brighter Arlet than his badge. Mum, get a grip he muttered, trying to push her away. She let go of him and said breathlessly, well, what will it be? We gave Percy an owl. Would you like an owl? What do you mean? Ron asked, looking as though he couldn't believe his ears. You've got to get a reward for this. Mrs. Weasley responded fondly. How about a nice set of new dress robes? We've already bought him some, Fred said sourly, looking like he was sincerely regretting that choice now. Those were from you? Ron asked incredulously. Or a new cauldron, Mrs. Weasley continued. Charlie's old one is rusting through. Or a new rat. You always liked Scabbers. Mum, Ron said hopefully. Can I have a new broom? Mrs. Weasley's face fell slightly, broomsticks were expensive. Not a really good one. Ron added hastily. Just a new one for a Changeb, owned. Mrs. Weasley hesitated, then smiled. Of course you can, well, I'd better get going if I've got a broom to buy too. I'll see you all later, little Ronnie, a prefect. Oh, it's so wonderful. She gave Ron another key on the cheek, sniffed loudly, and bustled from the room. Fred and George exchanged looks. You don't mind if we key you, do you, Ron? Fred asked in a falsely anxious voice. We could curtsy if you like, George said. Oh, shut up, Ron said, scowling at them. Or what? Fred asked, an evil grin spreading across his face. Going to run to Percy. Put us in detention. I'd like to see him try. George sniggered. Out. Ron shouted, and the 3 of them apparated to their room with a crack. After they appeared in the twins' room, the door opened and Hermione appeared. Look, she said happily, showing them a silver and green badge. A prefect. I just showed Mrs. Weasley. She said she's going to throw a party for me and Ron. At the twins' uncharacteristically ugly look, Hermione backed out the room with a hasty, sorry. That evening, the 3 young men walked down the stairs into the kitchen. There, They found Mrs. Weasley in the kitchen, cooking. Go to the living room, she told them. I thought we'd have a little party instead of a sit-down dinner. They were soon joined by Ron, Neville, Ginny, and Hermione in the living room after Mrs. Weasley went up to fetch them. Before she returned to the kitchen to grab the food, she said, "Your father and Bill are on their way, Ron, I've sent them both owls and they're thrilled." Fred rolled his eyes. Lupin, Tonks, and Dung arrived not long after along with a tall, muscled black man and Mad-Eye Moody, who the children only knew because of the imposter impersonating him all school year. "So glad you came, Alistair," Mrs. Weasley said. "We're having a bit of a celebration." She gestured to a banner that read, "Congratulations Ron and Hermione. Fourth prefect in the family." "Prefect, Moody growled. "Well, congratulations. Authority figures always attract trouble, but I suppose Dumbledore thinks you can withstand most major jinxes or he wouldn't have appointed you. Owned." Ron looked rather startled at this view of the matter but was saved the trouble of responding by the arrival of his father and eldest brother. Mrs. Weasley was in such a good mood she did not even complain that they had Mundungus with them too. He was wearing a long overcoat that seemed oddly lumpy in places and declined the offer to remove it and put it with Moody's traveling cloak. "Well, I think a toast is in order, Mr. Weasley said once Tonks and Mrs. Weasley had passed out all of the drinks. He raised his goblet. To Ron and Hermione, the new school prefects. Ron and Hermione beamed as everyone drank to them and then applauded. "I was never a prefect myself," Tonks said brightly as she moved toward a coffee table that held a few platters of food and plates. "My head of house said I lacked certain necessary qualities." "Like what?" asked Ginny, who was choosing a baked potato. "Like the ability to behave myself," Tonks replied. Ginny laughed and Hermione looked as though she was unsure whether to smile or not. She compromised by taking a large gulp of butterbeer and choking on it. "Watch it," Fred said pleasantly, thumping a spluttering Hermione's back as he walked past. Ron was rhapsodizing nearby to anyone who would listen, which wasn't a lot of people. "Not to 70 in 10 seconds, not bad, is it? When you think the Comet 290's only not to 60 and that's with a decent tailwind according to which broomstick." Hermione was talking very earnestly to Lupin about the ministry. "I mean, why do they segregate werewolves? It all stems from this horrible thing wizards have of thinking they're superior to other creatures owned." Mrs. Weasley and Bill were having their usual argument about Bill's hair. "Getting really out of hand, and you're so good looking. It would look much better shorter, wouldn't it, Harish?" "Oh, I dunno," Harish muttered, sidling past her, over to where he had spotted the twins huddled around Mundungus. Mundungus stopped talking when he saw Harish, but Fred said to him, "It's okay, Dung. We can trust Harish, he's our financial backer. And partner in crime," George added with a wink. "Look at what Dung's gotten us," he added to Harish. He held out a handful of shriveled black pods. A faint rattling noise was coming from them, even though they were completely stationary. "Venomous tentaculous seeds. We need them for the skiving snack boxes, but you know how they're Class C non-tradable substance so we've been having a bit of trouble finding them. But Dung here, he's found some for us. So 10 galleons for the lot, then, Dung. With all the trouble I went to get 'em?" Mundungus asked, his saggy bloodshot eyes stretching even wider. "I'm sorry lads, but I'm not taking a Canute under 20. Dung likes his little joke," Fred said to Harish. "Yeah, his best one so far has been 6 sickles for a bag of gnarl quills," George told him. "Be careful," Harish warned them quietly. "What?" Fred asked. "Mum's busy cooing over Prefect Ron, we're okay. But Moody could have his eye on you," Harish pointed out. Dung looked nervously over his shoulder. "Good point, that," he said. "All right, lads, 10 it is if you'll take him quick." Dung emptied his pockets into the twins' outstretched hands and scuttled off toward the food. "You're welcome," Harish said with a grin. "Cheers, Harish," Fred said delightedly. "We'd better get these upstairs owned." Harish followed the two into their room. There, George opened up the cabinet. "Bag?" Fred asked holding out his hand. "Bag," he replied, holding out a bag with a flourish. "Seeds?" Fred asked once again. "Seeds," George responded, emptying his pockets into the bag. Then Fred did the same. George then took the no longer empty bag and stored it in the cabinet once again. "Come on, Harish said once the cabinet was shut and they began walking back down to the living room. There, Ron was still going on about his broom to Tonks, who was the only person that still found interest in his broom, and Mrs. Weasley was still exclaiming to people the achievements of her sons minus the twins, because apparently inventing things weren't achievements. Hermione and Ginny were talking now. Dung was speaking with Bill and Lupin, Mr. Weasley, and Kingsley were having a deep conversation. Harish saw Neville standing by himself and made his over to the younger boy, but Moody beat him to it. "I've got something that might interest you," he growled. From an inner pocket he pulled a very tattered old wizarding photograph. Neville looked at it, and in curiosity Harish stepped close enough to see it as well. "Original Order of the Phoenix," Moody said. "Found it last night when I was looking for my spare invisibility cloak. Seeing as Podmore hasn't had the manners to return my best one, thought people might like to see it." Neville took the photograph. A small crowd of people, some waving at him, others lifting their glasses, looked back at him. "There's me," Moody said, pointing at himself. The Moody in the picture was unmistakable, though his hair was slightly less gray and his nose was intact. "And there's Dumbledore beside, Daedalus Diggle on the other side. That's Marlene McKinnon, she was killed 2 weeks after this was taken, they got her whole family. And there's your parents." Neville's stomach, already uncomfortable, clenched as he looked at his mother's plump round face. Harish stepped a bit closer to have a look. He noticed very well how much Neville resembled his mother. "Poor devils," Moody growled. "Better dead than what happened to them. That there's Lupin, Benji Fenwick, we only ever found bits of him. Shift aside there." He started poking the picture and the little people edged sideways, so that those who were partially obscured could move to the front. "That's Edgar Bones, brother of Amelia Bones. They got him and his family too. Sturgis Podmore, blimey, he looks young. Caradoc Dearborn, vanished 6 months after this, we never found a body. Hagrid looks the same as ever. Alpheus Doge, I'd forgotten he used to wear that stupid hat. Gideon Pruitt, it took 5 Death Eaters to take him and Fabian down. They fought like heroes. Budge along GB. Owned." The little people in the photograph jostled among themselves, and those hidden right at the back appeared at the forefront of the picture. "That's Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth, only time I met him. Strange bloke, Dorcas Meadows. Voldemort killed him personally, Sirius with short hair, and the Potters. They died when Voldemort went after Harry all those years ago. Owned." When he heard this, Harish tried not to make eye contact with anyone. The only people in that room that knew he was Harry Potter were the Slytherins. Moody smiled at Neville as though he thought he had just given the boy a treat. "Thought that would interest you, he said. Neville nodded and attempted to smile. Moody then stumped off. "What was that all about?" Harish asked. "My mum and dad," Neville said. "They were tortured into insanity by 3 Death Eaters. The Death Eaters wanted to know what happened to you-know-who, but my parents wouldn't tell them. They're heroes owned." Not knowing what to say to this, Harish nodded and said, "I never knew my mother. My father never speaks of her. It's too painful for him." This was partly true, of course. Harish had a feeling that Voldemort was learning to regret some of the things he did when he was younger. The Dark Lord found it too painful to talk to his son about the boy's mother he killed. "I'm sorry," Neville said, sounding most sincere. It was a tone that Harish didn't hear often, and it shocked him. "Thanks," he said awkwardly, looking to find the twins. He found them a few feet away, walking up to Ron. "Still bragging about that broom, Ronnie?" Fred asked. "You're just sore that you've never had a new broom," Ron said angrily. The twins both laughed. Sore?" George asked. "With the money we're gonna make, we could buy 100 new brooms." "How are you sure that people'll buy stuff from dark people like you?" Ron retorted. Both twins' grins slid off and they both said ominously, "Oh, we're sure." "What's going on here, boys?" Mrs. Weasley asked, bustling over. "Nothing," the twins both replied casually. "They keep tormenting me about being a prefect." Ron cried. "Boys," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, "you know better than that. You're supposed to be the adults now. The adults that are trying to protect Ickle Ronnie," George muttered insolently. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ron asked incredulously. More people's conversations were stopping as they looked on the impending argument. "Let's put it this way," Fred said. "We want to make sure you don't become a bigger prat than you already are." Positions of power, George continued. They tend to swell people's heads a bit. I'm not a prat, Ron shouted. You know you two could do with listening to your brother, Mrs. Weasley snapped. You two were never prefects. Something we never hear the end of, George muttered darkly. You only got 6 owls between the two of you. We don't even need owls, Fred mumbled. Bill was a prefect. He was head boy, even. And look at Charlie, captain of the Quidditch team. And Percy. She cut off at the sight of the twins' faces. Yes, George said dangerously. Even ultimate prat Percy is better than us. All because we were sorted into Slytherin. No, Mrs. Weasley protested. Everyone in the room were watching the incident now. Every single Weasley had an ugly look plastered on their face, all except Mrs. Weasley, who looked mortified. That's not it at all. I'm sorry to disappoint you all, Fred said darkly. By George and I's less than standard grades. If you'll just excuse us, George said. We shall go and get ourselves into more trouble. As usual. And they both stormed out of the room. Harish looked around before dashing after them. Mr. Weasley's knuckles were white from clenching his glass of fire whiskey so hard, and it was beginning to crack. There was a moment of silence as everyone didn't know quite what to do, and then Mrs. Weasley burst into tears. There, Molly, Tonks said quietly, patting her on her back. All of this is all my fault. Mrs. Weasley wailed. No, Molly, it's not, Lupin said weakly. Yes it is. What if they leave too? I just couldn't bear, with Percy gone and all. I'm just so worried, more tears spilled out of her eyes. What if something dreadful happens to him and we had never made up? And what's going to happen if Arthur and I get killed? Who would take care of Ron and Ginny? You think we would just let them starve? Lupin asked. Just being silly, Mrs. Weasley hiccuped. Meanwhile, the twins were haphazardly throwing things into their trunks. Harish sat on his bed, already completely packed, watching them grumble and vent. Finally, he spoke up. Don't mind her, Harish said. She doesn't know what she's talking about. But, we're on opposite sides of the war, George finally said. They're still our family, Fred said. What if they get themselves killed and it's our fault? George asked with pleading eyes. I won't let that happen, Harish said. Harish woke on the morning of September 1st quite early. No one was up yet and the sun was only just peeking through the window. He lay in bed for a moment, staring at the sunlit ceiling, before getting up and grabbing clothes to wear to King's Cross Station. Then, he shook the twins. Wake up, he said. The twins mo.net and rolled over. If I can't keep sleeping, you two can't either, he snapped, slapping George. Fine, George grumbled. I'm up. Come on Fred. Fred rolled over, unfortunately rolling the wrong direction, and fell onto the small space of floor between his bed and George's. Ouch, he cried. I'm stuck. George and Harish pulled the young man off the floor and the three of them got dressed. Then, they bounded down the stairs for breakfast. Mrs. Weasley had already woken up and begun cooking. The 3 seventh years ate their food before returning to the twins' room. By then, people were poking their heads out their doors, trying to find last-minute objects to pack, and getting dressed. The sun was much higher and the burrow was a nest of frenzy last-minute packing. Fred and George locked their trunks and both cried, Wingardium Leviosa. The trunks levitated out of the room and flew down the staircase, knocking into Ginny. Fred, George, and Harish winced as she flew down from there, landing all the way to the kitchen, the trunks not far behind. As Mrs. Weasley began to shriek, Harish said, I guess it looks as if I'll have to take mine down manually. Ron was the last to be ready. Then, they all gathered in the living room by the fireplace. As Mr. Weasley's car had broken down, they had no way of getting to King's Cross Station by car. Mr. Weasley had thought about borrowing ministry cars, but the ministry was not letting him borrow so much as an empty inkwell those days, so they decided that they were to flow to the Leaky Cauldron in London, from where they would walk the rest of the way to the train station. The 3 seventh years had wanted to just apparate, but since Ron and Ginny were both under 16, Mrs. Weasley forced the three of them to flow with them. So, with a cry of, Diagon Alley, they each disappeared in a flash of green flames. Harish spun out of the fireplace in London, and walked out into the Leaky Cauldron. Having been the last person to use the flow, everyone else was gathered in front of him. The large group left the shabby pub, and Harish noticed that there were more people in the group than before. Moody, wearing a cap pulled down where his eye was hidden, had joined them as well as an old lady that Harish discovered was Tonks. "Why the escort?" Harish whispered. "Dumbledore reckons Neville is the chosen one," Fred muttered back. "He thinks that we would be attacked in broad daylight, apparently," George sniffed. Harish shook his head. Then, he looked around. It was still early enough in the morning that a slight chill hung about the air. The sky, which was a brilliant blue, had a few fluffy clouds on the horizon, but was otherwise clear. Birds chirped overhead as they flew. Harish breathed in deeply and lengthened his pace. They walked on until they finally reached King's Cross Station. Once there, they went through the barrier in groups. Then, Harish and the twins hopped aboard the train, claimed an empty compartment as theirs, and stowed their luggage above them. By the time the train pulled sluggishly out of the station, they had been joined by Daphne, Draco, Dean, Ginny, Ginny's friend Luna, and Angelina Johnson. "Dean told me you were made Quidditch captain," she said as she sat down beside George. Harish nodded in reply. "Cool. I was too." Harish gave her a wide smile. "I'll see you on the Quidditch pitch, then. After we pulverize Gryffindor, that is." "Not a chance," she replied with her own smile. Everyone in the compartment laughed. "Where's Hermione?" Daphne asked. "Up in the prefect's carriage, I suppose," Harish replied. "Oh, I forgot," Draco exclaimed, leaping off the seat as if it bit him and clapping a hand to his forehead. "I need to be down there too." And he practically flew out of the compartment. "Hermione's a prefect." Several people once he had left. "Yes," Harish replied simply. His eyes roamed over the others in the compartment, where they lingered over Luna for a moment. She seemed even dottier than usual that day, wearing a string of butterbeer corks as a necklace and reading her magazine, the latest edition of the Quibbler, upside down. Harish asked, "Why is your magazine upside down?" Luna looked up at him with her large protuberant eyes that gave her a look of permanent shock. "I'm translating runes," she said in a dreamy voice. "What, are the runes upside down?" Dean queried. "No, you read them upside down," she replied in a tone as if she thought it should have been obvious before retreating back behind her magazine once more. "So, how were your summers?" Ginny asked, changing the subject. There were a few mumblings of, "fine," and, "good," from the people that hadn't stayed at the Burrow that summer. Harish snorted at the sad attempt at making conversation and looked out the window, watching as field after field passed by. Then, he began reading their new defense book. After the first chapter, he sensed a problem, so kept reading until he finished it. The good thing about living alone in a manor full of books was that it was very easy to learn how to read entire books in only a few hours. Hermione and Draco finally returned to Harish's compartment after the candy trolley had gone by. As they sat down, Draco was whining, to no one's surprise. "I'm so hungry," he said as Hermione stowed her trunk above her seat. "You would think, being prefects and all, they would have the decency to feed us." "So how did your meeting go?" Ginny asked. "It was boring," Draco said at the exact same moment Hermione replied, "It went well." "Well," Dean said, "who are the other prefects for our year?" "Ron and Lavender for Gryffindor," Hermione said. "Git," Draco muttered. "Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott for Hufflepuff," Hermione continued obliviously. "And Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil for Ravenclaw." "How did Ron make prefect?" Dean asked. "Surely it would have gone to someone else, like Neville." They all shrugged. "That's what we've been wondering all summer," Harish responded. "I'm going to enjoy this, though," Draco said with a smirk. "I could even punish Weasley for all the stupid things he does, like making him write lines. He's so thick I could only imagine him struggling to write, 'I must not look like a baboon's backside.'" Everyone else laughed again. As they rode farther north, the sky would become gray, before the clouds would disappear for half an hour or so and then returning again. The weather continued being undecided. After an hour or so, it started drizzling lightly. The rain slanted against the windows, pattering half-heartedly until finally it grew dark and the lanterns were lit. "We'd better get changed," Hermione said, looking around at the magically lit lanterns. They all nodded. "Come on," Daphne said, leading the girls out of the compartment, her robes draped over her arm. While the girls changed in the bathroom, the guys changed in their compartment. Then they let the girls back in, and it wasn't that long before the train finally pulled to a halt. The group pushed their way out of the train and onto the platform, feeling the cool night air sting their face. They split up as usual, each going to join their own housemates. The 7 Slytherins climbed into a carriage together and rode up to the castle in comfortable silence, each watching the castle grow nearer in the windows. The carriages rolled in between the giant winged boars and up the lawn, finally coming to a halt in front of the castle itself. Harish looked up at the castle with mixed feelings. It was his last year. This was the last time he would ride through those gates. The last time he would get a good look at the castle from a distance. This would be his last stay within the castle itself. As he looked up at the yellow lights shining down on them and opened the door to the carriage, he hesitated. The young man almost didn't want to get out of that carriage at all. But he gritted his teeth and started to get out. The ground, softened from light drizzles and dew, gave a little under the pressure of all his weight on his cane. The cane sunk an inch or so as Harish swung down onto his good leg and pulled his broken one out of the carriage in one swift motion. Then, he wrenched it out of the earth and limped into the castle, straight-backed. His friends watched him from behind, shaking their heads. None of them understood why Harish would never let them help him walk. All except Daphne, but she didn't really count, did she? Ron and Neville exited their compartment and were jostled onto the platform. Once there, Ron listened for the familiar, "First years this way." But it never came. Instead, they could hear a woman calling, "First years. Over here, please. First years. Hurry up." As Ron and Neville clambered into a carriage, Ron asked, "Did you see that grubbly plank woman?" Neville shook his head. "Does this mean that Hagrid's left?" he queried. "I hope not," Ron replied uneasily. Meanwhile, the Slytherins were all seating themselves at their table and talking quietly amongst themselves. Hermione glanced up at the teacher's table and suddenly asked, "Who's that?" Up at the table, Harish immediately noticed Dumbledore in the center of the table. His head was inclined slightly toward a woman who was sitting next to him, talking in his ear. She was a squat woman with a wide mouth, curly brown hair, and the most horrible pink cardigan anyone had ever seen. Her face was pallid and toad-like with a pair of prominent, pouchy eyes. "I know her," Draco exclaimed. "She works for Fudge. Her name is Dolores. Something or another." "Nice cardigan," Fred muttered with a smirk. "She works for Fudge," Hermione repeated with a frown. "What on earth is she doing here then?" "I think it's because of Fudge thinking that Dumbledore's causing a ruckus. He wants someone in the castle to keep an eye on the old man," Draco theorized aloud. Hermione, however, wasn't listening but was scanning the table through narrowed eyes. "No," she muttered, "no, surely NOTB, owned." Harish was about to ask her what she meant, but his attention was caught by Professor Grubbly Plank, who had just appeared behind the staff table. She worked her way along to the very end and sat where the gamekeeper normally sat. This meant that the first years must have finished crossing the lake and reached the castle. And sure enough, the doors opened seconds later as McGonagall led a group of pale-faced first years toward the front of the hall. The first years' faces glowed palely in the candlelight. A small boy in the middle of the row looked as though he was trembling. The whole school waited, staring at a stool in front of the first years that held a dirty old hat. The rip near the hat's brim opened wide like a mouth and the Sorting Hat burst into song. "In times of old when I was new, and Hogwarts barely started, the founders of our noble school, though never to be parted, united by a common goal, they had the self-same yearning, to make the world's best magic school, and pass along their learning. Together we will build and teach." The 4 good friends decided. And never did they dream that they might someday be divided, for were there such friends anywhere as Slytherin and Gryffindor, unless it was the second pair of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. So how could it have gone so wrong? How could such friendships fail? "Why, I was there and so can tell the whole sad, sorry tale," said Slytherin. "We'll teach just those whose ancestry is purest," said Ravenclaw. "We'll teach those whose intelligence is surest," said Gryffindor. "We'll teach all those with brave deeds to their name," said Hufflepuff. "I'll teach the lot, and treat them just the same." These differences caused little strife when first they came to light, for each of the 4 founders had a house in which they might take only those they wanted. So, for instance, Slytherin took only pure-blood wizards of great cunning, just like him, and only those of sharpest mind. were taught by Ravenclaw, while the bravest and boldest went to daring Gryffindor. Good Hufflepuff, she took the rest, and taught them all she knew. Thus the houses and their founders retained friendships firm and true. So Hogwarts working in harmony for several happy years. But then discord crept among us, feeding on our faults and dears. The houses that, like pillars four, had once held up our school, now turned upon each other, and, divided sought to rule. And for a while it seemed, the school must meet an early end, what with dueling and fighting, and the clash of friend on friend. And at last there came a morning, when old Slytherin departed, and though the fighting died out, he left us quite downhearted. And never since the founders four were whittled down to three, have the houses been united, as they once were meant to be. And now the sorting hat is here, and you all know the score. I sort you into houses, 'cause that is what I'm for. But this year I'll go further. Listen closely to my song. Though condemned I am to split you, still I worry that it's wrong. Though I must fulfill my duty, and must quarter every year, still I wonder whether sorting may not bring the end I fear. Oh, know the perils, read the signs. The warning history shows, for our Hogwarts is in danger from external, deadly foes, and we must unite inside her, or we'll crumble within. I have told you, I have warned you. Let the sorting now begin. The hat became motionless once more. Applause broke out, though it was punctured, for the first time in Harish's memory, with muttering and whispers. All across the Great Hall students were exchanging remarks with their neighbors, and Harish, clapping along with everyone else, knew exactly what they were talking about. Branched out a bit, Fred started. This year, hasn't it? George finished. Too right it has, Harish agreed. The sorting hat usually confined itself to describing the different qualities looked for by each of the four Hogwarts houses and its own role in sorting them. None of them could remember it ever trying to give the school advice before. I wonder if it's ever given warnings before. Hermione pondered anxiously. Not in the years I've been here, Harish replied. They fell silent at the sight of Professor McGonagall sweeping her eyes across the Great Hall with pursed lips. She had paused in the sorting, obviously waiting for the hall to fall silent again. The hushed whispers died out, and with one last frowning look, McGonagall lowered her eyes to her long piece of parchment and called out, "Abercrombie, Ewan." They watched as the boy was sorted into Gryffindor and clapped politely. Slowly the line of first years thinned. In the pauses between names, Harish could hear two loud growls on either side of him. The twins had a rather large appetite, after all. Finally, Zeller, Rose, was sorted into Hufflepuff, and Professor McGonagall picked up the hat and stool and marched them away as Dumbledore rose to his feet. To our newcomers, Dumbledore said with a revolting smile, his arms stretched wide, "Welcome." To our old hands, "Welcome back." There is a time for speech-making, but this is not it. Tuck in. There was an appreciative laugh, an outbreak of applause, and some eye-rolling from the Slytherins as Dumbledore sat down neatly and threw his long beard over his shoulder so as to keep it out of his plate, for food had appeared out of nowhere, so that the 5 long tables were groaning under joints and pies and dishes of vegetables, bread, sauces, and flagons of pumpkin juice. "Excellent," both twins said, seizing whatever food they could grab and dumping it onto their plates. Everyone in the hall dug in, making small talk and wondering aloud about the hat's warning. "Of course," Harish said after swallowing a large mouthful of chicken. "We already have that down, haven't we? House unity. I mean, we are all Slytherins, and we also hang out with Angelina and Dean, who are Gryffindors, and Luna, who is a Ravenclaw. And those Hufflepuffs owe us a favor. You know, from when I caught the culprit behind the opening of the Chamber of Secrets." "That is true," Daphne said. When all of the students had finished eating and the noise level in the hall was starting to creep upward again, Dumbledore got to his feet once more. Talking ceased immediately as all turned to face the headmaster. Harish was feeling reasonably tired from the amount of food he ate. "Well, now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for the usual start of term announcements," Dumbledore said. "First years ought to know that the forest in the grounds is out of bounds to students, and a few of our older students ought to know by now too." Harish, the twins, and Hermione exchanged smirks. "Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me, for what he tells me is the 462nd time, to remind you all that magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, nor are a number of others things, all of which can be checked on the extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door. We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. There was a round of polite but unenthusiastic applause during which Ron and Neville exchanged panicked looks. Dumbledore had not said how long Grubbly Plank would be teaching. Dumbledore then continued, tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will take place on the... He broke off, looking inquiringly at Professor Umbridge. As she was not much taller sitting than standing, there was a moment when no one understood why Dumbledore had stopped talking, but then Umbridge said, hem, and it became clear that she had gotten to her feet and was intending to make a speech. Dumbledore only looked taken aback for a moment, then he sat back down smartly and looked alertly at Professor Umbridge as though he desired nothing better than to listen to her talk. Other members of the staff were not as adept at hiding their surprise. Professor Sprout's eyebrows had disappeared into her flyaway hair, and Professor McGonagall's mouth was as thin as any of them had ever seen it. No new teacher had ever interrupted Dumbledore before. Many of the students were smirking. This woman obviously did not know how things were done at Hogwarts. Thank you, Headmaster, Umbridge simpered in a high, girly voice, for those kind words of welcome. Several students, Harish included, were surprised when her voice didn't come out a croak. Instead, it was high-pitched, breathy, and little girlish. Though he did not know why, Harish felt a huge surge of dislike well up within him at the sound of her voice. All Harish knew was that he loathed everything about her, from her stupid voice to her fluffy pink cardigan. She gave another little throat-clearing cough, and continued, well, it is lovely to be back at Hogwarts, I must say. She smiled, revealing very pointed teeth. And to see such happy little faces looking back at me. Harish glanced around skeptically. None of the faces he could see looked happy. On the contrary, they all looked rather taken aback at being addressed as though they were 5 years old. I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we'll be very good friends. Harish and the twins shared revolted looks. Over at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Neville were barely able to contain sniggers as Parvati whispered loudly to Lavender, I'll be her friend as long as I don't have to borrow that cardigan. Professor Umbridge cleared her throat again, but when she continued, some of the breathiness had vanished from her voice. She sounded much more businesslike and now her words had a dull learned-by-heart sound to them. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down through the generations lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge must be guarded, replenished, and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching. Professor Umbridge paused here and made a little bow to her fellow staff members, none of whom bowed back. Professor McGonagall's dark eyebrows had contracted so that she looked positively hawk-like, and she distinctly exchanged a glance with Professor Sprout as Umbridge gave another little hem, and went on with her speech. Every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts had brought something new to the weighty task of governing this historic school, and that it is as it should be, for without progress there will be stagnation and decay. There again, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, for our tried and tested traditions often require no tinkering a balance, then, between old and new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation be owned. Harish found his attentiveness ebbing, as though his brain was slipping in and out of tune. The quiet that always filled the hall when Dumbledore was speaking was breaking up as students put their heads together, whispering and giggling. Over at the Ravenclaw table, some girls were chatting animatedly while Luna got the quibbler out again. Ron had fallen asleep at the Gryffindor table and 2 girls in his year were giggling. Meanwhile at the Hufflepuff table, Ernie Macmillan was one of the few still staring at Umbridge, but he was glassy-eyed and Harish was sure he was only pretending to listen in an attempt to live up to the new prefect's badge gleaming on his chest. Professor Umbridge did not seem to notice the restlessness of her audience. Harish had the impression that a full-scale riot could have broken out under her nose and she would have plowed on with her speech. The teachers, however, were still listening very attentively, and Hermione seemed to be drinking in every word Umbridge spoke, though judging by her expression, they were not all to her taste. Because some changes will be for the better, while others will come, in the fullness of time, to be recognized as errors of judgment. Meanwhile, some old habits will be retained, and rightly so, whereas others, outmoded and outworn, must be abandoned. Let us move forward then, into a new era of openness, effectiveness, and accountability, intent on preserving what ought to be preserved, perfecting what needs to be perfected, and pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited. She sat down. Dumbledore clapped. The staff followed his lead, though several of them only brought their hands together only once or twice before stopping. A few students joined in, but most had been taken unawares by the end of the speech, not having listened to more than a few words of it, and before they could start applauding properly, Dumbledore stood again. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge, that was most illuminating," he said, bowing to her. "Now, as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will be held." "Owned." "Yes, it certainly was illuminating," Hermione muttered in a low voice. "You're not telling me you enjoyed it?" Fred asked quietly, blinking the glazed look out of his eyes. "That was about the dullest speech I've ever heard," George agreed. "And I grew up with Percy." "I said it was illuminating, not enjoyable," Hermione retorted. "It explained a lot." "Did it?" Harish asked in surprise. "It sounded like a load of waffle to me." "There was important stuff hidden in the waffle," Hermione said grimly. "Was there?" Draco asked blankly. "How about, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged? How about, pruning wherever we find practices that ought to be prohibited?" "Well, what does that mean?" George questioned impatiently. "It means," Hermione said darkly, "that the Ministry is interfering with Hogwarts." The next morning, Harish woke and looked around to see that the twins had already left for breakfast. The young man dressed slowly, grabbed his school bag, and headed up the stairs to the common room. There, he found Hermione and Daphne at the top of the stairs that lead to the girls' dormitories. "Did you sleep well?" Daphne asked as the three met halfway through the common room. But Hermione cut across him before he had a chance to open his mouth. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" She was staring at the common room notice board, where a large new sign had been put up. "Galleons of galleons. Pocket money failing to keep pace with your outgoings. Like to earn a little extra gold? Contact Fred and George Weasley, Slytherin Common Room, for simple, part-time, virtually painless jobs. We regret that all work is undertaken at applicant's own risk." "Did you have anything to do with this?" Hermione asked, rounding on Harish. Harish held up his hands in front of him. "Well," Hermione said. "Did you?" Well, I might have, just possibly." "This is ridiculous," Hermione exclaimed. "It's one thing to try those things on yourselves, but on our housemates as well." "Relax, Hermione," Harish said. "We've tested them on ourselves already. We just need to see if everyone reacts the same way. Besides, there are not any rules against it." Hermione huffed and crossed her arms, but could not find an argument against that. Instead, she resigned herself to following Harish and Daphne out of the common room and up to the Great Hall in silence. As he made his way to sit in his usual seat, Harish found his path blocked by Adrian Pusey and Hubert Warrington. "What do you want?" Harish asked in a pained voice. "We heard that you were made Quidditch captain," Pusey grunted. "We want to know when Quidditch tryouts are." "Next Saturday," Harish replied. "Now could I eat?" The two sat down and Harish went to his usual spot to find that the twins were piling more food on their plates. He placed himself in between them and as Hermione across from Fred and next to Daphne, she said, "I'd forgotten that Flint left. I suppose that will make a difference to the team. He was a rather good chaser," Draco said, sitting on the other side of Daphne. "Still, it won't hurt to have some new blood," Fred said. "Will it?" George finished. With a whoosh and a clatter, hundreds of owls came soaring in through the upper windows. They descended all over the Great Hall, bringing letters and packages to their owners and showering the breakfasters with droplets of water. It was clearly raining hard outside. Augustus was nowhere to be seen, but Harish was hardly surprised. His father rarely wrote, and if there was any information the young man needed, Voldemort would most likely not enclose it in a letter, which was easy for anyone to apprehend and read. Hermione, however, had to move her orange juice aside quickly to make way for a large, damp barn owl bearing a sodden Daily Prophet in its beak. Harish, of course, knew why she was still getting the newspaper even though most had stopped. Even though the Prophet was still posting all that rubbish about Dumbledore, and spreading rumors about Harish, there was still valuable information hidden between the lines. It had mostly to do with that saying, "Know thine enemy," and all that. Minutes later, Snape walked past the group, handing out schedules. They all looked at their schedules, Draco muttering, "Care of magical creatures, double potions, arithmancy, and double defense against the dark arts. We have 4 periods stuck with the Gryffindors and 2 of the most ridiculously difficult classes all in one day. But don't forget that Hagrid's gone," Daphne said hopefully. "We'll be having Grubbly Plank." "Still," Draco moped. 4 classes with the Gryffindors. I wish Fred and George would hurry up with the skiving snack boxes. "Do mine ears deceive me?" Fred asked, looking up from his own schedule at Draco. "Hogwarts prefects surely don't wish to skive off lessons." "Look what we've got today," Draco replied grumpily, shoving his schedule under Fred's nose. "That's the worst Monday I've ever seen." "You can have a bit of nosebleed nougat cheap if you like," Fred said, looking at it. "Why's it cheap?" Draco asked suspiciously. "Because you'll shrivel up and die from a nosebleed," George replied. "We haven't come up with an antidote yet," Fred explained, "and we ran out of things that will stem the bleeding." "It could be worse," Harish said. "At least you don't that Umbridge woman today." "And you do?" Draco asked. "Yes," Harish said curtly. He showed his schedule to the 5th years. "See. Defense against the dark arts, 10:45. "Of course," George said. "I guess we'll need to get moving. I'm sure you lot will be lining up, begging to skive off soon enough." "Why?" all 3 5th years asked. "5th years all year," Fred said. "So?" Hermione asked. "So you've got exams coming up, haven't you? They'll be keeping your noses so hard to the grindstone they'll be rubbed raw," Fred replied with satisfaction. "Half our year had minor breakdowns coming up to owls," George said happily. "Tears and tantrums, Patricia Stimpson kept coming over feign TB, Harish said. "Kenneth Toller came out in boils, do you remember?" Fred asked reminiscently. "That's 'cause you got a Gryffindor to put Bulbadox powder in his pajamas," George said. "Oh yeah," Fred grinned. "I'd forgotten, hard to keep track, sometimes, isn't it? Anyway, it's a nightmare of a year, the 5th, George finished. If you care about exam results anyway. Fred and I managed to keep our spirits up somehow. But you got 3 owls each," Harish muttered as if he thought they couldn't hear him. "Yeah, well," Fred said unconcernedly. "Even you agree that we feel our futures lie outside the world of academic achievement." "We seriously debated whether we were coming back for our 7th year," George added brightly. "Now that we've got the money to start the joke shop. But we didn't think Mum could take us leaving school early, not on top of Percy turning out to be the world's biggest prat. We're not going to waste our last year here, though," Fred said, looking affectionately around at the Great Hall. "We're going to use it to do a bit of market research," Harish explained. "Find out exactly what the average Hogwarts student requires from his joke shop, carefully evaluate the results of our research, and then produce the products to fit the demand." "And you're really going to use your winnings on this joke shop?" Hermione asked. "What else would I use it for?" Harish responded with, "Come on boys. If we get there early enough, we might be able to sell a few extendable ears before potions." And Harish led the twins away from the table, each redhead carrying a stack of toast. They did indeed manage to sell a few extendable ears before Snape showed up and everyone hastily stuffed them away where they couldn't be seen. It wasn't against the rules to sell things at Hogwarts, but Snape would most likely confiscate them anyway. Their potions class was fairly normal. The only difference was that the potion they had to brew was just a little more difficult than normal. Then, once that class ended, they made their way up to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The class was quiet as it entered the room. Professor Umbridge was, as yet, an unknown quantity and nobody knew how strict a disciplinarian she was likely to be. "Well, good morning," she said when all of the Slytherins finally sat down. A few people mumbled, "Good afternoon," in reply. Harish was sure it was the ones that had parents in the ministry. "Tut, tut," Umbridge simpered. "That won't do, now will it? I should like you, please, to reply, 'Good morning, Professor Umbridge.' One more time, please. Good morning class." Harish grimaced. He was a 17-year-old, an adult, and he was being forced to act cheerful so early in the morning. That was what wouldn't do. "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," the rest of the class chanted. Harish remained silent. Umbridge didn't seem to notice. There now, Umbridge said sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Harish gritted his teeth and the twins exchanged gloomy looks. The order, wands away, had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Harish shoved his wand back into his cane rather viciously and pulled a quill, ink, and parchment out of his bag. Professor Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her own wand, which was an unusually short one, and tapped the blackboard sharply with it. Words appeared on the board at once. Defense against the dark arts. A return to basic principles. Well now, your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your new year. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy the following down, please. She rapped the blackboard again. The first message vanished and was replaced by Course aims. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. Learning to recognize situations defensive magic can legally be used. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. For a couple of minutes the room was full of the sound of scratching quills on parchment. When everyone had copied down Umbridge's 3 course aims she said, "Has everyone got a copy? Got Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard?" There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. "I think we'll try that again," Umbridge said. "When I ask you a question, I should like you to reply, 'Yes, Professor Umbridge,' or 'No, Professor Umbridge.' So has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard?" Harish gritted his teeth in annoyance and was clutching his cane really hard. It was beginning to heat up. "Yes, Professor Umbridge," rang through the room. "Good," Umbridge said. "I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk." She left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all with those pouchy toad's eyes. Most everyone turned to page 5 of their copies of Defensive Magical Theory and began to read, but Harish, who had already read the entire book, sat looking around at the classroom. Then, he turned and fixed his eyes on Umbridge, watching her, wondering what she would do when she saw him not obeying her instructions. After a second or so, he raised his hand. Several minutes passed and Umbridge stared resolutely in the opposite direction. To Harish's right, George was twirling his quill in his fingers, staring glassy-eyed at his book. To his left, Fred was flipping through the book, not even taken in a word. After several more minutes passed, the other people in the classroom found the chapter so tedious, that they chose to watch Harish instead of read their chapter. It was somewhat unlike Harish to blatantly disobey instructions, especially when they were given by a person that was important to the ministry. When more than half the class was staring at him rather than their books, Umbridge seemed to decide that she could ignore the situation no longer. "Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear?" she asked, as though she had only just noticed him. "Not about the chapter, no," Harish said, smiling pleasantly. This was what alerted the other Slytherins. Most of them, being raised in houses where they learned to conceal their emotions, could tell that Harish was not really as happy as he seemed. Umbridge, oblivious as ever, said, "Well, we're reading just now. If you have other queries we can deal with them at the end of class." She looked down, but Harish's hand remained in the air. "Yes," she said. The sweetness sounded much more forced. "What is it now?" "I've already read it." "Well, then read chapter 2. "I've already read that." "I've read the whole book." "What am I supposed to do?" Umbridge's nostrils flared. "And you are Harish Blake," he replied with another charming smile. "Well then, Mr. Blake, you should be able to tell me what Slinkhard says about counter-jinxes in chapter 15. "He says they're not named properly," Harish said. "He says that counter-jinx just makes it sound more acceptable, but what should I do? If all we're going to be doing in class is reading that book, well, I might as well not attend." Umbridge must have given up on trying to act sweet, for she leapt to her feet, glaring daggers at him as if trying to dare him to undermine her authority. "You will sit quietly and do as you are told, Mr. Blake," she said. But that's still not getting anything done, Harish said quietly, getting to his own feet. That's not doing anything. Obviously, your previous teachers have given you all too much license. You are children. You will do as you're told without questions. You don't need to do anything. So we won't be using defensive spells. Harish asked. Using defensive spells? Why would you need to use spells in my class? If we are to pass our NEWTs, we'll need to be able to perform them. So, if we don't practice the spells, how will we be able to cast them and pass our exams? Harish asked. If you study the theory hard enough, you should be able to perform the spells perfectly. Now sit, Mr. Blake, and the rest of you. Read Chapter 1. Umbridge turned around and bustled back over to her desk, seating herself on her chair. Her eyes swept the classroom once more to find that Harish was still standing and was clutching his cane tightly. Why aren't you seated, Mr. Blake? Umbridge asked in an ominously quiet voice. My leg needed a stretch, Professor, Harish replied innocently, indicating to his broken leg. Well, I am sure it is stretched now, she said through gritted teeth. You may sit. Actually, I think I'll go to the infirmary, Harish said. He flashed another smile, but this one was of pure evil. You don't mind, do you? The entire class shuddered, but Umbridge did not seem to sense the magic that was stirring around Harish, nor the wickedness of his smile. All that she knew was that he was being a nuisance in her class. By all means, go. Professor Umbridge snapped, waving him out of the room. Harish nodded and limped out of the room. Once the door was shut behind him, he grinned and began twirling his cane as he walked to the infirmary. He had found recently within the past 2 weeks that it no longer hurt to put pressure on his leg. Madame Pomfrey was probably able to take it off, but hadn't gotten around to calling him to the hospital wing. Of course, as soon as Harish neared the infirmary, he began using his cane again, limping slowly to the hospital wing. Once there, he sat on the nearest bed with a groan. Walking on one leg was surprisingly painful. Madame Pomfrey bustled over. Let's have a look at that leg of yours, she exclaimed. She took the cast off his leg and he found that it felt quite odd not to be wearing that cast. It was like he could almost still feel it there, even though he saw that it wasn't. Madame Pomfrey inspected his leg and waved her wand over it. Then she had him do a number of exercises to prove that his leg was fine. Then, she let him go with a warning of, now be careful to take it easy this week. We don't want you hurting that leg again. All right, Harish said with a laugh, twirling his cane once more. Harish was glad he didn't have defense against the dark arts the next day. When he had said this to Fred and George, they had questioned him, why did you argue with her? We know she's with the ministry. She's actually doing our side good. Well, she's not doing me good, Harish grumbled. She talks to us as though we are toddlers even though we are adults too. She's not even preparing us for our NEWTs. At this rate, everyone in our year, and the 5th year, will flunk their exams. Honestly, Harish didn't really care about people flunking their exams. The main thing was that he wanted to do something in his classes. It was pointless to go to a class that was already, in his opinion, pointless, and sit there not doing anything. I know she's helping us to some extent by keeping tabs on Dumbledore, but this is even more pointless. People aren't learning how to take care of themselves. This is making it where any person that might possibly join our side won't even know any spells that they could fight with. By doing this, she's hindering both sides. So what do we do about it? Fred asked. What? Harish asked. What do you mean? What do we do about not being able to cast any spells? George asked. I'm going to do some research, Harish replied shortly, dropping his school bag onto a chair and heading off for the library. The twins shook their heads. Fred, the most brash of the group, wanted to literally do something about it. But no, Harish's solution was to go read a book. Even with all of the controversy with Umbridge, the three of them were still working on their skiving snack boxes. That night they met with some first years that had come to them, looking to earn a bit of extra money. Fred pulled out a paper bag and handed each of them a new sweet they had just come up with. Each of the short 11-year-olds took a sweet and popped it into their mouths, chewing. Then, one by one, the first years slumped unconsciously in their seats as though hit by invisible mallets. Some slid right off their chairs and onto the floor while others hung over the arms of their chairs, their tongues lolling out. The people in the common room who had stopped to watch roared with laughter. Hermione, however, got up from in between Draco and Daphne and marched straight over to where Harish and George were bending over the unconscious first years with clipboards. "That's enough," she said to the three of them, all who looked at her in surprise. "Yeah, you're right," George said, nodding, "this dosage looks strong enough, doesn't it? It's all right to test this rubbish on yourselves, but other students. We're paying them," Fred said indignantly. "I don't care, it could be dangerous." "Rubbish," Fred said. "Calm down, Hermione, they're fine," Harish said reassuringly as he walked from first year to first year, inserting purple sweets into their open mouths. "Yeah, look, they're coming round now," George said. A few of the first years were indeed stirring. Several looked so shocked to find themselves lying on the floor, or dangling off their chairs, that it was evident the 3 seventh years had not warned them what the sweets would do. "Feel all right?" Fred asked kindly to a small dark-haired girl lying at his feet. I think so," she said shakily. "Excellent," George said happily, making a note on his clipboard, but the next second Hermione had snatched it and the paper bag out of the twins' hands. "It is not excellent." "Course it is, they're alive aren't they?" George retorted. "You can't do this, what if you made one of them really ill?" "We're not going to make them ill, we've already tested them all on ourselves. We just want to make sure everyone reacts the same. If you don't stop doing it, I'm going to put us in detention," Fred asked in an "I'd like to see you try it" voice. "Make us write lines?" George queried, smirking. Onlookers in the room were laughing. Hermione drew herself up to her full height, her eyes were narrowed and her bushy hair seemed to crackle with electricity. "No," she said, her voice quivering with anger, "but I will write to your mother." "You wouldn't," George said, horrified, and took a step back from her. "Oh, yes, I would," she said. "I can't stop you from eating the stupid things yourselves, but you're not going to give them to first years." All three boys looked thunderstruck. With one last threatening look at them, she thrust the clipboard and paper bag back at George and stalked back to her chair by the fire. "And I thought I had stamped that out of her," Harish said faintly. "Where did we go wrong?" Fred wondered aloud, quietly. George simply shook his head. Tuesday morning dawned as gray and rainy as the previous one. In all of their classes, both the 5th years and the 7th years were receiving lectures for their upcoming exams that June. The 5th years found themselves with more homework than they thought possible, and the 7th years could only be glad that they had so many free periods. On Wednesday, the Slytherin 5th years had their defense against dark arts class. While Harish had argued with Umbridge about the way she run the class, Hermione argued about the course aims, riling the whole class up. Nearly all of the students protested against the fact that they weren't going to be learning magic, and argued about when they would need defensive spells in the real world. The rest of the week passed similarly for everyone. The main difference was that the twins had taken their poster off of the notice board, obviously taken Hermione's threat to heart. Then, on Saturday, things picked up a bit. Hermione received the paper as usual, skimming through it to see what the ministry was up to. Then, she exclaimed quietly, "Oh no, serious. What's happened?" Harish asked, and he snatched the paper so violently it ripped down the middle so that he and Hermione were holding half each. "The Ministry of Magic has received a tip-off from a reliable source that Sirius Black, notorious mass murderer, blah, 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 is currently hiding in London." Hermione read from her half in an anguished whisper. "What was Sirius doing in London?" George asked. "Undercover scouting for my dad," Harish said. "Though he was supposed to be in his animagus form. How did they know?" But Hermione kept reading aloud. "Ministry warns wizarding community that Black is very dangerous, killed 13 people, broke out of Azkaban, the usual rubbish," Hermione concluded, laying down her half of the paper and looking worriedly at Harish, who looked glumly at the bit of the prophet he had torn off. Most of the page was devoted to an advertisement for Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which was apparently having a sale. "Hey," he said, flattening it down so the twins could see it. "Look at this. We've got enough robes," George said. "No," Harish protested, "look, this little piece Hereb owned." Both Weasleys bent closer to read it. The item was barely an inch long and placed at the bottom of a column. It was headlined, "Trespass at Ministry. Sturgis Podmore, 38, of number 2, Laburnum Gardens, Clapham, has appeared in front of the Wizenagamoth charged with trespass and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on the 31st of August. Podmore was arrested by Ministry of Magic watch wizard Eric Munch, who found him attempting to force his way through a top security door at 1 o'clock in the morning. Podmore, who refused to speak in his own defense, was convicted on both charges and sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. Sturgis Podmore, Fred said slowly. He's that bloke who looks like his head's been thatched. He's one of the order. Hey, George exclaimed. I heard Moody mutter something about him on the first. He was supposed to be part of the escort to the train station. Yeah, Harish said. And apparently he wouldn't give Moody's invisibility cloak back either. That's why he was showing Neville that picture at the party. What picture? Hermione asked, curious. Nothing, Harish said. Just some old picture, that's all. Sunday evening as they were sitting in the common room, an owl flew over and dropped a letter on Fred's lap. Fred and George were sitting beside each other, planning out the antidote to the nosebleed nougat, and Harish was sitting in a chair reading a book. Hermes! George exclaimed at the sight of the owl. That's definitely Percy's handwriting, Fred said. To Fred and George Weasley, Slytherin House, Hogwarts. What do you reckon? Open it, Harish said. Fred unrolled the scroll and began to read, George reading over his shoulder. The farther their eyes went down, the more pronounced their scowls got. When George had finished reading, he looked disgusted. Fred finished not long after and thrust the letter at Harish, who took it cautiously and read it. Dear Fred and George, I have only heard from no less a person than the Minister of Magic himself, who has it from your new teacher that you two are still hanging around Harish Blake. He has caused trouble for Madame Umbridge, suggesting that the ministry is wrong in their teachings. I am sure you two are surprised to hear this. No doubt you will say that Blake has always been Slytherin House's favorite, but I feel bound to tell you that he may be in some serious trouble if this continues. Then, you two will most likely be dragged along into it. I know you do not approve of Dumbledore, which is a good thing, for I am afraid he may not be in charge at Hogwarts for much longer. I shall say no more here, but if you look at the Daily Prophet tomorrow you will get a good idea of the way the wind is blowing, and see if you can spot your truly. Seriously, boys, you do not want to be tarred with the same brush as Blake's. Of course, he is not the only one. I have sent a similar letter to Ron about his friend Neville Longbottom, an obvious Dumbledore lover. But this is not about Dumbledore. Harish Blake is a dark young man. As you should know, he speaks Parseltongue and has the potential to become the next Dark Lord. It may be that you are afraid to sever ties with Blake. I know that he can be unbalanced and, for all I know, violent, but if you have any worries about this, or have spotted anything else in Blake's behavior that is troubling you, I urge you to go to Dolores Umbridge, a really delightful woman, who I know will be only too happy to advise you. I am sorry I was unable to see you more over the summer. It pains me to criticize out parents, but I am afraid I can no longer live under their roof while they remain mixed up with the dangerous crowd around Dumbledore, as only you two could surely understand. I count myself lucky to have escaped the stigma of association with such people. The minister really could not be more gracious to me, and I do hope, boys, that you will not allow family to blind you to the misguided nature of our parents' beliefs and actions either. I sincerely hope that in time, they will realize how mistaken they were, and I shall, of course, be ready to accept a full apology when that day comes. Please think over what I have said, most particularly the bit about Harish Blake. Your brother, Percy. Harish looked up at the twins. Well, he said, sounding as though the whole thing was a joke, if you want to, what is it? He checked Percy's letter. Oh yeah, sever ties with me, I swear I won't get violent. Fred snatched it out of Harish's hand and ripped it up before throwing it into the fire. I thought you might react that way, Harish said with a smile. Come on, let's go make those antidotes. At breakfast Monday morning, Hermione received the paper and unrolled it, scanning the headline. Then she let out a huff of surprised annoyance. What is it? Harish asked. Listen to this, Hermione said, quietly. The ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. What's that? Fred asked. A High Inquisitor? George questioned. What does that mean? Harish pondered. Hermione read aloud. In a surprise move last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The minister has been growing uneasy about goings-on at Hogwarts for some time, said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley. He is now responding to concern voiced by anxious parents, who feel school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30, Educational Decree 22 was passed, to ensure that, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. That's how Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff at Hogwarts, said Weasley last night. Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the ministry put in Umbridge, and of course, she's been an immediate success. She has not, Harish protested quietly. The only people that like her are the students that come from neutral families, no offense, Daphne. None taken, she said. Wait, there's more, Hermione said. An immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on-the-ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. This is an exciting new phase in the minister's plan to get to grips with what some are calling the falling standards at Hogwarts, said Weasley. The Inquisitor will have powers to inspect her fellow educators and make sure that they are coming up to scratch. Professor Umbridge has been offered this position in addition to her own teaching post, and we are delighted to say that she's accepted. Will your new argument work on her then, Harish? Fred asked. I'm not sure, Harish said, but it's still worth a shot. Once again, Umbridge was already seated at her desk as the class entered the room. They were quiet again, as they found that she was a rather disagreeable teacher after their first lesson. The entire class filed into their seats and all of the desks were filled except one that was situated between two identical redheads. Umbridge looked down at her roster, around at the class, and then back at the empty desk. Where is Mr. Blake? She asked. The twins shrugged. Everyone else looked at the empty seat curiously. Was Harish skipping class? Surely not. Normally he always attending classes, no matter how much he disliked them. Of course this was the first time they had ever had a teacher that refused to give them practice. The bell rang and they all wondered where he was. Finally, Umbridge said sweetly, well, it seems he is not here for today. I would now like to ask you all to pull out your books and read chapter 2. With your wands put away, please. All of the students that had been mistaken enough to hope that they would be allowed to use their wands, tucked them away with sighs and pulled out their books. Then, the door to the classroom opened and Harish sauntered in. His book bag was thrown carelessly over his shoulder and his appearance was that of rebellion. His tie was untied and his face carried a look that dared them all to tell him to tie it. He had no quills, no paper, not even his textbook with him, but was carrying a library book. 5 points from Slytherin for your tardiness, Mr. Blake, Umbridge said with a sweet, satisfied smile. Harish didn't say a word, but threw his book bag down under his desk and dropped into his seat, crossing his legs and looking at Umbridge defiantly. Then, he pulled out his library book and began reading. At seeing that perhaps he wouldn't be a disturbance to her class again, Umbridge began grading papers. Time passed slowly with only the sounds of turning pages. Harish neared the end of his book and then closed it when he finished the last page. Then, he raised his hand once more. Again, he was not noticed by their professor, and again he received stares from the other students in the room. When Umbridge did notice, she seemed to have worked out her own strategy for dealing with him. Instead of trying to pretend she had not noticed Harish, she got to her feet and walked around to the back of the classroom until they were face to face. Then she bent down and whispered so that the rest of the class could not head. What is it this time, Mr. Blake? I was just reading this library book to have something to do, he said. And I noticed something odd in it. And what is that? Well, right here, Harish said, not whispering at all and pointing to the page. It says, the Wizarding Examinations Authority works closely with the School Board of Governors, but is not under the control of the school or the ministry. They are tasked with giving standard exams to the students of Hogwarts, for which they have set standards for each class. For example, core class meaning potions, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts must have both a theory portion and a practical portion so that the students may excel in their exams. Are you a ministry official, Mr. Blake? No, but this book. Then I am going to have to take another 5 points from Slytherin, she said, finally raising her voice above a whisper. What for? Fred asked suddenly. Umbridge looked around in surprise. She had not realized that half of the had been watching and the rest were only pretending to read, listening intently. For disrupting my class with pointless interruptions, Umbridge said smoothly. I am here to teach you using a ministry-approved method that does not include inviting students to give their opinions on matters which they do not understand. Your previous teachers may have allowed more license, but as none of them, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell, who did at least appear to have restricted himself to age-appropriate subjects, would have passed a ministry inspection. That was only because he was afraid of his own shadow. Harish protested, leaping out of his chair. And while we're on this subject, what do you deem age-appropriate for us? Let me ask the class a question. He looked around at the classroom. How many of you are of age? Every single hand in the room rose. So, Professor, we're all adults here, he said. And you are having us read this garbage, trying to brainwash us into believing that defending ourselves is wrong. Umbridge drew herself to her full height, which wasn't that impressive, and exclaimed, Detention, Mr. Blake. Meet me in my office at 5 o'clock tonight, and maybe then you'll learn to hold your tongue. Harish's jaw clenched and his knuckles turned white from holding his cane so tight. Then, he closed his book, shoved it violently into his bag, swung his bag over his shoulder and strode swiftly out of the room, slamming the door behind him. 1 minute later, the bell rang and the twins hurried to catch up with him on the way to the common room to drop their things off before lunch. Once they were in the safety of the common room, Harish threw his bag onto the chair and rounded on his two friends. You were right, he said. Talking to Umbridge will not work. The twins nodded gratefully. So I am going to start a secret army. Both twins' jaws dropped and they stared at Harish as though he grew another head. Don't look at me like that, Harish said. If Umbridge is brainwashing students to believe they can't defend themselves, we need to unbrainwash them. That evening, Harish rushed through dinner before heading to Umbridge's office at 5 minutes until 5. The boy ran into the entrance hall and paused when he reached the foot of the staircase. After a fleeting memory of the sensation of falling backwards, Harish took a deep breath and slowly climbed the staircase. When he knocked on the door she said, Come in a sugary voice. He entered cautiously, looking around. He had seen this office under 2 of its previous occupants. In the days when Gilderoy Lockhart had lived there it had been plastered in beaming portraits of its owner. When the impostor Moody had occupied it, it had been packed with various instruments and artifacts for the detection of wrongdoing and concealment. Now, however, it looked totally unrecognizable. The surfaces had all been draped in lacy covers and cloths. Everything was so pink it was revolting. There were several vases full of dried flowers, each residing on its own doily, and on one of the walls was a collection of ornamental plates, each decorated with a large technicolored kitten wearing a different bow around its neck. These were so foul that Harish stared at them, transfixed, until Umbridge spoke again. Good evening, Mr. Blake. Harish schooled himself to keep from jumping and then turned to face her desk. He had not noticed her at first because she was wearing a shockingly flowered set of robes that blended only too well with the tablecloth on the desk behind her. Evening, Harish replied stiffly. Well, sit down, she said, pointing to a small table draped in lace beside which she had drawn up a straight-backed chair. A piece of blank parchment lay on the table, apparently waiting for him. You are going to be doing some lines for me, Mr. Blake. No, not with your quill, she added as Harish bent down to open his bag. You're going to be using a rather special one of mine. Here you are. Harish took it apprehensively. It was a long, thin black quill with an unusually sharp point. I want you to write. I will do as I'm told, she told him softly. How many times? Harish asked, with a credible imitation of politeness. Oh, as long as it takes for the message to sink in, Umbridge said sweetly. Off you go. She moved over to her desk, sat down, and bent over a stack of parchment that looked like essays for marking. Harish raised the sharp black quill and then realized what was missing. You haven't given me any ink, he said. Oh, you won't need ink, Umbridge said with the slightest laugh in her voice. That sent up warning flags right there, but instead of saying something, Harish decided to keep quiet, place the point of the quill on the paper, and write I will do as I'm told. He let out a gasp of pain. The words had appeared on the parchment in what appeared to be shining red ink. At the same time, the words had appeared on the back of Harish's right hand, cut into his skin as though traced there by a scalpel. Yet even as he stared at the shining cut, the skin healed over again, leaving the place where it had been slightly redder than before but quite smooth. Harish looked around at Umbridge. She was watching him, her wide, toad-like mouth stretched in a smile. "Yes, nothing," Harish replied quietly. He looked back at the parchment, placed the quill upon it once more, wrote "I will do as I'm told," and felt the searing pain on the back of his hand for a second time. Once again the words had been cut into his skin, once again they healed over seconds later. And on it went. Again and again Harish wrote the words on the parchment in what he soon came to realize was his own blood. And again the words were cut into the back of his hand, healed, and then reappeared the next time he set the quill to the parchment. Darkness fell outside Umbridge's window. Harish did not ask when he would be allowed to stop. He did not even check his watch. He figured it would be futile to ask. She would let him go only when she felt it had been long enough. Surely if Harish asked, she would simply delay his departure because she felt that he had not felt enough pain. "Come here," she said after what seemed hours. He stood up. His hand was stinging painfully. When he looked down at it, he saw that the cut had healed, but that the skin there was red raw. "Hand," she said. He extended it. She took it in her own. He repressed a hiss of pain as she touched it with her thick, stubby fingers on which she wore a number of ugly rings. "Tut, tut, I don't seem to have made much of an impression yet," she said, smiling. "Well, we'll just have to try again, won't we? Sit." Harish gave her a look of pure loathing and sat himself in the seat before continuing writing "I will do as I'm told" over and over until Harish's hand felt like 100 bees had stung it at once and the page was full of blood-red words. Harish noticed that the more he wrote, the longer it was taking for the cut to heal over again. After one line, it healed over within a minute and the skin was even more irritated, red and inflamed. After 5 lines it was swollen and he could see a faint outline of letters. After 20 lines, it took 5 whole minutes to heal. But still he wrote and he wrote until Umbridge called him over again. When he gave her his hand, he saw that the cut had not yet healed and the words "I will do as I'm told" shone painfully clear. "That seemed to do it, didn't it?" she asked. "You may go." Harish did not say a word, but lifted his bag over his shoulder and left without a glance behind him. The school was quite deserted by then, it was surely past midnight. He walked slowly down the stairs, turned the corner, and broke into a run when he was sure she could not hear him. He had not practiced nonverbal vanishing spells, had not finished his arithmancy worksheet, and had not drawn a diagram of thestrals, nor had he written his essays. But he fell into his bed fully clothed and closed his eyes, his hands still stinging. That Saturday was the day of the Slytherin Quidditch team tryouts. Harish got up reasonably early that morning and changed into his Quidditch robes. Then, he ate a slow breakfast before heading down to the Quidditch pitch. As no one was there yet, Harish climbed aboard his broom and flew several exhilarating loops around the stadium. One of the things about having a broken leg was that he had been forbidden to fly. The cast made him unbalanced and more likely to crash and hurt himself more, or that was at least what his father had told him. That meant that this was the first time Harish had gotten on his broom since the summer before his 6th year. They hadn't had any Quidditch that year because of the Triwizard Tournament, obviously. It felt good to be on a broom again. After Harish touched down and walked to stand in the center of the field, people started showing up for the tryouts. Among them were Draco, Fred, George, Pusey, Warrington, and several others. But it also seemed that the entire Slytherin house had shown up, proving this to take all morning. Harish decided to start with the chasers. He told everyone that was trying for a different position to clear off, and then started with a basic test, having the ones who were trying for chaser, which was the most out of all the applicants, to fly once around the Quidditch pitch in groups of 10s. This turned out to be a good decision, for the first group comprised of first years that couldn't keep their brooms straight. Only one boy had managed to remain airborne and he was so surprised that he had promptly crashed into one of the goalposts. The second group was a large gaggle of girls from ages 14 to 16 who, when he blew his whistle, merely fell about giggling and clutching one another. When he told them to leave the pitch, they did so cheerfully and went to sit in the stands. The third group had a pile-up halfway around the pitch. Most of the fourth group had come without broomsticks. After 2 hours, many complaints, and several tantrums, one involving a crashed Nimbus 2000 and several broken teeth, Harish had found himself 3 chasers: Draco, who returned to the team after an excellent trial, Hubert Warrington, who proved to be a better flyer than he let on, and Ginny, who had outflown all of the competition. This of course did not make QC very happy, and he stormed off the pitch, raging about how Harish had let a Weasley beat him. Harish was partly glad to see him go. He didn't act very sportsmanlike. Pleased as he was with his choices, Harish had also shouted himself hoarse at the many complainers and was now enduring a similar battle with the beaters. "That's my final decision, and if you don't get out of the way for the keepers, I'll hex you," he bellowed. Of course for the beaters he had chosen the twins. And he had not just done it because they were his friends. The twins worked together like an unbeatable, well-oiled machine. That didn't stop the outcry of many bigoted Slytherins at the appointment of 3 Weasleys on the team. After a short competition, Miles Bletchley was reinstated as the Slytherin keeper. He proved that he had not lost his old brilliance and no one had managed to beat him. Of course there were no tryouts for the seeker position, as that was what he was himself. So, with the tryouts finally done, Harish told his new team that there were going to have practices every Wednesday. Then, in the 2 weeks leading up to the first match of the season, they were going to have practices 3 times a week. With that said, he let them go and he, the twins, Draco, and Ginny were joined by Daphne and Hermione on the way back to the common room. When they entered the common room, Harish told everyone, "Clear out." Not surprisingly, all of the other Slytherins hopped out of their seats as if burned and scuttled off to their dormitories. Then, Harish settled himself on a chair and turned to his friends. "For those of you who do not know," which meant everyone but the twins, "I have decided to start a secret army in order to train students to think individually for themselves." "Yes," Hermione said. "I was starting to think of something like that, except I was going more along the lines of a secret class taught by you." Out of curiosity, Harish said. "Why me?" "Well," Hermione said, "I mean you've done all that stuff. Stole the stone, defeated the diary, got rid of all those dementors, and you made it through the tournament pretty well, not to mention held your own when you were attacked immediately afterward." Harish nodded. "So, what I was thinking," he continued, "was that we gather a list of those who we might invite, watch them for a week or so, and when we determine that they won't tell on this secret group mainly to Umbridge, we could invite them to the room of requirement to settle things." "So who would you invite?" George questioned. "Oh, I have just a few people in mind," Harish replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Neville and Ron were sitting in the Gryffindor common room. Ron was once again regaling the story of how he made keeper for the Quidditch team to any of those who would listen. Seamus was encouraging him while Dean sat nearby, rolling his eyes. Why Angelina let that braggart on the team was beyond him. When he had asked her about it, she had told him. "I know he's got some issues with his ego," Angelina said. "But he did win at the tryouts." Of course what she meant by ego was unclear. The 7th year could have been speaking of the boy's swollen head. How he had been bragging about it to anyone who would listen for the past week and a half. Or, she could have been referring to the fact that when he was nervous, which was basically when anyone was watching, Dean's yearmate could not save a single goal, nor catch a quaffle when it is tossed lightly to him. During the match, Angelina said to him, "You'll just have to catch that snitch as soon as possible, before the Slytherins can score any goals." Dean nodded sadly, knowing then that it was futile. He was up against Harish Blake, after all. With that young man, the Slytherin team was practically unbeatable. No wonder he had been chosen as Slytherin's team captain. Of course, Ron was saying, "Slytherin won't stand a chance. Not while I'm on the team. Not a single ball will get past me." "Well," Dean said, finally fed up, as he turned to face Ron. "You sing an entirely different tune during practice. Didn't poor Katie get sent to the hospital wing because you beamed her with the quaffle?" "It was an accident," Ron said. "I just got a little excited, is all." "What about the 113 times you've dropped the quaffle?" "Yes, I've been counting." "You just don't support me because of Blake," Ron growled. "Do I?" Dean asked. "Well, maybe I'm friends with him for a good reason." "What reason would that be?" Ron asked sarcastically. "Because you're a prat and I don't see how all the boys in our year hang out with you." Ron's mouth dropped open, but he quickly closed it. Ron Neville tried to say, but the Weasley cut across him. "Why don't you stay out of this, Neville?" Ron retorted. "You wouldn't understand. Everyone nearby got the message Ron was sending across loud and clear. Obviously he thought Neville was too dumb to understand. He thought Neville was just someone that would follow Ron because he had no guts or ambition to do anything else. Well, Neville decided that that was going to change today. Didn't it seem like Blake, the boy Ron had said was going dark for ages, was nicer than his own friend? Dean himself wasn't all that bad either. And Neville noticed for the first time that Dean had no friends in their house. In their first year, Dean had hung out with Seamus, but he had always seemed like a loner. Then, when Seamus started hanging out with Ron, Dean had started hanging out with Blake. Well, Neville had made up his mind. He stood up and asked coolly, "I wouldn't, would I? Well, I understand enough that I can do better than have a horrible friend like you." And he strode over to Dean and stood in front of him. "Do you know where I could speak to Harish Blake?" Dean grinned. "That I do, my friend. How many people are coming?" Draco asked as Harish's close group of friends waited in the room of requirement. "Just a few that I've invited," Harish replied simply. He was lounging on a rather comfortable chair the room had provided. The young man actually felt that the room had outdone itself that time. The 7 of them had paced to and fro in front of the stretch of wall that the room of requirement appeared, thinking something along the lines of, "We need somewhere to practice where they can't find USB. Owned." After 3 paces, a pair of doors had materialized in the previously empty wall. Harish had seized the brass handle, pulled the door open, and led the way into a rather spacious room lit with flickering torches like those in the dungeons. The walls were lined with bookcases, and the room seemed to have 2 sections, a sitting area where there was a chair and several silk floor cushions beside the bookshelves, and a large open space that was obviously for dueling. Harish was seated on the chair and the twins were both sitting on floor cushions. Draco was also seated on a cushion in between Daphne and Ginny, and Hermione was perusing through the books, occasionally saying something like, "A compendium of common curses and their counter-actions, that'll come in handy." There was a knock on the door. Harish looked around. The first group had arrived, consisting of Dean, Neville, Angelina, and Katie Bell. "Whoa," Neville said, staring around, impressed. "What is this place?" He started to explain, but before he had finished more people walked through the door. This group included a girl named Cho Chong, Luna Lovegood, Roger Davies, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. Then, not long afterwards, a gaggle of Hufflepuffs entered. Justin Finch Fletchley, Ernie Macmillan, and 2 girls that hung out with them. Once he was sure everyone was there and seated on the cushions, Harish hopped out of his seat, moved across to the door, and turned the key in the lock. It clicked in a satisfying sort of way and everyone fell silent, looking at him. "Well," Harish said, finally sitting in his chair once again and looking down at the others. "You all know why you are here. We need a teacher, a proper teacher. I know Umbridge says you know who isn't back. Perhaps he's not. But she is also trying to convince us that defending ourselves is wrong. And there is nothing worse with her logic than that. We are all old enough to think for ourselves, so it is time we took action and stood up for what we need, proper training that might help us pass our exams." "Here, here," Anthony Goldstein said, earning smiles and nods from everyone else. "And by that I mean learning how to defend ourselves properly, not just theory but the spells. You want to pass your NEWTs as well, then?" Angelina asked. Harish nodded. "As I'm sure all of the 5th years here would like to pass their owls. But more than that, I want you all to be able to think for yourselves, have a little fun, and be rebellious now and then." Coming from the 3 biggest pranksters in the school, one of the Hufflepuff girls muttered with a smile. "A bit of rule breaking is good for you, now and then," George protested. "As is a little rule following," Harish said. "Which is why we're here. To learn when we need to fight, and when we need to submit." I tried standing up to Umbridge, but it soon became evident that doing so directly was not a good idea. His hand tightened on his cane and the words, "I will do as I'm told," shone white against the rest of his hand. So I had to take a different approach. "Is it true that you can produce a Patronus charm?" the other Hufflepuff girl asked suddenly. There was a murmur of interest around the group at this. "Yes," Harish replied. "A corporeal Patronus. What is your name?" Harish asked. "Susan Bones," she said with a smile. "My aunt works with the ministry." "So, is it true? You make a snake Patronus?" "Yes," Harish said again. "Blimey, Harish," Dean said looking impressed. "I never knew that." And did you really defeat a demon in the Chamber of Secrets? Terry Boot demanded. That's what one of the portraits in Dumbledore's office told me when I was in there last year. Owned. Yes, I did, Harish said, taken aback. It seemed that nothing was kept a secret at Hogwarts, except this group so far. Justin Finch Fletchley whistled, the two Hufflepuff girls exchanged looks, and Cho Chang muttered, wow, under her breath. And last year he made first place in all of the tasks he had to get through in the Triwizard Tournament, getting past dragons and merpeople and acromantulas and things be owned. And that's not to mention the fact that he managed to fend off an attack right after the third task. Hermione said. Obviously word had gotten out about why Harish was in the hospital wing at the end of the previous year. Of course it helped that they had not had a defense against the dark arts teacher the last few weeks of school. Jugson had fled when his identity had been discovered. There was a murmur of impressed agreement around the table. Harish forced his face not to show his pleasure, his plan was working very well. Sob. Owned, he said after a pause. We know where we can have meetings, but how do we determine when we meet? I don't think there's any point in meeting less than once a week. Hang on, Angelina interrupted. We need to make sure this doesn't clash with our Quidditch practice. No, Cho agreed. Nor with ours. I know, Harish said. Nor ours, I'm sure we can find an evening that suits everyone. But this is rather important, we're talking about learning how to defend ourselves against attacks. Well said. Ernie Macmillan barked. Personally I think this is really important, possibly more important than anything else we'll do this year, even with our owls coming up. He looked around impressively, as though waiting for people to cry, surely not. When no one spoke, he went on, I, personally, am at a loss to see why the ministry has foisted such a useless teacher upon us at this critical period. Obviously they are in denial about the return of you-know-who, but to give us a teacher who is trying to prevent us from using defensive spells. Personally, Draco said, I think the reason Umbridge doesn't want us trained in defense against the dark arts is because the ministry thinks that Dumbledore is raising an army. They think he'd mobilize us against the ministry. Nearly everyone looked stunned at this. Draco, being a pureblood, was not one to be expected to have to do with Muggle-borns and blood traders, so he was surprising them all just by attending. But the fact that his father worked in the ministry gave him a credibility in that particular subject. The only one who was surprised was Luna, who piped up, well that makes sense since Fudge has his own private army. What? Harish asked in confusion. Yes, he's got an army of heliopaths, Luna replied solemnly. No he hasn't, Hermione snapped. Yes, he has, Luna said. What are heliopaths? Neville asked, looking blank. They're spirits of fire, Luna said. Her protuberant eyes widening so that she looked madder than ever. Great tall flaming creatures that gallop across the ground burning everything in front of. They don't exist, Neville, Hermione added tartly. Oh yes they do. Luna protested angrily. I'm sorry, but where's the proof of that? Hermione snapped. There are plenty of eyewitness accounts, just because you're so narrow-minded you need to have everything shoved under your nose before you. Ginny interrupted, sounding so much like Umbridge that several people looked around in alarm and then laughed. Weren't we trying to decide how often we're going to meet and get defense lessons? Yes, Hermione said at once, yes, we were, you're right B. Owned. Well, once a week sounds fine, Dean said. As long as Angelina began. Yes, we know about Quidditch, Daphne said. So when is everyone's practices? Harish asked. Ours are on Fridays, Angelina said. Saturday, Cho informed them. And Slytherins are on Wednesdays, Harish told them. So how about Mondays? Everyone nodded. 8 o'clock next Monday evening. Everyone nodded their agreement. And before we leave, Hermione said. I think everyone should write their name, just so that we know who was here. But I also think, she took a deep breath, that we all ought to agree not to shout about what we're doing. So if you sign, you're agreeing not to tell Umbridge, or anyone else, what we're up to. Fred reached out for the parchment and cheerfully put down his signature, but Harish noticed at once that several people looked less than happy at the prospect of putting their names on the list. George signed it as well and tried to pass it to Ernie, but he hesitated. Hermione raised her eyebrows at him. Well, we are prefects, Ernie burst out. And if this list was found, well, I mean to say, you said yourself if Umbridge finds out B. Owned. We are not doing anything wrong, Harish interjected. Are you sure? Michael Corner asked. I mean, Umbridge won't be too happy if she finds out. I'm sure, Harish said firmly. I called the Wizarding Examinations Authority and they told me that I could start this group. They even gave me a permit. He waved a slip of paper under their noses. See, we are outside the Ministry and the Board of Governors authority. Everyone looked surprised at his forethought, but they all put their names down without any more arguments. Finally, Harish was the last one to sign it and he handed it back to Hermione, who tacked it up on a cork board that had just appeared. There was an odd feeling in the group now. It was as though they had just signed some kind of contract. Well, Draco said, hopping to his feet and clapping his hands together. I have some essays to finish, if you'll excuse me. At that, the rest of the crowd dispersed until it was just Harish, the twins, and Hermione. I think that went rather well, Harish said. Hermione went over to the cork board and started waving her wand around. What are you doing? Harish asked. I'm making sure no one will tell on us without us knowing, Hermione replied. Harish got up as well and said, I have an idea on the name of the group. May I? Hermione stepped to the side and Harish placed a quill to the parchment, writing in large letters Dark Army. Harish, Hermione said, I'm not sure. Can you cast a spell on the name? Harish interrupted. What? Can you cast a spell on the name to make it read whatever the person reading it expects? Harish found his schedule very full and it was only the 5th week of school. Every day he had homework in almost every subject. On top of that, he had to plan and manage Quidditch practices each Wednesday. Now, he had planning for the DA to do. Although his schedule was so full, Harish still managed to find free time on weekends to lounge around or enjoy the sunshine. He knew it wouldn't last. Soon enough, the summer sun would be gone and he would not be able to sit in it until after their NEWTs. Even when he did homework, he would take it outside and sit in the shade of a secluded tree. With the twins, of course. It was hard to find him without them. They were as much his act bodyguards then as they were 7 years ago. It was so hard to comprehend that only 7 years previous he had been a scrawny little 11-year-old that cared of nothing more than pulling pranks. He had changed so much since then. Not only did he and the twins not have enough time to really pull pranks anymore, but they were more mature and looked much different. Then, of course, there was also the fact that after Harish had started the DA, he felt different. That he was actually a part of something big. And he played a major role in the DA as well. Just the knowledge that he was doing something against Umbridge and the Ministry, but helping his father at the same time gave Harish an immense satisfaction. Harish and the twins walked up from their dormitory on Thursday morning, discussing the new tactics Harish was planning on teaching the Slytherins, and not until they were halfway across the dimly lit common room did they notice the addition to the room that had already attracted the attention of a small group of people. A large sign had been affixed to the Slytherin notice board, so large that it covered everything else on there: the lists of second-hand spell books for sale, the regular reminders of school rules from Filch, the Quidditch team training schedule, the offers to barter certain chocolate frog cards for others, the Weasleys, new advertisement for testers, the dates of the next Hogsmeade weekend which just happened to be that weekend, and the lost and found notices. The new sign was printed in large black letters and there was a highly official-looking seal at the bottom beside a neat and curly signature. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. Harish and the twins read the notice over a short group of anxious-looking first years. Does this mean the 4 of us won't be able to study in the library each day? One asked. You know, Harish said pleasantly, causing the 4 11-year-olds to jump. I think you should go and ask. And tell all your friends that if they have study groups or groups of friends that consist of 3 or more friends, I would go ahead and ask the High Inquisitor. You never know how serious she's taking this. The first years nodded gratefully and scampered nervously away. Then, as they backed away slightly to let a group of fourth years read it, the twins both turned to Harish. Do you think she knows? Fred asked. It can't be a coincidence, George muttered darkly. She could have very well seen 20 students heading for the room of requirement, Harish replied. I wouldn't rule out anything. Suddenly Draco appeared at Harish's elbow. She knows, he said, gesturing to the poster. Do you think any of the ones we invited could have told? I doubt it, Harish said. I looked specifically for ones that were trustworthy. Do you think the girls have seen it yet? Fred wondered. We could go see, George's suggestion. The four of them walked over to the staircase that led down to the girls' dormitories and Fred began walking down it. After only 2 or 3 steps, the stairs started moving upward and Fred was propelled backwards into the other 3. A pair of girls came zooming up the escalator with gleeful expressions on their faces. Who tried to get downstairs? One asked with a successful smile. She had light brown hair that was braided down her back. The other one was not smiling, had her arms crossed, and looked ready to rip someone's head off. She had dark hair and looked very scary to anyone who had seen her at that moment. Fred was about to fess up, but when he caught sight of the angry girl, he faltered, "Oh, I don't know, just got here." "Was it you?" the dark-haired girl asked fiercely, starting forward angrily. "It's fine, Karis," Hermione said. She, Daphne, and Ginny had just gotten to the foot of the stairs. "They mean no harm." The girl, Karis, did not look convinced. She stalked off, still scowling at Fred. "You're allowed in our dormitory," Fred said. "How come we're not allowed?" "Well, it's an old-fashioned rule," Hermione said as she finally made it to the top of the stairs, "but it says in Hogwarts, a history that the founders thought boys were less trustworthy than girls." "Why were you trying to get in there anyway?" "To see you, look at this," Fred said, steering her over to the notice board. Hermione's eyes slid rapidly down the notice. The other 2 girls read it from behind her and Fred. All of their expressions became stony. "You see, someone must have snitched to her," Draco said, putting an arm around Ginny. "They can't have done," Hermione said in a low voice. "You're so naive," Draco said, "you think just because you're all honorable and trustworthy." "No, they can't have done because I put a jinx on that piece of parchment we all signed," she replied grimly. "Believe me, if anyone's run off and told Umbridge, we'll know exactly who they are and they will really regret it." "What'll happen to them?" Fred asked eagerly. "Let me put it this way," Hermione said, "it'll make Eloise Midgen's acne look like a couple of cute freckles. Come on, let's get down to breakfast and see what the others think. I wonder whether this has been put up in all of the houses." It was immediately apparent on entering the Great Hall that Umbridge's sign had not only appeared in the Slytherin common room. There was a peculiar intensity about the chatter and an extra measure of movement in the hall as people scurried up and down their tables conferring on what they had read. As they walked down the aisle in between their table and Hufflepuff's, they could hear. "Did you see it? Do you think she'd let gobstones continue? Can we still meet in the courtyard to do homework?" The last question was between a group of fifth-year girls. Harish paused and said with a hidden smirk, "I wouldn't bet on it. Not unless you ask, anyway." When they all sat down in the center of the Slytherin table, the others asked quietly, "What are we going to do?" They were all looking at Harish. He glanced around to make sure there were no teachers near them. "We're going to do it anyway, of course," he said quietly. "It's not like we're breaking any rules, still." "Knew you'd say that," Fred said, beaming. "And the prefects as well?" George asked, looking quizzically at Hermione and Draco. "Of course," Hermione replied coolly. "Here comes Ernie and Hannah Abbott," Draco said, looking over his shoulder. "And those Ravenclaw blokes and the 4 Gryffindors, and no one looks very spotty." Hermione looked alarmed and Harish shook his head in annoyance. "Never mind the spots," he said. "The idiots can't come over here now, it would look really suspicious, sit down." He mouthed to Ernie and Hannah, gesturing to them to rejoin the Hufflepuff table. "We will talk to you later." Luckily, the tables were so close together, the 2 were able to make it look like they had simply left their table and were headed out of the Great Hall. "I'll get the Ravenclaws," Draco said, hopping off his bench. "I'm not hungry anyway." "And I'll get the Gryffindors," Fred said. "I'm done eating." The 2 met the others halfway across the Great Hall and spoke to them. The Ravenclaws and Gryffindors went back and sat at their respective tables, and the two Slytherins exited the hall. Harish shook his head as he watched. He and George ate as quickly as possible. While Harish was shoveling porridge into his mouth, Augustus landed on the table and stuck his leg out. Harish untied a letter and gave the smoky-colored a piece of bacon. Augustus stayed, meaning the sender was most likely wanting a reply. Then, he looked at the letter. It read, Harish Blake, in an untidy scroll that was certainly not his father's. I guess Sirius was called home after the sighting, he muttered. He opened the letter. As usual, it was very short. Harry, I'll if you can meet me in our usual spot tomorrow, Friday the 2nd. Harish grabbed a quill and jotted his reply down as quickly as he could on the back of the note and sent it off with Augustus. Then he and George hurried toward the double doors of the Great Hall. Before they managed to get into the entrance hall, Angelina caught them, looking desperate. You do know what this means, don't you? She asked, referring to the ban on organizations. Don't worry, Harish said. I told you all we are not doing anything wrong. No, Angelina said over him. She's including Quidditch in this. As team captains, we have to go and ask permission to reform our teams. What? Harish asked in annoyance. No way, George said, appalled. So after classes, Harish stopped by Umbridge's office and asked to reform the Slytherin team. She didn't not give him permission, however. In fact, she simply smiled widely and said, I will think about it. Nothing interesting happened the rest of that day, so we will rejoin Harish as he sat waiting on the common room to clear out. While he waited, he worked on his homework, glancing up at the fire and the rest of the common room every now and then. As they had just perfected their puking pastilles, the twins were demonstrating as Harish tried very hard to concentrate on his homework. First, Fred would take a bite out of the orange end of a chew, at which he would vomit spectacularly into a bucket they had charmed to clean itself and placed in front of them. Then, he would force down the purple end of the chew, at which the vomiting would immediately cease. As Fred did this, George went around taking advance orders from the crowd. They had asked Harish if he had wanted to help, but he was completely against making himself throw up, so he had settled on watching the fire. Finally the twins stopped their demonstration and sat on either side of Harish. Then, Fred began doing his homework while George counted their takings. Since the show was over, everyone else eventually slunk out of the common room and went off to bed. Once or twice Harish could have sworn he had seen something flash in the fire, something flesh-colored, for only a second. The second time he saw it, he got up and peered into the fire. Harish? Fred asked, looking up from his own homework. What are you doing down there? I just saw his head, Harish replied. His head? George questioned. Like how he talked to you last year. Sirius. Harish looked back at the flames to see Sirius's head sitting in the dancing flames, his long dark hair falling around his grinning face. I was starting to think you would go to bed before everyone disappeared, he said. I've been checking every hour. You've been popping into the fire every hour? Harish asked, half laughing. Just for a second or two to see if the coast was clear yet. What did you want to speak with me about? Harish asked. Has my father got another mission for me? No, Sirius said. Nothing like that, but he does want you to know some things about Umbridge. Word has gotten through the grapevine about your rebellious attitude in her classes. How did you? You forget that Lucius is very close to both your father and the minister. Harish's mouth formed a silent, oh, and he nodded. What does he want me to know? That while it is nice to know that you are thinking for yourself, it is best not to trifle with her. Bad things happen to those who get on the wrong side of the ministry, and you're this close. But they got on my bad side first by posting that article before the third task. Harish protested. No, Sirius said. Rita Skeeter did. But, now that you have made them angry, there's been talk of using that article from last year to crush your reputation so bad no one will listen to you. Well, they are too late, Harish said triumphantly. I know, Sirius interrupted again. You started the Dark Army. You may have chosen a safe location for your meeting, but you didn't keep her from noticing that absence of 20 students from dinner. So she does know. Fred asked suddenly. How else do you think I know? Sirius retorted. But I did clear the DA with the Wizarding Examinations Authority, Harish said. Oh, I'm not saying that starting the DA was a bad idea, Sirius said, backtracking. In fact, it is a very good idea. Your father, for one, is very impressed. Harish smiled, his heart swelling in pride. Is that all? Harish asked. Just about, Sirius said. I mainly had to fire call you because your father is afraid of our letters being intercepted. I would come and visit you on your next Hogsmeade, but your father forbade me from leaving the house after I was spotted. I didn't realize he cared so much for his followers, Harish said with a smirk. He doesn't, Sirius muttered. He just knows you would be upset if I was caught. Harish looked surprised, but he then knew he should have realized that it was all because his father was taking care of him. Everyone knew Harish was one of the few things Voldemort was capable of loving. Anyway, Sirius said with a hint of bitterness in his voice, I'd better go. All right, but suddenly his eyes widened and he disappeared with a pop. Not a second later, a chubby hand with many fat, ringed fingers appeared, clawing at the air where Sirius's hair had been. Harish stumbled back and the twins jumped up off the couch. Then the three of them ran for it. At the top of the stairs to the boys' dormitories, Harish looked back. Umbridge's hand was still making snatching movements in the fire. Umbridge sat behind her desk in her office, grading papers. A knock sounded on her door and she lay down her quill with a tiny huff. You may enter, she said, struggling to keep her sweet, sugary voice. A group of Ravenclaw first years shuffled through the door. Knowing where this was headed, Umbridge sighed in resignation and asked, yes. What is it? Ever since she had passed that decree to stop Dumbledore from forming an army, she had gotten hardly any work done. Countless numbers of students had come to her, asking to do things as trivial as study groups in the library. Well, the bold one said, stepping forward. The four of us were wanting to know if we would be allowed to. Yes, you're allowed. Umbridge snapped. The Ravenclaws all muttered their thank yous and scurried out the door. The door swung shut and Umbridge took a deep, calming breath before dipping her quill in red ink and putting it to the nearest paper. No sooner had she marked a question wrong had someone knocked on her door once again. Meanwhile, Harish sat in the library researching for a paper he had to write on 12th century Goblin Wars. He heard some muttering and looked over to see a group of students with their heads bent closely together, 2 girls and a boy from what he could tell. The young man's eyes narrowed as he wondered what they were talking about. Curious, he grabbed his book and wandered over to a bookshelf that was situated right behind their table. He slowly placed the book on the shelf and pretended to be looking for another. I still can't believe that decree Umbridge passed, one student was saying. Judging by the voice, it was the boy. It disbanded all of the Quidditch teams. Well, another muttered, at least she let Angelina pull our team back together. Ah, so they were Gryffindors. Then Harish stopped. That meant that the Gryffindors were now allowed to play Quidditch again. Umbridge had still not told Harish whether the Slytherin team was allowed to continue or not. Yeah, another voice said, causing Harish's ears to perk up again. It's a good thing too, after what Neville said in class, I wasn't sure she was going to let us. Wait, what did Neville say? The first one asked. Oh, I forgot, the third exclaimed. You were in the hospital wing with a bad head cold that day, weren't you? There was no reply, so Harish assumed that the person nodded. You know how Neville is refusing to speak to Ron now? The other girl asked. Once again there was a pause. Well, he stood up the other day refusing to read out of the book. He said it was all a waste of time and that she shouldn't try to force her opinions on us. Neville really did that. I'm guessing she didn't take too kindly to it. No, the first muttered. She started going on about how the Ministry was trying to protect us, there was a snort of disbelief, and how Dumbledore was headed for trouble. And, get this, Neville actually started going on about how Voldemort was really back and it was the Ministry that was headed for trouble. He believes those lies Dumbledore came up with. The boy asked suddenly. Obviously, the second girl said. Having heard enough, Harish grabbed his book off the shelf and began to head back to his table. When he turned to face the aisle in between the bookshelves, he saw Neville, pulling a book off the shelf. Are you listening in as well? Harish asked. Me? Neville asked in an unusually high voice. No, of course not. Are you sure? Harish pressed. Because I'm pretty sure that book doesn't belong in this section. Instead of looking at the book, Neville glanced around to see the name of the section they were in. Then he grinned sheepishly. So you caught me, Neville said. Why were you listening to them? Do you know them? They're in my year, Neville replied. Seamus, Parvati, and Lavender. A whole bunch of gossipers. Harish nodded. They both made way as a first year walked past. When Harish saw that the boy was a Slytherin, Harish put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Yes, the boy asked. You know the group sitting on the other side of this bookshelf? Harish questioned, receiving a nod. I don't think they asked permission to form a group. He pulled out a galleon and pressed it into the 11-year-old's hand. I think someone should know, he added before walking out of the library, chuckling. He checked his watch and saw that it was 7:30. He turned a corner and then took a quick passageway that led him right in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Then, he paced 3 times before pulling on a brass handle and entering the room of requirement. To his delight, he saw that the other Slytherins, minus Ginny, were already there. He walked over to join them. Harish, Hermione cried. Here, I have something to show you. She pulled out a basket and set it where they could all see. Fred leaned over her shoulder and stuck a hand into the basket. Galleons? He asked, letting the large gold coins fall out of his hand and back into the basket. No, she replied. Not galleons. They're not even gold. If you look closely, the numbers around the edge aren't serial numbers, but are the date and time of our meeting. They tell people when to come meet. Harish asked. Hermione nodded. I figured that it would be best that we switch up the day we meet on so that it'll look less conspicuous. I cast a protean charm on all of them, so when you change the date on your coin, all the others will heat up and change as well. She handed him one. That is quite clever, Fred said. Yes, Hermione said unbashfully. Well, I figured that if Umbridge has us turn out our pockets, there's not anything suspicious about a galleon. Where did you get the idea? Harish asked. I actually got the idea from your father, Hermione said. Because he can call all of the Death Eaters to him just by having one of them press their dark marks. I just thought it would seem less suspicious if we used coins instead of tattooing everyone. There was a gentle knock on the door and Ginny entered. A minute later Neville and Dean entered and Angelina and Alicia came a minute after that. Soon everyone was there, but none came in more than 2 at a time. I just saw everyone coming here, Ginny said. Caught them right before the defense corridor and told them to come in pairs to look less suspicious. Well done, Harish praised. Now, I've been thinking about the sort of things we ought to do first, and he noticed a raised hand. What, Hermione? I think we need to elect a leader, she said. Harish is the leader, Dean said, looking at Hermione as if she was mad. Yes, but I think we ought to vote on it properly, Hermione replied, unperturbed. It makes it formal and gives him authority. So, everyone who thinks Harish ought to be leader. Everyone raised their hands. Right, thanks, Harish said with annoyance. And, what, Hermione? I think we should tell everyone about the name we came up with. Yes, well, oh, all right, he grumbled. The young man walked over to the cork board and showed them the piece of paper. We're the DA, he said. The Hufflepuffs all saw Dumbledore's Army while the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws saw Defense Association, and the Slytherins all read Dark Army. No one questioned it or read it aloud. They all simply said, sounds good. Right, Harish said once he had determined Hermione had nothing more to say. Shall we get practicing, then? I was thinking, the first thing we should work on is the disarming charm. I know it is not much, but everyone needs to start somewhere, right? A few people nodded. So I want you all to divide into pairs and practice. It felt good to be issuing instructions, but even better to see them followed. Everyone stood at once and divided up. Predictably, Neville was left partnerless. You can practice with me, Harish said. Right, on the count of 3, then, 1, 2, 3. The room was suddenly full of shouts of, Expelliarmus, wands flew in all directions. Mist spells hit books on shelves and sent them flying into the air. Harish was too quick for Neville, whose wand went spinning out of his hand, hit the ceiling in a shower of sparks, and landed with a clatter on top of a bookshelf, from which Harish retrieved it with a summoning charm. Glancing around, he knew he had been right to suggest that they practice the basics first. There was a lot of shoddy spellwork from many people. Several were not successful in disarming their opponents at all, but merely caused them to jump backward a few paces or wince as the feeble spell whooshed over them. Expelliarmus! Neville exclaimed, and Harish, caught unawares, felt his wand fly out of his hand. I did it, Neville said gleefully. I've never done it before, I did it. Harish gritted his teeth and told himself that he needed to put up with the idiot if he wanted to keep him from Dumbledore. Swallowing his comments about how a real opponent wouldn't be staring in the opposite direction with their wand held loosely at their side, Harish told Neville, "Good job. Can you take it in turns to practice with Ginny and Luna so I can check on everyone else?" Harish moved off to the middle of the room. Something very odd was happening to Ernie Macmillan. Every time he opened his mouth to disarm Justin, his own wand would fly out of his hand, yet Justin was not making a sound. Knowing that none of the fifth years should be able to cast silently, Harish went investigating to discover that Fred and George had been taking turns pointing their wands at his back. "Sorry, Harish," George said hastily when Harish caught his eye. "Couldn't Rezzy's tea be owned?" Harish walked around the room and observed everyone. "Now, stop," Harish shouted over the noise. "Stop, stop. I need a whistle," he thought, and immediately he spotted one lying on top of the nearest row of books. He grabbed it and blew hard. Everyone lowered their wands. "That wasn't too bad," Harish panted, "but there's definite room for improvement. Let's try again. Be owned." He moved off around the room again, stopping here and there to make suggestions. Slowly, the general performance improved. "Have you checked the time recently?" Hermione asked as he walked by her where she was waiting on Daphne to retrieve her wand. Harish glanced down at his watch. It was already 9:30. Not wanting himself or anyone else caught out of bounds, he blew his whistle hard. Everyone stopped shouting and the last could of wands clattered to the floor. "Well, that was pretty good," Harish said, "but we've overrun. We should leave it here. Same time, same place next week. Sooner." Dean exclaimed eagerly and many people nodded in agreement. "Well," Harish said, "since it doesn't look like the Slytherin team will be back together for some time, we could meet here this Wednesday. But keep an eye on your coins. The plans may still change." He pulled out the Marauders map and checked to make sure the coast was clear. Then, he let everyone go in 3s and 4s, watching their tiny dots return safely to their dormitories. "Come on," Harish said to the twins once they were the last ones in there. The three of them then went together to the Slytherin common room. Harish was finally granted the permission to reform the Slytherin team, so as the first match of the season grew nearer, the DA meetings were put on hold because the days Slytherin weren't practicing, Gryffindor was. Of course Harish forbade the members on his team from hexing the Gryffindors, as most of them were now his allies. October ended in a flood of rain and howling winds, and November arrived bringing in the cold. The rain was turned to ice, and the winds brought in droves of snow instead of rain. The skies in the Great Hall turned a pale pearly gray, the mountains around Hogwarts became snow-capped, and the temperature in the castle dropped so far that many students wore their protective dragon skin gloves in the corridors between lessons. The morning of the match dawned bright and cold. When Harish awoke, he saw that no one was quite awake yet. He shook the twins, and the three of them headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. The rest of the Quidditch team joined them not much later, and once everyone had eaten, Harish led the team down to the changing rooms. The frosty grass crunched under their feet as they walked down the sloping lawns toward the stadium. There was no wind at all and the sky was a pearly white, which meant that visibility would be good without the drawback of direct sunlight in the eyes. They changed into their Quidditch robes before they all sat down and Harish talked to the rest of the team about the upcoming match, encouraging them and pointing out the good conditions. As Harish went on into the usual pre-match talk, the babble of voices outside grew steadily louder as the crowd came pouring out of the castle toward the pitch. "Okay, in the official lineup for the Gryffindor team there is one new adjustment. Their new keeper is Ron Weasley, who apparently did not gain the twins' Quidditch skills. All you have to do is make him feel nervous and he'll botch any saves." They could now hear hundreds of footsteps mounting the banked benches of the spectators' stands. Harish glanced at his watch and said, "It's time. Come on everyone, be owned." The team rose, shouldered their brooms, and marched in single file out of the changing room and into the dazzling sky. A roar of sound greeted them, a mixture of cheer and whistles. The Gryffindor showed up at least 5 minutes later. "Captains shake hands," Madame Hooch ordered. Harish and Angelina shook hands, him saying playfully, "I bet you'll lose." "If we do, we'll make a comeback," Angelina said seriously. "Mount your brooms, be owned." Madame Hooch placed her whistle in her mouth and blew. The balls were released and the 14 players shot upward. He zoomed higher, dodging a bludger, and set off on a wide lap of the pitch, gazing around for a glint of gold. On the other side of the stadium, Dean was doing the same. And it's Johnson with the quaffle. What a player that girl is. I've been saying it for years, but she still won't go out with me. Jordan, McGonagall yelled. Just a bit of fun fact, Professor, adds a bit of interest, and she's ducked Warrington, she's past Malfoy, she's, ouch, been hit in the back by a bludger from Fred Weasley. Malfoy catches the quaffle, Malfoy heading back up the pitch. He passed to Ginny Weasley. Ginny's approaching the goals, so it's the first test for new Gryffindor keeper, Weasley, from his own sister, come on Ron. But a scream of delight came from the Slytherins. Ron had dived wildly, his arms wide, and the quaffle had soared between them, straight through Ron's central hoop. Slytherin score, came Lee's voice amid the cheering and booing from the crowds below. So that's 10-0 to Slytherin, bad luck, Ronby, owned. Harish turned from the match to search for the snitch once again. He went into a dive and started circling the pitch again, staring around, fighting his usual battle to ignore the match. There was no sign of the snitch anywhere he looked. Dean was circling the stadium as well. They passed midway around the pitch going in opposite directions and nodded to each other. And it's Warrington again, Lee bellowed, who passes to Ginny Weasley, who passes to Malfoy. It's Malfoy, come on Angelina, you can take him, turns out you can't, but nice bludger from Bull, and Malfoy drops the quaffle and Katie Bell, drops it too, so that's Warrington. With the quaffle, and he's off up the pitch, come on now Gryffindor, block him. Harish zoomed around the end of the stadium behind the Slytherin goal hoops, still searching. And Warrington's dodged Alicia again, and he's heading straight for goal, stop it, Ron. Harish smiled, not even having to look as he heard fresh screams and applause from the Slytherins, accompanied by a loud groan from the Gryffindor end. He bobbed and weaved through the other players in pursuit of what turned out to be a watch strap. 20-0 soon changed to 40 and Slytherin was still in the lead. Gryffindor still had yet to score, so Harish was looking for the snitch so that he could end the game before they had any points. And Katie Bell of Gryffindor dodges Malfoy, ducks Weasley, nice swerve, Katie, and she throws to Johnson. Angelina Johnson takes TH Quaffle, she's past Warrington, she's heading for the goal, come on now Angelina, Gryffindor score. It's 40-10 to Slytherin and Malfoy has the Quaffle. Owned. Harish was now searching as hard as he could, they could not let the Gryffindors catch up. He flew to the Slytherin end and muttered from behind Bletchley, remember to be where you can move to either goal at a moment's notice. He ducked a bludger from Kirk and resumed his near-frantic scouring of the pitch for the snitch, keeping one eye on Dean in case he spotted it, but Dean, like him, was continuing to soar around the stadium, searching fruitlessly. Malfoy throws to Warrington, Warrington to Weasley, Weasley back to Malfoy, Johnson intervenes, Johnson takes the quaffle, Johnson to Bell, this looks good, I mean bad, Bell's hit by a bludger from Fred Weasley, no George Weasley, well, one of the Slytherin beaters and it's Malfoy in possession again owned. And Harish had seen it at last, the tiny fluttering golden snitch was hovering feet from the ground at the Slytherin end of the pitch. He dove. In a matter of seconds, Dean was streaking out of the sky on Harish's left, a gold and red blur lying flat on his broom. The snitch skirted the foot of one of the goal hoops and scooted off toward the other side of the stands. Its change of direction suited Dean, who was nearer. Harish pulled his firebolt around, he and Dean were now neck and neck. Feet from the ground, Harish lifted his right hand from his broom, stretching toward the snitch. To his left, Dean's arm extended too, reaching, groping. It was over in 2 seconds. Harish's fingers closed around the tiny, struggling ball. Harish and Dean both landed on the lawn and Harish held the snitch up for the whole stadium to see and the Slytherins screamed their approval. Good game, Dean said, holding out his arm. And you, Harish replied, shaking Dean's hand. The rest of the Slytherin team landed around them and began to congratulate him. In between pats on the back, Harish heard a snort behind him and could see Ron landing, white-faced, feet away from them. Ah, the traitors, Ron said angrily. This should have been our victory. The twins stiffened in shaking Harish's hands and looked over. Don't mind him, Dean muttered. He's just sore we lost. You're one to talk, Harish said to Ron nonetheless. As I recall, you betrayed your own friend. Besides, you didn't manage to save a single goal out there, so, perhaps it's all your fault. Pride always comes Before the fall, the twins sneered. You could write Mum and Dad about this. Ron said in mock excitement. Oh, wait, I forgot. Mum doesn't love you. Harish had to grab the twins as they both tried to leap forward. Maybe you should get Harish's Death Eater of a father to take you in. I hear Mum's ready to disown you. Get off me, George growled, trying to pry his hand out of Harish's while Fred was being held down by the entire Slytherin team. Oh, but I forgot. Ron shouted over the noise. Harish's father, such a horrible parent that he would never be able to take in two more. Harish was never aware of releasing George, all he knew was that a second later both of them were sprinting at Ron. He had completely forgotten the fact that all the teachers were watching. All he wanted to do was to cause as much pain for Ron as possible for insulting his father. No one insulted Voldemort and got away with it. With no time to draw his wand, he merely drew back the fist clutching the snitch and sank it as hard as he could into Ron's stomach. Harish, Harish, George, no. He could hear girls' voices screaming, Ron yelling, George swearing, a whistle blowing, and the bellowing of the crowd around him, but he did not care, not until someone in the vicinity yelled, Impedimenta. And only when he was knocked over backward by the force of the spell did he abandon the attempt to punch every inch of Ron he could reach. What do you think you're doing? Madame Hooch screamed, as Harish leapt to his feet again. It was she who had hit him with the impediment jinx. She was holding her whistle in one hand, and a wand in the other. Her broom lay abandoned several feet away. Ron was curled up on the ground, whimpering and moaning, his nose bloody. George was sporting a swollen lip. Fred was still being forcibly restrained by the three chasers. I've never seen behavior like it. Back up to the castle, both of you, and straight to your head of house's office. Go. Now. Harish and George marched off the pitch, both panting, neither saying a word to each other. The howling and jeering of the crowd grew fainter and fainter until they reached the entrance hall, where they could hear nothing except the sound of their own footsteps. Harish became aware that something was still struggling in his right hand, the knuckles of which he had used to bruise Ron's jaw. Looking down he saw the snitch's silver wings protruding from between his fingers, struggling for release. They had barely reached the dungeons when Professor Snape came gliding along the corridor behind them. He wore a Slytherin scarf, but tore it from his neck as he strode toward them, looking disappointed. In, he said furiously, pointing to the door. Harish and George entered. He strode around behind his desk and faced them silently. His face betrayed no emotion, but the two could tell he was angry. Well, he drawled, I have never seen such a disgraceful exhibition. A childish brawl in the middle of the Quidditch pitch. Explain yourselves. He provoked us, Harish said stiffly. Provoked you, Snape said, deadly quiet. He'd just lost, hadn't he? Of course he would provoke you. But what on earth can he have said that justified? He insulted my father, Harish snarled. I know you respect your father, but I do not think he would approve of your muggle methods of dueling. You could have let Madame Hooch sort it out. Have you any idea what you... Hem. George and Harish both spun around. Dolores Umbridge was standing in the doorway wrapped in a green tweed cloak that greatly enhanced her resemblance to a giant toad, and smiling in the horribly sickly, ominous way that Harish had come to associate with imminent misery. May I help, Professor Snape? Umbridge asked in her most poisonously sweet voice. Help, he repeated in a constricted voice. What do you mean, help? Umbridge moved into the office, still smiling her sickly smile. Why, I thought you might be grateful for a little extra authority. You thought wrong, he said, turning his back on Umbridge. Now, you two had better listen closely. I do not care what provocation Weasley offered you, I do not care if he insulted every family member you possess. Your behavior was disgusting and I am giving each of you a week's worth of detention. And if either of you ever... Snape closed his eyes as though praying for patience as he turned to face toward Umbridge again. Yes, I think they deserve rather more than detentions, Umbridge said, smiling even more broadly. It does not matter what you think, Dolores, Snape said. But what I think, as they are in my house. Well, actually, Severus, Umbridge simpered. I think you'll find what I think does count. Now where is it? Cornelius just sent it. I mean, she gave a little false laugh as she rummaged in her handbag. The minister just sent it. Ah yes, be owned. She had pulled out a piece of parchment that she now unfurled, clearing her throat fussily before starting to read what it said. Educational Decree Number 25. The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and removals of privileges as may have been ordered by other staff members. Signed, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, Order of Merlin First Class, etc., ETCB, owned. She rolled up the parchment and put it back into her handbag, still smiling. So, I really think I will have to ban these two from playing Quidditch ever again, she said, looking from Harish to George and back again. Harish felt the snitch fluttering madly in his hand. Ban us? He asked, his voice sounding strangely distant. From playing, ever again. Yes, Mr. Blake, I think a lifelong ban ought to do the trick. You and Mr. Weasley here. And I think, to be safe, this young man's twin ought to be stopped too. If his teammates had not restrained him, I feel he would have attacked young Ron as well. I will want their brooms confiscated. Of course, I shall keep them safely in my office, to make sure there is no infringement of my ban. But you can't. Harish protested. I'm the captain. I'm sure Mr. Malfoy can step in as captain. I saw no signs of violence from him. Well, good afternoon to you. And with a look of utmost satisfaction Umbridge left the room, leaving a horrified silence in her wake. Harish felt completely dead without Quidditch. The first match he had been able to play in for a year, and he was banned for life. How did these things happen? Voldemort said that Harish lacked control over his emotions. Harish disagreed. He thought that the hag that was Umbridge just had it out for him, determined to make his life miserable. But, Voldemort would say that he dug his own grave protesting the way she ran class to her face. Situations like that had to be dealt with, how did he put it, delicately? Meaning, for Voldemort, that Harish had to go and do something behind her back that no one knew of. Like starting a secret army, for example. But, as he moped about not being able to play Quidditch any longer, Ron moped about what a horrible player he was. This is the worst I've ever felt in my life, Ron muttered, his arms crossed. Nearby, Dean rolled his eyes and Neville was torn between feeling sorry for his old friend and not wanting to care. Well, Seamus muttered quietly to Ron. I can think of one thing that might cheer you up. Yeah, Ron asked skeptically. Hagrid's back. Ron hopped up from his seat and peered out the window. There was, indeed, a light lit inside the cabin and smoke furled from the chimney. The next morning the two boys rushed down the sloping lawns to Hagrid's cabin. Ron knocked on the door and they could hear a dog barking frantically inside. Hagrid, it's us. Ron called through the keyhole. Shoulda known, said a gruff voice. The bolt was drawn back, the door creaked open, and Hagrid's head appeared in the gap. We would have come sooner, Ron said, taking his eyes off Fang, Hagrid's boarhound, but he caught off at the sight of Hagrid's face. What happened to you? He asked loudly. As Hagrid invited them in and they moved out of the shadow of the cabin, they could see Hagrid's face a bit more clearly. Hagrid's hair was matted with congealed blood, and his left eye had been reduced to a puffy slit amid a mass of purple and black bruises. There were many cuts on his face and hands, some of them still bleeding, and he was moving gingerly, which made Ron suspect broken ribs. It's nothing, Hagrid said, pouring them 2 cups of tea. Where's Neville? Couldn't come, Seamus muttered as Ron protested. Come off it, you're in a right state. I'm tellin' ye, I'm fine, Hagrid grunted, straightening up and turning to beam at them, but wincing. Blimey, it's good ter see ye again. Had good summers, did ye? Hagrid, you've been attacked. Fair the loss, time, it's nothin'. Would you say it was nothing if one of us turned up with a pound of mince instead of a face? Ron demanded. You ought to go to Madame Pomfrey, Seamus said. She could fix you up. I'm dealin' with it, all right. Hagrid walked across to the enormous wooden table that stood in the middle of his cabin that had been lying on it. Underneath was a raw, bloody, green-tinged steak slightly larger than the average tire. You're not going to eat that, are you, Hagrid? Ron asked, leaning in for a closer look. It looks poisonous. It's supposed to look like that, it's dragon meat, Hagrid grumbled. And, I didn't get it to eat. He picked up the steak and slapped it over the left side of his face. Greenish blood trickled down into his bead as he gave a soft moan of satisfaction. This better. It helps with the stingin', ye know. So are you going to tell us what's happened to you? Seamus asked eagerly. Can, Seamus. Top secret. More in me job's worth ter tell ye that. Did the giants beat you up, Hagrid? Ron pried. Hagrid's fingers slipped on the dragon stake, and it slid squelchily onto his chest. Giants? Hagrid queried, catching the stake before it reached his belt and slapping it back over his face. Who said anythin' aboo, giants? Who ye been talkin' to? Who's told ye what who's said I've been, We guessed, Seamus said. Oh, ye did ye? Hagrid asked, fixing a stern eye on him that was not hidden by the stake. It was kind of obvious, Ron said. Seamus nodded. Hagrid glared at them and then snorted. Never known kids like ye fair knowin' more in ye oughta, he muttered. And, I'm not complimentin' ye, neither. Nosy, some'd call it. Interferin'. But his beard twitched. So you have been to look for the giants? Ron asked, grinning. Yeah, all right, he grunted. I have. And you found them? Seamus asked curiously. Well, they're not that difficult ter find, ter be honest, Hagrid replied. Pretty big, see. Where are they? Ron asked. Mountains, Hagrid explained simply. So why don't muggles? They do, Hagrid informed them darkly. Oni their deaths are always put down ter mountaineerin' accidents, Aaron, they. He adjusted the stake a little so that it covered most of the bruising. Come on, Hagrid, tell us what you've been up to. Ron exclaimed. Tell us about being attacked by the giants and we won't pester you anymore. Oh, all right, Hagrid said in a resigned voice. Snot like ye won't figure it out eventually. He took a fortifying gulp of tea and then said, well, we set off right, after term ended. Madame Maxime went with you, then. Ron interjected. Yeah, that's right, Hagrid replied, and a softened expression appeared on the few inches of his face that were not obscured by beard or green stake. Yeah, it was just the pair of us. And, I'll tell ye this, she's not afraid of roughing it, a limp. Ye know, she's a fine, well-dressed woman, and, knowin' where we was goin' I wondered, 'ow she'd feel aboo, clamberin' over boulders and, sleepin' in caves and, bu, she never complained once. You knew where you were going? Ron questioned. You knew where the giants were. Well, Dumbledore knew and, he told us, Hagrid said. Are they hidden? Seamus asked. Is it a secret, where they are? Not really, Hagrid said, shaking his shaggy head. It's just that most wizards aren't bothered where they are, s'long as it's a good way away. But where they are's very difficult ter get ter, fair humans anyway, so we needed instructions. Took us a month ter get there. A month? Ron asked, as though he had never heard of a journey lasting such a ridiculously long time. But, why couldn't you just grab a portkey or something? There was an odd expression in Hagrid's unobscured eye as he squinted at Ron, it was almost pitying. We're bein' watched, Ron, he said gruffly. What do you mean? Ye don't understand, Hagrid said. The Ministry's keepin' an eye on Dumbledore and anyone they reckon's in league with him, and we know about that, Seamus said quickly, keen to hear the rest of the story. We know about Ministry watching Dumbledore. So you couldn't use magic to get there? Ron asked, looking thunderstruck. You had to act like muggles all the way. Well, not exactly all the way. We just had ter be careful, 'cause Olymp and me, we stick out a bit. Ron made a stifled noise somewhere between a snort and a sniff and hastily took a gulp of tea. So we're not hard ter follow. We was pretendin' we was goin' on holiday together, so we got inter France and we made like we was headin' fair where Olympe's school is, 'cause we knew we was bein' tailed by someone from the Ministry. We had to go slow, 'cause I'm not really supposed ter use magic and we knew the Ministry'd be lookin' fair a reason ter run us is. But we managed ter give the Burke tailin' us the slip round a boo, John. We chanced a bit o' magic after that, and it wasn't a bad journey. Ran inter a couple o' mad trolls on the Polish border, and I had sly disagreement with a vampire in a pub in Minsk, but apart from couldn't have been smoother. And then we reached the place, and we started trekkin' up the mountains, lookin' fair signs of 'em. We had to lay off the magic once we got near 'em. Partly 'cause Dumbledore had warned us you know who was bound ter be after the giants and all. Said it was odds on he'd sent a messenger off ter tell them already. Told us ter be very careful of drawin' attention ter ourselves as we got nearer in case there was Death Eaters around. Hagrid paused for a long draught of tea. Go on, Ron urged. Found 'em, Hagrid said baldly. Went over a ridge one night, and there they was, spread underneath us. Little fires burnin' below and Huge shadows, it was like watchin' bits o' mountain movin'. How big are they? Ron asked in a hushed voice. About 20 feet, Hagrid replied casually. Some o' the bigger ones might have been 25. And how many were there? Seamus asked. I reckon above 70 or 80. Is that all? Yep, Hagrid said sadly. 80 left, and there was loads once, must have been 100 different tribes from all over the world. But they're been dyin' out fair ages. Wizards killed a few, o' course, but mostly they killed each other, and now they're dyin' faster than ever. They're not made tear live bunched together like da. Dumbledore says it's our fault. It was the wizards who forced 'em tear go inter the mountains and they had no choice but tear stick together for their own protection. So, you saw them and then what? Well, we waited till morning, didn't want tear go fair our own safety, Hagrid continued. 'Bout 3 in the mornin' they just fell asleep just where they was sittin'. We didn't dare sleep. Fair one thing, we wanted tear make sure none of 'em woke up and came up where we were, and fair another, the snorin' was unbelievable. Caused an avalanche near mornin'. Anyway, once it was light we went down tear see 'em. Just like that? Ron asked, looking awestruck. You just walked right into a giant camp. Well, Dumbledore told us how tear do it, Hagrid said. Give the Gurg gifts, shew some respect, yea no. Give the what gifts? Seamus squawked. Oh, the Gurg, means the chief. How could you tell which one was the Gurg? Ron asked. Hagrid grunted in amusement. No problem, he replied. He was the biggest, the ugliest, and the laziest. Sittin' there waitin' tear be brought food by the others. Dead goats and such like. Name o' carcass. I'd put him at 22, 23 feet, and the weight of a couple o' bull elephants. Skin like rhino hide and all. And you just walked up to him. Well, down tear him, where he was lyin' in the valley. They was in this dip between 4 pretty high mountains, see, beside a mountain lake, and carcass was lyin' by the lake roarin' at each others tear feed him and his wife. A limpin', I went down the mountainside. But didn't they try and kill you when they saw you? Ron asked incredulously. It was definitely on some of their minds, Hagrid shrugged, but we did what Dumbledore told us tear do, which was tear hold our gift up high and keep our eyes on Gurg and ignore the others. So this what we did. And the rest of 'em went quiet and watched us pass and we got right up tear carcass's feet and we bowed and put our present down in front o' him. What do you give a giant? Ron asked eagerly. Food. Nah, he can get food all right, fair himself. We took him magic. Giants like magic, just don't like us usin' it against 'em. Anyway, that first day we gave him a branch of Gubrathian fire. A branch of everlasting fire. Dumbledore bewitched it, which isn't something any wizard could do, and so I lies it down in the snow by Carcass's feet and says, a gift to the Gurg of the Giants from Albus Dumbledore, who sends his respectful greetings. And what did Carcass say? Seamus questioned. Nothin'. Didn't speak English. You're kidding. Didn't matter, Hagrid said imperturbably. Dumbledore had warned us to happen. Carcass knew enough tear yell fair a couple o' giants who knew our lingo and they translated fair us. And did he like the present? Ron queried. Oh yeah, it went down a storm once they understood what it was, Hagrid replied, turning his dragon stake over to press the cooler side to his swollen eye. Very pleased. So then I said, Albus Dumbledore asks the Gurg to speak with his messenger when he returns tomorrow with another gift. Why couldn't you speak to them that day? Seamus inquired. Dumbledore wanted us to take it very slow, Hagrid explained. Let him see we kept our promises. We'll come back tomorrow with another present, and then we do come back with another present, gives a good impression, see. And gives them time to test out the furs, present and find out it's a good one, and get him eager fair more. In any case, giants like Carcass, overload him with information and they'll kill ye just to simplify things. So we bowed out of the way and went back and this time we found Carcass sittin' up waitin' Ferris lookin' all eager. And you talked to him? Oh yeah. Furs, we presented him with a nice battle helmet, goblin made and indestructible, yea no, and then we sat down and talked. What did he say? Not much, Hagrid said. Listened mostly. But there were good signs. He'd heard o' Dumbledore, heard he's argued against the killin' of the last gents in Britain. Carcass seemed to be quite interested in what we was sayin'. And a few of the others, especially the ones who had some English, they gathered round and listened too. We were hopeful when we left. They promised Ter come back next day with another present. But that night it all went wrong. What do you mean? Ron asked quickly. Well, like I say, they're not meant to live together, giants, Hagrid said sadly. Not in big groups like that. They can help themselves, they half kill each other every few weeks. The men fight each other and the women fight each other, the remnants of the old tribes fight each other, and that's even without squabbles over food and the best fires and sleep in spots. Yet think, seeing as how their whole race is finished, they'd lay off each other, but be owned. Hagrid sighed deeply. That night a fight broke out. We saw it from the mouth of our cave, looking down on the valley. Went on fair hours, ye wouldn't believe the noise. And, when the sun came up the snow was Arlet and his head was lying at the bottom o' the lake. Whose head? Seamus asked. Carcass's, Hagrid replied heavily. There was a new Gurg, Golgomath. He sighed deeply. Well, we hadn't bargained on a new Gurg 2 days after we'd made friendly contact with the fur one, and we had a funny feelin' Golgomath wouldn't be so keen to listen to us, but we had to try. You went to speak to him? Ron asked incredulously. After you'd watched him rip off another giant's head. Course we did, Hagrid said. We hadn't gone all that way to give up after 2 days. We went down with the next present we'd meant to give Ter Carcass. I knew it was no go before I'd opened me mouth. He was sitting there wearin' Carcass's helmet, leerin' at us as we got nearer. He's massive, one o' the biggest ones there. Black hair and matching teeth and necklace o' bones. Human-lookin' bones some of 'em. Well, I gave it a go, held out a great roll of dragon skin and said, a gift fair the Gurg of the giants. Next thing I knew, I was hanging upside down in the air by me feet. 2 of his mates had grabbed me. How did you get out of that? Wouldn't 'a done if Olymp hadn't been there, Hagrid replied. She pulled out her wand and did some o' the fast spellwork I've ever seen. Ruddy marvelous. Hit the 2 holdin' me right in the eyes with conjunctivitis curses and they dropped me straight away. We were in trouble them, 'cause we'd used magic against them, and that's what giants hate wizards. We had to leg it in, we knew there was no way we was going to be able to march inter camp again. Blimey, Hagrid, Ron said quietly. So how come it's taken you so long to get home if you were only there for 3 days? Seamus, we didn't leave after 3 days. Hagrid exclaimed, looking outraged. Dumbledore was relying on us. But you've just said there was no way you could go back. Not by daylight, we couldn't, no. We just had to rethink a bit. Spent a couple o' days lyin' low up in the cave and watchin'. And, we saw wasn't good. Did he rip off more heads? No, Hagrid replied. I wish he had. What do you mean? I mean we soon found out he didn't. Object to all wizards, just us. Death Eaters? Ron asked. Yep, Hagrid explained darkly. Couple of 'em were visitin' him every day, bringin' gifts to the Gurg, and he wasn't dangling them upside down. How do you know they were Death Eaters? Seamus wondered. Because I recognized one of 'em, Hagrid growled. McNair, remember him? Bloke they sent to kill Buckbeak. Maniac, he is. Likes killin' as much as Golgomath, no wonder they were gettin' on so well. So McNair's persuaded the giants to join. You know who? Holder Hippogriffs. I haven't finished me story yet. Hagrid said indignantly, who, considering he had not wanted to tell them in the first place, now seemed to be rather enjoying himself. Me and Olymp talked it over and we agreed, just 'cause the Gurg looked like favorin' you know who didn't, mean all of 'em would. We had to try and persuade some o' the others, the ones who hadn't wanted Golgomath as Gurg. How could you tell which ones they were? Ron questioned. Well, they were the ones beaten to a pulp, wherein they. The ones with any sense were keepin' out o' Golgomath's way, hidden out in caves round the gully just like we were. So we went pokin' round by night and saw if we couldn't persuade a few o' 'em. Did you convince any to join us? Seamus asked. At one point we had 6 or 7 that looked eager to help. At one point, Ron asked. Golgomath's lot raided the caves. The ones that survived didn't want no more to do with us after that. So there aren't any giants coming? Ron asked disappointedly. Nope, Hagrid sighed as he turned his stake over again and applied the cooler side to his face. But we did we meant tear do, we gave 'em Dumbledore's message and, some o' 'em heard it and, I, 'spect sign o' them'll remember it. Just maybe, them that don't want tear stay round Golgomath'll move out of the mountains, and, there's gotta be a chance they'll remember Dumbledore's friendly to 'em, could be they'll owned. As it progressed into the week, the snow grew deeper and deeper. Harish and the twins were one of the first that went out on Sunday morning to enjoy the snow, making snowballs and throwing them at the nearest tower. It turned out that it was Gryffindor Tower, for Ron opened the shutters to his and shouted, "Oi! I am a prefect and if one more snowball hits this window." The twins scooped the largest pile of snow they could and mashed it into a ball before Harish charmed it, sending it soaring to the window. Ron cried, "Ouch!" Then, the three of them reluctantly went inside to finish the homework they due next day. As they went in, Seamus and Ron headed out, meaning to talk to Hagrid. They wanted to warn him about Umbridge, the fact that she was inspecting all of their teachers. They had already seen her inspect Trelawney and Professor McGonagall. McGonagall had gotten through fine, but Trelawney had been put on probation as Umbridge found her prophecies inadequate. Hagrid's appearance at the staff table the next day was greeted quite individually. Some of the students cheered and welcomed the half-giant back, but others exchanged gloomy looks. Draco was one of them. He had never been a fan of Hagrid. Of course he had never ridden on a rampaging hippogriff like Harish had, so he had no room to make opinions. It was with some apprehension that the fifth years made their way down to care of magical creatures after breakfast, bundled up in scarves and mittens. Draco, Daphne, and Hermione were worried about what horrible creature Hagrid would introduce on his first day back, and Ron and Seamus were worried that the giant man would be put on probation. However, the High Inquisitor was nowhere to be seen as they struggled through the snow toward Hagrid, who stood waiting for them on the edge of the forest. He did not present a reassuring sight. The bruises that had been purple when Ron and Seamus last spoke to him were now tinged with green and yellow, and some of his cuts still seemed to be bleeding. "We're workin' in here today," Hagrid called happily to the approaching students, jerking his head toward the dark trees behind him. "Bit more sheltered. Anyway, they prefer the dark owned." "What prefers the dark?" Draco asked sharply, a trace of panic in his voice. "What did he say prefers the dark, did you hear?" "Oh, buck up Draco," Daphne muttered. "Lots of things do, and not all are deadly." "Ready?" Hagrid asked happily, looking around at the class. "Right, well, I've been savin' a trip into the forest fairer fifth year. Though, we'd go and see these creatures in their natural habitat. Now, what we're studyin' today is pretty rare. I reckon I'm probably the only person in Britain who's managed to train 'em." "And you're sure they're trained, are you?" Draco queried, the panic in his voice even more pronounced. "Only it wouldn't be the first time you'd brought wild stuff to class, would it?" The Slytherins and a few Gryffindors murmured their agreement and Ron looked livid. "Course they're trained," Hagrid said with a scowl. "So what's happened to your face, then?" Draco demanded. "Mind your own business," Hagrid retorted angrily. "Now if y'ave finished askin' stupid questions, follow me." He turned and strode straight into the forest. No one seemed inclined to follow. Seamus and Ron glanced at each other, sighed, and set off after Hagrid, leading the rest of the class. They walked for about 10 minutes until they reached a place where the trees stood so closely together that it was as dark as twilight and there was no snow on the ground at all. Hagrid deposited his half-a-cow with a grunt on the ground, stepped back, and turned to face his class again, most of whom were creeping toward him from tree to tree, peering around nervously as though expecting to be attacked at any minute. Gather round," Hagrid said encouragingly. "Now, they'll be attracted by the smell o' the meat, but I'm goin' ter give 'em a call anyway, 'cause they'll like ter know it's owned." He turned, shook his shaggy head to get the hair out of his face, and gave an odd, shrieking cry that echoed through the dark trees like the call of some monstrous bird. No one laughed. Several looked too scared to make a sound. Hagrid gave the shrieking cry again. A minute passed in which the class continued to peer nervously over their shoulders and around trees for a first glimpse of whatever was coming. And then, as Hagrid shook his hair back for a third time and expanded his enormous chest, a few of them spotted something. Neville nudged Dean and pointed into the black space between two gnarled yew trees. A pair of white, Shining eyes were growing larger through the gloom, and a moment later the dragonish face, neck, and then skeletal body of a great, black, winged horse emerged from the darkness. It looked around at the class for a few seconds, swishing its long black tail, then bowed its head and began to tear flesh from the dead cow with its pointed fangs. Dean glanced at Neville in confusion before staring off into the trees again. After a few seconds, Ron whispered, "Why doesn't Hagrid call again?" Most of the class were wearing similar expressions of confusion and were still gazing everywhere but at the horse standing feet from them. There was only one other person who seemed to be able to see them. A stringy Slytherin boy standing just behind Goyle was watching the horse eating with an expression of great distaste of his face. Neville's eyes returned to the odd horse-like creature and followed the progression of its swishing tail. "Oh, and here comes another one," Hagrid proclaimed proudly, as a second black horse appeared out of the dark trees, folded its leathery wings closer to its body, and dipped its head to gorge on the meat. "Now, put her hands up, who can see 'em?" Neville nervously raised his hand. Yeah, I knew you'd be able to, Neville," he said seriously. Excuse me," Draco interrupted, "but what exactly are we supposed to be seeing?" For answer, Hagrid pointed at the cow carcass on the ground. The whole class stared at it for a few seconds, then several people gasped and Parvati squealed. Neville understood why. Bits of flesh stripping themselves away from the bones and vanishing into thin air had to look very odd indeed. "What's doing it?" Parvati demanded in a terrified voice, retreating behind the nearest tree. "What's eating it?" "Thestrals," Hagrid replied proudly, and Hermione gave a soft, "oh," of comprehension in between Dean and Draco. "Hogwarts has got a whole herd of 'em in here. Now who knows? But they're really unlucky," Parvati interrupted, looking alarmed. "They're supposed to bring all sorts of horrible misfortune on people who see them. Professor Trelawney told me once." No, Hagrid chuckled, "there's just superstition, that is, they aren't unlucky, they're dead clever and useful. Course this lot don't get a lot o' work, it's mainly just pullin' the school carriages unless Dumbledore's talkin', a long journey and don't want tear apparate, and here's another couple, look." Two more horse came quietly out of the trees, one of them passing very close to Parvati, who shivered and pressed herself closer to the tree, saying, "I think I felt something, I think it's near me." "Don't worry, it won't hurt ye," Hagrid told her patiently. "Right, now, who can tell me why some o' you can see them and some can't?" Hermione raised her hand. "Go on then," Hagrid beamed. "The only people who can see Thestrals," she said, "are people who have seen death." "That's exactly right," Hagrid said solemnly, 10 points the Gryffindor. "Now, Thestrals." Hem. Professor Umbridge had arrived. She was standing a few feet away from Ron, wearing her green hat and cloak again, her clipboard at the ready. Hagrid, who had never had Umbridge's fake cough before, was gazing in some concern at the closest Thestrals, evidently under the impression that it had made the sound. Hem. "Oh, hello," Hagrid said, smiling, having located the source of the noise. "You received the note I sent to your cabin this morning?" Umbridge asked in a loud, slow voice as if he was too stupid to understand her. "Telling you that I would be inspecting your lesson." "Oh yeah," Hagrid responded brightly. "Glad ye found the place all right. Well, as you can see, or I dunno, can you? We're doing Thestrals today. I'm sorry," Umbridge said loudly, cupping her hand around her ear and frowning. "What did you say?" Hagrid looked a little confused. Thestrals," he said loudly. "Big, winged horses, yea no." He flapped his gigantic arms hopefully. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows at him and muttered as she made a note on her clipboard, "has, to, resort, to, crude, sign, language be, owned." "Well, anyway be, owned," Hagrid said, turning back to the class and looking slightly flustered. What was I sayin'? Appears, to, have, poor, short, term, memory be, owned," Umbridge muttered, loudly enough for everyone to hear her. Draco looked as though Christmas had come early. Ron, on the other hand, had turned Arlette with suppressed rage. "Oh yeah," Hagrid said, throwing an uneasy glance at Umbridge's clipboard, but plowing on valiantly. "Yeah, I was gonna tell ye how come we got a herd. Yeah, so we started off with a male and 5 females. This one," he patted the first horse to have appeared, Nemo Tenebris, he's my special favorite, first one born here in the forest. Are you aware, Umbridge interrupted loudly, that the Ministry of Magic has classified Thestrals as dangerous? Neville began to feel a bit sorry for the half-giant, even if he couldn't help but agree with the Slytherins on his methods of teaching, but Hagrid merely chuckled. Thestrals Aaron, dangerous. All right, they might take a bite out of you if ye really annoy 'em. Shows signs of pleasure at idea of violence be owned, Umbridge muttered, scribbling on her clipboard again. No, come on, Hagrid said, now looking anxious. I mean, a dog'll bite ye if ye bait it, won't it? But Thestrals have just got a bad reputation because o' the death thing. People used terror think they were bad omens, didn't they? Just didn't understand, did they? Umbridge did not answer. She finished writing her last note, then looked up at Hagrid and said, again very loudly and slowly, please continue teaching as usual. I am going to walk. She mimed walking. Draco had silent fits of laughter among the students. She pointed around at individual members of the class and asked them questions. She pointed at her mouth to indicate talking. Hagrid stared at her, clearly at a complete loss to understand why she was acting as though he didn't not understand normal English. Anyway, Hagrid said, clearly struggling to regain the flow of his lesson, so, Thestrals. Yeah, well, there's loads o' good stuff aboo them. Owned. December arrived, bringing with it more snow and a positive avalanche of homework for the 5th and 7th years. Draco and Hermione's prefect duties also became more and more arduous as Christmas approached. They were called upon to supervise the decoration of the castle. You try putting up tinsel when Peeves has gotten the other end and is trying to strangle you with it. To watch over the 1st and 2nd years spending their break times inside because of the bitter cold, and to patrol the corridors in shifts with Filch, who suspected that the holiday spirit might show itself in an outbreak of wizard duels. They were so busy that Hermione spent much time fretting about her homework, as she had little time to do it all. Harish himself was very eager for the holidays to arrive. Normally he enjoyed getting out of the castle and returning home, but between his Quidditch ban and the worst defense class ever, he was about ready to run away before the holidays even arrived. The only thing he really looked forward to were the DA meeting, and they would have to stop over the holidays, as he was returning home along with most of the club's members. Hermione was going skiing with her parents, something that greatly amused Fred, who had never before heard of muggles strapping narrow strips of wood to their feet to slide down mountains. The twins, meanwhile, were going home to the burrow. Harish arrived early in the room of requirement for the last DA meeting before the holidays. He settled in a corner on his armchair and began to read one of the books on jinxes. The door creaked open after a few minutes of silence, and Luna Lovegood entered, looking as dreamy as always. Hello, she said vaguely. She glanced around the room and then pointed to something directly above Harish's head, saying, mistletoe. Harish looked up to see a large clump of white berries. He jumped out from under it. Good thinking, Luna said very seriously. It's often infested with nargles. Harish was saved from asking what nargles were by the arrival of Angelina, Dean, and Neville. After just a few more seconds, Draco, Hermione, Daphne, and the twins arrived. Draco looked very cold and breathless. We've replaced you, he said dully, pulling off his cloak and setting it on the table. Really? Harish asked. By who? The twins queried. You two were replaced by two lugs in my year, Crabbe and Goyle, Draco said, nodding to the twins. They aren't very bright, and they look as if they can't tell one end of a bat from the other, but they're good enough and the best I could find at such short notice. What about Seeker? Harish asked. Ginny took spot of Seeker, Draco replied, a smile growing on his face. It dropped as he added. And Pusey took her spot. The arrival of the Hufflepuffs brought the depressing discussion to an end, and within 5 minutes, the room was full as everyone had made it there. Okay, he said, calling them all to order. I thought this evening we should just go over the things we've done so far, because it's the last meeting before the holidays and there's no point in starting anything new right before a 3-week break. We can practice in pairs, starting with the impediment jinx and then we'll working on stunning again. They all divided up obediently. Harish prowled the class as usual as Neville went to practice with Ginny and Luna. The room was soon full of intermittent cries of impedimenta. People froze for a minute or so, during which their partners would stare aimlessly around the room watching other pairs at work, then would unfreeze and take their turn to jinx. After 10 minutes on the impediment jinx, they laid out cushions all over the floor and started practicing stunning again. Space was really too confined to allow them all to work this spell at once. Half the group observed the others for a while, then swapped over. At the end of an hour, Harish called a halt. "You are all getting better," he said. "When we return from the holidays, we can start doing some of the more complicated spells, maybe even Patronuses." There was a murmur of excitement. The room began to clear in the usual 2s and 3s. Most people wished Harish a happy Christmas as they went. Feeling cheerful for once, he collected the cushions with the twins and stacked them away. Then, the three of them left for the common room together, laughing and talking about the latest meeting. Albus Dumbledore had been dozing at his desk, having fallen asleep in the middle of writing a letter to the minister. Moonlight spilled in through the balcony at the back of the circular office. Otherwise, the room was dark as the candles had burned out earlier that hour. Suddenly, the old man was jerked awake by a voice, calling, "Albus! Albus!" Dumbledore lifted his head off of his desk and looked around. One of the portraits was calling him. "What is it?" the professor asked, somehow sensing that this was not good. He lit the candles on his desk and picked up the candelabra, swinging it around to find the portrait that had spoken. "It was one of your men," the portrait replied. Dumbledore identified it as Everard, a sallow-faced man with short, black bangs. "He's been attacked. It looks rather bad." "Who was it?" "Arthur Weasley." "Dilys?" Dumbledore asked. An elderly witch opened her eyes from where she had been pretending to slumber. "You were listening." "Naturally," she replied. "Everard, you will need to raise the alarm. Make sure he is found by the right people." Both nodded and walked out of their frames. Not wasting any time, Dumbledore sent a Patronus to Professors Snape and McGonagall. Then, he turned to Fawkes and said, "We will need a warning." The bird disappeared with a flash. The old man swooped upon one of the delicate instruments in his office, carried it to his desk, sat down again, and tapped it gently with the tip of his wand. The instrument tinkled into life at once with rhythmic clinking noises. Tiny puffs of pale green smoke issued from the minuscule silver tube at the top. Dumbledore watched the smoke closely, his brow furrowed, and after a few seconds, the tiny puffs became a steady stream of smoke that thickened and coiled in the air. A serpent's head grew out of the end of it, opening its mouth wide. Naturally, Dumbledore muttered to himself, still observing the stream of smoke without the slightest sign of surprise. But in essence divided. The smoke serpent split itself into two snakes, both coiling and undulating in the dark air. With a look of grim satisfaction, Dumbledore gave the instrument another tap with his wand. The clinking noise slowed and died, and the smoke serpents grew faint, became a formless haze, and vanished. The door to his office opened just as Dumbledore replaced the object on its spindly little table. McGonagall and Snape rushed in. Before either of them could ask what was going on, Everard reappeared in his portrait, panting slightly. "Dumbledore, what news?" Dumbledore asked immediately. "I yelled until someone came running," the wizard informed him as he mopped his brow on the curtain behind him. "They carried him up and I went to Elfrida Cragg's portrait to make sure they left for St. Mungo's." "Good," Dumbledore said. "I take it Dilys will have seen him arrive, then." And moments later, the silver ringleted witch had reappeared in her picture too. She sank, coughing, into her armchair and said, "Yes, they've taken him to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore. They carried him past under my portrait. He looks bad be owned." "Thank you," Dumbledore said. He looked around at McGonagall and Snape. "Minerva, Severus, I need you to wake the Weasley children and bring them here." "Of course Eb. Owned." "Yes, Albus be owned." Snape paused at the door and asked, "What has happened?" "Arthur Weasley has been attacked," Dumbledore replied. McGonagall's hands leapt to her mouth. "What about Molly?" she asked. "Fawkes will alert her when he has finished keeping a lookout for anybody approaching," Dumbledore replied. "But she may already know, that excellent clock of hers be owned." With a nod, the two left. "Weasley," barked a stern voice. Fred opened his eyes groggily. "Wha?" he asked, squinting at the dark form of their head of house standing in between his and his brother's beds. "Get up, both of you." The man barked quietly. Fred and George both climbed shakily to their feet and stared at the man. Harish pushed himself into a sitting position in his own bed, blinked at the light flooding in from the common room, observed Snape for a second, and then asked, "What's going on?" Ignoring him, Snape looked between the two redheads and ordered, "Come with me." With that, he strode out of the dormitory with a flourish of his robes. The twins shared a look and then followed stiffly, with a few yawns. Worried, Harish pulled on his bed robe and followed them. Once into the common room, they found Ginny wrapped in her own bed robe and waiting on them. "I need the three of you to come with me," Snape said. "Where are we going?" George questioned as they were led to the entrance to the common room. "The headmaster's office," Snape replied curtly. Harish made his way to follow them, but Snape stopped him. With that, Harish turned back and sat on one of the couches while the three Weasleys and Professor Snape left. They walked in silence out of the dungeons. Once they had gotten up into the entrance hall, the Slytherins were joined by Professor McGonagall and Ron, who was looking disheveled and shocked. He was in his night things as well. "What's going on?" Ron asked, sidling closer to his siblings. Professor McGonagall mentioned something about Dad being hurt. "What?" the other three redheads squawked. "I am sure the headmaster will inform the four of you properly before you are sent home," Snape drawled. And with that they fell silent again. Finally they reached Dumbledore's office. With a mutter of, "Fizzing Wisby," from Snape that earned 5 odd looks, the gargoyle standing guard in front of the old man's office leapt to the side and allowed them to pass. The wall behind it split in two to reveal a spiraling staircase that was steadily moving upward. The 5 children and 2 adults stepped onto it one by one and found themselves in front of a polished oak door. The twins shot each other a look before Fred stepped forward and knocked the brass knocker that was in the shape of a griffin. The door opened of its own accord and the group walked inside the cluttered, circular office. "What's going on?" Ginny asked with wide eyes. "Your father has been injured in the course of his work for the Order of the Phoenix," Dumbledore replied. "He has been taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. I am sending you home. Your mother already knows." "How are we going?" Fred asked. "Flow powder." "No," Dumbledore said firmly. "Flow powder is not safe at the moment, the network is being watched. You will be taking a portkey." He indicated to an old kettle lying on his desk. "We are just waiting for." There was a flash of light in the center of his office, causing him to break off mid-sentence. Behind the flash, a single golden feather floated gently to the floor. "It is Fawkes's warning," Dumbledore informed them, catching the feather as it fell. "She must know you're out of your beds, Minerva, go and head her off, tell any story." McGonagall was gone with a swish of tartan. "Come here," Dumbledore then said to the Weasleys. "And quickly, before anyone else joins USB, owned." The twins and their 2 siblings gathered around Dumbledore's desk. "You have all used a portkey before?" Dumbledore asked, and they nodded, each reaching out to touch some part of the blackened kettle. "Good. On the count of 3, then, 1, 2, owned." On the second of 3, they each felt the familiar jerk behind the navel and suddenly they were speeding backwards. Then, suddenly they were standing in their living room in the burrow, or rather, the twins were standing and Ron and Ginny were struggling to get to their feet. Harish had no idea how long he sat there in his armchair in the common room, staring at the fire. He was no longer tired, nor was he properly awake. He had tried doze off in his armchair, but all he had resulted in was a weird crick in the neck. Then, he began wondering why the twins had been summoned to the headmaster's office. Were they somehow in trouble for selling joke products? Harish ruled this one out when he realized that he would have been summoned as well, not to mention the fact that Ginny went with them. Did Ginny help the twins in some sort of idiotic prank? No, Harish would have heard about it by then. Finally, Harish's questions died down and he resorted to staring at the fire in silence. Then, the flames turned green and a head appeared in them. "George!" Harish exclaimed, hopping off the chair and sliding down in front of the fire on his knees. "What happened? Where are you?" "We're at the burrow," George replied. "Ron's here too." "Why?" "Dumbledore says that Dad was attacked." "How?" "I don't know," George replied uneasily. "Mum is really upset. She pounced on us and tried to hug us all at once. Fred and I only just managed to escape and sneak up to our rooms." "So," Harish ventured, "your father was attacked. By whom?" George shook his head. "All we know is that he was doing something for the Order." "You don't," Harish said, pausing as he tried to put his thoughts together. "You don't think this has something to do with Sirius's undercover work?" Again, George shook his head and muttered, I done 'em, owned. There was a pause of silence, and Harish asked, when are you coming back? Not until after the holidays, George replied. We had, of course, wanted to see Dad right away, but we aren't allowed to yet. Dumbledore thinks it'd be suspicious if we appeared to see him before the hospital called Mum. She says that it will be at least a day before the hospital fire calls, and it may be even longer before Dad as well. Enough to visit. Either way, we're stuck here, till he's fine. What are we gonna do for the holidays now? Harish wondered aloud. We were planning on you two coming to my house owned. Perhaps Mum might let us go, George mused, looking down. His eyes snapped up to Harish and said, I'll go ask. And with a pop, his head disappeared and the flames died down to glowing embers. Harish must have dozed off leaning against his chair, for he woke late the next morning and had to scramble to get ready for class. For a whole, Harish did not enjoy that last week of school before the holidays at all. Without the twins, he seemed small and vulnerable. Everyone in his year kept asking awkward questions and stared at him. Even though his bookends did not eat at those last meals, the space where they should have sat remained empty, mostly because no one dared sitting directly beside the son of the Dark Lord. So it was a very relieved and happy Harish that boarded the Hogwarts Express that Saturday. Christmas had officially begun. Harish apparated straight from the platform to Slytherin Manor. There, he found his father waiting for him to arrive. How was the term? Voldemort asked. Is there a reason Nagini attacked Mr. Weasley? Harish asked, setting his trunk down and leaning against the wall. What? Voldemort asked. Arthur Weasley, Harish replied, was found at the ministry wounded by a snake. We both know what snake it was. So why did you do it? Voldemort grimaced. He wasn't supposed to be there, the Dark Lord said. Harish crossed his arms. I know he is your friend's father, but he is still on the wrong side of the war. I could not let him see me there. What were you doing at the ministry? Voldemort crossed his legs and leaned back into his chair as if saying, you tell me. You were after clues. Harish's father still did not reply, but a corner of his mouth quirked up. You know you shouldn't be out there trying to find Jugson. He attacked me. Let me find him. The man then sat up at that and said, do you realize that if I let you do so, you will be put into danger? When am I not? There was a long tense moment where Voldemort stared into Harish's eyes, as if reading him, and Harish stared defiantly back. Then, the Dark Lord said, I will hand over the mission to you, but I expect results. Don't worry, father. Harish exclaimed happily. You will get them. And with that he levitated his trunk and dashed up to his room. The first thing he did was compose a letter to Daphne about his mission. Once finished, the young man spent the next few minutes unpacking and making sure nothing in his room had moved while he was gone. Then, he walked down to the sitting room and threw flow powder into the fire. He got on his knees and stuck his head into the fire with a shout of, the burrow. His head spun and the green flames swirled in his eyes as great after great went past. Then, he found himself looking at the twins' room. Harish! The both exclaimed, turning from where they had been adding the finishing touches to their latest joke product, punching telescopes. Did you find out whether you are staying at the burrow or not? Harish asked them. The twins nodded. We'll stay until we get to see Dad, George replied. Then we'll come over for the rest of the holidays, Fred finished. And when will you see if your father is doing better? Harish queried. Tomorrow actually, both redheads replied. So I'll see you in 2 days. Harish asked. The twins nodded. That is very well, then, Harish replied. Hermione and Draco are coming over after Christmas Day and spending the rest of the holidays at my manor. And the twins went back to making joke products as Harish ended the fire call. The next morning all of the Weasleys plus Moody and Tonks bundled up and flowed from the burrow to St. Mungo's, where they arrived in the lobby full of people. Mrs. Weasley led them to the front desk. Hello, she said. My husband, Arthur Weasley, was supposed to be moved to a different ward this morning, could you tell us? Arthur Weasley. The witch at TH desk asked, running her finger down a long list in front of her. Yes, first floor, second door on the right. Di Llewellyn ward. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley said. Come on, you lot. They followed through the double doors and along the narrow corridor beyond, which was lined with portraits of famous healers and lit by crystal bubbles full of candles that floated up on the ceiling, looking like giant soapsuds. Witches and wizards in lime green robes walked in and out of the door they passed. A foul-smelling yellow gas wafted into the passageway as they passed one door, and every now and then they heard distant wailing. They climbed a flight of stairs and entered the creature-induced injuries corridor, where the second door on the right bore the words, "Dangerous, Die Llewellyn Ward, Serious Bites." Underneath this was a card in a brass holder on which had been written Healer in Charge, Hippocrator Smethwick, Trainee Healer, Augustus Pye. "We'll wait outside," Molly, Tonks said. "Arthur won't want too many visitors at once, it ought to be just the family first." Mad-Eye growled his approval of this idea and set himself with his back against the corridor wall, his magical eye spinning in all directions. The twins followed their siblings inside. The ward was small and rather dingy as the only window was narrow and set high in the wall facing the door. Most of the light came from more shining crystal bubbles clustered in the middle of the ceiling. The walls were of paneled oak and there was a portrait of a rather vicious-looking wizard on the wall, captioned Urquhart Rackharrow, 1612–1697, inventor of the entrail-expelling curse. There were only 3 patients. Mr. Weasley was occupying the bed at the far end of the ward beside the tiny window. The twins were relieved to see that he was propped up on several pillows and reading the Daily Prophet by the solitary ray of sunlight falling onto his bed. He looked around as they walked toward him and, seeing whom it was, beamed. "Hello," he called, throwing the prophet aside. "Bill just left, Molly, had to get back to work, but he says he'll drop in on you later, owned." "How are you, Arthur?" Mrs. Weasley asked, bending down to Key, his cheek and looking anxiously into his face. "You're still looking a bit peaky, B, owned." "I feel absolutely fine, Mr. Weasley returned brightly, holding out his good arm to give Ginny a hug. "If they could only take the bandages off, I'd be fit to go home." "Why can't they take them off, Dad?" Fred asked. "Well, I start bleeding like mad every time they try," his father replied cheerfully, reaching across for his wand, which was lying on his beside cabinet, and waving it so that 5 extra chairs appeared at his bedside to seat them all. "It seems there was some rather unusual kind of poison in that snake's fangs that keeps wounds open, B." The twins shared a worried glance, knowing exactly whose snake it was. "They're sure they'll find an antidote, though. They say they're had much worse cases than mine, and in the meantime I just have to keep taking a blood replenishing potion every hour. But that fellow over there," he said, dropping his voice and nodding toward the bed opposite in which a man lay looking green and sickly and staring at the ceiling. "Bitten by a werewolf, poor chap. No cure at all." "A werewolf?" Mrs. Weasley asked, looking alarmed. "Is he safe? Shouldn't he be in a private ward?" "We still have 2 weeks before the full moon," her husband reminded her quietly. "They've been talking to him this morning, the healers, you know, trying to persuade him he'll be able to lead an almost normal life. I said to him, didn't mention names, of course, but I said I knew a werewolf personally, very nice man, who finds the condition very easy to manage, owned." "What did he say?" George asked. "Said he'd give me another bite if I didn't shut up," the man replied sadly. "And that woman over there," he indicated to the only other occupied bed, "won't tell the healers what bit her, which makes us all think she was handling something illegally. Whatever it was took a real chunk out of her leg, very nasty smell when they take off the dressings." "So, you going to tell us what happened, Dad?" Fred asked, pulling his chair closer to the bed. "Well, there's not much to tell, is there?" Mr. Weasley replied. "I'd had a long day, dozed off, got sneaked up on, and bitten." "Is it in the prophet?" Fred continued to ask. "You being bitten?" George finished. "No, of course not," their father told them with a slight bitter smile. "The ministry wouldn't want everyone to know a great, dirty serpent got me." "So, where were you when it happened, Dad?" George asked. "Outside my office, of course, Mr. Weasley replied. "I had just woken up and realized I should have been home hours earlier and was leaving my office when I heard something behind me. Next thing I knew, I was face to face with a great snake's fangs." "That's enough questions for now, Mrs. Weasley said finally. "Arthur, Mad-Eye and Tonks are outside. They want to come see you. And you lot wait outside," she added to their children. "You can come and say goodbye afterward. Go ONB, owned." They trooped back into the corridor. Moody and Tonks went into the ward and shut the door behind them. "Well, does anyone else fancy tea?" Ginny said. Judging by the oddly cheerfulness of her voice, she was trying to distract her brothers from the fact that they had just been kicked out. It didn't work. The twins simply raised their eyebrows in an identical expression of ridicule. But Ron was distracted. "Where is the tea room?" he asked. "Fifth floor," George replied, remembering the sign on the first floor that had where everything was. They walked along the corridor through a set of doors and found a rickety staircase lined with more portraits of tough-looking healers. The twins couldn't help but imagine what Harish would say about the state of the hospital, probably something about how they should really fix the hospital after 3 centuries of it being the only magical hospital in magical Britain. Not to mention the fact that as they climbed the staircase, the healers diagnosing odd complaints and suggesting horrible remedies. Ron was seriously affronted when one of them told him that he had a bad case of spattergroit. "What is that supposed to be?" Ron asked rudely, and the healer pursued him through 6 portraits, shoving others out of his way. "'Tis a most grievous affliction of the skin, young master, that will leave you pockmarked and even more gruesome than you are now." The twins sniggered as Ron's ears turned red, and he shouted, "Watch who you're calling gruesome. The only remedy is to take the liver of toad, bind it tight about your throat, stand BPD at the full moon in a barrel of eel's eyes. I have not got spattergroit. But the unsightly blemishes on your visage, young master. They're freckles." Ron shouted. "Now get back in your own picture." The twins were now laughing so hard that they were red-faced and having trouble taking long breaths. They stood stock still and upright as Ron turned to them, trying not to laugh. "What floor is this?" Ron asked. "I think it's the 5th, Ginny replied. "Nah, it's the 4th, George said. "One more." But as they stepped onto the next landing, the twins came to an abrupt halt at the sight of a man with his face pressed against the window. He had wavy blonde hair, bright blue eyes, and a dazed sort of smile that revealed dazzling white teeth. "What's wrong with you?" Ron asked, shoving his way onto the landing. "Why are you Professor Lockhart?" Ginny exclaimed. Their ex-defense against the dark arts teacher pushed open the doors and moved toward them, wearing a long lilac dressing gown. "Why, hello there," he said. "I expect you'll be wanting my autograph, will you? Hasn't changed much, has he?" Ron muttered, causing Ginny to smile. Meanwhile, Fred was asking his twin, "Do you think he remembers that we're the reason he ended up here?" George shrugged. How are you, Professor?" Ginny asked. "I'm very well, thank you," Lockhart said exuberantly, pulling a rather battered peacock feathered quill from his pocket. "Now, how many autographs would you like? I can do joined-up writing now, you know." We don't want any at the moment, thanks," Ron said. But just then a head poked out of a door at the far end of the corridor and a voice said, "Gilderoy, you naughty boy, where have you wandered off to?" A motherly-looking healer wearing a tinsel wreath in her hair came bustling up the corridor, smiling widely at the Weasleys. "Oh, Gilderoy, you've got visitors. How lovely, and around Christmas too. Do you know, he never gets visitors." "Gee, I wonder why," George muttered, and the twins sniggered. "Poor lamb, and I can't think why. He's such a sweetie, aren't you?" "We're doing autographs," Lockhart exclaimed to the healer with a glittery smile. "They want loads of them. Won't take no for an answer. I just hope we've got enough photographs." "Listen to him," the healer said fondly, as if he were a precious 2-year-old. "He was rather well known a few years ago. We hope very much that this linking for giving out autographs is a sign that his memory might be coming back a bit. Will you step this way? He's on a closed ward, you know. He must have slipped out when I was bringing in lunch. The door's usually kept locked, not that he's dangerous." But she lowered her voice to a whisper, "Bit of a danger to himself, bless him, doesn't know who he is, you see, wanders off and can't remember how to get back. It is nice of you to come and see him." "Well," owned Fred said, but Ginny elbowed him in the side and he trailed off, rubbing his side furiously. Ginny must have felt pity for their old professor, for she led her 3 older brothers down the corridor, following the healer. On the way, Ron muttered to the twins, "Let's not stay long." The healer pointed her wand at the door of the Janus Thicky ward and muttered, "Alohomora." The door swung open and she led the way inside, keeping a firm grasp on Lockhart's arm until she had settled him into an armchair beside his bed. "This is our long-term resident ward," she told the Weasley children in a low voice. "For permanent spell damage, you know. Of course, with remedial potions and charms and a bit of luck, we can produce a bit of an improvement, Gilderoy does seem to be getting back to some sense of himself, and we've seen a real improvement in Mr. Roll at this. The twins shot each other a look as the healer continued in saying, he seems to be regaining the power of speech very well, though we haven't recognized any language yet. Well, I must finish handing out lunch, I'll leave you to chat. The twins looked around. It was certainly easy to tell that they were in a permanent ward. The wall around Lockhart's bed was plastered in pictures of himself. He had autographed many of them in childish, disjointed writing. The moment he'd been deposited in his chair by the healer, he had pulled a fresh stack towards himself, seized a quill, and started signing feverishly. You can put them in envelopes, he said to Ginny, throwing the pictures into her lap one by one as he signed them. I am not forgotten, you know. No, I still receive a very great deal of fan mail. Gladys Gudgeon writes weekly. I just wish I knew why. He paused, looking faintly puzzled, then beamed again and returned to signing with renewed vigor. I suspect it is simply my good looks. Owned. Roll lay in the bed opposite, facing the ceiling. He had a big build, but his skin was shrunken and his cheeks were sunken and sallow. His own hair had gotten long and was turning white. The twins remembered that it was Voldemort's obtaining the prophecy that had sent the man here. He had been there for nearly 5 years and was only regaining the ability to speak. 2 beds along from him was a woman whose entire head was covered in fur. At the end of the ward, flowery curtains had been drawn around 2 beds to give the patients and their visitors a little privacy. The twins turned back to where Ginny was still stuffing pictures into envelopes while Lockhart was happily telling her about how there was a possibility there might be a fake window installed in their ward with weather and everything. Mrs. Longbottom, are you leaving already? All of the Weasleys' heads turned at the name, Longbottom. The curtains had been drawn back to reveal 2 people walking back down the aisle between the beds, a formidable old witch wearing a long, green dress, a moth-eaten fox fur, and a pointed hat with what was unmistakably a stuffed vulture, and trailing along behind her looking thoroughly depressed was Neville. Neville! Ron exclaimed. Neville stopped, with his feet planted in the ground, and turned his head slowly to face Ron. There was a rather disagreeable look on his face and he wouldn't look at any of them. Friends of yours, Neville dear? Mrs. Longbottom asked graciously, bearing down on them all. Neville mumbled something inaudible, but she paid him no mind. You are Weasleys, are you not? The twins nodded. He's told me a lot about you. He's a good boy, though nowhere near as good as his father. She jerked her head towards the curtains. What? Ron asked, wide-eyed and annoyingly. That's your dad back there. A dull purple blush crept up Neville's face and his glare hardened at the floor. It was obvious he would have punched Ron in that instant, had his grandmother not been there. What's this, Neville? Mrs. Longbottom asked. You haven't told them. Neville took a deep breath, looked up at the ceiling, and shook his head. Well, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Mrs. Longbottom continued harshly. You should be proud, Neville, proud. Your parents didn't give their health and their sanity so that their only son would be ashamed of them, you know. I'm not ashamed, Neville said faintly, now watching every picture of Lockhart wink and smile. Well, you have a very funny way of showing it. His grandmother exclaimed angrily. My son and his wife, she said haughtily, turning towards the Weasleys, were tortured into insanity by you-know-who's followers. Ron suddenly stopped craning his neck to get a good look at Neville's parents, mortified. They were Aurors, you know, and well respected within the community, Mrs. Longbottom went on. Highly gifted the pair of them. Yes, Alice dear, what is it this time? Neville's mother had come edging down the ward in her nightdress. She did not seem to want to speak, or perhaps she couldn't anyway, but she gestured toward Neville, beckoning him towards her and holding something in her outstretched hand. Again, Mrs. Longbottom asked wearily. Very well, Alice dear, very well, Neville take it, whatever it is be, owned. But Neville had already outstretched his hand into which his mother dropped an empty candy wrapper. Very nice, dear, Mrs. Longbottom said in a falsely cheery voice, but Neville said quietly, thanks, Mum. His mother tottered away, humming to herself. Neville looked around at the others, his expression defiant, as though daring them to laugh, though none of them did. Well, we better get back, Mrs. Longbottom sighed, pulling on green gloves. Very nice to meet you all. Neville, put that wrapper in the bin, she must have given you enough to paper your whole bedroom by no. Owned. But as they left, the others were sure they saw the boy slip it into his pocket instead. The door closed behind them. I never knew, Ron muttered, sounding regretful. Nor I, Ginny mumbled. Nor did we, the twins added. She keeps me up at night, mumbling to herself, Lockhart complained with annoyance. Now, are you going to take these or not? I didn't learn joined up writing for nothing, you know. The next morning the twins flowed to Harish's house as promised. My father is in a meeting right now, Harish said. And he would prefer that we aren't in the house. It's his last meeting before the end of the holidays, you know. So, I thought we could go to Diagon Alley and look for premises for a joke shop. All right, Fred said. Do you have the money for it with you? George asked. Harish pulled a large sack of gold coins out of his enlarged money bag. It was his winnings from the Tri-Wizard tournament. Are we apparating or going by flow? Fred queried. Flow, Harish replied. That way's quieter. And the twins nodded and turned back to the fire where Harish threw in flue powder. One by one the three of them stepped into the green flames and called out, Diagon Alley. Harish, the first through, leaned against a wall of the leaky cauldron until both twins were standing beside him. Then, the three of them went through the gateway and into the alley itself. I've heard there's an empty building this way, Harish said, pointing towards Ilop's Owl Emporium. It's 2-story, an apartment over the shop Arib owned. They walked there and looked at a for sale sign that hung on the door. Harish walked forward and knocked on the door. A faint alarm sounded and a wizard apparated just inside the building and opened the door for them. Hello, boys, he said. Looking at buying a shop. Harish nodded. This is our last year at Hogwarts, Fred explained. And we're looking into starting a business, George said. Well, I'll be happy to show you around, the man said. He seemed old, and stooped slightly. As he led them further into the shop area, he wiped his brow with an old handkerchief. Harish looked around and saw shelves to the right and lining the back wall. Along the left wall was the counter to pay. The man led them through 3 back rooms and then into a 4th where there was a set of stairs up to the apartment area. Up there was a bedroom, an extra room probably used for a study or something, and a bathroom. This looks to be in good shape, Harish said finally. How long could it be before it's ready? Well, the man said. I still have to move out, and we have the purchase of the building to consider. Plus I imagine the papers may take a few weeks to get through the ministry. I've got the money right here, Harish said, pulling out his prize money. Out of the large sack, he pulled a smaller sack and said, this is the amount you want, right? The man nodded with a dazed look. Harish handed the money to him. Be sure to send us any papers we need to sign, George said. And let us know when we can move in, Fred said happily as the three left the empty shop. And with that, the three of them left and returned to Slytherin Manor, where they went quietly up to Harish's bedroom and stayed until the Death Eaters were gone. The next day, Christmas Eve, was spent playing Quidditch, discussing Jugson and who he might be working for, and eating a large dinner with Harish's father. The next morning they woke to 3 large piles of presents. Not a bad turnout, Fred muttered, going through his parcels. This note from Ginny says that Percy sent back his sweater, George said, his eyebrows lowered in a dark expression. Didn't even send a note. Fred looked at the note over his brother's shoulder. And Mum's been crying her eyes out for the past 2 days, he read. He shook his head and set his half-unwrapped sweater on the bed. And suddenly I'm not in the mood for presents. Come on guys, Harish said. We already knew Percy was a prat. Let's just go downstairs and eat a nice big breakfast. You're right, George said with a sigh, throwing the note onto his bed. Come on, Fred. After breakfast they finally got around to opening the rest of their presents. Harish's comprised of a planner from Hermione, joke products from the twins, chocolate frogs from Neville, a practice snitch from Dean, and Daphne gave him Honeyduke's hot fudge plus both of the twins got pointy hats with gaudy feathers and there was no card that said who it was from. The next day, Draco and Hermione arrived and the 5 of them hung out, lounging around not doing much other than listen to Hermione's stories about the skiing trip she had just gotten back from. Harish found it mildly interesting, but soon discovered that Hermione did not actually enjoy it. But don't tell Fred that, she told him. Because I don't want to ruin his fun. For indeed Fred found it rather hilarious that muggles strapped strips of wood to their feet and slid down mountainsides. Finally, they all boarded the Hogwarts Express and returned to Hogwarts 3 days after New Year's. For the first time he could remember, Harish really did not want to return to Hogwarts. But, as all good things do, Christmas came to an end, and before Harish knew it he was stepping off the train and boarding the carriages with his friends. Then, they trudged through 3 feet of snow to get to the castle and practically melted at the warmth inside. The next day Harish had people running up to him all day long, asking whether they had a DA meeting or not. Harish really would have liked to have a DA meeting, but at the same time he wanted to wait a week to readjust to school and plan out their lesson because he had forgotten to do so over the break. So, he put off the meeting for that week. They trudged through their classes, Harish once again sitting in defense against the dark arts with nothing better to do than watch Umbridge defiantly. Harish did notice that even though they were on Newt level, their classes were nowhere near as taxing and they did not have close to the same workload as it was in their 5th year. That evening, Harish started on an essay for Transfiguration while the twins showed off their new joke product. It was actually funny how this product was made. The twins had laughed at their ridiculous hats they got for Christmas, before Harish had jokingly mentioned that they should make it into a joke product. The next thing he knew, the twins were sitting around his living room day and night, charming the hats. Now the item was ready to show off. Headless hats. George shouted as Fred waved the pointy hat, causing the pink feather to sway this way and that. 2 galleons each, watch Fred, now. Fred swept the hat onto his head, beaming. For a second he merely looked. Rather stupid, then both hat and head vanished. A few first-year girls screamed, but everyone else was roaring with laughter. It was so loud, there was no possibility of Harish concentrating on his work. And off again. George shouted, and Fred's hand groped for a moment in what seemed to be thin air over his shoulder. His head reappeared as he swept the pink feathered hat from it again. How did those hats work, then? Hermione asked, distracted from her work as well and watching the twins. I mean, obviously it's some kind of invisibility spell, but it's rather clever to have extended the field of invisibility beyond the boundaries of the charmed object. I'd imagine the charm wouldn't have a very long life though. Owned. Oh, you'd be surprised, Harish said, standing and stretching. Then he walked over to where the twins were standing. Fred had just put the hat on again and the crowd was waiting for his head to disappear. You need to shorten the time between putting on the hat and the invisibility kicking in, he muttered to George, who was scribbling on a clipboard and accepting money from the crowd. I know, George replied. Can you cast a duplication spell, by the way? We're getting too many orders to wait to buy more hats. We would have to wait for them to come in, and then we would have to spend extra time charming them. Owned. I don't know a spell that would be able to duplicate both the hat itself and the charms on it, Harish replied. But I can work on it. George nodded gratefully. Well, Harish said, slapping Fred on the back hard enough to make him jerk forward, and the hat went flying. I'm turning in. The next morning Harish finished his essay up during breakfast. Across from him, Hermione was reading The Prophet avidly. Talk in their group suddenly stopped as she straightened out the paper, laid it across the table, and said, look at this. Harish turned the paper towards him and glanced at the front page. 9 black and white photos filled the whole page, all of them wizards' faces. Some of the people in the pictures were silently jeering, others were tapping their fingers on the frame, looking insolent. Each picture was captioned with a name and the crime for which the person had been sent to Azkaban. Antonin Dolohov, the legend read underneath a wizard with a long, pale, twisted face who was looking curiously up at Harish, convicted of the tough murders of Gideon and Fabian Pruitt. Augustus Rookwood, another caption read. This one was underneath a pock-marked man with greasy hair who was leaning against the edge of his picture, looking bored. Convicted of leaking Ministry of Magic secrets to he who must not be named. Harish went through the faces, picking out the ones he recognized and mentally filing away the ones he didn't. Then, Daphne nudged him and pointed at the headline over the pictures. Mass breakout from Azkaban Ministry fears Black is rallying point for old Death Eaters. I don't think they realize how close they are to the real culprit, Fred muttered to George. Harish waved a hand for silence and leaned forward to read the article. The Ministry of Magic announced late last night that there had been a mass breakout from Azkaban. Speaking to reporters in his private office, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, confirmed that 9 high-security prisoners escaped in the early hours of yesterday evening, and that he had already informed the Muggle Prime Minister of the dangerous nature of these individuals. We find ourselves, most unfortunately, on the same position we were 2.5 years ago when the murderer Sirius Black escaped, said Fudge last night. Nor do we think the two breakouts are unrelated. An escape of this magnitude suggests outside help, and we must remember that Black, as the first person ever to break out of Azkaban, would be ideally placed to help others follow in his footsteps. We think it likely that these individuals have rallied around Black as their leader. We are, however, doing all we can to round up the criminals and beg the magical community to remain alert and cautious. On no account should any of these individuals be approached. Harish stopped reading and sat back as the others read the first page. While they did that, he glanced around the Great Hall. No student seemed to know or care that Death Eaters had broken out. It was a different story entirely at the staff table, however. Dumbledore and McGonagall were deep in conversation, both look extremely grave. Professor Sprout had the prophet propped against a bottle of ketchup and was reading the page with such concern that she was not noticing the gentle drip of egg yolk falling into her lap from her stationary spoon. Meanwhile, at the far end of the table, Umbridge was tucking into a bowl of porridge. For once her pouchy eyes were not sweeping the Great Hall looking for misbehaving students. She scowled as she gulped down her food and every now and then she shot a malevolent glance up the table to where Dumbledore and McGonagall were talking so intently. The twins finally finished reading the article as Harish's eyes returned to their own table. As Hermione took the paper back and read the rest of it, Harish asked eagerly, "Do you know what this means?" The others shook their heads. "It means that my father is preparing for war." There was a moment of silence as everyone contemplated this, eating their breakfasts again. Then, the silence was broken by Ginny, who was reading over Hermione's shoulder and said, "Oh, my. What now?" Harish asked curiously. "Look," Hermione said, handing the paper back. "Tragic demise of hospital patient. Street. Mungo's hospital promised a full inquiry last night after their patient, Thorfinn Roll, was discovered dead in his bed, strangled by a potted plant. Healers called to the scene where unable to revive Mr. Roll, who had been injured in a workplace accident some weeks prior to his death. Healer Miriam Strout, who was in charge of Mr. Roll's ward at the time of the incident, has been suspended on full pay and was unavailable for comment yesterday, but a spokeswizard for the hospital said in a statement, Street. Mungo's deeply regrets the death of Mr. Roll, whose health was improving steadily prior to this tragic accident. We have strict guidelines on the decorations permitted on our wards, but it appears Healer Strout, busy over the Christmas period, overlooked the dangers of the plant on Mr. Roll's bedside table. As his speech and mobility improved, Healer Strout encouraged Mr. Roll to look after the plant himself, unaware that it was not an innocent flitterbloom, but a cutting of devil's snare, which, when touched by the convalescent Mr. Roll, throttled him instantly. Street. Mungo's is as yet unable to account for the presence of the plant on the ward and asks any witch or wizard with information to come forward. We saw him, Ginny said just above a whisper. Me, Fred, George, and Ron. We were at St. Mungo's and saw Lockhart and. Long story short, George said. We got trapped in a closed ward with Lockhart, who's still an idiot, and saw Roll on the bed opposite. He was only just regaining the ability to speak. This was obviously my father's doing, Harish said in an even quieter voice. He probably wanted him silenced. After all, Roll was a Death Eater. If he had started talking well enough to be questioned, he could divulge important information, specifically about the prophecy and why my father wanted it. Was there any reason why your father had him go after the prophecy in the first place? Hermione asked. Wasn't it because he wanted to get Roll back? George asked. Yeah, because his son attacked you. Fred added. Harish nodded. That was the reason he said in the meeting, he said. But ever since Jugson attacked me, I've been wondering, what if more people turned on him than just that one person? This latest decree had started with teachers whispering to each other and even a few students about the article that informed the public of the breakout in corridors, but had turned into a joke within a week. Students would tell their teachers that they weren't allowed to tell them not to do things like play Exploding Snap because it didn't relate to the subject. Harish had hoped that the breakout might have humbled Umbridge a little, that she might have been abashed at the catastrophe that had occurred right under her beloved Fudge's nose. It seemed, however, to have only intensified her furious desire to bring every aspect of life at Hogwarts under her personal control. She seemed determined at the very least to achieve a sacking before long. The only question was whether it would be Trelawney, or after the 5th years found out he was on probation at their first care class of the term, Hagrid. Every single divination and care of magical creatures lesson was now conducted in the presence of Umbridge and her clipboard. She lurked by the fire in the heavily perfumed tower room, interrupting Trelawney's increasingly hysterical talks with difficult questions. She hovered over the students on the grounds while Hagrid flustered to maintain a steady lesson. Even though he was not showing them anything dangerous, he seemed oddly jumpy throughout all of the lessons and kept glancing anxiously back at Umbridge. But while all of that was going on, Harish hardly paid a bit of attention. He was busy finalizing their last joke products with the twins. Every Monday evening he was involved in teaching DA, and on top of that the teachers were finally starting to give them mounds of homework again. With all of that, January seemed to be passing alarmingly fast. As February grew closer, Harish decided to take Daphne on the Hogsmeade trip that was on the 14th. It would most likely be one of the last ones he would go to, so he naturally wanted to spend it with his girlfriend. He had casually asked her towards the end of January, and she had said yes, of course. So on Valentine's Day, Harish and Daphne met up in the common room, both dressed up slightly. Daphne looked radiant as ever with her shiny brown hair curled. Harish walked up to her, bowed slightly, and held out a rose. "Oh, it's lovely," Daphne said, taking it from him. She smelled it, and within seconds it changed into a bottle of perfume with a pop. "Did you make this?" she asked in surprise. "It was the twins' idea," Harish replied, rubbing the back of his head. "It's sweet," she replied with another wide smile. "Do you want to go?" he asked. "Just give me a second and I'll go put this away," Daphne replied, and she dashed out of the common room. Harish stood there awkwardly by himself for a few minutes, and then his date re-emerged from the girls' dormitories. Harish took her by the arm and the two of them walked out of the common room, up into the entrance hall from the dungeons, and out into the fresh air and comfortable silence. Once outside, Harish glanced longingly at the Quidditch pitch. "You should be able to play Quidditch again," she told him. "But," he said sadly, "she gave me a lifelong ban." Daphne shook her head. "That's only in effect while she's here, and may I recall that no teacher has ever lasted more than a year." "Still," Harish sighed, "this was my last year to play at Hogwarts." They spent the next few minutes talking about Quidditch and insulting Umbridge, a topic which lasted them until they reached the village itself. Once there, Harish and Daphne went in and out of a few shops. It started to drizzle lightly when they left Zonko's. As the rain began to fall heavier, Harish asked, "Do you want to go into the Three Broomsticks?" Daphne shrugged, "Why not?" So the two of them ran into the pub to dry off. They chose a seat near the window and Harish cast a heating charm that dried the both of them. "Thanks," Daphne said. Rosmerta came up to their table seconds later. "2 butterbeers, please," Harish requested. Rosmerta nodded and walked off, her shiny high heels clicking as she went. "So what are you planning on doing next year, once you have left Hogwarts?" Daphne asked Harish. "Start a joke shop," he replied. "The twins and I have already bought the premises for the shop. It even comes with a flat that's right above the shop that the three of us will be sharing. So you think your joke products will do well?" "Oh, I know they will," Harish told her confidently. "Tell me, did you enjoy the rose I gave you?" Daphne nodded. "That will be part of our line that caters mostly to young witches like yourself." Daphne laughed. "Wow, you three really have this planned out, don't you?" "Yeah," Harish responded. "I mean, we have been planning this joke shop since, our 2nd year." Daphne laughed again. "Leave to the three of you to plan something like this 5 years in advance," she said. "Yeah," Harish agreed. "Did I tell you about the time we pulled a prank just to fundraise for the joke shop?" "No." "Well, we flooded the corridors and charged other Slytherins 5 galleons for a ride on a broom to their classes." Daphne shook her head. "What are you planning on naming the joke shop?" "Now that," he tapped his nose, "is our little secret for now." Daphne rolled her eyes, but smiled nonetheless. There was another pause of comfortable silence, which was broken by Daphne. "Hey, is that Hermione?" Harish glanced around. In a table at the back corner sat Hermione, accompanied by the least expected companions, Luna Lovegood and Rita Skeeter. "Do you mind joining them?" Harish asked. "No," Daphne said, her eyes alight. "I'm curious as to what's going on as well." So the two of them got up and walked over to the table, where they slid into empty seats. "What are you doing here?" Harish asked. "I don't know," Rita said, folding her arms. "Miss Priss was about to tell me when you two arrived. Unemployment was not doing the reporter well. She used to have bouncy owned curls, but now her hair lay lank and unkempt. Her nail polish was chipped and several gems were missing from her glasses." She took a deep sip of her drink and sat back. "I want you to write an article for me," Hermione told her. "And I believe it is something you may enjoy." "Somehow I highly doubt that," Skeeter replied skeptically with an eyebrow raised. "So you don't want a mission where you can ruin someone's life with one article?" Hermione asked, sounding disappointed and slightly mischievous. "Whose?" Rita asked, leaning forward. "Albus Dumbledore," Hermione replied with a smirk, leaning forward as well. That evening the entire group met together at dinner. Fred and George came in towards the end and shoved food onto their plates without a word. Then, once they had finished, Harish got up and the others followed. "We were just watching the Gryffindor team's practice," Fred informed him. "And our team looks bad without us," George continued, "but nowhere near as bad as the Gryffindor team." "That's a relief," Harish said. They started down the steps to the dungeons. "You know, Quidditch was about the only thing in this place worth staying for," Fred grumbled. Hermione shot him a stern look. "You've got exams coming." "Told you already, we're not fussed about NEWTs," Fred said. "The snack boxes are ready to roll. We found out how to get rid of those boils, just a couple of drops of Murtlap essence sorts them." "I discovered it," Harish said, holding up a finger. Hermione rolled her eyes. The match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was short. The Gryffindor spectators had to endure only 22 minutes of agony. It was hard to say what the worst thing was. Neville thought it was a close-run contest between Ron's 14th failed save, Sloper missing the bludger but hitting Angelina in the mouth with his bat, and Kirk shrieking and falling backward off his broom as Zacharias Smith zoomed at him carrying the quaffle. The miracle was that Gryffindor only lost by 10 points. Dean managed to snatch the snitch from right under Hufflepuff seeker Summerby's nose, so that the final score was 240 versus 230. "Good catch," Neville had said to Dean after the match. "I was lucky," he shrugged. "It wasn't a very fast snitch and Summerby's got a cold." He sneezed and closed his eyes at exactly the wrong moment. But the good thing was, even though Hufflepuff had won and was now catching up, the Slytherins were still in the lead. Harish was glad of this, because if Hufflepuff had scored enough points to put them ahead of Slytherin, Harish would have lost his mind. The only thing worse than having to watch his team play without you was to watch his team lose. It didn't help that this was his last year at Hogwarts and he had been the captain of the team. It was infuriating enough that Umbridge had been sitting on a few rows below Harish, Hermione, Daphne, and the twins. Once or twice she had turned squatly in her seat to look at him, her toad-like mouth stretched in what had to have been a wide, gloating smile. The memory of it made Harish seethe with anger. He stared out the window for a long time, angry at Hogwarts in general. Then, when he and the twins turned in for the night, he said to them, "We need to escape from this place soon, or I'll lose my mind." The next morning they entered the Great Hall at the exact same moment as the post owls. Hermione was no longer the only person eagerly awaiting her daily prophet. Nearly everyone was eager for more news about the escaped Death Eaters, who, despite many sightings, had still not been caught. There were some Slytherins that didn't care, but there were others that checked to make sure the Death Eaters had not been caught. But this time, Hermione was not awaiting the prophet for that reason, but another entirely. She had tasked Rita Skeeter with finding any dirt she could on Dumbledore. Then, she had allowed Rita to give the story to the prophet as long as she wrote a rubbish story about Fudge for the Quibbler. Hermione gave the delivery owl a canute and unfolded the newspaper eagerly while Harish helped himself to some orange juice. Then, he was forced to pull his glass away from the table as an owl landed where it had been moments before. He pulled a long cylindrical package off of its leg and ripped off the brown packaging. Out rolled a furled copy of Mach's edition of the Quibbler. He unrolled it to see Fudge scowling out at everyone at the table. In large red letters across the picture were the words, "Cornelius Fudge, reliable or deceitful?" "It's good, isn't it?" Luna asked, who had drifted over to the Slytherin table and now squeezed herself between Ginny and Hermione. "It came out yesterday. I asked Dad to send you a free copy." While Hermione began to read Rita's article in The Prophet, Harish tackled the story about Fudge and the Quibbler. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge has been discovered to be deceitful, weak, and a hopeless leader. Alarming evidence has recently come to light about the way Cornelius Fudge runs our society, which casts doubts on whether he should remain in his position of power or not. There are several factors that say he should not. Cornelius Fudge has been overstepping his bounds and tampering with the running of magical Britain's most prestigious school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Minister of Magic's depletion of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and inevitably, the Ministry's failure to apprehend first Sirius Black, and now 9 convicted Death Eaters. Hogwarts is run by Headmaster Dumbledore, the Wizarding Examination Authority, and the Board of Governors. Starting at the top, the Board of Governors are in charge of appointing both headmasters of Hogwarts and head chairman of the Wizarding Examination Authority. The Wizarding Examination Authority are in charge of core curriculum and giving the students standard examinations in their core classes. Headmaster Dumbledore is tasked with appointing teachers, setting standards for extracurricular classes, and making sure that school rules are obeyed. Fudge overstepped his bounds by appointing Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, a teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The appointment of a teacher by the ministry, when approved by the Board of Governors, is acceptable. However, it is not acceptable when that person that is appointed already has a full-time job in the ministry. Dolores Umbridge could very well be charged with neglecting of duty. On top of that, eyewitnesses within the castle itself report that Umbridge, under orders from Minister Fudge, has not only been overriding the power of the governors, but has been illegally using a blood contract implement on students, a fact which is certainly frowned upon. Another thing that has recently come to light is the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Once a large, great force, our Aurors now number less than 100 in total. This is alarming, for as most know, the Aurors serve not only as our law enforcement, but our army and detective service as well. The sudden decrease in Aurors, caused by a large depletion of funds over the years, has made the force weak and unable to do the simplest things. A very good case of this is the Ministry's failure to capture Sirius Black. Convicted of the murder of 13 Muggles with a single curse, it is not doubted that Black is a dangerous wizard. He escaped Azkaban prison over 2 years ago, and the minister has still failed to comprehend him. Not only that, but has now failed to capture 9 escaped convicts. So this brings up the question, is Fudge really helping the wizarding community, or is he bringing it to ruin? After he finished reading the article about Fudge, he handed the edition of the Quibbler to Hermione. As she handed him the Daily Prophet, she said, apparently she found so much information that she decided to write a book on Dumbledore rather than just an article. Dumbledore, The Truth at Last. Coming in 6 months, the shocking story of the flawed genius considered by many to be the greatest wizard of his generation. Stripping away the popular image of serene, silver-bearded wisdom, Rita Skeeter reveals the disturbed childhood, the lawless youth, and lifelong feuds, and the guilty secrets that Dumbledore has buried under a facade of light. The details to those are explored in the explosive new biography, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, by Rita Skeeter, exclusively interviewed by Betty Braithwaite, page 13, inside. "What have you got there, Mrs. Granger?" came a simpering voice. They all looked up, startled, to see Professor Umbridge leaning over their table. "It's a copy of the Quibbler, Professor," Hermione replied, trying to shove it out of sight. But Umbridge was too fast for her. She grabbed the article and read aloud, "Cornelius Fudge, reliable or deceitful?" She stared down at the picture of Fudge, her pale, doughy face turning an ugly, patchy violet. "How you dare, how you could be." And she took a deep breath. "I have tried again and again to teach you children to do as you are told, no matter be owned." She stalked away, clutching the Quibbler to her chest, the eyes of many students following her. By mid-morning enormous signs had been put up all over the school, not just on house notice boards but in the corridors and classrooms as well. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, any student found in possession of the magazine The Quibbler will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 27. The first time he saw one, Harish had laughed out loud, earning a confused look from Draco. "What are you so happy about?" he had asked. "Don't you understand?" Harish retorted. If she could have done one thing to make absolutely sure that every single person in this school will read the article, it was banning it. And it seemed that Harish was quite right. By the end of that day, though Draco had not seen so much as a corner of the Quibbler anywhere in the school, every student seemed to be quoting it to each other. They could be heard whispering about it as they queued up for classes, discussing it over luncheon in the back of lessons, while Hermione even reported that every occupant of the cubicles in the girls' toilets had been talking about it when she nipped in there before ancient runes. And when they spotted me, and obviously they know I know Draco, whose father works in the ministry, so they were bombarding me with questions, Hermione told Harish with shining eyes. And you thought of this yourself? Harish asked, turning the entire wizarding population against our enemies with one article. For it was true. Students now knew exactly what fudge was, and had been, doing and were openly sharing their views on it. There were some that either did not believe fudge was doing those things intentionally, or they suspected that the Quibbler was over-exaggerating them. But most knew that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was too small. They knew that Umbridge was using blood quills as a punishment. They knew that it was the Board of Governors' job to run the school and make new rules, not the ministry's. From this, they determined that everything that article had said was true and no longer trusted their Minister of Magic. Meanwhile, Professor Umbridge was stalking school, stopping students at random and demanding that they turn out their books and pockets. It was obvious she was looking for copies of the Quibbler, but the students were several steps ahead of her. The pages carrying the article on fudge had been bewitched to resemble extracts from textbooks if anyone but themselves read it, or else wiped magically blank until they wanted to peruse it again. Soon it seemed that every single person in the school had read it. To cap it all, Luna told Harish over dinner that no copy of the Quibbler had ever sold out faster. Dad's reprinting, she told them, her eyes popping excitedly. He can't seem to believe it. He says people seem even more interested in this than the Crumplehorn Snurkax. And that night, the twins had daringly put an enlargement charm on the front cover of the Quibbler and hung it on the wall, so that Fudge's head glared down at them all. They had made th headline flash different colors, changing from saying, Cornelius Fudge, reliable or deceitful, to things like, the minister is a moron, and, eat dung Umbridge. But even though students were forbidden to read the article, their parents were not. Concerned parents were sending howlers and angry letters to Umbridge. After the first morning of howlers, Umbridge stopped showing up for meals altogether. While this boosted the morale of the students, it also seemed to make Umbridge even more determined than ever to achieve a sacking. And they got results nearly 3 weeks after the Quibbler had issued an article about the corruptness of their Minister of Magic. Harish and the twins were demonstrating yet another joke product, taking up orders for it. Hermione, Draco, and Daphne were working on homework together on a couch nearby, and Ginny was petting Crookshanks, watching the twins. Suddenly everyone fell silent when they heard the screams of a woman. "What's that?" Harish asked, cocking his head. "What's going on?" Suddenly the entrance to the common room opened and a face poked in, saying, "You might want to come see this," with a grin. Within a few minutes, all of the Slytherins had exited the dungeons and were pressing into the now packed entrance hall. The onlookers had formed a great ring, and the Slytherins pushed their way into it until they could see what was going on at the center. Professor McGonagall was directly opposite of the hall. She looked as though what she was watching made her feel faintly sick. Professor Trelawney was standing in the middle of the entrance hall with her wand in one hand and an empty sherry bottle in the other, looking utterly mad. Her hair was sticking up on end, her glasses were lopsided so that one eye was magnified more than the other. Her innumerable shawls and scarves were trailing haphazardly from her shoulders, giving the impression that she was falling apart at the seams. 2 large trunks lay on the floor beside her, one of them upside down. It looked very much as though it had been thrown down the stairs after her. Professor Trelawney was staring, apparently terrified, at something at the foot of the stairs that the Slytherins could not see. "No!" she shrieked. "No! This cannot be happening, it cannot, I refuse to accept it." "You didn't realize this was coming?" a high girlish voice asked, sounding callously amused, and Harish, moving to the right, saw it was Professor Umbridge. "Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather, you must have surely realized that your pitiful performance during my inspections, and lack of any improvement, would make it inevitable you would be sacked." "You see can't." Trelawney howled, tears streaming down her face behind her enormous lenses. You see, can't sack me. I've been here 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. It was your home, Umbridge retorted with a wide smile, until an hour ago, when the Minister of Magic countersigned the order for your dismissal. Now kindly remove yourself from this hall. You are embarrassing us. But she stood and watched with an expression of gloating enjoyment, as Professor Trelawney shuddered and Mo.Ned, rocking backward and forward on her trunk in paroxysms of grief. Then, McGonagall had broken away from the spectators and marched straight up to Trelawney, patting her firmly on the back while withdrawing a large handkerchief from within her robes. There, Sybil, calm down, it's not as bad as you think. Now, you are not going to have to leave Hogwarts owned. Oh, really, Professor McGonagall? Umbridge asked in a deadly voice, taking a few steps forward. And your authority for that statement owned. That would be mine, said a deep voice. The oak front doors had swung open. Students beside them scuttled out of the way as Dumbledore appeared in the entrance. What he had been doing out in the grounds, no one knew, but there was something impressive about the sight of him framed in the doorway against an oddly misty night. Leaving the doors wide behind him, he strode toward the place where Trelawney sat, tear-stained and trembling, upon her trunk, McGonagall alongside her. Yours, Professor Dumbledore. Umbridge countered with an unpleasant laugh. I'm afraid you do not understand the position. I have Heresh pulled a parchment from within her robes, an order of dismissal signed by myself and the Minister of Magic. Under the terms of Educational Decree Number 23. Yes, you are quite right, Dumbledore interrupted with a smile. You have every right to dismiss my teachers. You do not, I am afraid, have the authority to force them to leave the castle. That, he went on with a courteous little bow, is a power that still resides with the headmaster, and it is my wish that Professor Trelawney continue to live at Hogwarts. No, I'll go, Dumbledore. I shall leave Hogwarts and seek my fortune elsewhere. No, Dumbledore said sharply. It is my wish that you remain, Sybil. He turned to McGonagall. Might I ask you to escort Sybil back upstairs, Professor McGonagall? Of course, McGonagall replied. Up you get, Sybil, owned. Professor Sprout came hurrying forward and grabbed her other arm. Flitwick joined them and following with a squeak of locomotor trunks. And Professor Trelawney's trunks followed them. Umbridge was still staring at Dumbledore, who continued to smile. And what, she said in a whisper that could be heard throughout the hall, are you going to do with her once I appoint a new divination teacher who needs her lodgings? Oh, that won't be a problem, Dumbledore replied pleasantly. You see, I have already found us a new divination teacher, and he will prefer lodgings on the ground floor. You found? Umbridge asked shrilly. You found. Must I remind you that under Education Decree 22, the Ministry has the right to appoint a suitable candidate if, and only if, the headmaster fails to produce one. Which, I am happy to say, I have. May I introduce you? He turned to face the open front doors, through which night mist was now drifting. There was the sound of hooves. Then, through the mist came the body of a horse, followed by a man's torso. This is Firenze, Dumbledore said happily to a thunderstruck Umbridge. I think you'll find him suitable. The Gryffindors all looked forward to their first lesson with Firenze. Lavender and Parvati, who had been crying when Trelawney was sacked, were now eagerly anticipating their next class at breakfast. I thought you two were all upset that Trelawney had gone. Dean asked in confusion. We are, Lavender assured him. We went up to her office to see her, we took her some daffodils, not the honking ones that Sprouts got, nice one SB, owned. How is she? Neville questioned her. Not very good, poor thing, Lavender replied sympathetically. She was crying and saying she'd rather leave the castle forever than stay here if Umbridge is still here, and I don't blame her. Umbridge was horrible to her, wasn't she? Angelina, who had heard the last bit of their conversation, chimed in, and I've got a feeling Umbridge has only just started being horrible. Impossible, Ron scoffed, tucking into a large plate of eggs and bacon. She can't get any worse than she's been already. No, Dean retorted. Angelina's right. Umbridge'll certainly be in a foul mood, after Dumbledore appointed Firenze without her knowledge. And another part human, too, Neville agreed. Did you see her face when she saw Firenze? Ron shrugged nonchalantly and stuffed his mouth. Angelina leveled him a stare of disgust before deeming him too unscrupulous for attention and turned back to converse with Alicia Spinnet. After breakfast the Gryffindor 5th years left together for divination. Aren't we going up to North Tower? Ron asked, looking puzzled, as Parvati bypassed the marble staircase. Parvati looked scornfully over her shoulder. How do you expect Firenze to climb that ladder? Dean snorted with derision. We're in classroom 11 now, it was on the notice board yesterday. Classroom 11 was on the ground floor, in the corridor leading off the entrance hall on the opposite side of the Great Hall. It was known to be one of the classrooms that were never used regularly, and that it therefore had the slightly neglected feeling of a cupboard or storeroom. When they entered it, however, they found themselves standing in the middle of a forest clearing. What the? The classroom floor had become springily mossy and trees were growing out of it, their leafy branches fanned across the ceiling and windows, so that the room was full of slanting shafts of soft, dappled, green light. The students who had already arrived were sitting on the earthy floor with their backs resting against tree trunks or boulders, arms wrapped around their knees or folded tightly across their chests, looking rather nervous. In the middle of the room, where there were no trees, stood Firenze. When the door was finally closed and the last student had sat down on a tree stump beside the wastepaper basket, Firenze gestured around the room. Professor Dumbledore has kindly arranged this classroom for us, he said, when everyone had settled down, in imitation of my natural habitat. I would have preferred to teach you in the Forbidden Forest, which was, until Monday, my home, but this is not possible. Please, Sir, Parvati said breathlessly, raising her hand, why not? We've been in there with Hagrid, we're not frightened. It is not a question of your bravery, Firenze replied, but of my position. I can no longer return to the forest. My herd has banished me. Herd? Lavender asked, confused. What? Oh. Comprehension dawned on her face. There are more of you. She asked, stunned. Did Hagrid breed you, like the Thestrals? Dean asked eagerly. Firenze turned his head very slowly to face Dean, who had realized how offensive that had sounded. I didn't, I meant, sorry, he finished in a hushed voice. Centaurs are not playthings of humans, Firenze responded quietly. There was a pause, then Parvati raised her hand again. Please, sir, why have the other centaurs banished you? Because I agreed to work for Dumbledore, Firenze told them. They see this as a betrayal of our kind. Let us begin, Firenze said after a pause. He swished his long palomino tail, raised his hand toward the leafy canopy above, then lowered it slowly, and as he did so, the light in the room dimmed, so that they now seemed to be sitting in a forest clearing by twilight, and stars emerged upon the ceiling. There were oohs and gasps, and Ron said audibly, Blimey. Lie back on the floor, Firenze instructed in his calm voice, and observe heavens. Here it is written, for those who can see, fortune of our races. The students stretched out on their backs and gazed upward. A twinkling red star winked from overhead. I know that you have learned the names of the planets and their moons in astronomy, said Firenze's calm voice, and that you have mapped the stars' progress through the heavens. Centaurs have unraveled the mysteries of these movements over centuries. Our findings teach us that the future may be glimpsed in the sky above USB, owned. Professor Trelawney taught us about astrology. Parvati exclaimed excitedly, raising her hand out in front of her so that it stuck up in the air as she lay on her back. Mars causes accidents and burns and things like that, and when it makes an angle to Saturn, like now, she drew a right angle in the air above her. That means that people need to be extra careful when handling hot things. That, Firenze stated calmly, is human nonsense. Parvati's hand fell limply to her side. Trivial hurts, tiny human accidents, Firenze said as his hooves thudded over the mossy floor. These are no more significant than ants scurrying to the wide universe, and are unaffected by planetary movements. Professor Trelawney, Parvati began in a hurt and indignant voice. Is a human, Firenze interrupted simply. And is therefore blinkered and fettered by the limitations of your kind. Several people were offended at that. Sybil Trelawney may have seen, I do not know, Firenze continued, and his tail swished again as he walked up and down before them, but she wastes her time, in the main, on the self-flattering nonsense humans call fortune-telling. I, however, am here to explain the wisdom of centaurs, which is impersonal and impartial. We watch the skies for the great tides of evil or change that are sometimes marked there. It may take 10 years to be sure of what we are seeing. Firenze pointed to the red star to Dean's right. In the past decade, the indications have been that Wizard King is living through nothing more than a brief calm between two wars. Mars, bringer of battle, shines brightly above us, suggesting that the fight must break out again soon. How soon? Centaurs may attempt to divine by the burning of certain herbs and leaves, by the observation of fume and flame. Owned. It was the most unusual lesson any of them had ever attended. They did indeed burn sage and mallow sweet there on the classroom floor, and Firenze told them to look for certain shapes and symbols in the pungent fumes, but he seemed perfectly unconcerned that not one of them could see any of the signs he described, telling them that humans were hardly ever good at this, that it took centaurs years and years to become competent, and finished by telling them that it was foolish to put too much faith in such things anyway, because even centaurs read them wrongly. He was nothing like any human teacher Dean had ever had. His priority did not seem to be to teach them what he knew, but rather to impress upon them that nothing, not even centaurs' knowledge, was foolproof. He's not very definite on anything, is he? Ron asked Seamus in a low voice, as they put out their mallow sweet fire. I mean, I could do with a few more details about this war we're about to have, couldn't you? The bell rang right-o outside the classroom door and everyone jumped. Most had completely forgotten they were still inside the castle, quite convinced that they were really in the forest. The class filed out, looking slightly perplexed. Ron and Seamus were on the point of following them when Firenze called, Ron Weasley. Ron turned. The centaur advanced a little toward him. Seamus hesitated. You may stay, Firenze told him. But close the door, please. Seamus hastened to obey. Ron Weasley, you are a friend of Hagrid's, are you not? The centaur questioned. Yes, Ron replied. Then give him a warning. From me. His attempt is not working. He would so better to abandon it. His attempt is not working. Ron repeated blankly. And he would do better to abandon it, Firenze finished, nodding. I would warn Hagrid myself, but I am banished. It would be unwise for me to go too near the forest now. Hagrid has enough troubles without a centaur's battle. But, what's Hagrid attempting to do? Ron asked weakly. Firenze looked at him impassively. Hagrid has recently rendered me a great service, and he has long since earned my respect for the care he shows all living creatures. I shall not betray his secret. But he must be brought to his senses. The attempt is not working. Tell him, Ron Weasley. Good day to you. Ron had trouble catching Hagrid at a time where he could relay Firenze's message. Umbridge was now always present in every single lesson. As a dull March blurred into a blustery April, Ron finally managed it by pretending he had lost his copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and doubling back with Seamus after class one day. When he passed on the message, Hagrid gazed at him for a moment through his puffy, blackened eyes, apparently taken back. Then he seemed to pull himself together. Nice bloke, Firenze, he said gruffly, but he don't know what he's talkin' aboo, on this. The attempt's comin' on fine. Hagrid, what are you up to? Ron asked curiously. If Umbridge finds out you're doing something you shouldn't. There's things more important than keepin' a job, Hagrid replied, though his hands shook slightly as he said this and a basin full of gnarled droppings crashed to the floor. Don't worry aboo, me, Ron, just get along now, there's a good ladybee, owned. Ron had no choice but to leave Hagrid mopping up the dung all over his floor. He trudged his way back to the castle, pulling the collar of his shirt up so that his ears weren't rubbed raw by the ever-persistent wind. When he made it into the castle, he rubbed his hands together, attempting to warm them up. What he saw when he paused there was Harish Blake looking this way and that as he crossed the entrance hall and started down the steps of the dungeons. The twins were with him and, after he had looked around, they began to converse too quietly to hear. Ron could not help but notice how shady the Death Eater want-to-be was acting. Dinner was already going on, so it was unusual for anyone to leave so early. What do you think they were talking about? Ron asked Seamus, already directing his feet toward the dungeons. Seamus sighed and rubbed his face. I don't know, he replied. But, come on, Ron. Spying. I don't think that's necessary. You can go if you want, Ron said. But I want to know what they're talking about. Seamus nodded his thanks and walked off towards the Great Hall. Ron stayed still for a moment, surprised. He had not expected his friend to turn down an adventure. Then, Ron's curiosity got the better of him and he hurried to go down the steps to the dungeons. Harish and the twins were a great deal ahead of him, but the staircase was long enough that Ron could still see them. He sped up, trying his best to remain as quiet as possible. Then, Ron panicked. How was he supposed to get into the Slytherin common room unrecognized? Thinking past, he took off his Gryffindor badge and stowed it in his pocket. Then, he pulled his Chudley Cannon's hat out of his bag and pulled it on his head, almost to his eyes. By the time he had finished that, he was only directly behind his brothers. He stopped short as Harish halted the twins, and slipped through a tapestry that was along the side of the staircase. Ron hastened to follow them. They walked down another staircase, this one narrower, and went through another tapestry doorway. They went to the end of that corridor, and turned into another one that ended in a blank wall. Harish walked straight up to the wall and muttered, "Aconite." The wall slid down into the ground and allowed the four boys passage. Luckily, as dinner had only just started, the common room was empty except for the four of them. Careful to stay behind them where they couldn't see him, Ron dove behind a couch and listened as the three of them raised their voices loud enough to hear. "Still," Fred groaned, "I don't understand why we have to leave dinner quite so early." "Yeah," George agreed. "I only just managed to get all my food down when you took us out. And I didn't even get a chance to grab seconds." Fred wailed. "We are the leaders of the DA," Harish replied with a groan. "That means we have to get there first. But it starts at 7. Both twins protested. "And the room of requirement is situated on the 7th floor, Harish retorted, "and might I add we are 3 levels below ground floor. I just wanted to drop off my things before we head over there." There was a thud as Harish most likely deposited his book bag in a chair. "Happy now?" Harish asked. "Not until I get my seconds," Fred grumbled. They continued bickering, their voices growing fainter until they disappeared altogether as the entrance to the common room closed again. Ron waited a few seconds, reveling in what he had just found out. Blake was leading a secret organization, and they had a meeting that night at 7 on the 7th floor. Ron hopped up and left the common room with a mission. He needed to tell someone about the army they were inevitably building. They had finally started work on Patronuses in the DA meetings, which everyone had been very keen to practice, though as Harish kept reminding them, producing a Patronus in the middle of a brightly lit classroom when they were not under any threat was very different to producing it when confronted by something like a Dementor. "Oh, don't be such a killjoy," Alicia Spinnet said brightly. "They're so pretty." "They are not supposed to be pretty, they are supposed to protect you," Harish informed her impatiently. "What we really need is a boggart or something. That's how I taught myself. I tried to conjure a Patronus while the boggart was pretending to be a Dementor." "Blimey, Harish," Dean remarked. "I didn't know you taught yourself." "Yes, I did," Harish replied. "Now, try again." Neville, Harish noted, was having trouble with the charm. His face was screwed up in concentration, but only feeble wisps of silver smoke issued from the tip of his wand. "You need to think of something happy," Harish reminded the room. "I'm trying," Neville said miserably, who was trying so hard his round face was actually shining with sweat. Meanwhile Hermione's Patronus, a silver otter, was gamboling around her. "They are sort of nice, aren't they?" she asked fondly. The door of the room of requirement opened and a sandy head peeked in, looking mildly nervous. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "Seamus?" Dean asked. "What are you doing here?" Seamus, not looking at anyone, mumbled, "You all best get out of here." "What?" Dean asked in confusion. Everyone in the room displayed some sort of confusion or alarm. "Why?" Harish demanded. Seamus shuffled his feet. "Ron, well, I told him not to, but, well, Umbridge is coming. She knows about you guys, and she knows how to get in here." Harish was shocked. "What are you lot waiting for?" Fred shouted. "Run." People darted for the door, and instantly Harish started shouting, "Wait! Stop!" He climbed up onto a chair and blew his whistle. Draco, whose hand was on the doorknob, paused. "We need to go about this in a calm, orderly fashion," Harish panted. "I know it looks bad, but it's only 10 to 9. If any of you are caught, you won't be out of bounds. You all need to find a place to go, no more than 3 at a time, and get there. Preferably not your common rooms, those are too far, and don't run. If you are caught out of breath, it will make you seem suspicious. Now go." And Draco pulled Ginny out of the room. They waited a few seconds and Harish let the next group, the Hufflepuffs, leave. Then the Gryffindors went, followed by the rest of the Slytherins. Finally it was only Harish, the twins, and Seamus. Harish sent the twins on ahead to the Ollery. I appreciate your warning, Harish said to Seamus before leaving the room of requirement. He walked as fast as possible while seeming as normal as possible, heading for the bathrooms. He could pretend he had been in there the whole time if he could just reach it. Aargh. Something caught him around the ankles and he fell flat on his face. Someone behind him was laughing. He rolled over onto his back to see Umbridge walking serenely towards him, smiling widely. Stand up, Blake, she sang happily. Harish got to his feet, glaring at her. He had never seen Umbridge so happy. She seized his arm in a vice-like grip. Initially, Harish would have cast some spectacular spells and gotten away from there as quick as possible, but he deemed that at this moment it was best to play the innocent. You can come with me to Headmaster's office, Blake. They were at the stone gargoyle within minutes. Harish wondered how many of the others had been caught as Umbridge exclaimed, fizzing Wisby. The stone gargoyle jumped aside, the wall behind split open, and they ascended the moving stone staircase. They reached the polished door with the griffin knocker, but Umbridge did not bother to knock. Instead, she strode straight inside, still holding Harish tight. The office was full of people. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, his expression serene, the tips of his long fingers together. McGonagall stood rigidly beside him, her face extremely tense. Cornelius Fudge was rocking backward and forward on his toes beside the fire, apparently torn between being pleased and shocked. Kingsley Shacklebolt and a tough-looking wizard with very short, wiry hair were positioned on either side of the door like guards, and the freckled, bespectacled form of Percy Weasley hovered excitedly beside the wall, a quill and a heavy scroll of parchment in his hands, apparently poised to take notes. The portraits of old headmasters and mistresses were not shamming sleep that night. All of them were watching what was happening below, alert and serious. As Harish entered, a few flitted into neighboring frames and whispered urgently into their neighbors' ears. Harish pulled himself free of Umbridge's grasp as the door swung shut behind them. Fudge was glaring at him with a kind of vicious satisfaction upon his face. Well, he said. Well, owned. Harish replied with the most superior look he could muster, sticking his nose innocently in the air and looking at Fudge down it. His heart drummed madly in his chest, but his brain was oddly cool and clear. He was heading back to the dungeons, Umbridge said. There was an indecent excitement in her voice, the same callous pleasure she had displayed while watching Trelawney dissolve in misery in the entrance hall. It was almost a shame having such malak wasted on the minister instead of being put to good use in Voldemort's ranks. I expect you know why you're here? Fudge asked. No, Harish replied firmly. I beg your pardon. Fudge asked. No, Harish repeated. You don't know why you're here. No, I do not. Fudge looked incredulously from Harish to Umbridge. So you have no idea, Fudge confirmed in a voice that was positively sagging with sarcasm, why Professor Umbridge has brought you to this office. You are not aware that you have broken any school rules. School rules? Harish parroted. No. Or any ministry decrees. Fudge amended angrily. Not that I'm aware of, Harish replied blandly. His heart was still hammering very fast. It was definitely worth toying with Fudge, watching his blood pressure rise slowly. So it's news to you, is it? Fudge said, his voice now thick with anger, that an illegal student organization has been discovered within this school. Harish paused, contemplating his answer. No, he responded with. What do you mean by that? Fudge exclaimed, positively quivering. I think, Minister, Umbridge interrupted silkily from behind Harish, we might make better progress if I fetch our informant. Yes, I do, Fudge agreed, nodding, and he glanced maliciously at Dumbledore as Umbridge left the room. There's nothing like a good witness, is there, Dumbledore? Nothing at all, Cornelius, Dumbledore concurred calmly, inclining his head. There was a wait of several minutes, in which no one looked at each other, then Harish heard the door open behind him. Umbridge moved past him into the room, gripping by the shoulder Ron, who was staring at the ground as though a spot there greatly interested him. Come on, son, there's no need to be frightened, Umbridge said softly. Ron's face was still angled at the floor, but he shot her a reproachful look as she continued, it's quite all right now. You have done the right thing. The minister is very pleased with you. This is Ron Weasley, Minister, she added, looking up at Fudge. I'm sure you know his brother. Harish glanced over at Percy, who was scribbling excitedly, his eyes alight and his chest puffed up in pride. Jolly good, jolly good. Fudge said heartily. Just like his brother, E.H. But it seemed that this was the last thing Ron wanted to hear. He had been looking irresolutely into the corner of the room, but at these words he looked absolutely disgusted and shot Percy the dirtiest glare that had ever graced his face. Yes, Umbridge agreed. Now, why don't you tell the minister? Ron shook his head profusely and mumbled, I can't. Oh, very well, I'll tell him, Umbridge snapped. She hitched her sickly smile back onto her face and said, well, Minister, Mr. Weasley here came to my office shortly after dinner this evening and told me he had something he wanted to tell me. He said that if I proceeded to a secret room on the 7th floor, sometimes known as the Room of Requirement, I would find out something to my advantage. He practically blurted out all the details, that there was going to be a meeting at 7 o'clock, hosted by Harish Blake and Weasley's twin brothers. Well, now, Fudge said, fixing Ron with a fatherly look. It was very noble of you, son, coming to tell Professor Umbridge, you did exactly the right thing. Now, will you tell me what happened at this meeting? What was its purpose? Who else was there? I don't know, Ron mumbled. They didn't say. Perhaps I could be of some help, Harish said finally. He reached into his robes and the others started forward, thinking he was grabbing his wand, but halted at the sight of a folded slip of parchment resting between his fingers. What is that? Fudge asked with a mixture of impatience and curiosity. A permit, Harish replied, unfolding it. Shall I read it to you? He cleared his throat before reading aloud. Harish Blake has been permitted to start a study group, purposed for passing all and newt exams, by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. And there are a bunch of signatures. He showed the signatures to the others in the room. See, he asked. As I was trying to tell you before, I have not been doing anything wrong. Umbridge looked very sour, glaring holes through Harish's slip of parchment. Beyond her, Fudge seemed to be on the point of boiling with anger. His gaze flickered from Harish to Dumbledore, whose face was completely impassive, though there was a glimmer of annoyance in his eyes. May I go now? Harish asked politely. Tell him he can't continue, Dumbledore. Fudge finally blurted out. I may not be able to overrule the WEA, but certainly the headmaster be owned. Dumbledore bowed his head. Mr. Blake, he said, you are allowed to leave this office without punishment on one condition. You can no longer hold sessions with your study group. Yes, Professor, Harish hissed through gritted teeth. And with that, he left the office without a glance back. The next day members of the DA came up to Harish for information. They wanted to know what had happened in the office, whether they were still going to have meetings, and what sort of punishment he received. They were all surprised when Harish told them he had received none, but he had not been. It was slightly annoying what little trust they had in him. Did they think he wanted to be expelled unnecessarily? Of course at that point Harish would not have argued against expulsion. Without the DA, he no longer had anything at Hogwarts worth staying for. Slowly Umbridge had stolen what he enjoyed most, Quidditch, heading the DA, and any sort of freedom. The twins too were revolted by the sudden turn of events. So they decided to take action. Harish and the twins found Hermione, Daphne, and Ginny standing by the hourglasses that recorded house points. All three girls were gazing at emeralds in their hourglass with disgust. Noticed, have you? Fred asked, sauntering up to Hermione. Some Ravenclaw girl just docked us a bunch of points, Daphne explained. Yeah, Montague tried to do us during break, George informed them. But he's in our house. Hermione protested. He was one of the ones that never accepted the twins for their blood traitor status, Harish shrugged. What did you mean, tried? Ginny asked warily. He never managed to get the words out, Fred answered, due to the fact that we forced him headfirst into that vanishing cabinet on the first floor. Hermione looked very shocked. But you'll get into terrible trouble. Not until Montague reappears, and it could take weeks. I dunno where we sent him, Fred said coolly. Anyway, we've decided we don't care about getting into trouble anymore. Have you ever? Hermione asked. Course we have, George dissented. Never been expelled, have we? We've always known where to draw the line, Fred said. I always helped with that, Harish interrupted. We might have put a toe across it occasionally, George continued, as though Harish had not said a thing. But we've always stopped short of causing real mayhem, Fred finished. But now? Ginny asked curiously. Well, now George replied. What with no more DA? Fred interrupted. We reckon a bit of mayhem. is exactly what the school needs. Namely Dumbledore and a certain ministry official, Harish expanded with a smirk. You mustn't, Hermione whispered. You really mustn't. They all would love a reason to expel you. Harish especially. You don't get it, Hermione, do you? Fred asked with a smile. We don't care about staying anymore. We'd walk out right now if we weren't determined to have our revenge on Umbridge. So anyway, he checked his watch, Phase 1 is about to begin. I'd get in the Great Hall for lunch if I were you, that way the teachers will see you can't have had anything to do with it. Anything to do with what? Hermione asked anxiously. You'll see, George retorted. Run along now. And the 3 seventh years squeezed into the crowd. They made their way into a corridor and dove into an alcove that was hidden by a hanging tapestry. There, the twins had stored a large wooden crate. Harish levitated it out into the reasonably empty corridor and they dumped its contents out on the floors. Then, with a flourish of his wand, all of the ignitions were lit. The 3 boys plugged their ears and dove into the alcove. Seconds later, the entire floor shook in an ear-splitting boom. There were screams and some fireworks made their way out of the corridor, zooming in every direction. The others shot around the corridor and ricocheted off the walls. Harish pulled the tapestry to the side far enough to get a good look. Dragons comprised of green and gold sparks were soaring up and down the corridors, emitting loud fiery blasts and bangs as they went. Shocking pink Catherine wheels 5 feet in diameter were whizzing lethally through the air like so many flying saucers. Rockets with long tails of brilliant silver stars were ricocheting off the walls. Sparklers were writing swear words and insults in midair of their own accord. Firecrackers were exploding like mines all up and down the corridor, and instead of burning out the pyrotechnical miracles gained energy the longer they flew. Harish almost dropped the tapestry for racking sobs of laughter at the sight of Umbridge and Filch standing transfixed in horror on the stairs. One of the Catherine wheels seemed to decide that what it needed was more room to maneuver. It whirled up toward Umbridge and Filch with a sinister whee. Both adults yelled with fright and ducked as it soared over their heads, straight out the window behind them, and over the grounds. Meanwhile, several of the dragons in a large purple bat took advantage of an open door at the end of the corridor to escape toward the 2nd floor. Umbridge shrieked in fright and ran up into her office, where she stayed. Moments later, Dumbledore came flying into the entrance hall where the fireworks ran rampant. He whipped out his wand and waved it about. Instead of disappearing, the fireworks all multiplied by 10. Harish and the twins were near suffocation from their laughter. Oh, I hope he tries stunning them next, George laughed, wiping tears out of his eyes. They explode with enough force to blast through the wall. The fireworks continued to burn and spread all over the school that afternoon. All teachers were baffled with how to get rid of them. Any spell one could think of that would do the trick, Harish had thought of as well and had gotten the twins to protect the fireworks against it. The fireworks they used were a special batch, designed precisely to drive Dumbledore to frustration, and it worked. He was running all over the school, getting rid of them, after he had finally found a spell well past 1 o'clock. The 3 young men were idols that night in the Slytherin common room. Many curious aspirers asked how the fireworks were made, to which George would reply, "Our little secret, my friend," with a shake of his head. Even Hermione fought her way through the excited crowd to congratulate them. They were wonderful fireworks, she said admiringly. Thanks, Fred replied, looking both bewildered and pleased. A deep red flush creeped up his neck. Weasley's wildfire whizzed bangs, George informed her. Lucky Harish had us make a whole new set for this purpose, or we would be out. I caught them planning to use up everything we had made so far, Harish said with a shake of his head. But it would have been worth it, Fred dissented. Hermione returned to where Daphne and Draco were sitting. Daphne was reluctantly pulling out her schoolwork while Draco stared at his bag, as if wishing for his work to spring out and start doing itself. Oh, why don't we have night off? Hermione asked brightly as a Catherine wheel was heard out in the corridor outside. After all, the Easter holidays start on Friday, we'll have plenty of time. The NB owned. Are you feeling all right? Draco asked skeptically with a pale eyebrow raised. Now that you mention it, Hermione replied happily, I think I'm feeling a bit rebellious. Lately, it was a rare occasion those days to see Harish in the library, even rarer for the twins to be there as well, but that was where they could be found. They had just received a letter informing them that the joke shop was ready for business. At that, they left the common room and found a quiet place to plan, the library. Hermione, Draco, and Daphne sat at a table nearby. The fifth years were studying for their owls, and Hermione had even made 3 calendars that were color-coded according to subject. Ginny joined them after nearly half an hour. "This just arrived," she said, placing a parcel in the center of the table. "It just got through Umbridge's screening process B. Owned." It had clearly been unwrapped and carelessly wrapped, and there was a scribbled note across it in red ink, reading inspected and passed by the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. "It's Easter eggs from Mum," she continued. "I've got one for each of you." She handed them each handsome chocolate eggs, and Harish did not fail to notice that Draco's was smaller than the rest. It seemed the small fact did not escape Draco's attention either, but he accepted it without a word. Instead, he unwrapped it slowly and took a bite. "What do you think you are doing?" Everyone except Draco and Ginny quickly shoved their eggs in their pockets, bags, or, in Fred's case, inside the nearest book. "Oh damn," Ginny whispered, jumping to her feet. "I forgot." Madame Pants was swooping down on them, her shriveled face contorted with rage. "Chocolate in the library," she screamed. "Out! Out! Out!" And Draco covered his face and ran after Ginny. She caused his books, bag, and ink bottle to whack them over the head repeatedly. As the days progressed, the entire castle was busier than ever. The 5th years were preparing for their owls and receiving career advice, the 7th years were preparing for their NEWTs and were attending career fairs, and everyone else were preparing for their end-of-the-year exams. Even Harish and the twins were busy, though they were planning an escape and had abandoned any school work. Harish, of course, wanted to inform Sirius of what was going on, but there was no way of talking to him, not since Umbridge had almost caught him in the fire in the Slytherin common room. To this, the twins had responded. "We reckon we found a way to let you talk to Sirius," Fred said, walking up to Harish as he sat in between Daphne and Hermione. "What?" Hermione asked curiously. "Oh, I just wanted to inform him." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione interrupted Harish. "With Umbridge groping in fires and frisking owls." "Well, we found a way around that," George replied, stretching with a smile. "It's a simple matter of causing a diversion." "Now," Fred said, "you might have noticed that we have been rather quiet on the mayhem front during the holidays." "What was the point?" we asked ourselves, in interrupting leisure time. George continued. "No point at all," we answered ourselves. "And of course, we'd have messed with people studying too. Which would be the last thing we'd want to do." Fred gave Hermione a sanctimonious nod, who looked taken aback by his thoughtfulness. "But it's business as usual from tomorrow," Fred continued briskly. "And if we are going to cause a bit of an uproar, why not do it so Harish can talk to Sirius? We'd be shooting 2 pixies with 1 stone." "Yes, but still," Hermione said with the air of explaining something very simple to a child, "even if you do cause a diversion, how is Harish supposed to use the Flow network?" "Umbridge's office," Harish replied quietly. Daphne, who had been listening to their conversation, looked very worried at that. "Are you insane?" she asked. "I don't think so," Harish replied with a shrug. "And how are you going to get in there in the first place?" Hermione asked. "Sirius's knife," he replied. "Excuse me. Christmas before last Sirius gave me a knife that will open any lock," Harish explained. "So even if she's bewitched the door to where Alohomora will not work, which she most likely has." Fine, Hermione huffed. "If you want to be caught and have who knows what done to you, be my guest." "Believe me," Harish said lowly, "I will not get caught." The next morning, he woke early, feeling excited. After lying in bed for a few minutes, thinking about the day ahead, Harish got up and silently dressed before moving out of the dormitory to sit by the fire. Once the twins were up, the 3 went down to breakfast together. It was very difficult to concentrate on any class. It did not help that, being a Monday, they had Transfiguration, which was one of the few classes that required all attention. Finally classes ended and the trio went their separate ways. The twins went towards Gregory the Swarmy's corridor to prepare for their diversion and Harish went down to the dormitories to grab his cloak and Sirius's knife. Then, the young man put on the cloak and headed straight for Umbridge's office. Screams and yells reverberated overhead and people were exiting classrooms all around. Harish were stopping in their tracks and looking up at the ceiling. As he mounted the long staircase, Umbridge came pelting out of her classroom as fast as her short legs would carry her. Pulling out her wand, she hurried off in the opposite direction. Harish inserted the blade of the magical knife into the keyhole and moved it gently around, then withdrew it. There was a tiny click, and the door swung open. He ducked inside the office, closed the door behind him, and looked around. It was empty. Nothing was moving except the horrible kittens on the plates continuing to frolic on the wall above 3 broomsticks, which were chained and padlocked to the wall. Harish paused and stared at them, realizing with a jolt that they belonged to him and the twins. Harish pulled off the cloak and, striding over to the fireplace, found a small box containing glittering flow powder. He crouched down in front of the empty grate, stuck his head into the fireplace, and threw a pinch of powder onto the logs below him. At once, they exploded into emerald green flames. Slytherin Manor, Harish said clearly, closing his eyes as the fireplace spun around him. He opened them again at the sound of a surprised voice. Harry. It was Sirius, leaping off of a couch in the sitting room. He dropped the copy of the Prophet he had been reading and slid onto the floor in front of the green flames. Is my father around? Harish asked. He's in a meeting, Sirius replied. I don't understand. Why have you come? Isn't Umbridge monitoring the flow system? Umbridge has no idea I'm talking to you. You're sure? Oh, I am sure, Harish said with a smile. I'm flowing from her office. The twins are making a diversion up on the floor above. I expect I won't have much longer. Sirius let out a bark of laughter. Anyway, I wanted you to know that after today, the 3 of us will no longer be at Hogwarts. We have premises in Diagon Alley for the joke shop and are intending to have it ready by summer. You're leaving school? Sirius asked incredulously. Harish nodded. And I would appreciate it if you don't tell my father for now unless he asks you directly. Sirius nodded sincerely. Thanks, Harish replied before pulling his head out of the fire. The young man donned the cloak again and ran from the room. Once he had reached the landing below Umbridge's office, the dark-haired teen deemed it safe to pull the cloak off again. Hearing a great deal of shouting coming from the entrance hall, Harish made his way down the rest of the marble staircase to find most of the school assembled there. It was just like the night when Trelawney had been sacked. Students were standing all around the walls in a great ring, and some of them were covered in a substance that resembled stinksap greatly. Teachers and ghosts were also in the crowd. Prominent in the crowd were 2 figures, Dumbledore, tall and thin, and Umbridge, short and squat. Both were facing opposite of Harish. In the center of it all were Fred and George, who had the unmistakable look of 2 people who had just been cornered. Harish joined the crowd at the foot of the stairs and edged through the circle to where he could see Dumbledore and Umbridge better. Dumbledore's eyes were no longer twinkling. He seemed to tower over the twins. On the other hand, Umbridge looked flustered and annoyed. She had her wand out and pointed at them. So, she said triumphantly. So, you think it amusing to turn a school corridor into a swamp, do you? Pretty amusing, yeah, Fred said, not seeming to be the least bit frightened of either of them. Do you understand what this means? Dumbledore asked. I am no longer willing to tolerate your behavior. You will have to be punished. Harish finally pushed his way through the crowd and joined the twins. Great, you're here, George said. Harish turned to address the school. They will not be punished, he said. I rather feel we have outgrown full-time education. Whispers rippled throughout the crowd. Umbridge looked furious. Ready, Fred? Harish asked, turning to Fred. Ready, George. Both redheads nodded and the 3 of them raised their wands together and cried, Accio brooms. There was a loud crash in the distance. A group of students were forced to duck as the 3 broomsticks, one still trailing the heavy chain and iron peg Umbridge has used to fasten them to the wall, hurtled towards their owners. They stopped sharply in front of them, the chain clattering loudly on the flagged stone floor. We won't be seeing you, Fred announced, swinging his leg over his broomstick. Yeah, don't bother to keep in touch, George added as he and Harish mounted their own brooms. Harish looked around at the assembled students, and at the silent, watchful crowd. If anyone fancies buying a portable swamp, as demonstrated upstairs, come to number 93, Diagon Alley, Weasley and Company, he said. Our new premises. Stop them. Umbridge shrieked, but it was too late. Fred, George, and Harish kicked off from the floor, shooting 15 feet into the air, the iron peg swinging dangerously below. Fred looked across the hall at the poltergeist bobbing on his level above the crowd. Give her hell from us, Peeves. Peeves swept his belled hat from his head and sprang to a salute as the three young men wheeled about to tumultuous applause from the students below and sped out the open doors into the glorious sunset. It was an overcast, murky summer day in London. Neville Longbottom and his grandmother had just left the apothecary. They were there buying school supplies for the teen. Already, the alley had been changed drastically by Voldemort's return. The leaky cauldron was empty for the first time in Neville's memory, several shops had shut down, and no one looked each other in the eye as they passed in the streets. The colorful, glittering window displays of spell books, potion ingredients, and cauldrons were lost to view, hidden by enormous posters of various escaped Death Eaters. The Ministry still did not recognize the Dark Lord's return, passing the escapes off as the work of Sirius Black, but everyone was frightened, just as they were when Black had first escaped from Azkaban. But at the end of the alley, one shop was unaffected by the gloom. Weasley and Co.'s windows hit the eye like a firework display. Casual passerby were looking back over their shoulders at the windows, and a few rather stunned-looking people had actually come to a halt, transfixed. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced, and shrieked. Neville's eyes began watering just looking at it. Augusta Longbottom sniffed in disdain and folded her arms as Neville walked straight for the door, making it clear she had no intention of following him. With an amused shake of his head, Neville pulled on the door and entered the shop. It was packed with customers. Neville could not get near the shelves. He stared around, looking up at the boxes piled to the ceiling. Here were the skiving snack boxes that the twins and Harish had perfected during their last, unfinished year at Hogwarts. Neville noticed that the nosebleed nougat was most popular, with only one battered box lead on the shelf. There were bins full of trick wands, the cheapest merely turning into rubber chickens or pairs of briefs when waved, the most expensive beating the unwary user around the head and neck, and boxes of quills, which came in self-inking, spell-checking, and smart answer varieties. A space cleared in the crowd, and Neville pushed his way toward the counter, where a gaggle of delighted 10-year-olds were watching a tiny little wooden man slowly ascending the steps to a real set of gallows, both perched on a box that read, "Reusable hangman, spell it or he'll swing. Patented daydream charms be owned." Neville turned to see Hermione, who had managed to squeeze through the crowd to a large display near the counter and was reading the information on the back of a box bearing a highly colored picture of a handsome youth and a swooning girl who were standing on the deck of a pirate ship. "Hermione!" Neville exclaimed. "How have you been?" "Good," Hermione replied distractedly. "This here says, one simple incantation and you will enter a top-quality, highly realistic, 30-minute daydream, easy to fit into the average school lesson and virtually undetectable. Side effects include vacant expression and minor drooling. Not for sale to under 16s. You know," she said, looking up at Neville again, "that really is extraordinary magic." "For that, Hermione," a voice said behind them, "you can have one for free." A beaming Fred stood before them, wearing a set of forest green robes that clashed magnificently with his flaming hair. His wand was tucked behind one ear. "What's happened to your eye, Hermione?" he asked. "Your punching telescope," she replied ruefully. "Oh blimey, I forgot about those," Fred said. "Here." He pulled a tub out of his pocket and unscrewed it to reveal a thick yellow paste. As he dipped 2 fingers into the paste and rubbed it onto Hermione's eye, Neville squeezed back through the crowd. Neville hadn't made it further than 10 feet before he found himself shunted into the side of someone a good foot taller than him. Neville looked up to see a pair of pale green eyes blinking down at him. "Harish!" Neville exclaimed. Harish was wearing a pair of forest green robes as well and had his hands in his pockets. He looked around angrily to see who had shoved him, but then forgot his anger at the sight of a friendly face. "Good afternoon, Neville," Harish said. "Come on, I'll give you a tour. Almost everyone else has already been by." He followed Harish to the back of the shop, where he saw a stand of card and rope tricks. "Muggle magic tricks," he said, pointing them out. "For nutters like Mr. Weasley, you know, who love Muggle stuff. It's not a big earner, but we do fairly steady business. They're great novelties, Fred's idea. Oh, here's Jorgeb. Owned." The redhead shook Neville's hand energetically, giving him the tour. "Come, through the back, Neville, that's where we're making the real money. Pocket anything and you'll pay in more than galleons." He added warningly to a small boy who hastily whipped his hand out of the tub labeled edible ministry seals. "They'll make anyone sick." As George pushed back a curtain beside the Muggle tricks, Fred appeared out of the crowd. Do you remember our punching telescopes? He asked George and Harish as they entered a darker, less crowded room. Yeah, both replied. Apparently we left them in a box in our old room, he said. Hermione, she's been staying over with Ginny, got punched in the face by one. George snickered and Harish shook his head. Oh, hey, Neville, Fred said, looking at Neville. Are you giving him the tour? We were, Harish said in annoyance. Anyway, we've just developed this more serious line. Funny how it happened owned Fred said. You wouldn't believe how many people, even people who work at the ministry, can't do a decent shield charm, Harish continued to explain. Course they didn't have Harish to teach them, George said. And we thought shield hats were a bit of a laugh, you know, challenge your friend to jinx you while you are wearing it and watch his face when the jinx bounces right off. But the ministry bought 500 for all its support staff. Fred exclaimed happily. And we're still getting massive orders. You see, Harish explained quietly. We decided that we want to at least appear neutral to outsiders, so we will be selling to all three sides of the war, Death Eaters, the Ministry, and the Order. And what they don't know, George said in even softer tones, is that what we are selling to non-Death Eaters isn't what they want. Are you saying that you're selling them faulty products? Neville asked incredulously. Oh, no, Harish dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. We are simply selling them products that don't last as long. Where we sell shield cloaks to our allies that last at least a decade, Fred said. The ministry receive ones that only last through 1 or 2 spells. Possibly even 5, George added, if the spells are the most non-lethal in existence. And then we thought we would get more into the whole area of defense against the dark arts, because it's such a money spinner, Fred said enthusiastically. This is cool. Look, instant darkness powder, we're importing it from Peru. Handy if you want to make a quick escape. And our decoy detonators are just walking off the shelves, Harish said, pointing at a number of black horn-type objects that were trying to scuttle out of sight. You just drop one surreptitiously and it'll run off and make a nice, loud noise out of sight, giving you a diversion if you need one. A young witch with short owned hair that was also wearing green robes stuck her head into the back room. There's a customer out here looking for a joke cauldron, Misters Weasley and Blake, she said. Right you are, Verity, Harish said. I'm coming. And the three of them walked out of the back room. Harish followed Verity off to one side of the shop, Neville left to find his grandmother, and the twins went over to where Ginny and Hermione were standing. Haven't you found our special Wonder Witch products, yet? Fred asked them. Follow me, ladies owned. Near the window was an array of violently pink products around which a cluster of girls were giggling excitedly. Hermione and Ginny both hung back, looking wary. There you go, Fred said proudly. Best range of love potions you'll find anywhere. Did they work? Ginny asked skeptically, raising an eyebrow. Certainly they work, for up to 24 hours depending on the weight of the boy in question. And the attractiveness of the girl, George butted in. But we're not selling them to our sister, he added becoming stern. Not when she's doing well enough with a certain boy we know of. When did I ever say I wanted one? Ginny asked. I'm fine with Draco. What are those? She pointed at a number of round balls of fluff in shades of pink and purple, all rolling around the bottom of the cage and emitting high-pitched squeaks. Pygmy puffs, Fred told her. Miniature puffskeins. Ginny stuck a finer into the cage and watched as they all crowded around it. They're cute, she exclaimed. They're fairly cuddly, yes, George said. Suddenly Ron emerged from the crowd clutching a colorful box. How much does this cost? He asked. 5 galleons, both twins replied. How much for me? 5 galleons, they repeated. But I'm your brother. The two glanced at each other before replying in unison, 10 galleons. But I haven't got 5 galleons. Ron protested. And that's our stuff you're nicking, Fred said. If you can't cough up, George said, you'd better put it back, and mind you put it on the right shelf. Ron grumbled and slouched away, disappearing into the crowd again. Just then Mrs. Weasley chose to appear. Mum, Ginny said at once. Can I have a pygmy puff? A what? Mrs. Weasley asked warily. Look, they're so sweet owned. Speaking of Draco, Fred said to Hermione. Have you seen him around here? Harish was wanting him. Hermione shook her head. No, she replied. Ginny might be able to tell you better, but I get the impression he would have to escape from his parents before he could come here, the shop being run by Weasleys and Al. Owned. No problem, George replied. Come on, Fred, and the two of them headed for the counter, where they hoped to find Harish. They seem to be doing well, Ginny said to Hermione once she had convinced her mother to buy the pygmy puff. Yes, and I wouldn't have believed it until seeing everything they did to Umbridge last year, Hermione agreed. But it was only a mere matter of minutes before Draco entered the shop, looking around in disbelief. Harish, who had finished helping a customer, made his way over to the 16-year-old. Harish, Draco exclaimed at the sight of him. This is unbelievable. Follow me, will you? Harish asked. Draco nodded and Harish took him to the back of the shop, through the curtained doorway, and then pulled out Sirius's knife and unlocked a door on the right wall of the dark back room. On the way there, he pointed out the same merchandise he had shown Neville and Draco listened with mild interest. Once they were inside the door and it was closed again, Harish said, that door is locked and charmed against unlocking spells. How do Fred and George get in? Draco asked him. They have special charmed keys, Harish replied. He tapped his wand on the bottom rung on a spiral staircase that was hanging just above his head. The staircase then clanked into motion and landed on the ground. The two young men stepped onto the bottom stair and Harish tapped the railing twice, causing it to rise back up through an opening in the wooden ceiling. A hallway led out from the staircase on the floor. Above, directly to their left was a window that overlooked the alley. Harish led Draco over to the window, conjured two chairs, and invited him to sit down. Welcome to the bachelor flat, Harish said with a wry smile. Or, at least, that's what the twins have decided to call it. What do you want? Draco asked. Harish glanced out the window at the gray, bleak alley below before saying, I need a way into Hogwarts. Why? Draco asked. Harish thought for a second on how to phrase his thoughts. Multiple reasons, he finally replied. For one, I would like to keep tabs on my dark army. So DA is going to continue. Yes, Harish replied. And another reason is that I have reason to believe that another agent like Jugson may be inside the castle. Who? No one to concern yourself with, Harish retorted. I would simply like to investigate it myself sometime this school year. But how am I going to get you into Hogwarts? Harish spread his hands wide to indicate he knew as much as Draco did. That is up to you, the young man said. I would simply like you to get me into Hogwarts, let's say, by Christmas. Draco nodded seriously and Harish stood, gesturing toward the staircase. The Slytherin followed his younger companion onto the steps and tapped the railing once more, waiting for the stairs to hit the ground with a bump. Once Draco had left, Harish made the stairs retract one last time before making his way out into the main portion of the shop. Yaxley, Malfoy, McNair, Rookwood, Voldemort called out. Each of the Death Eaters looked at him attentively. My loyal spies. Tell me, will we ever be able to take over the ministry? Yes, my lord, Malfoy answered. We are all trusted by the minister. But you cannot overthrow the ministry without a plan, Voldemort added. No, my lord, Malfoy responded, bowing his head. You are right. Then I propose a plan for you, Voldemort continued. We have broken into the ministry once before, and we will do it one last time. The only difference is this time we will overthrow the government without alerting the people of the wizarding world. How will we do that, my lord? Voldemort smirked and launched into his plan. When the meeting was over, Death Eaters began to disapparate. Finally, only Voldemort, Harish, and the twins remained. The Dark Lord then called the boys to him. Yes, father, Harish asked. Firstly, I wish to instruct you more on magic. I expect you to be at the manor every Saturday for extra tutorage. Harish nodded. Secondly, how is your mission going? To find Jugson. This time it was Voldemort's turn to nod. The twins and I have almost got it figured out. We are going to do a ritual to track him down. The only thing is that the ritual is very complex and has to take place on the winter solstice. But you will find him. Yes, father. Voldemort leaned back in his chair. Say that you do manage to track Jugson down, his father said. What will you do then? Torture him until we get results, if we have to, Harish shrugged. A corner of Voldemort's mouth twitched. Very well, he said. Business at the joke shop was fairly busy. They opened at 9 in the morning and closed at 6 in the evening nearly every day of the week. The only exception to that were Sundays, Because of the little free time every other day of the week, the three young men decided to close shop once a week. Each Sunday they spent sleeping in, working on how to find Jugson, and experimenting with both joke products and new spells. They would practice spells they hadn't yet mastered, but occasionally one of the spells would go awry and one of the boys would, in turn, discover a new spell. During one of these instances, Harish, Fred, and George were in there. Flat above the shop in a spare room, experimenting with different spells. As the three were practicing wand movements, Fred gave his own wand an overzealous flick. Harish felt something whoosh over him, and then shuddered as his skin felt it was melting. Once it was gone, Harish opened his eyes to see the blurry forms of the twins staring at him. "What?" he asked in annoyance. Instead of answering, the redheads simply gaped. "Why is everything blurry?" he questioned again. "What did you do?" Fred stuck his hands in the air as a gesture of surrender and said, "I honestly have no idea." "But you might want to take a look at this," George interrupted. He placed his hands on Harish's shoulders and steered him to their mirror. Harish squinted at it before yelping in surprise and jumping back. The boy's precious brown hair was gone, replaced by the most horrendous mop of unruly black hair. His skin was no longer pale, but more of a shade of pink. He had lost around a foot of height and at least 3 pounds of muscle. Harish then stepped closer, so close, in fact, that his nose almost touched it and streaks of condensation spread out on the mirror's glassy surface from his warm breath. It was then that the wizard discovered that even his face had changed. His nose was straighter and longer, his face was smaller and thinner, and his eyes were a brilliant emerald green, the exact same color as the killing curse. The eyes, of course, had been the first thing the twins had noticed, for they had seen them on several occasions before. As Harish inspected his new appearance, he was so stunned that he could only barely hear the twins snickering behind him. "I expect you'll have a hard time intimidating people now," George said, trying to stifle his laughter. "Yeah," Fred added. "Now that you'll be a good 3 feet shorter than them. Not to mention the fact that he's a skinny squirt," George added, quieter. "Fred," Harish said in hardly a whisper, staring into a face he didn't recognize as his own. "I think you just accidentally invented a really powerful glamour-removing spell." For Harish knew that he was looking at the reflection of Harry Potter. "What are we going to do?" Fred asked. "It's not like you can go to the next Death Eater meeting looking like that," George added. "Yes, you are right," Harish replied. "And there's only one person who can help me." The three got dressed and went into the study they shared and used the fireplace to float a Slytherin manor. There was silence in the manor for just a second, and then Voldemort appeared seconds later. The second he spotted Harish, he jumped, took a step backwards, and asked, "What did you do to yourself?" Harish was slow to answer. He had never seen his father this shaken before. It was very unusual for the man to show surprise, but in that instant the Dark Lord was not trying to mask his surprise at all. Most likely he was so shocked he was unable to. Without saying anything, Harish quickly pointed at Fred. I might have, accidentally be. And then he slumped in surrender. "I don't know. Tell me exactly what happened," Voldemort demanded. So Harish quickly regaled the whole story as his father circled him, tilting the boy's head and inspecting his new appearance closely by lifting arms and staring at the boy's face. "So you created a new glamour-removing spell," Voldemort stated once his son had finished. "How do we undo it?" Harish asked. "Make a counter-spell," Voldemort replied simply. "Could you help us?" Harish asked. Voldemort sighed. "I can't exactly let you parade around looking like that, can I?" He retorted. "No. I will help you as long as you stay here until you are back to normal." "However long that takes," Harish grumbled. "It shouldn't take that long," Voldemort replied sternly. "No, what spell were you trying?" "I was teaching the twins Resindo. The knee-reversing charm," Voldemort specified out loud. "And instead of reversing knees he reversed everything," George said with a snicker. Voldemort shot him a look and he quickly sobered, snapping to attention. "We hadn't even started saying the incantation," Harish continued. "We were just practicing wand movements. So it's a nonverbal spell," Voldemort concluded. He paused his pacing and thought for a second. Then he said, "What we really need is to watch what happened." "But we haven't got a pensieve," Harish said. "I know," Voldemort replied. "We will just have to borrow one." The Dark Lord explained that Snape possessed a pensieve. So Voldemort sent Harish to his room and the twins back to their flat. Then, he summoned his Death Eater. Yes, my lord, Snape asked. I require your pensieve, Voldemort said, wasting no time in getting to the point of their conversation. Snape nodded without questions and disapparated. By the next morning they had the pensieve. Voldemort set it on the table and got Harish to give him the memory of the incident. He then poured the memory into the bowl and the two watched it swirl. Then, they both put their faces in it to see. There was a lurch and Harish's feet left the ground. The next moment, he found himself standing in the spare room above the shop again. Sunlight flooded through the large window on the exterior wall. Standing in the center of the room were the twins and a Harish that still resembled Voldemort, who was standing at the other Harish's side. The two wizards watched as the three young men each waved their wands repeatedly. Harish and George moved their wand tips in a half circle, flicking their wrists to the left. Fred, on the other hand, bounced on his toes as he waved his wand in a full, clockwise spiral, ending with a downward flick of the wrist. The memory ended and Harish said with a shake of his head, I don't understand how he could have gotten the wand movement so wrong. Now, you would do well to remember the importance of wand movements, Voldemort said. Harish nodded. And I'm sure Fred understands the importance even more than I do. Now did you see exactly what he did? Yes, Harish replied. He flicked his wrist down in a full, clockwise circle. So what sort of wand movement would you use for a counter charm? His father asked him. Wouldn't we use the exact opposite of the original spell? Harish queried, receiving a nod. So that would be a full counter-clockwise circle followed by an upward flick of the wrist. Would we use an incantation? I think it would be best, Voldemort replied. I would probably start with a basic incantation. Rectum facio is a good one for this situation. Harish nodded. We'll try that, he said. Can I go now? Yes, but before you do, I think you should get glasses for this appearance. Why? You said yourself that you could not see. But I'll have my sight back when I take on my glamour again, Harish disagreed. True, the Dark Lord replied. But sometimes it can be rather handy to have a disguise readily available for use. So, Harish found himself sitting in a chair in front of a man sworn to secrecy a few hours later, being put through multiple tests. Most of the tests comprised of the man scribbling on a clipboard while Harish told him what letters on the chart he couldn't read. Next, Harish picked out a pair of plain round frames and the man tapped his wand on each lens. Then, he put them on to discover he could see again. Finally, he flowed directly to their flat. It was past 6, so the twins were sitting in the study, talking about how well the shop was doing. Harish walked in and told them everything he had learned and Fred tried out the spell. He rotated his wand in a full, counterclockwise circle and then Harish found he couldn't see anything through his new glasses. He took them off to discover that his sight had been restored. Then, he dashed to their spare room and examined his reflection in the mirror. Everything was completely back to normal. The young man laughed joyously and cried, we could do so much with this spell. After their trip to Diagon Alley, the Weasleys returned to the burrow. Hermione went with them, as she had been staying with Ginny for almost a week. Staying at the burrow was always fun. Hermione enjoyed being around her friends in the summer, and she had always enjoyed being friends with the spunky Ginny. The only downside to staying at the burrow that summer was Ginny's constant complaining. Apparently Fleur Delacour had indeed stayed in Britantic, Emprov, or English. More specifically, she had gotten a part-time job at Gringotts and met Bill. Over the year they decided to marry, so Fleur was ever present in the burrow. Hermione didn't necessarily care for her, but Ginny and Mrs. Weasley outright despised her. Mrs. Weasley passed it off by saying she simply thought that they rushed into the marriage, but Ginny had no problem with showing her distaste with the woman, going so far as repeatedly insisting that Tonks would be a much better addition to the family. But finally the summer drew to a close. Hermione found herself packing once more for Hogwarts. She was sad about the upcoming year, for she knew that the castle wouldn't be the same without Harish and the twins. No doubt there will be a scramble for power now that Harish is gone, Ginny said. Of course, I wouldn't be surprised if Draco comes out on top, Hermione said. I don't know, Ginny said. You are pretty talented and it helps that the entire house is convinced you are a black. Hermione sighed. I don't want to be on top, she said. I just want to excel in my studies. And it wouldn't be right, even if they are gone be owned. You'll miss Fred, won't you? Ginny asked. No, Hermione differed, picking up the last pile of dirty clothes that would need cleaning before term started. Then, she paused at the doorway. Well, maybe a little. Ginny smirked and watched Hermione go. When Hermione entered the kitchen, she found Fleur sitting at the table, in full flow about plans for her wedding to Bill, while Mrs. Weasley kept watch over a pile of self-peeling sprouts, looking bad-tempered. Bill and Avenue almost decided on only 2 bridesmaids. Ginny and Gabrielle will look very sweet together. I am the enking of dressing them in pale gold, pink would of course be, horrible with guineas, Heir. Ah, Hermione. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed loudly, cutting across Fleur's monologue. Good, just give those clothes to me. She took them from Hermione and set them in a basket nearby. Now, you'd better get on, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley said. I want the trunks ready tonight, if possible, so we don't have the usual last-minute scramble. And in fact, their departure the next morning was much smoother than usual. They woke up next morning to find the trunks packed, Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, safely enclosed in his traveling basket, and Ginny's new purple pygmy puff, Arnold, in his cage. Au revoir, Fleur called as they all loaded into Mr. Weasley's car. They arrived at King's Cross with plenty of time left over and Hermione and Ginny chose a compartment for themselves. Hermione only set her things down before going to the prefect's carriage. Ginny found herself sitting there alone, but in no time she was joined by Luna, Neville, Daphne, and Dean. Soon after that, conversation was going rapidly. Do any of you know if we're continuing with DA this year? Neville asked. Draco nodded. Harish said he wanted us to continue, he replied. That's good, Dean said. I liked DA. It was like having friends, Luna agreed. It was one of those uncomfortable moments when she said something unbearably blunt and truthful. We're your friends, Luna. Neville exclaimed once her statement sunk in. That's very kind of you, she said. Then, Draco jumped up and dashed off. He had forgotten that prefects were supposed to meet in their own carriage. Talk soon turned to Quidditch after he left. They debated teams for a good 10 to 20 minutes, and then fell silent and resorted to looking at the countryside as it sped by. The weather beyond the train windows was rather patchy. They passed through patches of chilling mist, then out into weak, clear sunlight. It was during one of the clear spells, when the sun was visible almost directly overhead, that Hermione and Draco finally entered the compartment. Hello, everyone, Hermione said with a smile, sitting beside Ginny. Draco sat across from the redhead. Did you see the lunch trolley on your way here? Ginny asked. Hermione shook her head. But you wouldn't be hungry if you had eaten breakfast, Hermione said. It wasn't my fault I slept in, Ginny protested as she stood. Well, I'm going to go find it. And with that she left the compartment, slipping by a third-year girl who came into the compartment before the door slid shut. I'm supposed to deliver this to Neville Longbottom, she said. Perplexed, Neville took a scroll from her and untied the purple ribbon that sealed it as the girl left. What is it? Dean asked. An invitation, Neville replied. Neville Longbottom, I would be delighted if you would join me for a bite of lunch in compartment C. Sincerely, Professor H.E.F. Slughorn. Who's Professor Slughorn? Neville asked, staring down at the invitation. Everyone else shrugged. New teacher, I suppose, Hermione replied. I guess I have to go, Neville said glumly, standing. He made his way out of the compartment and sifted through the crowd until he found the right place. There, he saw at once that he was not the only invitee. You must be Mr. Longbottom, Slughorn exclaimed, jumping up at the sight of him so that his great velvet-covered belly seemed to fill all the remaining space in th compartment. As he waddled over, Neville couldn't help but think that the man greatly resembled a walrus, with a blubbery build, shiny bald head, and a great silvery mustache. At a gesture from Slughorn, he sat in the only remaining seat, which was nearest the door. Neville glanced around at his fellow guests. He recognized a Slytherin from their year, a tall black boy with high cheekbones and long, slanting eyes. There were also 2 seventh-year boys Neville didn't know and, squashed in the corner beside Slughorn and looking as though she was not entirely sure how she had gotten there, Ginny. Now, do you know everyone? He asked Neville. Blaise Zabini is in your year, of course. Zabini did not make any sign of recognition or greeting, nor did Neville. while Neville got along with a few Slytherins, he did not like talking to all of them. Zabini, on the other hand, despised Gryffindors and Muggleborns alike, so he too remained silent. "This is Cormac McLaggen, perhaps you've come across each other." "No." McLaggen, a large, wiry-haired youth, raised a hand, and Neville nodded back at him. "And this is Marcus Belby, I don't know whether." Belby, who was thin and nervous-looking, gave a strained smile. "And this charming young lady tells me she knows you." Slughorn finished. Ginny grimaced at Neville from behind Slughorn's back. "Well now, this is most pleasant," Slughorn said cozily. "A chance to get to know you all a little better. Here, take a napkin. I've packed my own lunch. The trolley, as I remember it, is heavy on licorice wands, and a poor old man's digestive system isn't quite up to such things." Pheasant, Belby. Belby started and accepted what looked like half a cold pheasant. "I was just telling young Marcus here that I had the pleasure of teaching his uncle Damocles," Slughorn told Neville as they passed around a basket of rolls. "Outstanding wizard, outstanding, and his order of Merlin most well deserved." "Do you see much of your uncle, Marcus?" Unfortunately, Belby had just taken a large mouthful of pheasant. In his haste to answer Slughorn he swallowed too fast, turned purple, and began to choke. "Anapneo," Slughorn said calmly, pointing his wand at Belby, whose airway seemed to clear at once. Not much of him, no," Belby said, his eyes streaming. "Well, of course, I dare say he's busy," Slughorn replied. "I doubt he invented the wolfsbane potion without considerable hard work. I suppose Seb said Belby, who seemed to be afraid to take another bite of pheasant until he was sure that Slughorn was done with him. He and my dad don't get on very well, you see, so I don't really know much about B. Owned." His voice trailed away as Slughorn gave him a cold smile and turned to McLaggen instead. "Now, you, Cormac," he said. "I happen to know you see a lot of your uncle Tiberius, because he has a rather splendid picture of the two of you hunting nogtails in, I think, Norfolk." "Oh, yeah, that was fun, that was," McLaggen agreed. "We went with Bertie Higgs and Rufus Scrimgeour." "Ah, you know Bertie and Rufus." Slughorn beamed, now offering around a small tray of pies. Somehow, Belby was missed out. "Now tell Meb." Owned. Neville soon determined that everyone there had been invited because they were connected to someone well-known or influential, everyone except Ginny. Zabini, who was interrogated after McLaggen turned out to have a famously beautiful witch for a mother, from what Neville could make out. She had been married 7 times, each of her husbands dying mysteriously and leaving her mounds of gold. It was Neville's turn next. This was not very fun for Neville, for everyone knew the reason why he had been invited there. On top of being the chosen one, his parents had been well-known Aurors that were tortured into insanity. Neville got the impression that Slughorn was reserving judgment on him to see if he had any potential. "And now," Slughorn said, "the pretty young lady. Now, tell me, where did you learn to perform that magnificent bat bogey hex?" "From my brothers," Ginny replied. Fred and George. The afternoon wore on with more anecdotes about illustrious wizards Slughorn had taught, all of whom had been delighted to join what he called the Slug Club at Hogwarts. Neville could not wait to leave, but couldn't see how to do so politely. Finally, the train emerged from yet another long misty stretch into a red sunset, and Slughorn looked around, blinking in the twilight. "Good gracious, it's getting dark already. I didn't notice they'd lit the lamps. You'd better go and change into your robes, all of you. McLaggen, you must drop by and borrow that book on Nogtails. Neville, Blaze, any time you're passing. Same goes for you, miss," he twinkled at Ginny. "Well, off you go, off you go." As he pushed past Neville, into the darkening corridor, Zabini shot him a filthy look that Neville returned with interest. He and Ginny followed him back along the train. "I'm glad that's over," Neville said to Ginny. "Strange man, isn't he?" "Yeah, he is a bit," Ginny agreed. "He saw me hex Ron and I thought I was going to get a detention, but he just thought it was a really good hex and invited me to lunch. Mad, The two of them had reached their compartment. Neville opened the door and followed Ginny inside. They resumed their original seats. Suddenly questions came from all around. "What did he want with you, Neville? Where have you been, Ginny? What did you talk about?" "He invited almost everyone there because they were related to someone famous," Neville informed there. "Almost. I got invited because he saw me hex Ron, Ginny replied. Draco sniggered. I think we'd better get our robes on, Hermione said, standing. Come on Ginny, Luna. By the time they had returned, everyone had changed and Hogwarts could be seen in the distance. Not 5 minutes later, the train bumped to a halt. Another year at Hogwarts had begun, and everyone wondered what it would be like without 3 infamous Slytherins. Let's see if this works, Harish said, pouring a glop of polyjuice potion into a vial. Bottoms up. And with that he downed the contents of the vial in one gulp. The young man gagged as the potion seared down his throat and then waited as an unpleasant feeling came over him. It felt as though dozens of snakes were writhing in his stomach. Then a burning sensation spread rapidly out to his fingers and toes. Next came a horrible melting feeling, like his skin had turned to hot wax, and before his very eyes he began to change. He turned and looked in the mirror to watch himself shrink a few inches. His shoulders shot out and his arms shortened. Red freckles popped out onto his pale skin and his green eyes swirled into a blue. Next thing he knew, he looked just like the twins. He stretched his hands out and looked at them. So this is what it feels like to be a twin? He asked, looking at Fred and George. More like how it feels to be a triplet, George replied. Okay, Harish said. Now try the spell. Fred raised his wand, but George said, my turn. He waved his wand in the correct movement and once again Harish felt like his skin was melting, only instead of searing pain like polyjuice potion, it was more like his skin was simply falling off like droplets of water. Once again, he glanced in the mirror to find that he had become himself again. So that worked, Fred stated. Now the question is, Harish said. What can we use this spell for? As the girls had suspected, there was an instantaneous scrabble for power, with Draco coming out on top. The next morning, Professor Snape went down the Slytherin table, handing out schedules. Out of the 3 sixth years, Hermione was cleared to go to the most classes. Since they had taken their owls, they went to a class depending on whether their owls were good enough or not. Hermione was instantly cleared to continue with charms, defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, herbology, arithmancy, ancient runes, and potions, and shot off to first period ancient runes without further ado. Draco made it to charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, and potions, and Daphne was cleared for transfiguration, arithmancy, defense against the dark arts, and herbology. Over at the Gryffindor table, Neville watched Professor McGonagall as she looked through his schedule. Herbology fine, she said. Professor Sprout will be delighted to see you back with an outstanding owl. And you qualify for defense against the dark arts with an exceeds expectations. But the problem is transfiguration. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but an acceptable really isn't good enough to continue to nude level. I just don't think you'd be able to cope with the coursework. Neville hung his head. Professor McGonagall peered at him through her square spectacles. Why do you want to continue with transfiguration, anyway? I've never had the impression that you particularly enjoyed it. Neville looked miserable and muttered something about, my grandmother wants. HMPH, McGonagall snorted. It's high time your grandmother learned to be proud of the grandson she's got, rather than the one she thinks she ought to have. Neville turned very pink and blinked at her. Professor McGonagall hardly ever gave any of her students compliments. I'm sorry, Longbottom, but I cannot let you into my nude class. I see that you have an exceeds expectations in charms, however, why not try for a nude in charms? My grandmother thinks it's a soft option, Neville mumbled. Take charms, McGonagall said, and I shall drop Augusta a line reminding her that just because she failed her charms owl, the subject is not worthless. Smiling at the look of the incredulity on Neville's face, Professor McGonagall tapped a blank schedule with the tip of her wand and handed it, now carrying details of his new classes, to Neville. And it turned out that the nude level potions class was so small that they piled students from all 4 houses into it. Other than the 5 Slytherins that made it through, 4 Ravenclaws were there and 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, who was part of the group that had once thought Harish was behind attacks on the school. Then, Ron Weasley wandered into the dungeons looking mildly confused as to why he was there. What are you doing here, Weasley? Draco asked as Ron leaned against the wall next to Ernie beside them. I received an exceeds expectations on my owl, Ron retorted. What are you doing here? I happened to receive an outstanding, Draco replied, sticking his nose into the air. He opened his mouth to insult the boy further, but the dungeon door opened and Slughorn's belly preceded him through the door. As they filed into the room, his great walrus mustache curved into a smile as he spotted Zabini slinking behind Draco. Hermione paused at the sight of him and he shot her a sneer. Draco grabbed her arm and pulled her into the dungeon, which was, most unusually, already full of vapors and odd smells. The 5 Slytherins took a table together, thought Hermione was sure to sit on the other end from Zabini, one of the few Slytherins that did not believe that Hermione was Sirius's daughter. The 4 Ravenclaws took a table to themselves as well, leaving Ron to sit with Ernie. Now then, said Slughorn, whose massive outline was quivering through the many shimmering vapors. Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of Advanced Potion Making be owned. Sir? Ron asked, raising his hand. Yes, Boy. I haven't got a book or scales or anything, didn't realize I'd be able to do the newt, you see. Draco snorted. Ah, yes, Professor McGonagall did mention, not to worry. You can use ingredients from the store cupboard today, and I'm sure we can lend you some scales, and we've got a small stock of old books here, they'll do until you can write to Flourish and Blotsby. Owned. Slughorn strode over to the cupboard and, after a moment's foraging, emerged with a very battered-looking copy of Advanced Potion Making by Libedius Borage, which he gave to Ron along with a set of tarnished scales. Now then, he said once he returned to where he was standing previously, I've prepared a few potions for you to observe, and just out of interest you know. These are the kind of potions you'll have to be able to complete by the time you've completed your NEWTs. You ought to have heard of 'em, even if you can't brew 'em quite yet. Anyone tell me what this one is? The professor indicated the potion nearest the Slytherin table. Hermione raised her hand delicately and Slughorn pointed to her. It's Veritaserum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth, she said. Very good, very good. Slughorn said happily. Now, he continued pointing at the one nearest the Ravenclaw table, which was bubbling sluggishly, looking like a cauldron of mud. This one here is pretty well known, featured in ministry leaflets lately too, who can? Hermione's hand was once again the first into the air. It's Polyjuice Potion, sir, she blurted out. Excellent, excellent. Now this one here, yes, my dear. Slughorn asked bemusedly, as Hermione's hand broke through the air again. It is called a Mortentia. It is indeed. It seems almost foolish to ask, but I presume you know what this one is as well. He asked as Hermione nodded. It's the most powerful love potion in the world. Quite right. I guess you recognized it by its mother of pearl sheen. And the steam rising in characteristic spirals, Hermione explained, and it's supposed to smell differently to each person, according to what attracts us. May I ask your name, dear? Slughorn asked. Hermione Granger, sir. Granger. Granger. Can you possibly be related to Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers? No, I don't think so, sir. I'm related more to the Blacks. Black? Slughorn asked. Are you related to Regulus Black? He's my uncle, she replied, and then muttered where only Draco could hear, more or less be owned. So young Sirius is your father? Slughorn exclaimed, receiving a nod. His group's pranks were quite clever. Such a shock when he was incarcerated be owned. An awkward silence fell over them. Well, Miss Granger, take 20 well-earned points for Slytherin, Slughorn said genially. Then, he continued by saying, a Mortentia doesn't really create love, of course. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. No, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room. Oh yes, he said, nodding gravely at Draco and Theodore Nott, both of whom were smirking skeptically. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love be owned. And not just obsessive love, Hermione muttered quietly to Draco. If your father ever gets wind of you dating Ginny, it may be the end of you both. And now, Slughorn said, it is time for us to start work. Sir, you haven't told us what's in this one, Macmillan said, pointing to a small black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily. It was the color of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle had spilled. Oh ho, Slughorn said again. Hermione and Draco shared looks, indicating that they were both sure that Slughorn had not forgotten the potion at all, but had waited to be asked for dramatic effect. Yes, that. Well, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a curious little potion called Felix Felicis. I take it, he turned smiling at Hermione, who had let out an audible gasp, that you know what it is, Miss Granger. It is liquid luck, Hermione exclaimed excitedly, it makes you lucky. The whole class seemed to sit up straighter. Draco, in particular, looked interested. He had told Hermione about his mission he had received from Harish, so she knew that was the reason he wanted some. Quite right, take another 10 points for Slytherin. Yes, it's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis. Desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all of your endeavors succeed, at least until the effects wear off. Why don't people drink it all the time, sir? Terry Boot asked eagerly. Because if taken in excess it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence. Slughorn said. Too much of a good thing, you know, highly toxic in large quantities. But taken sparingly and very occasionally be owned. Have you taken it, sir? Asked another Ravenclaw, Michael Corner. Twice in my life, Slughorn replied, once when I was about 20 and the second when I was about 57. 2 tablespoons taken with breakfast. 2 perfect days, and that is what I will be offering as a reward at the end of this lesson. The room fell silent. 1 tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, said Slughorn, taking a minuscule glass bottle with a cork and showing it to them all. Enough for 12 hours luck. From dawn until dusk, you will be very lucky in everything you attempt. Now I must warn you that this potion is restricted from most sports, examinations, or elections. So the winner is to use it on an ordinary day, and watch it become extraordinary. So, Slughorn added with a good bit of gusto, clapping his hands together, I'm sure you're wondering how you're to win my prize. Well, by turning to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. We have a little over an hour left to us, which should be plenty of time for you to make a decent attempt at the draft of Living Death. I know it is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. The person who does best, however, will be the winner of Little Felix here. Off you go. There was a scramble in the previously still classroom as people grabbed the cauldrons and scales, though nobody spoke. Everyone was concentrating hard on their books. Draco rifled through his book feverishly and then glanced around the classroom. Some Ravenclaws were getting their ingredients together, but behind them Ron was staring at his textbook with disgust. Draco bent back over his book and read out instructions quickly. As he cut his valerian roots as fast as he could, he glanced over at Hermione, who was already adding her ingredients and stirring nervously. The fumes of her potion were beginning to make her hair frizz. Draco scowled at the fact that she was ahead of him, scooped up his roots, and tipped them into his cauldron. Of course, the bee-owned young man was not the only one glancing around to see how everyone else was doing. Most of the class kept slipping furtive glances at the people surrounding them. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage of potions, that it was hard to keep your work private. Within 10 minutes, the whole place was full of bluish steam. Hermione, of course, seemed to have progressed the furthest, though Draco was only just behind. Her potion already resembled the smooth, black currant-colored liquid, mentioned as the ideal halfway stage. Draco was about to cut his soporiferous bean when Slughorn passed by their table. Sir, I think you knew my grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. He asked. Yes, Slughorn replied without looking at him. I was sorry to hear he had died, although of course it wasn't expected, dragon pox at his owned. And he walked away. Don't try, Hermione whispered, stirring her cauldron once again. Her potion was still deep purple, though according to the book it should have been turning a light shade of lilac. I've heard that he isn't fond of Death Eater's children. Draco rolled his eyes, finally managed to cut up his bean, and watched as a solitary drop of juice fell into his cauldron, lightening his potion from an indigo color to the same shade as Hermione's. He stared at it. I don't think that was enough juice, he muttered. Hermione nodded, already working on cutting up 2 more beans. Finally, Hermione's was a light lilac and Draco's was a darker shade of lilac, but he deemed it close enough. They both then moved on to stirring counterclockwise. Their potions were still resolutely lilac and were not lightening at all. End times, Up. Slughorn called. Stop stirring, please. Draco and Hermione both set their ladles down on the table. Hermione watched Slughorn grow closer nervously and Draco looked around at the other potions. Although his potion was still darker than Hermione's, no one else's were as light as his. Macmillan's potion was a dark navy, and Ron's was the color of licorice. Some of the Ravenclaw's potions were dark purple. Slughorn moved slowly among the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment, but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. At last, he reached the Slytherin's table. He grimaced at Zabini's potion, which was the color of mucus, nodded at Theo and Draco's potions, which were both a moderately light shade of purple, but when he reached Hermione's cauldron his face split into a smile. The clear winner, he cried to the dungeon. Excellent, excellent, Miss Granger. Here you are, then, here you are, 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well. Hermione slipped the tiny bottle of golden liquid into the pocket of her robes as Draco muttered, I don't know why I even try. If it's that important to you, she muttered, you can have a mouthful, if you like. Really? He asked. What am I going to use it for? Hermione asked. Draco shrugged. As they exited the dungeon, Draco and Hermione both laughed at the sound of Ron's voice. No wonder my potion was horrible, the redhead grumbled. How was I supposed to read anything out of that thing? It had been puked on. Harish, both twins said, walking into the study. I thought we were going to be working on the ritual to find Jugson today. We are, Harish replied, not looking up at them. He was sitting at the desk by the window, writing on a piece of parchment. There was silence for a second. Okay, Fred said slowly, breaking the silence. When? Harish asked. When? George repeated. What are you even doing? Writing a letter, Harish said. He scratched out a few more words and then signed the bottom with a flourish. I need someone to head up DA now that I'm gone, so I'd figure I would send a letter to Dean, telling him to take my place and send him a galleon that controls the others. Ah, both twins replied in understanding. Harish attached the letter to the leg of an owl they had gotten for the joke shop and sent it off. Then, he led the twins down the stairs to the bare room that was in between the joke shop and their flat. The young man then walked up to the wall opposite and waved his wand in front of it. A coin slot appeared, into which Harish slipped his fake galleon. The wall disappeared and his coin whipped back into his hand. He then led the twins in the room beyond that. It was dark, lit only by 2 torches, and almost completely empty. There were a few tables, a cauldron or 2, and a board to which Harish had posted everything he knew about his mission. This included information on Quirrell, on Jugson, and anything else linked to the mysterious woman that continuously tried to get the upper hand on his father. On a table that was against the far wall was an enormous book. Neither twin knew where Harish had gotten the book, but they decided it was best not to ask. Harish led them over to it and heaved the book open with a grunt. Then, he flipped to the desired page and bent over to see what he could make out of the small words in the dimly lit room. This here says that the ritual has to be done on the winter solstice, George said, following the line of words with his finger. This looks complicated, Fred commented. A potion, a long Gaelic incantation be owned. It should be, Harish replied. This is supposed to be the most accurate ritual for finding someone's exact location. It has to sit in the moonlight for exactly 3 hours, Fred continued, and look at the ingredients. Draft of lunar poison. Where are we going to get that? Most likely an apothecary in Nocturne Alley, Harish replied. They were silent, and then Harish clapped his hands together. Well, he said, let's get cracking. We need to make a list of these ingredients and I need the 2 of you to go and find them for us. The twins groaned and set to work. After his last class of the day, Draco slipped away and made his way to the room of requirement. Earlier that day he had heard Montague talking about when he had been shoved into the vanishing cabinet, which was now being stored in the room of forgotten things. Draco paced back and forth, repeating, I need to see the place where everything's hidden, over and over again. He came to a halt as a door materialized beside him. Then, he pulled on the handle and entered the room. Instantly, the teen stopped in awe. He was standing in a room the size of a large cathedral, whose high windows were sending shafts of light down upon what looked like a city with towering walls, built of what Draco knew must be objects hidden by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. There were alleyways and roads bordered by teetering piles of broken and damaged furniture, Stowed away, perhaps, to hide the evidence of mishandled magic, or else hidden by castle-proud house elves. There were thousands and thousands of books, no doubt banned or graffitied or stolen. There were winged catapults and fanged frisbees, some still with enough life in them to hover half-heartedly over the mountains of other forbidden items. There were chipped bottles of congealed potions, hats, jewels, cloaks. There were what looked like dragon eggshells, corked bottles whose contents still shimmered sinisterly, several rusting swords, and a heavy, blood-stained axe. Draco slowly walked forward into one of the many alleyways between all this hidden treasure. He turned right past an enormous stuffed troll, walked a short distance further, and luckily ran straight into the broken vanishing cabinet. Now vanishing cabinets were powered by runes. Each vanishing cabinet had 3 rune clusters, each located in a different spot on the cabinet. Draco knew this, of course. He had interrogated Montague to find out what happened when he had been stuck in the vanishing cabinet the previous year. Through this interrogation he had learned that the one in Hogwarts connected directly to one in Borgin and Berks. After Draco had learned this, he went and read up on vanishing cabinets. Draco spent the next few minutes trying to find the 3 rune clusters. He only found 2, however. One of the 2 was also so complicated and small that he knew he had no hope of doing the entire task by himself. "I need Hermione," he muttered. Draco, of course, could not get Hermione straight away, for the first DA meeting of that year was scheduled to start in less than half an hour. He packed up his things and quickly made his way back to the entrance of the room. He stepped outside the room and watched as the door disappeared. Then, he summoned the room they used for DA and went inside to wait. 10 minutes later, other people began to arrive. Dean was one of the first to show up. He and Draco merely nodded at each other before Draco resumed reading a book on runes and Dean paced slowly in front of the door. Then, the rest of the members of DA trickled through the door in large groups. Now that Umbridge was gone, there was not an urgent need for a lot of secrecy, though they preferred that no one be told about it still. Once they were all there, and sitting on cushions on the floor, all of the students looked around, not quite sure who they were supposed to be looking to for direction. Dean then stood up and cleared his throat. "So I'm going to be in charge for the next 2 years, he told them. "I suppose we'll start by talking about our plans for this year." Hermione raised her hand. "Yes, Hermione," he asked. "I think we should recruit more members," Hermione suggested. Dean nodded. "Especially since a good number left Hogwarts last year," Dean agreed. "And we should focus on more complex spells," Draco added. "We could all figure them out together." The others murmured their assent. "So it's decided then," Dean said. "I will make some plans and contact you using the coins as to when our next meeting is." And with that they began to catch up, while others left. Draco rushed after Hermione when he saw her leave with Daphne and Ginny. "Hermione," he called. "Yes. How good are you with runes?" Harish stood across from his father, his wand held aloft. "Well," Voldemort said, "give me your best." Harish hesitated, not really wanting to attack his father, but finally sent out a stunning spell, deciding to start low. Voldemort flicked the spell with apparent ease. Jostled into action, Harish increased intensity of his spells, sending out an assortment of cutting curses, jelly legs jinxes, and stunning spells all at once. Still, Voldemort still managed to deflect all his spells. Then, suddenly Voldemort disappeared and Harish felt something poke into his back. He turned to see his father standing behind him with his wand in his back. "And you would be dead," the Dark Lord announced with a smug smile. "Could you teach me how to do that apparating thing?" Harish asked eagerly. "I suppose I could be," and Voldemort replied with a mock sigh. The joke shop echoed with special, eerie music and noises as Harish sat at the counter, waiting for hours to end. While he did so, he read from the enormous book usually kept in their back room. All of the assistants had already gone home, so it was just him and the twins, who were tampering with cackling jack-o'-lanterns. A vein ticked in Harish's face as he was continually distracted by the glow of different colors. "Can't you find something better to do?" he asked after giving up. "Why can't we just close shop for the day?" Fred asked. "I doubt anyone else will be coming by once the sun sets," George added. Harish sighed dramatically as he slipped a bookmark into the page and slammed the book shut. Then, he made his way over to the door and flipped over the sign to where it read, "Closed," from the outside. He waved his wand, causing the door to lock and the blinds to come down, covering the windows. "Come on, then," he sighed. He led them into their back room and went into the secret chamber. There, on one of the tables, was a cauldron, ready and waiting for them. Harish slapped the book onto the table and opened it back to the page he had been reading minutes before. The twins went and pulled bags and bottles of ingredients out of a cupboard and set them on the table as well. Instantly, the three set to working, cutting up roots and crushing substances into powder. Harish lit a fire underneath the cauldron and began the potion by pouring the essence of moonlight poison into the cauldron. Next, he added rosemary leaves and gurdy roots. He stirred clockwise until the potion turned silver and then turned the heat under the cauldron down to let the potion simmer. Finally, he set an alarm to go off at midnight so that he would be able to set the cauldron in the moonlight. They had taken the first step to finding Jugson, and in turn, whoever was behind the attacks on Harish that had taken place in his 6th year. The Dark Lord sat in his high-backed chair in the meeting room, drumming his fingers on the armrests. To his right stood Lucius, and Bellatrix was to his left. All of the Death Eaters were there except one person, who they were waiting on, Severus Snape. Finally, there was a crack and Snape appeared, immediately dropping into a bow. "Forgive me, my lord, for my tardiness," Snape droned. "I had to receive permission from Dumbledore so as to seem that I still owe my allegiance to him." "No matter," Voldemort replied in his usual high, cold voice. "I trust that you have done as instructed." "Yes, my lord," Snape replied. "I have discovered all of the wards that protect Hogwarts." He pulled a piece of parchment out of his robes with a flourish and it floated to Voldemort, who sat back in his chair reading through them. "Very well," he said, rolling the parchment up and storing it in his own robes. "Now, about the ministry. Have you all done as I instructed?" The room echoed with murmurs of, "Yes, my lord," and, "It has been done, my lord." Voldemort's mouth curled into a smile and he said, "I have set for a time for our little excursion. We will do it in the summer. No one will be suspecting a thing." "Excuse me for asking, father," Harish's voice sounded from the back of the room, receiving some stares, "but what are you planning to do once the ministry is yours?" "That is my business," Voldemort replied shortly. Harish visibly wilted and Voldemort felt a twinge of regret, but he knew he could not divulge his entire plan in front of his Death Eaters. He did not quite know himself what all he was going to do. He had been fighting for so long that the thought of being in control was very odd indeed. Of course, the first step would be to secure a new minister, one that sided with Voldemort's views on the wizarding world. But beyond that, he was not entirely sure what he would do with the ministry. Before he thought about that, he intended on getting rid of Dumbledore. The old man had been a thorn in his side ever since his integration into wizarding society. He knew that Dumbledore had been suspicious of him and had twisted views of him since the day they met. He had failed to understand that his prizes were not that of a bully, but of a boy who tried his hardest to stay in charge of peers that bullied him. And that was not even to mention the fact that Dumbledore had suspected him outright during the time that the Chamber of Secrets was open. Harish had told him how Dumbledore had reacted to the diary, wondering how Voldemort could be behind the attacks, and did not seem satisfied when Harish told him that it had been a demon all along. But it was no matter now, for Voldemort knew that despite all the trouble Dumbledore had caused, he would be gone soon. And in leaving the mortal plane he would be doing Voldemort a single, and very great, favor. Voldemort gleefully relished at this thought, and only paid enough attention to the rest of the meeting to boss more of his Death Eaters around. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, king on a lemo, drop. He had to admit that things were not going quite as planned. The Longbottom boy was turning out not as she should have at all. He was not the mindless savior that would kill himself to defeat Voldemort. On the contrary, he had befriended Ron and allied himself with Voldemort's son of all people. That was another area that frustrated him. How could he have overlooked something so obvious? The boy had been going to school there for 6 years before he discovered that he was the son of Lord Voldemort. During those 6 years he had been very similar to his adoptive father. He was the perfect student, capturing the hearts of teachers and peers. Of course, there were the pranks that set him apart from his father, but Severus had mentioned a few odd instances as they occurred that involved several older Slytherins being sent to the hospital wing. The boy also seemed to be controlling and was the unofficial leader of Slytherin, and had a following of students that even included other houses. It was a wonder he had not automatically connected the dots after this behavior, but it had taken him until the Dark Lord had returned, foregone his alias of Anata Blake. Dumbledore was frankly quite glad that the cretin, Harish Blake, had left Hogwarts. In his wake, all troubles seemed to have left Hogwarts. There was no happenings with the Chamber of Secrets, no maniac trying to hunt the boy down, no disguised, rogue Death Eater trying to have him killed in a tournament, and no ministry workers trying to silence him. All was calm, and it was even a bit unnerving. Dumbledore sighed as his thoughts turned to the Longbottom boy once again. More specifically, he thought of the prophecy. It was said that a boy would be born at the end of July that had the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Initially, both Dumbledore and Voldemort had thought it was Harry Potter. This was proved wrong when the boy was killed by the Dark Lord. Then, he had thought that the chosen one was Neville, as he was the only boy left that fit the proper description. His parents had defied Voldemort 3 times, and he was born at the end of July. But despite this, the boy had proved to be a failure of a savior. From the first day of Hogwarts, he had been stupid and unable to perform the simplest spells. As he grew and became a better wizard, Dumbledore had begun to hope that perhaps he would be powerful enough to defeat the Dark Lord after all, but his hope was lost when the boy switched sides in the war. Dumbledore groaned in frustration and rubbed his throbbing temples. If only Lily's sacrifice had worked. Then, perhaps, he might have had a savior worth cultivating. Even amidst all of the work that had suddenly piled onto the 6th years and DA meetings, Neville had still miraculously found time to visit with Hagrid. The half-giant was not overly friendly at first, since Neville had stopped taking his class, but things had smoothed out by the end of his visit. On the other hand, things still had not smoothed out between him and Ron. Being in the same house, they saw each other often. When in the dormitory, neither boy acted like the other existed. The same went for when they passed in the corridors. In the few classes they had together, they chose to sit on opposite sides of the room, and when one boy was sitting in the common room and the other walked in, they would soon walk out again, wondering why they went in there in the first place. In a way, it saddened Neville. Ron had been his first friend at Hogwarts, so he could not help but feel a slight loyalty to him. Then, in moments when Ron acted like his usual complacent self, Neville forgot his sorrow and remembered why he gave up on Ron in the first place. One of these instances took place shortly before Halloween. Ron had gone down to Quidditch tryouts, expecting to make the team again. Why shouldn't he, as he had been on the team last year? But Cormac McLaggen had beat him by 1 point. He had returned to the common room, fuming. Neville had simply shook his head and went to their dormitory to finish his work. Now the first match of the season was upon them, and Neville was especially careful to steer clear of Ron, who had no qualms as to portraying how angry he was that he was not on the team. The match was Gryffindor against Slytherin, of course. And this was the specific reason Neville chose not to go to the game. Now having a good amount of extra time, Neville decided to go to the library to finish up an essay. On his way there, he glanced out the windows to see rain pouring down and wind blowing in strong gusts. Just as he had begun to wonder how the teams were faring in the unexpected storm, footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Draco, Hermione, and Ginny walking down the corridor. "Draco! Ginny!" Neville exclaimed. "What are you doing here? Isn't the match Slytherin to Gryffindor?" "No," Draco replied with a small smirk and a shake of his head. "We aren't playing because of Pusey. He was injured yesterday." Neville shook his head. He could see straight through Draco's facade. He had no idea what happened to Pusey, but he was sure it had most likely been on purpose. The Slytherins undoubtedly knew better than to play in weather like that. With a final shake of his head, he turned and went to TH Library as the 3 Slytherins went onto the corridor that housed the Room of Requirement. The next day was the first Hogsmeade trip of that year. It was still stormy. The torrential rain and howling wind from the day before had turned into sleet, that whirled about on the ever-present draft. Everyone bundled up, patting themselves with sweaters, cloaks, scarves, and gloves. Then, as soon as they ate breakfast, the group of Slytherins left the hall together and made their way to the village. The walk into Hogsmeade was not enjoyable. Any skin that was left uncovered became raw and numb within seconds. The road to the village was full of students bent double against the bitter wind. More than once, the Slytherins each wondered if they should have stayed in the common room. They certainly would have been warmer. But they finally reached Hogsmeade and saw that Zonkos had been boarded up. Hermione pointed with a gloved hand toward Honeydukes, which was mercifully open, and she, Ginny, Draco, and Daphne staggered into the crowded shop. Thank goodness, Daphne shivered, removing her scarf from her pink face as they were enveloped by warm, toffee-scented air. Let's stay here all afternoon. They stood there for a minute, basking in the heat, before splitting up and buying large amounts of sweets. Then, when asked what to do next, Draco said, "Let's go to the Three Broomsticks. It will at least be warm." So they bundled their scarves back over their faces and left the sweet shop. The bitter wind was like knives on their faces after the sugary warmth of Honeydukes. The street was very busy, no one was lingering to chat, just hurrying toward their destinations. The only exception was the old bartender that worked at the Hog's Head. He was loitering outside the Three Broomsticks, talking to Madame Rosmerta. The four teenagers went into the Three Broomsticks and sat at a table together. Within minutes, Madame Rosmerta had re-entered her pub and brought 4 cups of steaming butterbeer. They sat sipping their drinks and talking quietly until every last one of them had finished all of their drink. "Shall we just turn in now?" Ginny asked, feeling bored and disappointed with the weather. The others nodded and they all stood and waited for a rather large group of Gryffindors clear the door. Then, they too left the pub. By the time they had exited the village and were on the road, it was only them and 2 girls, who were a little ways up ahead of them. It was a little while before the 4 slowly became aware that the voices of the 2 girls, which were being carried back to them on the wind, had become shriller and louder. Draco, who was at the front of the group, squinted at their indistinct figures. The 2 girls were having an argument about something Katie was holding in her hand. "It's nothing to do with you, Leanne," the one holding the package said. They rounded a corner in the lane. Sleet coming thick and fast. Just as Draco raised a hand to shield his eyes, Leanne made to grab the package the other girl was holding. The other girl tugged it back and the package fell to the ground. At once, the girl rose into the air, not comically as a product of a regular spell or jinx, but gracefully, her arms outstretched, as though she was about to fly. Yet there was something wrong, something that reeked of dark magic. Her hair was whipped around her by the fierce wind, but her eyes were closed and her face was quite empty of expression. The other 5 halted in their tracks, watching. Then, 6 feet above the ground, the girl let out a terrible scream. Her eyes flew open, but whatever she could see, or whatever she was feeling, was causing her terrible anguish. She screamed and screamed. Leanne started to scream too, seized her friend's ankles, and tried to tug her to the ground. As the Slytherins took a wary step back, the girl fell on top of her friend, writhing, thrashing, and screaming. Just as the Slytherins wondered whether they wanted to turn back and not be caught at this scene, or whether they wanted to get closer and investigate, a rough voice reached them, carried on the howling wind. "Stay back." They turned to see the enormous form of Hagrid lumbering towards them. "Get back. Let me see her. Something's happened to her," Leanne sobbed. "I don't know what." Hagrid stared at the girl for a second, then without a word, bent down, scooped her into his arms, and ran up to the castle with her. Within seconds, the girl's piercing screams had faded away and were replaced by the roar of the wind. Hermione made her way over to Leanne and asked, "Did it just happen all of a sudden or?" "It was when that package tore," the girl sobbed, pointing at the now sodden brown paper package on the ground, which had split to reveal a greenish glitter. Ginny bent down, her arm outstretched, but Draco seized her arm and pulled it back, tugging her to his side. "Do not touch it." He crouched down. An ornate opal necklace was visible, poking out of the paper. "This has been on display at Borgin and Burke's for years," he told them. "The label said it was cursed. I didn't realize it had been sold." He trailed off into silence before casting his eyes on Leanne, who had begun to shake uncontrollably. "How did your friend get a hold of this?" "Well, that's why we were arguing. We were coming out of the Three Broomsticks in a large group and got separated. When I found her again, she had the package. She said it was a surprise for someone at Hogwarts and she had to deliver it. She looked all funny when she said it. Oh no, I bet she'd been imperious and I didn't realize." And the girl shook with renewed sobs. "Did she say who the surprise was for?" Draco interrogated further. "Someone named Daphne Greengrass." Naturally, the first thing Draco did when he got back to the common room was throw flow powder into the fireplace, shout, "The bachelor flat," and stick his head in the green flames. Harish, he called. Harish, it's urgent. Harish appeared a minute later with a toothbrush sticking out of his mouth and his hair was wet from a recent shower. What's going on? And the tale of the girl's cursing spilled out of Draco's mouth. By the time he was done, Harish's face was inscrutable. He was torn between anger, confusion, and curiosity. Was this something to do with Jugson's employer? Why Daphne specifically? Was it to get to Harish? Was this the end of it, or would there be more attempts on someone's life? Finally, Harish spoke. Get me inside the castle as soon as possible. A week later, Harish grabbed his old school bag and stuffed it with his school robes and his pair of glasses. Then, he and the twins went down into the alley. They took the small turn into Nocturne Alley and went into Borgin and Burke's. Borgin bowed and muttered niceties to Voldemort's son as he went through the shop and headed for the vanishing cabinet at the back of the shop. Leave me, he said shortly to Borgin. Borgin bowed and backed out of the main portion of the shop. All right, Harish said, turning to the twins. I'm ready. Fred cast the spell and Harish once again felt like he was melting. He put on his glasses and climbed into the vanishing cabinet. Inside, he changed into his old school robes. Then, when he opened the cabinet door, he found himself standing in the room of requirement. Excited that it worked, the young man quickly made his way out of the room and into the hallway. He breathed deeply, and looked around with a smile on his face. It felt like it had been so long since he had been in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood outside her classroom, waiting for students to come in. While she did so, she watched the corridor to ensure there was no goofing off between classes. She was just contemplating how peaceful and quiet it had been since the twins and their ringleader, Harish Blake, had left school. Then, suddenly her eyes caught on a student that had been blending in with the mass of his peers. He had emerald green eyes, messy black hair, and large round glasses that seemed to drown his pale face. McGonagall jumped and clutched her heart, leaning against the wall with her eyes clamped shut. When she opened them again, the boy that looked like a 16-year-old version of the late Harry Potter had disappeared. The potion frothed, sparks flying out of the boiling cauldron as Harish added the last ingredient. Instantly, the potion changed colors, resembling molten copper. The young man then picked up his enormous book and began reading the incantation aloud, while waving his wand above the cauldron in circles. Billows of fog rolled over the cauldron's rim and onto the table as the potion cooled. Then, Harish took a glass vial and ladled some of the potion into it. It was cold, though it was not completely frozen. Harish raised the vial to his lips and swallowed the potion. Despite it feeling cold to the touch, it was warm as it slid down his throat and it tasted metallic. Harish then grabbed Fred and George by the elbows and disapparated. They experienced the usual sensation of being squeezed through a rubber tube, and minutes later their feet hit the ground. Harish glanced around, blinking against the sudden sunlight. They were standing on a dusty, dirt road. Nothing else was nearby except for an old warehouse that was a good ways away from them. All around were brown fields and bare trees. Harish glanced around and said aloud, "This road must dump off on a Muggle highway somewhere." "Where are we supposed to be looking?" George asked. "There's nothing out here," Fred finished for him. "We might as well try that warehouse," Harish reasoned, pointing to it. They walked forward, and Harish paused after he had made it a few feet. "There's an anti-apparition ward," Harish stated. "How do you know?" Both twins queried. "My father's been training me on recognizing magical signatures," Harish replied simply, before continuing in silence. He led them all the way up to the door of the warehouse, which was locked and had a rusted padlock on the handle. Harish wordlessly cast a spell that unlocked the padlock, which opened with the most painful screech that had assaulted Harish's ears. Then, the old, metal door opened with a groan. "Well, come on, then," Harish said quietly after a moment of hesitation. There was no telling what they would find inside that warehouse. Once inside, it took a minute for their eyes to adjust to the lighting. Other than sunlight streaming in through two windows that were high above them, the warehouse was dark. It was the perfect image of abandonment. There were no shelves, no people, no sign that it had been used in years. There were only a few overturned boxes in the corners of the building and dust flying in the air, visible in the bleak streams of winter sunlight. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Fred asked, looking around. "We could have brewed the potion incorrectly," George added. "No," Harish said, wiping a hand across the floor. If no one has truly been here in years, then why isn't there dust on the floor? Something isn't right about this place, plus, why would there be an anti-apparition ward on a random warehouse in the middle of nowhere? Neither twin answered. Harish walked around the warehouse, his footsteps echoing off of the metal walls. Then, once he reached the back wall, he stopped. Rubbing a hand across the wall, he muttered, "I can feel a magical signature here." He turned to the twins, who were still standing back towards the door. "If someone is not here now, they were here once." The young man turned back to the wall and muttered, this time to himself, "Now let me just see. Owned." He waved his wand and jumped back as the floor underneath him began to quake. He silently motioned the twins over and watched as the stone where he had just been standing slid to the side to reveal a concrete staircase, even darker than the warehouse they were standing in. When the twins had both made it over to where he was standing, he whispered, "I'm going down there. I need someone to come with me and help me search. Whoever's left needs to stand guard out here." Fred and George both looked at each other as Harish started climbing down the staircase. "I'm not staying out here by myself," George said shortly before making his way to follow Harish. "Of course," Fred muttered to himself as George's footsteps faded away. "Leave the less Slytherin twin to guard an entrance to a secret bunker by himself, I see how it is. Owned." Once he got to the bottom of the stairs, and his eyes once again adjusted to the darkness, George saw that Harish had paused a few feet ahead of him. George quickly hastened to catch up and whispered, "So, what now?" "I'll look in the rooms on the left," the boy replied. "You look in the rooms on the right." "By myself," George squeaked. "Yes," Harish whispered exasperatedly with a roll of his eyes, "by yourself." And with that he turned to the left and went through the closest door. Honestly, Harish was just as scared as George was. He breathed heavily as he lit his wand and made sure that the room, which had previously been pitch black, was completely empty. This bunker was almost identical to the one that Harish had spent time in when he was about 7. It seemed like ages ago by then. Instead of having been captured, Harish was the one doing the capturing. Yes, much had certainly changed. After Harish had determined that the room was indeed empty, he exited and went back out into the torchlit corridor. There, he found George, still standing where he had left him. "Have you been standing here the entire time?" Harish asked with a raised eyebrow. "No," George replied. "I just came back out." He pointed lamely to the door across from Harish's. Harish shook his head as George walked slowly over to the next door on the right-hand side. Then, they both froze at the sound of a thump overhead. "That would be Fred," Harish whispered. George nodded. There was another thump and a shout. "Or maybe not," Harish exclaimed, running back to the staircase with George hot on his heels. The two 18-year-olds stopped where their eyes were just above the floor of the warehouse, not wanting to immediately attract attention to themselves before they could assess the situation. There, they saw Fred in a scuffle for the exact person they had tracked down, Jugson. It seemed that they had completely forgotten about their wands, as Fred was behind Jugson, holding him in a chokehold. "Harish!" Fred shouted. "I got him." Seeing a good chance to show himself, Harish ran up the rest of the steps and drew his wand. But Jugson was faster. He drew his wand in an instant, and in the next, Fred was sprawled on the ground with Jugson standing over him. "Expelliarmus!" Harish exclaimed, deciding to start low in the hopes of catching Jugson off his guard. Jugson blocked it with a shield, and Harish ducked as the spell whizzed back towards him. Jugson quickly sent out a trip jinx that left both Harish and George lying on the floor as well. Harish looked up to see Jugson scrambling to the other end of the warehouse, undoubtedly planning on disapparating once he got outside the wards. But Harish leapt to his feet and waved his wand. The door to the warehouse, which they had left open in their fear of what they would find inside, slammed shut and there was a clang as the padlock locked itself. Jugson rattled on the door and just as he was pulling his wand out to unlock the door, Harish sent out a stinging jinx. Jugson's wand clattered to the floor, as he hissed in pain and gripped his wand hand. Then, the wand began to slide across the floor towards Harish as he wordlessly summoned it. Desperately, Jugson threw himself onto the floor and caught onto his wand, only to be dragged towards Harish as well. Harish released the spell as soon as he realized he was dragging Jugson towards him. The former Death Eater then stood and eyed Harish warily with his wand raised. He knew that Harish would be much more powerful since the last time he had seen him, it had been several years of course. And even then, Harish had been a good match for him. If it hadn't been for the convenient placing of the staircase Jugson had caused him to fall down, he might have even beaten the older man. Jugson was only too aware that he was dueling the Dark Lord's son, one of the most powerful wizards of the age. You aren't going to run from me again, are you, Jugson? The devil child asked with a small smile curling his lips. Jugson raised his wand a little higher and took a step back. Harish's laughter echoed throughout the warehouse. Incarcerus! Harish cried. Jugson dropped to his stomach and rolled to avoid the ropes that shot out of Harish's wand. Then, he fired off a blasting curse. Harish swished his wand and a chunk of the floor rose and exploded on impact. Impatiently, Harish banished the smoke and dust to discover that Jugson had used the distraction to make it out of the door. Harish cursed and ran after him as George went to his brother to see if he could get him onto his feet again. As soon as he cleared the door, Harish sent off a volley of spells. Stupefy, Incarcerus, Locomotor Wibbly. Jugson stopped the stunning spell and the jelly legs Jinx with a shield, but the ropes grabbed him by the ankles and he fell to the ground hard. The first thing he did was reach for his wand, but when he realized it had fallen out of his reach, he tried pulling on the cords that were around his ankles. Harish shot out more cords, which wrapped around the man's chest, binding his arms to his sides. The young man hurried forward, picked up Jugson's wand, and stuffed it in his pocket. Then, he pulled Jugson up by his hair. Who do you work for? Why did they try to kill me? Jugson began to laugh insanely. Still gnawing on that bone, are you? He asked. Well, you won't find out from me. Harish dropped him to the ground with a look of disgust on his face and kicked him hard enough to knock him out. Seconds later, the twins joined him. Ready to go? Harish asked. They nodded. Then come on. He levitated Jugson and the three of them walked to where they could apparate. There, they disappeared with a crack. Where did you find him? Voldemort was asking Harish. He had a hand on his chin, calmly surveying Jugson, who was still unconscious and now tied to a chair in the secret backroom of the joke shop. The twins had left the two heirs of Slytherin alone, deciding not to witness Jugson's interrogation. We found him in a warehouse that was above another bunker. One like the one you found me in 10 years ago. Yes. Voldemort mused. He walked forward and pointed his wand at Jugson, muttering, Renervate. Jugson coughed and slowly lifted his eyes to the two men that were standing before him. Before, he had been scared of Harish. Now he visibly quaked at the sight of his old master. My lord, he rasped. Please owned. Silence. Voldemort thundered. If I had my way, I would torture you until you were a mass of pathetic, sniveling, shell of a creature. Unfortunately, you are currently needed for other means. He stressed the word, currently, making it clear to both Harish and Jugson, that once the man had fulfilled his use Voldemort would have no hesitation in carrying out his revenge. You will have to go ahead and kill me, Jugson growled. I am not telling either of you anything. You have a surprising amount of stubbornness for a coward, Harish spat. You cannot fight to save your life, but can you stand torture? Voldemort relished in the screams that, had they not put silencing wards on the room, would have been echoing throughout the whole of Diagon Alley. Hours later, Jugson still hadn't told them the identity of his employer. Deciding to take a break, Harish led his father upstairs to the study and conjured him a glass of water. He then sat at his desk and watched as his father pulled up a chair out of thin air across from him. Won't someone notice that Jugson is missing if we keep him here? Harish asked. Oh, someone definitely will, Voldemort replied, taking a sip of water. Isn't that a bad thing? Harish prompted. Not necessarily, Voldemort replied, setting his drink down and pressing his fingertips together. There is no way someone will trace him back here. I have a feeling whoever is behind all of this sees their minions as dispensable, Voldemort added, leaving the rest of his sentence unspoken. Much like myself. Voldemort finished the rest of his drink swiftly and stood. I must be off, he told his son. Interrogate him more as you see fit. Be sure to keep note of every single thing he says, anything could be used to narrow down who we're looking for. Like the gender of his employer, Harish muttered. What was that? Voldemort asked, pausing in the doorframe. Earlier, when he attacked me in my 6th year, he let slip that his employer was a she. and had the audacity to get angry at me when I probed him further. Voldemort chuckled and left. Harish heard the flare of their fireplace seconds later, confirming that the Dark Lord had flowed back to Slytherin Manor. 3 days later, Harish found the joke shop closed and full of guests. He found it mildly amusing that the DA had been invited over, despite the fact that they had a man trapped in their back room. He and the twins, in the days between the 21st and the 24th, had decided to invite over any friend of theirs that hadn't stayed at Hogwarts for the holidays. Of course, they had nowhere to hold the party and ended up pushing all of the shelves and merchandise to the corners of the room and conjuring couches to place in front of them. The members of the DA that had made it were Luna Lovegood, Dean Thomas, Angelina Johnson, Hermione, Draco, Ginny, Daphne, Cho Chong, Roger Davies, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot. Justin Finch Fletchley, Ernie Macmillan, and Neville. Katie Bell was still in St. Mungo's, and both Hufflepuff girls were spending their holidays elsewhere. Then, Harish and the twins were there, of course, because it was their shop. The teenagers munched on food that the older trio had set out for them, and they sat on the couches talking a bit. The party passed uneventfully. In fact, it was so boring that Harish escaped towards the end of it into their flat above the shop and sat in the windowsill. "Where's Harish?" Daphne asked one of the twins. "I thought I saw him really RB, owned." "Most likely upstairs," George replied. "Harish does not enjoy feeling cooped up with a bunch of people," Fred explained. "I don't think he enjoys being cooped up, period," Hermione, who had been listening to their conversation, chimed. "It all comes from being raised by a Dark Lord, I guess," Daphne agreed quietly. "Speaking of," Hermione muttered. "Do these lot know which side of the war they are fighting for?" "I expect most of them don't," George replied. "I don't think Harish has told them," Fred added. "He seems to want them to figure it out," both finished. "Though I expect Dean knows already," Hermione mused. "And perhaps Luna," Ginny added. "Have you been here this whole time?" Fred asked in annoyance. "No," Ginny replied, "but I heard enough." "What is up with people and eavesdropping?" George muttered. Ginny shrugged. "We can't help it," she replied. "You lot always have the most interesting conversations." Both twins shook their heads in defeat. "So when are they going to find out?" Ginny asked, bringing the rest back onto the topic they had previously been discussing. They turned and watched a pair of Hufflepuffs chatting happily on a couch. "I dunno," Fred said. "But I expect they will be fighting loyally with Harish. No matter what side he's on." After that day, the rest of the holidays passed quickly. All of the others returned to their respective homes and the twins experimented with Harish a good bit. Harish went in to interrogate Jugson at least once a day. That was not going well. Jugson still refused to divulge any information on his employer, though he was more than happy to accidentally let slip information on the coworkers he knew. But no matter how stubborn Jugson was, Harish was even more stubborn, and he was determined to figure out who the third party in the war was and how big of a threat they would be. But soon Harish found it was time to reopen the shop. When the Hogwarts students got back from their holidays, the sixth years were greeted with posters that hung on the notice board, informing them about apparition lessons that would start the first weekend of February. This got a lot of them excited, as nearly everyone always was when they heard they were to be learning how to apparate. On the first Saturday of the month, the sixth years assembled in front of Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, the heads of houses, and a small wizard whom Harish took to be the apparition instructor from the ministry. He was oddly colorless, with transparent eyelashes, wispy hair, and an insubstantial air, as though a single gust of wind might blow him away. Ron vaguely wondered whether his odd appearance was caused by him apparating so much, as Ron was sure he taught apparition every year, or whether it was just an ideal build for someone wishing to vanish. "Good morning," the ministry wizard said, when all the students had arrived and the heads of houses had called for quiet. "My name is Wilkie Twycross and I shall be your ministry apparition instructor for the next 12 weeks. I hope to be able to prepare you for your apparition tests in this time, by which time many of you may be ready to take your tests. As you may know, it is usually impossible to apparate or disapparate within Hogwarts. The headmaster has lifted this enchantment, purely within the Great Hall, for 1 hour, so as to enable you to practice. May I emphasize that you will not be able to apparate outside the walls of this hall, and that you would be unwise to try. I would like each of you to place yourselves now so that you have 5 clear feet of space in front of you. There was a great scrambling and jostling as people separated, banged into each other, and ordered others out of their space. The heads of houses moved among the students, marshalling them into position and breaking up arguments. Then, they called for quiet once again as everyone was situated. Thank you, Twycross said. Now the NB, owned. He waved his wand. Old-fashioned wooden hoops instantly appeared on the floor in front of every student. The important thing to remember when apparating are the 3 Ds. Twycross exclaimed. Destination, determination, and deliberation. Step 1. Fix your mind firmly on the desired destination, Twycross informed them. In this case, the interior of your hoop. Kindly concentrate upon that destination now. Everyone glanced around furtively to check that everyone else was staring into their hoop, and then hastily did as they were told. Ron stared at the circular patch of dusty floor enclosed by his hoop and tried to think of nothing else. This was proving difficult, as random thoughts of anything from food to the twins kept popping into his head. Step 2, Twycross said, interrupting Ron's thoughts, who hastily began focusing on his hoop once again. Focus your determination to occupy the visualized space. Let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every part of your body. Ron had no idea what the dotty old man had meant by that, so he tried to imagine himself disappearing with a pop and reappearing inside the circle. Step 3, Twycross called, and only when I give the command, turn on the spot, feeling your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation. On my command, now, 1. Ron glanced around again. There were a lot of people that looked absolutely distressed at being asked to apparate so quickly. 2. Ron tried to fix his thoughts on his hoop again. He had already forgotten what the 3 Ds stood for. 3. Ron spun on the spot, lost balance, and fell flat on his face. He was not the only one. The whole hall was suddenly full of staggering people. Neville had spun himself right into the person next to him. Seamus had done a sort of pirouetting leap into his hoop and had looked momentarily thrilled before he had caught sight of Dean roaring in laughter at him. Never mind, Twycross said dryly, who did not seem to have expected anything better. Adjust your hoops, please, and back to your original positions be owned. Ron forced himself to focus, determined to make it into the hoop again. He returned to his spot, staring a hole into his hoop and repeating the 3 Ds once he had remembered what they stood for. Twycross began counting once again. 1. Ron stared into his hoop, his destination, and once again imagined himself appearing inside it. 2. Ron was certainly determined all right. He was determined to figure out what the twins were up to. 3. Ron turned on his heel, and then he spun out of control and fell on his bottom. The rest of the session went on like this with nothing eventful happening other than Hannah Abbott accidentally splinching herself. An hour later, Twycross fastened his cloak at his neck and said, until next Saturday, everyone, do not forget, destination, determination, deliberation. And with that, he waved his wand, vanishing the hoops, and walked out of the hall accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Talk broke out at once as people began moving toward the entrance hall. Harish sat once again in their back room, surveying his board that had everything he knew about the person who had been haunting him his entire life. Behind him, Jugson was still tied to the chair, panting and mumbling to himself. Harish growled in annoyance. There was still something missing. It felt as though Harish knew who he was looking for, like the name was buried at the back of his mind but he couldn't dredge it up. He looked at her known agents, the map of their locations, and there was no connection between them. He racked his memory, trying to hold on to everything he had ever heard or seen that could help him. Then, suddenly it all clicked and Harish's eyes widened in realization. The one common thing about the hideouts were that they were bunkers, hidden in the middle of nowhere. Places that had been forgotten. Harish could vividly remember the bunker from his trip not too long ago. The walls dripped with water, the corridor was dimly lit with a few torches, the rooms were pitch black. The memory took him straight back to his kidnapping when he was very young. Harish sat outside Malfoy Manor, curled up against the side of the house between 2 large bushes. He had found this hiding spot to be alone. He didn't mind Draco, of course, but growing up alone had taken its toll on him. He was easily overwhelmed and sometimes simply wanted to be by himself. The small boy turned to face the house and peered in the window behind him. His father, Lord Voldemort, was holding a Death Eater meeting with the few Death Eaters that still knew he was alive, mostly his inner circle and a few ministry workers. Suddenly, he heard a crack behind him and felt a hand close over his mouth. He tried to kick, to lash out, but he could not reach his assailant. Then, he felt a surge of magic come towards him, and he was knocked out. Next thing Harish knew, he had woken up in a bunker, identical to the one he had found Jugson in. No one spoke to him, he never even saw anyone until his father rescued him. The only way he was fed was by trays that were slipped underneath the door. That one incident was what encouraged Voldemort to properly ward both their manor and Malfoy Manor himself, and make sure that Harish never left his sight. It was also the reason the boy never went out in public. If he could be taken from under Voldemort's nose in such a secure location, what would happen if they were in broad daylight where there were no wards or protections? Harish clutched the bridge of his nose, breathing out deeply. He thought further. Finally, he had escaped to Hogwarts where he had complete and total freedom, freedom that led him to stealing the Philosopher's Stone. The young man could still hear Quirrell's voice in the back of his mind from his third year at Hogwarts. That's what my employer seemed to think, didn't want me to draw attention to myself, no matter. I would have killed you anyway, if I hadn't been distracted. The man had tried to kill him during the first match of the season, Harish recalled. If it had not been for Hermione and Draco distracting him, he very well might have fallen too. Quirrell had been very tight-lipped about his employer. He did not even let slip the gender or true intentions of the woman. As Harish kept going through his years, he realized he never wondered how the diary had gotten into Ginny's possession. He knew it had been stolen past Christmas his third year, and knew they still did not know who stole it to that day. They only knew that the next time it was seen, it had been in Ginny's hands. A flash of a memory returned to Harish. One from their trip to Diagon Alley just before his fourth year. I am so sorry, the man said, stooping to pick up Ginny's books. Harish watched as the man placed the books in her cauldron, but the teen couldn't help but notice that the man kept his face angled away from the group. That was odd. He realized he never thought about that man again, much less connect the dots that he was the reason Ginny had the diary. He must have slipped it into her cauldron that day when he returned her books to her. At this thought, Harish remembered the younger girl's words after the whole ordeal had taken place. I didn't know. I found it inside one of the books Mum got me. Thought someone had left it in there and forgotten about it. Yes, that must have been it. Ginny did, of course, find it inside of one of her books that the man had picked up and held for the merest of seconds before returning it to her cauldron. Then Harish's thoughts moved to his fifth year. Not much had happened that year. In fact, other than his godfather returning, nothing happened at all. So, he moved on to his sixth year, which if his fifth year was the year nothing happened, his sixth year was the one that everything happened in. It started out with him passing out at the Quidditch World Cup. No one saw who cast the spell that caused him to pass out, but they were all certain that it was Jugson after the fact. Because not a month later, Harish's name came out of the goblet twice. The first, he himself had put in, but the second was put in by someone else under the name of a different school. That wasn't that big of a deal. Harish had in no way lost the tournament, but it was evident someone did not have his wishes in their best intentions. For when it became evident that the tournament would not kill him, Jugson had lashed out. Immediately after the second task, Harish was admitted to the hospital wing due to poisoning. It was only then that Harish finally and officially acknowledged that someone was actually trying to kill him. With his suspicions aroused, Jugson must have decided to lay low. Perhaps he thought that the third and final task would kill him. But when Harish returned from the third task in first place, Jugson got impatient, revealing himself in an attack. The fight flitted through Harish's mind, and in the back of his mind he could hear Jugson's voice. If my employer wishes to remain a secret, then a secret she shall remain be owned. She? Harish asked. Confringo. Jugson cried. Harish drew in a deep breath and pulled himself out of his memories the instant he remembered his fall. It had been as though it was happening all over again, and it took Harish a minute to blink the feeling of weightlessness out of his head. He shook his head, moving on. The memories of the attempts on his own life reminded him of something similar happening, when a Gryffindor girl was sent to St. Mungo's after touching a cursed necklace that she was supposed to be delivering to Daphne. Harish was sure it was a message to him, but he had no idea who could have given the girl the cursed necklace. And then everything fit into place. He remembered that Draco had told him about Aberforth Dumbledore standing outside the three broomsticks. Perhaps he had decided to take a side in the war, the third side. Harish then pulled out an old picture of the Order of the Phoenix from the First War and a picture of the original Death Eaters. Every single person that had ever done anything other than Quirrell, of course, had either been a member of the Order or had been a follower of Voldemort. He realized that this new army consisted of people who turned their backs on their old allies. Harish looked back to the picture of the Order. It's her. He breathed in realization, staring at a woman towards the middle of the group. But how is that possible? The more he thought about it, the more certain he was that he was correct. He hastily pinned the pictures back up to the board and began making plans. He had to be careful with the way he handled this. One wrong move and he could lose the game. Nodding firmly, Harish decided that the best action to take at that moment was to inform his father that he had figured out who they were looking for, and how to find them. Hermione stood behind Daphne with her hands on her hips as her friend packed a few last things into her trunk. I can't believe the school year's already over, Daphne muttered as she grabbed a picture of her and Harish off her bedside table and slipped it into her trunk. Well, technically we do still have the feast to go to, Hermione corrected. Yes, but the year is just about over, Daphne replied. With a flick of her wand, her trunk snapped shut with a click. I just can't believe it, almost nothing happened this year. And just think, Hermione added. We only have 1 year left after this. Yeah, Daphne said. About that. Yes, Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow as she sensed Daphne's unease. I don't think I'm returning to Hogwarts next year. Why ever not? Hermione asked. Well, Daphne said, next year the war will be starting back up, and I know for a fact Draco isn't returning. I don't see the point in ITB. Owned. So you're going to abandon your education? Hermione questioned. Let's put it this way, Daphne said, sitting serenely on her bed. When I say, Harish has told me the war is starting up next year, I mean that Voldemort is planning on coming to Hogwarts. What use will we be if we're students? We might get caught in the middle of things. Harish has been talking to you, hasn't he? Hermione asked with a bemused expression. Daphne shrugged and hopped up. She walked over to the door of their dormitory with her friend in tow. Honestly, Daphne said as they left the dormitory. Everyone's been talking, including Ginny. Bad news, Daphne, Ginny said, walking up to them. I'll most likely have to stay next year. Mum would go ballistic if she got wind of me leaving early, especially after what Fred and George pulled. Daphne nodded sympathetically and Hermione raised a haughty eyebrow. It was a slow day at Weasley & Co.'s. Summer vacation was about to begin for Hogwarts students, and the alley hung with a lazy air as the temperature steadily rose as the sun was high in the sky. The twins both stood together in their shop. Harish was absent, as he and his father were plotting something in privacy in their flat above the shop. So, what do you think they're talking about? Fred asked. George shrugged. Neither of them said anything because they both knew the other was thinking the same thing. Harish had figured out who had been behind the attacks, though he hadn't told them. He and the Dark Lord were obviously plotting what to do about it. Both of them stood in awkward silence, not knowing how to feel about the fact that the Dark Lord Voldemort was in their flat. It is curious that Harish hasn't told us who it is, George finally said. Fred nodded. I mean, he does tell us almost everything, Fred added. But apparently not quite everything, George replied. They fell silent for another moment. Whoever it is must be trouble, George finally deduced. Because if it was someone we could easily help with, he would tell us. Whoever it is must need Voldemort himself to deal with, Fred agreed. And silence came across them again. Line break. Hermione, Daphne, and Ginny were soon joined by Draco, and the four of them headed for the end of the year feast, most likely the last one for Draco, Daphne, and Hermione, who was now considering leaving as well. They waved at Dean, Luna, and a few others and took their seats, once again, on the center of the Slytherin table. They listened with only half an ear as Dumbledore prattled on about house points and how proud he was of his students. Draco and Ginny shared smirks as Hermione whispered during Dumbledore's end-of-the-year speech. Dumbledore was the only adult Hermione was willing to blatantly ignore. They feasted on a vast variety of foods, talked, and laughed a good deal. Finally, it was time for them to go to bed. As Hermione started drifting off to sleep, she vaguely wondered if that was the last time she would ever spend the night in one of those four-poster beds that were draped with green bedding. The next morning they all got up and got dressed into their school robes. The students that would not be flowing or apparating from the station would be changing into Muggle clothes once they got close to London. The four Slytherins that remained at Hogwarts for that year were joined by Dean, Neville, and Luna. They ate candy, talked a bit, and stared out the window a bit. Finally, they made it to London, and they all bid each other farewell, promising to talk over the summer. It was officially the end of the dullest year any of them had experienced, and they knew it was because Harish hadn't been there to make it interesting. Line break. Barnabas Cuff sat behind his desk in the Daily Prophet office located in Diagon Alley. He was looking over the latest edition, editing where he saw fit. He was the head of the production of the newspapers and had editors below him, but he usually read through the Prophet last before sending it to publication. It was a generally warm summer day, so Cuff had the windows cracked. A summer breeze blew steadily into the room, ruffling papers and notes situated on Cuff's desk that were being held down by a pair of pristinely polished boots. Suddenly, the quiet was interrupted. Somewhere outside of Cuff's office, there was a flash, a thud, and a cry of pain. The man's eyes instantly moved from the pages of the Daily Prophet to the door of his office. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door opened to reveal a very aristocratic-looking young man with white blonde hair. It was none other than Draco Malfoy, the son of the quite famous donator, Lucius Malfoy, who must have only just returned from Hogwarts. Cuff quickly sat up straight, pulling his legs off of his desk along with a few loose papers. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked, quickly thinking of a number of stories this could create. "Oh, nothing that will cause you harm," the boy replied. "At least, as long as you cooperate. I have a proposition for you." "Yes?" Cuff asked warily. The boy pulled out a pouch and dropped it onto the man's desk, spilling a great number of galleons. "You will either publish nothing but what I say, and receive all these galleons," the owned boy said in an imperial voice, "or you will be living on the streets with no job, no money, and only the clothes on your back to keep you warm at night." Cuff bowed his head in defeat. "Tell me what you wish to have done," he said. If Harish could have helped it, he would not have gone to the wedding. But the twins had begged and pleaded that he come with them, that it was a special moment, that Bill was their brother and the first Weasley in their generation to be married. So Harish found himself wearing his dress robes and stuffing glamour globs in his mouth as he thought hard about what he wanted to look like. His hair lengthened until its shaggy tips reached his eyes, which swirled into a nondescript brown. His nose lengthened and grew slightly, and his jaw became more square. Finally, he shrunk by several inches and turned to the twins. "How do I look?" he asked. "Like Bart, our imaginary coworker," both twins replied in unison, checking their own hair in the mirror. So by 3 o'clock that afternoon, Harish found himself standing outside the great white marquee at the Burrow alongside the twins and Ron, who stood moodily off to the side with his arms folded across his chest. It was obvious he didn't want to be stuck with the twins. The three Weasleys were each clutching seating plans, so that they could help show people to the right seats. A host of whited-robed waiters had arrived an hour earlier, along with a golden-jacketed hand, and all of these wizards were currently sitting a short distance away under a tree. Behind Harish, the entrance to the marquee revealed rows of fragile golden chairs set on either side of a long, purple carpet. The supporting poles were entwined with white and gold flowers. Fred and George had fastened an enormous bunch of golden balloons over the exact point where Bill and Fleur would shortly become husband and wife. Outside, butterflies and bees were hovering lazily over the grass a hedgerow. "When I get married," Fred said, tugging at the collar of his own robes, "I won't be bothering with any of this nonsense. You can all wear what you like, and I'll put a full-body bind curse on Mum until it's all over." "Already planning for it then?" Harish asked, thinking of Hermione. "Shut up," Fred muttered. There was silence for a moment. Then, George said, "Mum wasn't too bad this morning, considering. Cried a bit about Percy not being here, but who wants him? Oh blimey, brace yourselves, here they come, look." Brightly colored figures were appearing, one by one, out of nowhere at the distant boundary of the yard. Within minutes, a procession had formed, which began to make its way up through the garden toward the marquee. Exotic flowers and bewitched birds fluttered on witches' hats, while precious gems glittered from many of the wizards' cravats. A hum of excited chatter grew louder and louder, drowning the sound of the bees as the crowd approached the tent. "Excellent, I think I see a few Vila cousins," George said, craning his neck for a better look. "They'll need help understanding our English customs, I'll look after them, owned." Fred shook his head as George wandered off to assist them into the tent. With George gone, Fred dealt with the middle-aged witches and Ron took charge of Mr. Weasley's old ministry colleague Perkins, while a deaf old couple walked up to Harish. "I'm sorry, you'll have to wait a moment," Harish said to them. The old man asked. "You'll have to wait a moment." Harish repeated louder. "I'm not seating people. What did ye say? I can't help you," Harish shouted. "I'm with the twins." Luckily, George appeared at that moment and took the old couple into the tent. After they had disappeared and Fred and Ron had reappeared, Harish folded his arms across his chest and leaned against the tent. He watched the crowd steadily sift into the tent and ran a hand over his face to mask his boredom. Finally, after determining that the twins would be a while, Harish went inside the tent to find someone to talk to. Harish sat down in an empty seat behind where he knew the twins were going to be sitting and turned to watch as people filed in. Some he knew, such as Lupin and Tonks, Hagrid, and Hermione, but others he did not recognize. He guessed that they must be either relatives of the Weasleys or the Delacours. Finally, the twins came and sat down by him with Hermione in tow. Behind them, Ron led Krum to his seat. "Fancy seeing Victor Krum here," Harish muttered to the twins. "Who invited him?" "Fleur," George replied. As Hermione sat by Harish, she said, "I know, it's exciting. All three champions are here. Though they don't know I'm here," Harish muttered. A sense of jittery anticipation had filled the warm tent, the general murmuring broken by occasional spurts of excited laughter. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley strolled up the aisle, smiling and waving at relatives. Mrs. Weasley was wearing a brand new set of amethyst-colored robes with a matching hat. A moment later Bill and Charlie stood up at the front of the marquee, both wearing dress robes, with large white roses in their buttonholes. Fred Wolf whistled and there was an outbreak of giggling from the Vila cousins. Then the crowd fell silent as music swelled from what seemed to be the golden balloons. "Ooh," Hermione said, swiveling around in her seat to look at the entrance. A great collective sigh issued from the assembled witches and wizards as Monsieur Delacour and Fleur came walking up the aisle, Fleur gliding, Monsieur Delacour bouncing and beaming. Fleur was wearing a very simple white dress and seemed to be emitting a strong, silvery glow. While her radiance usually dimmed everyone else by comparison, today it beautified everyone it fell upon. Ginny and Gabrielle, both wearing golden dresses, looked even prettier than usual, and once Fleur had reached him, Bill seemed years younger. "Ladies and gentlemen," said a slightly sing-song voice, and Harish looked to see a short, tufty-haired wizard standing in front of Bill and Fleur. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of two faithful souls owned. Yes, my tiara sets off the whole thing nicely," an old lady said from beside Ron in a rather carrying whisper. "But I must say, Ginevra's dress is far too low cut." Ginny glanced around, grinning, before turning to face the front again. Harish's mind wandered slightly as the wedding continued. He honestly would rather have been at Slytherin Manor opposed to there. He knew something big was going on, and knew he would have been able to be a part of it if it hadn't been for the wedding. "Do you, William Arthur, take Fleur Isabel?" In the front row, Mrs. Weasley and Madame Delacour were both sobbing quietly into scraps of lace. Trumpet-like sounds from the back of the marquee told them that Hagrid had taken out his own tablecloth-sized handkerchiefs. "Then I declare you bonded for life." The tufty-haired wizard waved his wand over the heads of Bill and Fleur and a shower of silver stars fell upon them, spiraling around their now entwined figures. As Fred and George led a round of applause, the golden balloons overhead burst, birds of paradise and tiny golden bells flew and floated out of them, adding their songs and chimes to the din. "Ladies and gentlemen," called the tufty-haired wizard, "if you would please stand up." They all did so, and as the seats they had been sitting on vanished and were replaced by tables, Harish felt his coin heat up in his pocket. He stepped forward and grabbed the twins by the elbows. Then, they disapparated. When Hermione went to go find Ginny, Ron stood and stared curiously at the spot where he had seen his brothers and their friend disappear. Harish and the twins reappeared at Slytherin Manor. Around them, Death Eaters were bustling. Within moments, Voldemort had made his way through the sea of cloaks and masks and came to stand directly in front of his son. Bellatrix was not far behind. The Dark Lord handed the twins a pair of robes and 2 masks. The twins looked at the masks, realizing that they were not the regular skull-like masks that the Death Eaters usually wore, but they were plain, black, and had no eye holes or noses at all. "You'll need to put these on," he said. As the twins left the room to change, they noticed that the Death Eaters were all wearing the new masks, giving them the illusion of not having a face. Once they were gone, he turned to his son. "I am glad to see you actually turned up. You think I would let a wedding keep me from the fun?" Harish asked incredulously. Voldemort said nothing, but motioned for his son to follow. "I waited to brief our strike team," he said, coming to a halt in front of a small group of Death Eaters, most likely Voldemort's most trusted and skilled Death Eaters. Voldemort briefed them all on what they were actually going to do, before explicitly instructing them to refrain from killing people as much as possible, while Voldemort, Harish, the twins, and their strike team were there specifically for the minister. The other Death Eaters would be taking out the heads of departments. The twins returned in their new getup. Harish charmed his dress robes to change into regular jade robes that may or may not match what Voldemort was wearing, and summoned a black cloak. And Voldemort addressed everyone, once again reminding them to only kill if they were being shot at with lethal spells, and they were off. Harish grinned as he knew that the wizarding world would mark that day in their history books. Lucius Malfoy felt his dark mark burn and quickly wrapped up his work. Then, he made his way casually down to the atrium of the Ministry under the guise of going to buy a copy of the Prophet to read on his break. There, he spotted several Death Eaters scattered, milling about casually. Among them were McNair, Gibbon, Selwyn, and Knott. Lucius smiled to himself and bought a copy of the Prophet, as he said he would. Then, he stared blankly at the pages, turning them every now and then until the fireplaces lining the walls flared green and dozens of faceless people in black robes flowed out. People, naturally, began to panic after that. Taking their cue, Lucius and the other Death Eaters that worked within the ministry jumped into the fray, vanishing amidst the confusion of their co-workers. The first thing Lucius did was to block the fireplaces. Then, he commanded the other Death Eaters that were a part of his team to keep any ministry personnel from entering or exiting the atrium. Finally, he scoured the sea of black, looking for the Dark Lord. Finally, he spotted him standing with Harish. Perfect. Now it was only a matter of waiting. Amelia Bones was just closing off the office, preparing to return home for the evening when it happened. She reorganized her paperwork into neat little stacks and closed and charmed her desk drawer that held anything important. Then, just as she exited her office and was about to lock the door, as the young man that sold copies of the Daily Prophet in the atrium came running up to her. He looked frightened as he shouted, "The ministry's under attack." Amelia Bones made to grab her wand, but before it was even drawn, she and the young man were stunned. The boy's memory was soon wiped by a faceless person in black robes, and 2 more came, grabbed the head of magical law enforcement, and disappeared. A man with a brutish face and magnificent, sweeping robes with gold thread embroidered around the edges then walked up to the remaining Death Eater and muttered, "Go round up the rest of the team and join the others in the atrium." Suddenly, an office opened and someone appeared. Yexley hastily backed away from the Death Eater, suddenly looking concerned. He shot a few spells, and then ran off to his own office to flow out of the ministry. "Is it time to move out yet?" Harish asked Voldemort amidst the confusion. The Dark Lord's eyes took in the sight of the sea of Death Eaters that surrounded them, along with a good number of ministry workers that were still panicking. He waited for word from Yaxley, and received it seconds later as one of the Death Eaters shot gold sparks into the air. The head of departments had been taken out. "Yes," he replied simply, and he began pushing through the crowd, leading his own hit team out of the lobby. They made it to the lifts and stood in silence as Voldemort pressed the up button. The lift clattered to their floor with a halt and the grills slid to the side to allow them inside. Once the lift was moving again, Harish asked, "How will the minister be surprised if there is so much noise in the atrium?" "It is not possible to hear what is going on in the atrium from the minister's office," Lucius replied smoothly. "And no one could have warned him. I had Lucius and his team close off the atrium," his father replied. "Anyone that might have escaped before then would have been caught by Yaxley's team." Harish nodded and waited as the lift stopped at each floor, naming off the floor and its use. Finally, the lift came to a halt and the witch said in a smooth voice, "Level 1, Minister of Magic and Support Staff." Their party walked down a hallway that was lined with door after door. Each one was wooden and had golden doorknobs and a plaque with the office owner's name on it. They read the names on the plaques as they walked past. None of them were the office they were looking for. The 7 radicals turned around a corner and spotted another office. The nearest one had a plaque that read, "Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary of the Minister." The twins grimaced behind their masks and Harish scowled coldly at the door. This did not go unnoticed by Voldemort, who leaned over to his son and whispered, "I will let you deal with her later, if you wish." Harish grinned widely. They walked past her office, down to the end of the hall, and finally found the door that read, "Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic." They came to a halt in front of the door. Voldemort shared a look with his son, and he nodded to the masked people behind them plus Lucius. The 5 of them drew their wands, and Voldemort turned back. Without further ado, he jerked his wand and the door flew open with a crash. Fudge, a portly old man, jerked upright in his luscious chair, which was situated behind a grand, wooden desk with clawed feet. Harish noted that his bowler hat was absent. After a second of investigation, he spotted it hanging on a coat tree with Fudge's coat. "What's this, what's this?" Fudge blustered, his face turning red. Voldemort smiled a nasty, wide smile and said, "Why, I am afraid, Minister, that we just infiltrated your ministry." And before Fudge could even shout out, he had been stunned, and the 7 had disapparated with the disgraced minister in tow. Before they all completely left the ministry, there were 2 letters sitting on 2 different desks. One, waiting to be opened by one Arthur Weasley, held information of a promotion to Muggle ambassador. The other, addressed to Dolores Umbridge, was waiting to inform its recipient that she had been fired and all of her accounts and properties had been repossessed. All in all, they got in a good day's work. Line break. Ron had sulked through the reception, wondering where the twins had gone. No matter what anyone else believed, Ron had not been fooled by the twins' imaginary coworker named Bart. He had never been mentioned before, he hadn't been at Hogwarts with them, and he was not in the shop the numerous times Ron had been dragged there by Ginny. But that was not the main reason he was certain that Bart was Harish Blake. No one else could pull the twins around like that. Especially not when they were smirking like the world belonged to them. There was no doubt about it, Ron thought as he drained the rest of his butterbeer and watched the dancing couples. His brothers were up to no good along with that no good friend of theirs, Harish Blake. Ginny plopped down beside her brother. Although Ron was an absolute prat, it did not mean that Ginny did not want to interact with her brother. It never made sense to her why Ron had cut off their relationship after she had been sorted into Slytherin. That, however, did not mean that she did not try to talk to him every now and then when she was feeling generous, or bored. "Why aren't you dancing?" Ron asked snidely as she sat down beside him. "I'm not really in the mood," Ginny shrugged. "Why?" Ron retorted. "Because your boyfriend isn't here." Knowing that her brother just wanted to anger her, she shrugged. "Probably," she replied chipperly. "But I understand that even if he were invited, he probably would have been disowned if he had tried to come." Ron looked at her as if she had just presented him with a dung bomb for Christmas. "You disgust me," he said. "Is this how it's going to be?" Ginny asked. Ron didn't answer, obviously determined to ignore her. "Please don't do this. I know it stresses Mum knowing that we don't get along, me, you, and the twins. It's hard enough for her to have to deal with Percy." Ron folded his arms and stubbornly remained silent, but something flickered in his eyes. "Fine," Ginny snapped, folding her own arms and looking away. "Excuse me for trying to fix things." They sat in angry silence for a time, pretending to watch the dancing couples. Regret settled in Ron's stomach, and he growled in aggravation, burying his head in his hands. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know which side to take anymore. But Ginny had said the right words to get him thinking. He did not want his mother to suffer any more than she already did. He had never realized that his mother was upset that Ron didn't talk to his brothers, but now that Ginny had mentioned it, he realized that it was true. The silence turned awkward as Ron's anger melted away and he realized what a prat he had been. He had even lost his best friend because of it. "What do you plan to do?" Ron asked, finally breaking the silence. Ginny almost jumped in surprise and turned to her brother. What? She asked. What do you plan to do? Ron repeated, when Mr. Malfoy finds out. Ginny sighed. I don't know, she muttered. I don't think either me or Draco have really thought about it, or wanted to. Ron laughed mirthlessly. Yeah, I could believe that. Ginny sighed again and her eyes rested on where Bill and Fleur were dancing in the center of the tent. Their wedding makes me wonder if I want this, Ginny mumbled. Do you? Ron asked. Maybe someday, Ginny replied. With Draco. Ginny looked at Ron. If I were to end up with Draco, she started, would you stop speaking to me again? I don't know, Ron sighed. I guess, if you're happy, and he treats you right be owned. What am I thinking? Ginny suddenly said loudly. I would be disowned before I would ever get chance of your approval. Ron shook his head. I don't think so, he replied. Dad has never really been openly hostile to Draco. And he only attacks Mr. Malfoy if he is goaded. You're right, Ginny agreed. Mr. Malfoy would disown Draco first, but what about Mum? Dad would talk her around eventually, Ron replied with a wry smile. After we all receive a tongue lashing, Ginny retorted. And after she hexes the pants off of Draco. I can see it now, Ginny laughed. You better run, Draco. The evil Molly Weasley is after your hide. They both laughed and silence fell over them again, but this time it was a warm, comfortable one. There. Smiles fell as something large and silver came falling through the canopy over the dance floor. Graceful and gleaming, the links landed lightly in the middle of the astonished dances. Heads turned, as those nearest it froze absurdly in mid-dance. Then, the Patronus's mouth opened wide and it spoke in the loud, deep, slow voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Ministry has fallen. Fudge has gone missing. Hogwarts is next. Ron, come on. Ron came out of his room at the sound of his sister's voice and walked to the railing of his floor that overlooked the staircase below. There, Ginny was standing, holding something in her hand. What do you want? He asked irritably. Dumbledore's here. She called back up the stairs. They having an important meeting. So? Ron asked. There's no way of telling what's going on in there. They put a barrier over the door ages ago, remember? Well, Ginny replied with a smirk. The thing about being on the twins' good side is that I get free editions of their new products. She held up an ear that resembled the twins' old extendable ears, except there was no flesh-colored string attached. There's an ear hidden behind the ice box that picks up sounds within 10 feet of it and it can project the sounds through this ear, no matter what has been cast on the door. That's genius. Ron cried, hurrying down the stairs to join his sister in eavesdropping on the Order of the Phoenix. Littered throughout the Burrows kitchen were different editions of the Daily Prophet. It had been nearly a week since the Ministry had been taken over, and many headlines blared at the members of the Order of the Phoenix from every angle. Dumbledore had read all of them of course, and they were part of the reason why he had called the Order together. They read, Fudge a failure. This article went into depth on Fudge's problems and had featured an interview of a man named Anata Blake. In it, the man had said, we had just wanted to show you how easy it was to take over, how inadequate this society has become. On this worried Dumbledore greatly, as he knew very well who Anata Blake actually was, Lord Voldemort. Revolutionaries take over. Featuring yet another interview of Blake, this article spoke of how Blake had appointed Yaxley as the new Minister of Magic. It also spoke of the people that took over the positions of the Ministry personnel that were still missing. Fudge had returned by then and was immediately disgraced and rejected by the majority of magical Britain's population. Harry Potter, is he still with us? Harry Potter sightings continued to occur. As time went on, people began wondering and discussing theory after theory. Harry Potter's ghost might have returned, some would say. Perhaps he has risen from the dead, others suggested. Dumbledore found this ludicrous. The most possible explanation was that Harry never died, but that was impossible. Dumbledore himself had cast the strongest tracking spell in existence to try to find the baby in the hopes that he hadn't truly died, but they had all come to the same conclusion: Harry Potter no longer existed in the mortal plane. Dumbledore tore his eyes off of the stack of daily prophets and returned to the present meeting. But what will we do about this? Charlie was asking. We will be putting up new, and very strong, wards at Hogwarts, of course, Dumbledore replied. Won't you know who attacked the train? Tonks asked reasonably. It would be easier to access. I highly doubt he would, Dumbledore replied. The only reason he's going after Hogwarts is because I am headmaster. We will, however, be putting protections around the train just in case. Now about this break-in at the Ministry, he said, turning to Snape. Do you know much about it? Snape nodded. Both the Dark Lord and his son were there, he replied. They were the only ones that did not wear masks. Son. A good number of them squawked. Not many people knew the true identity of Anata Blake. Snape was quick to explain, much to the unease of the Weasleys. You don't think the twins were there? Lupin asked. Surely not, Molly replied. They are good boys, all of them. Dumbledore shook his head. We cannot be sure of anything, he said sadly. Yes, Mad-Eye Moody barked. We should keep them under our watch just in case. I, for one, would like to know what they're doing right now. Owned. Hermione came storming into the shop with a newspaper tucked under her arm. Harish, who was manning the counter at that time, glanced up at her and then resumed his work despite the fact that she was almost overflowing with rage. Shall I get Fred for you? He asked calmly. No, she answered shortly, her voice cracking from strain. You are just the person I wanted to see. She slapped the newspaper onto the counter and Harish blinked down at it. Emblazoned across the front page were the words, another Harry Potter sighting, this time at Hogsmeade. Harish laughed. Is that what this is about? Stop laughing, Hermione exclaimed. This is serious. If you keep this up, someone will be bound to find out. No one has, Harish interrupted her quietly. And no one will, unless you continue shouting it for the whole world to hear. He peered over her shoulder at the customers in the shop. Then, he pulled out his clipboard and said, now if you are quite finished worrying needlessly about me, you may go. Hermione snatched the prophet back with a HMPH. And stalked out of the room grumpily. The last thing she heard before the door slammed shut behind her was, and if you see Neville, tell him I want to speak with him. Neville blinked at Harish, his mind trying to process the older boy's words. Let me get this straight, he finally huffed. You think that the sweetest woman in the wizarding world is the head of a secret army that's been trying to get rid of both you-know-who and Dumbledore? Harish raised his hands in front of him in a gesture of peace. I'm not saying that she's necessarily in her right mind, he added. Neville crossed his arms across his chest and grunted sarcastically, because that makes it all better. I just thought you ought to know, Harish said, standing. You are her son, after all. He made his way over to the stairwell that led down into their back room of the joke shop, but a voice halted him before he could make it descend. I can prove you're wrong. Harish smirked, his body angled away from the younger boy. Without turning, he addressed Neville. Is that so? Alice Longbottom sat on her bed in a closed ward at St. Mungo's. The nurse was off somewhere, leaving her alone with Frank Longbottom, her husband though she didn't quite remember, and another man named Gilderoy Lockhart. He was shielded from view by a set of curtains that surrounded both of the Longbottoms. Frank lay on the bed next to her, mouthing wordlessly at the ceiling. The quiet monotony of hospital silence was broken as footsteps grew nearer. Accompanying them were voices, saying words that Alice could only just hear. When we get in there, I'll prove to you she's harmless B. Owned. The voice warmed Alice, though she did not know why, and it sparked her memory. Brief flashes went through her mind of a boy that came to visit her and tell her stories. We can hope, came a new voice. This one was cold, high-pitched, and calculating. At the sound of the second voice, Alice felt anger building inside her. Thoughts of her failure to eliminate Voldemort's son flitted through her mind. Instantly, Alice switched back when the first one spoke again. What makes you so sure that you are correct? I have my reasons. All the while, the voices had been growing louder, the footsteps coming nearer. Just as Alice's mind became clear again at the sound of the second voice, the door opened and two people entered. The first had a young, round face and Alice vaguely recognized him as the boy that always visited her, her son, Neville Longbottom. The second was tall and darkly dressed. The hood of his ebony cloak hid most of his pale face. A thick fog of fear and anger dominated Alice's mind as brief images of the war against Voldemort flitted through her mind. They did this to me, they will pay. Owned. Harish failed to keep the disbelief off of his face as Neville prattled on. The 18-year-old followed the younger boy through the halls of St. Mungo's, only listening with half an ear. Finally, they made it to the proper ward, and Harish followed Neville inside, his pale green eyes taking in the room. One person occupied the beds on the left. His bed was closest to the door, and he blinked at Harish with curious blue eyes. Then on the right side of the room, a face emerged from behind a screen. Her face was long, thin, and pale. Her hair was wispy and her mouth was thin. But there was a something about her that seemed off. There was a darkness in her wild eyes that portrayed anger and something more sinister. There was no doubt about it. This was Alice Longbottom. "Hello, Mum," Neville said in a calm, quiet voice. "I brought a friend to meet you." Harish stood warily, watching the batty old woman and clutching his cane very tightly. She stared for a minute, not saying a word. Her eyes watched her son warmly, but then, suddenly something flickered in them as they caught sight of Harish and her demeanor changed within seconds. Suddenly, she started muttering under her breath and her eyes went from Neville, to Harish, and back again in a never-ending cycle. Then, her eyes came to a stop, staring at Harish for at least 30 seconds. And she shouted out unexpectedly, "Why can't you just die?" Both Neville and Harish jumped back in shock and Neville's eyes widened as he realized that Harish was correct after all. His mother was not harmless, like he had been led to believe. Instead, she was violent and volatile. How had he not known? He had visited her often since the day she had been admitted to St. Mungo's, after all. Harish's wand was out in a second and Neville reluctantly drew his own. Alice surprised them further by whipping out her own wand. Where she had gotten a wand from, and how she had kept it, Neville had no idea. He only knew that this was bad. Neville had heard many stories of the First War. Apparently his parents were among the best Aurors, almost being as good as the likes of Mad-Eye Moody. It was not good at all that the ire of a once very talented Auror was turned against them, no matter how insane she was. Her being insane probably made it worse. And it was for this reason that Harish and Neville were dodging spell after spell, each fired in rapid succession. Harish held his own, blocking spells with a shield that was powerful enough to send them bouncing back, and sending out a few of his own. Neville, however, was completely on the defensive, dodging and ducking under spells that came his way. Finally, she tired herself a little and the fighting slowed enough to let Neville stand before her. "Just stop," he cried, blocking a spell. "You're going to hurt someone." Something changed in her eyes once again and the warm expression was back. "Oh, Neville," she simpered. "I'm doing this for you." Neville's eyes widened in shock. She had recognized him. She had even spoken his name. She cast another spell, which hit Harish by surprise, who was blasted back into the wall. Neville watched as his friend slumped to the floor, unconscious. Then, he turned back to his insane mother, who was advancing towards the Dark Lord's son. She sent out another volley of spells, which Neville quickly blocked, darting between her and Harish. One of her spells went awry and blasted the curtains that hid her peaceable husband into the far wall, taking a few beds and potted plants with them. Poor Frank continued to stare at the ceiling, not even aware that a fight was going on in front of him. He had not even realized that the curtains had been inches away from tearing off his legs. Neville turned back to his mother, panting heavily. He blocked more spells and the minute she slowed again, he shouted, "Expelliarmus." The power of his spell was so strong that not only did Alice's wand fly out of her hand, but she was also thrown into the wall and there was a sickening crack. Neville rushed over to her side. "What have I done?" he asked. I'm sorry," Alice whispered, grabbing onto Neville's robes. "I've failed." And her eyes turned glassy as she breathed out her last. Neville's eyes brimmed with tears, which soon poured down his face. "I'm sorry too," he whispered. There was a groan behind him and he turned to see Harish sit up slowly, rubbing his head. Harish took in his surroundings and walked slowly over to Neville. "There's nothing more you can do," he said. "It's all my fault," Neville sobbed as he was pulled to his feet. "No," Harish said, leading him to the door of the ward. "It was self-defense. You can't blame yourself for that." But Neville was too distraught to hear him. Hermione, who had stayed at the Burrow for the wedding, left a few weeks before the school year was to start up again. This left Ginny with only Ron to go with to buy her school supplies. While they got on better since the wedding, Ginny was still reluctant to spend a lot of time with him, mostly because he was still uptight about Draco. Their parents all but kicked them out of the house after the ministry break-in. Mrs. Weasley had found the ear, so the next time the order held a meeting, she sent Ginny and Ron to Diagon Alley to pick up their school supplies. They got everything that was on their lists, and then Ginny dragged Ron into the joke shop. Ron sulked near the front while Ginny went to find Harish or the twins, but mostly the twins. She was sad, of course, that she would be the only person in their group returning to Hogwarts. She was pretty sure that the only thing that would protect her from the mercy of the die-hard blood-obsessed Slytherins was the fact that she was friends with the Dark Lord's son and was dating Draco Malfoy. This obviously eradicated her of her blood traitor status to the other Slytherins. Still, Ginny was very sad and suspected that she would be rather lonely the upcoming year. Luckily, she had made up with Ron and Neville. Luna and Dean would still be there. The redhead squeezed through the crowd and managed to get up to the counter. There, she only saw a blonde-haired witch in forest green robes. "Where are my brothers?" she asked the woman. "They said they'd be busy this morning," the girl replied obnoxiously, chewing on a large piece of gum. "Do you know when they'll be back?" Ginny questioned. The blonde shrugged and Ginny growled in annoyance. "The twins aren't here," she said to Ron. The two of them made their way out of the shop. "They're probably hanging out with their Death Eater pals," Ron muttered. Ginny didn't say a word because she knew it was most likely true. The twins were, in fact, with Harish at Slytherin Manor. All of the Death Eaters were gathered in Voldemort's large meeting room. As usual, Voldemort sat in his high-backed chair with Lucius on his right and Bellatrix on his right. The Death Eaters closest to them were the ones that were most trusted or needed. Barty Crouch Jr., Harish, the twins, Draco, and Snape would have been there had the Order not been holding a meeting at that time. The rest of the Death Eaters were behind them. Of course, the twins didn't really consider themselves, Draco, or Harish true Death Eaters. For one, none of them had the dark mark. For another, Harish, being Voldemort's heir, was too important to be a simple follower. On top of that, the twins and Draco were more followers of Harish than they followed Voldemort. Within the Death Eaters, the twins were treated as Harish's bodyguards and Draco was treated as their water boy, the one that went and did the small jobs anyone needed doing. At that moment, Voldemort was going over their plan to invade Hogwarts, which would be happening the next month. No one knew exactly why Voldemort picked the date he did. Some thought it was because the day was a mark of dark happenings, therefore the murder of Albus Dumbledore would go well on that date. Others thought that it was because it was the day Voldemort had disappeared all those years ago, and he wanted to use this to signify his complete return to power. But the true reason that Voldemort chose to invade Hogwarts on Halloween was one known only by himself. It was the day that he had adopted Harish. Therefore, it was only fitting that he attacked Dumbledore on the anniversary of Harry Potter's death and Harish Blake's birth. "We will come in through Hogsmeade," Voldemort was saying. If the students of Hogwarts saw them coming, panic would ensue. On some occasions, they would want the element of surprise such as the Ministry takeover, but in this instance, Voldemort wanted to instill as much fear as possible before killing Dumbledore. It was for this reason that the Death Eaters would be wearing their old skull masks, all of them except the 3 newest recruits, of course. "I have been given a list of the wards around Hogwarts, so we know which spells we will be using," he continued on, listing the number of spells they would be casting to break down Hogwarts's wards. "Once we are inside, you will not do any fighting unless I have said you can. I plan to face Dumbledore one-on-one in a duel. The only reason you will fight is if the Order of the Phoenix attack. In that case, I want you all to stay clear of Dumbledore. He is mine. Everyone else, you can do what you want. We will need people inside the castle." Of course, the Dark Lord continued, "in order to help us get in. No doubt the Order will try to stop us from entering the grounds. I will have my dark army inside the castle, ready for instructions," Harish replied. "Good," Voldemort appraised. "What if Dumbledore refuses to fight?" Harish asked. "Then we will tear apart the castle until we have caught him," Voldemort replied vindictively. The last week of summer passed by entirely too fast in Ginny's opinion. It was spent packing, unpacking, and repacking her trunk. Finally, September the 1st came and Ron and Ginny apparated directly to platform 9 3/4. Their father had to work and since Ron had passed his apparition test, he agreed to side-along apparate her there. Once on the platform, Ginny went to the back of the train and sat in the compartment that usually belonged to Harish. Ron helped her get her trunk in the rack and left, promising to send Dean down there if he saw him. Ginny laughed, knowing that Ron was only being so thoughtful because he was trying to make it up to Ginny. She pulled out a book and began reading absent-mindedly, and was joined by Neville, Dean, and Luna in no time. "Where are Hermione, Draco, and Daphne?" Dean asked in concern as the train took off and began chugging lazily down the tracks. "They aren't returning to Hogwarts this year," Ginny replied simply. "Is it because it's rumored that you know who will be attacking Hogwarts?" Dean asked. "Seamus's mum almost didn't let him return because of that." Ginny nodded. "You have no idea how true that is," she muttered, going back to her book. This year would certainly be an odd one. As soon as she had gotten somewhat used to not having Harish or the twins around, the trio of would-be seventh years had not returned. She sighed and closed her book, looking out the window as she finally accepted that she would not be able to focus enough to read. They talked a bit during the ride and changed as soon as it started getting dark. They arrived at Hogwarts not long afterward and stepped out of the train into the cool night air. The four of them got into a carriage together and rode up to the castle. They got out and went into the Great Hall, separating as they went to their own respective tables. Dean and Neville went to the far left to the Gryffindor table, and Ginny and Luna went to the right. Ginny found that her usual seat was gone, taken up by Zabini and his buddies. Ginny sighed in resignation, left Luna, who chose a seat at the Ravenclaw table, and sat by a group of other Slytherin girls that were in her year and the year above. "Where's Draco?" Pansy Parkinson asked her. "He isn't coming to Hogwarts this year," Ginny sighed. They finished up their dinners in time for dessert to be served. Then, all of the students of Hogwarts went to their beds. Now that her owls were over and done with, Ginny found herself with harder classes and work, but less homework and more free periods which were spent studying. Ginny spent a lot of time outside the Slytherin common room, mostly in the library or the courtyard with Luna. Occasionally she would have a conversation or two with Ron, Neville, or Dean. The month of September passed by quickly, and unsuspecting students found themselves looking forward to the feast on Halloween. No one had even told Ginny the date of the attack yet. Finally, the day had come. Voldemort had been planning it for years. All of his followers were moving into position around Hogwarts. It was going to be Harish's first, and hopefully only, real battle. The young man was extremely excited. Harish got out his set of green robes and put them on along with his black cloak. Then he secured his wand in a holster on his arm, and a backup on his leg. He secured a belt with magically expanded compartments around his waist. It was full of all of the joke products they had invented, plus a few potions Snape had made for them. At dusk, when the visibility was low, Harish, his friends, Voldemort, and Voldemort's inner circle moved out. They apparated to the mountains just outside of Hogsmeade. They marched through the village, sneering at the buildings. As they were spotted by the villagers, people dashed inside their homes and various nearby shops. Voldemort held back from setting the buildings on fire. They were not what he was there for. They marched straight up to Hogwarts's front gates. Harish picked up a rock off of the ground and threw it into the air. It sailed up, just above the gates, but struck an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. "He has powerful wards set up," Voldemort said. Harish nodded. All of the invading party spread out, drew their wands, and began chanting. A deep murmuring rose up all around the edge of the grounds as all the rest of Voldemort's followers joined in. From inside the castle, Neville looked out the window. He could just make out the little black figures in the light that was rapidly diminishing. He clutched what appeared to be a galleon, rubbing it between his fingers and fiddling with it absent-mindedly. Jets of purple light shot out of their wands and met the wards, causing them to appear with a glimmer of violet. It was like a large bubble, bending and warping as the Death Eaters broke it down. Neville turned to see the Order of the Phoenix walking out the front door. They began chanting as well, shooting out their own jets, this time blue in color. "They're trying to fix the wards," Harish exclaimed. He was standing to the right of his father. Voldemort turned to him briefly and commanded, "Stop them." Harish pulled out his own coin, identical to Neville's, and thought his command. Then he returned to breaking down the wards. Each member of the DA felt their coins heat up in their pockets. They each dashed to a window and tossed some instant darkness powder into the courtyard below. The blue lights disappeared and the bubble stretched and bent, before finally falling apart in little golden flakes. Voldemort took a short step forward. When he confirmed the wards were gone, he opened the gate. Harish and the others followed him. Harish banished the powder to reveal an empty courtyard. All of the teachers were inside, each setting up their own defenses. The Order of the Phoenix were lined up, waiting to fire. There was a moment of tense silence, which was broken by George. "So Dumbledore's a no-show, then?" Harish looked around. The old man was nowhere in sight. Dumbledore was sitting in his office when the wards fell. Instantly alarms went off. Dumbledore jumped up and looked out the nearest window. He could see the wards crumbling as Voldemort and his followers advanced. So the Order didn't hold the wards. That was disappointing. As he made his way to his desk in his office, he heard, "So you send your minions to fight while you hide in your office." It was Voldemort's voice, echoing through the castle. It was greatly magnified, booming and loud. Dumbledore gripped the edge of his desk, anger coursing through him. "Face me, old man, and I will spare the students. If you do not, I will slaughter every man, woman, and child who stands in my way. You have 1 hour. Quietus," Voldemort said. "You're giving them time to prepare." Harish asked, confused. "Why don't we just blast the castle apart and be done with it?" Voldemort did not answer. Instead, he turned to his forces, which had gathered behind him. "Prepare for battle," he said. "In 1 hour, we attack." Dumbledore called all of the teachers together not long afterward. "We need to evacuate all of the students that are younger than 17, he said. "Are ye not goin' down there?" Hagrid asked. "I am," Dumbledore replied, "but if he were to kill me, I have no doubt that he would proceed to kill every student that remains." The entire staff gasped. "You don't believe he would?" McGonagall gulped. "I am certain of it. How are we supposed to get them out?" Professor Sinistra asked. Neville, who was standing nearby and looking out a window, turned to look at them. Even though he was no longer in allegiance with Dumbledore, he didn't want innocent children to die. "I know the perfect place," he said. Voldemort checked his watch impatiently. There were still 20 minutes left in the hour. The courtyard was still empty other than the Death Eaters. Occasionally they could see a head of two peek out a window. Neville had led the staff into the room of requirement. They were all amazed, including Neville, to find that the room had created a passageway that came out in the Hog's Head. Then they came back out and Dumbledore called everyone to the Great Hall. "As you can see," he said, "Lord Voldemort is at our door. In order to protect you, I need all prefects to gather everyone and take them to a room on the 5th floor. Those of you who are above 17 and wish to remain here and fight, may do so. I will have Professor McGonagall show you to the passageway. Everyone else, prepare for battle." McGonagall hurried off and showed the prefects the way out of the castle. She returned after everyone had left the hall, minus all 7th years and the Order of the Phoenix. Then Dumbledore marched out of the Great Hall. The staff and the Order hurried out after him. "We cannot let you go out there alone," McGonagall said. "Yes," Sprout added. "We fight together, or not at all." "Here, here," Flitwick squeaked. Harish scrambled to his feet as the front doors of the castle opened. It was 5 minutes to midnight. Dumbledore marched out and stood, gazing at them all. The Death Eaters hissed at him. Then, to all their surprise, nearly 100 people gathered behind him, adult and student alike, together and side by side. Harish noticed that all of the DA were there. There was a moment of silence in which everyone waited apprehensively for someone to make the first move. "You should not have come here, Tom," Dumbledore said, drawing his wand. Voldemort drew his own wand. "You will die here, old man," he retorted. Both sides waited, ready to fire. Then Voldemort cried, "Avada Kedavra." One of the winged boars came to life, flying in front of Dumbledore to take the blast. Then, the old man disappeared with a whirl of his cloak, reappearing behind Voldemort within the next second. Around them, both sides sprung to life, coming at each other. Voldemort quickly shot off another killing curse, causing Dumbledore to back away slightly, but missed and hit a pillar on the far wall of the courtyard, taking a chunk of stone with it. Dumbledore flicked his own wand. The force of the spell that emanated from it was so strong that all combatants around them were pushed away at least 5 feet. This time Voldemort was forced to conjure a shining silver shield out of thin air to deflect it. The spell, whatever it was, did not visibly damage the shield, but a deep, gong-like sound reverberated from it, an oddly chilling sound. "You do not seek to kill me, Dumbledore," Voldemort called mockingly, his crystal blue eyes narrowing above the top of his shield. Above such tuppety, are you? We both know that there are other ways of destroying a man, Tom, Dumbledore replied calmly, continuing to walk toward Voldemort as though he had not a fear in the world. Merely taking your life would not satisfy me, I admit. There is nothing worse than death, Dumbledore. Voldemort snarled. I could think of other things, Dumbledore said, his eyes flitting to where Harish was dueling a member of the Order, but if that is what you want. Another jet of green light flew from behind the silver shield. This time, what was left of the nearby shattered pillar took the blow, shattering to a million pieces. Before they even reached the ground, Dumbledore had drawn his wand and brandished it like waving a whip. A long thin flame flew from the tip, it wrapped itself around Voldemort, shield and all. For a moment, it seemed as though Dumbledore had won, but then the fiery rope became a serpent, which relinquished its hold upon Voldemort at once and turned, hissing furiously, to face Dumbledore. Voldemort vanished. The snake reared from the floor, ready to strike. There was a burst of flame in midair above Dumbledore just as Voldemort reappeared, standing behind Dumbledore. Another jet of green light flew at Dumbledore just as the snake struck. Fawkes appeared in front of Dumbledore in a flash of flame, opened his beak wide, and swallowed the jet of green light whole. He burst into flame, and fell to the floor, small, wrinkled, and flightless. At the same moment, Dumbledore brandished his wand in one, long, fluid movement. The snake, which had been an instant from sinking its fangs into him, flew high into the air and vanished in a wisp of dark smoke. Water materialized out of the air and covered Voldemort like a cocoon of molten glass. For a few seconds Voldemort was visible only as a dark, rippling, faceless figure, shimmering and indistinct in the air, clearly struggling to throw off the suffocating mass. Then the water dropped and he slammed into the ground. Sopping wet and seething, Voldemort stood with a cough, choke, and another cough. Quickly, he glanced to his left, locating Harish, before moving to block him from view and began dueling again. Around the two of them, courtyard was a scene of chaos. Harish was battling Kingsley Shacklebolt. Mrs. Weasley was dueling Bellatrix. The twins were taking on Mad-Eye Moody together. Above, Lavender Brown and Professor Trelawney were dropping glass orbs onto unsuspecting Death Eaters. The DA had started fighting on Voldemort's side. And in the center of it all, Voldemort and Dumbledore were still dueling, not far from Harish. Harish gave one last wave of his wand, and stunned Shacklebolt. Just as he lowered his wand, hair flying, triumph on his face, Voldemort stepped to the side and Dumbledore saw Harish. Nice one, Harry. Sirius called, feet away. Just then, Dumbledore realized who Harish really was. His hair was messy, resembling James's. His eyes, which were shaped like lilies, were narrowed in triumph. And on the young man's face was a grin that was identical to James's own cheeky smirk. Harish Blake was none other than Harry Potter. Dumbledore's eyes lit with fury and his entire being seethed with rage. As if in slow motion, Harish turned to see Dumbledore take a gradual step toward him. The old man raised his wand and Harish's eyes widened as he roared, Avada Kedavra. Harish reached for his wand, but it was too late. Just as the jet of green light reached him, a black blur sped in front of him, took the blast, and crumpled at his feet. It seemed as though the entire battle had stopped as Harish crouched down beside the limp form. Bangs and shouts echoed about the courtyard, but they sounded distant, far away. Harish kneeled down, put his hand on the man's shoulder, and rolled him over so he could see his face. Harish let out a scream, scrambling backwards as his own father's lifeless eyes stared back at him. Tears streamed down Harish's face as he sat there in shock. Then, his eyes flashed a brilliant, emerald green as he slowly lifted his face to Dumbledore. Slowly he stood, shaking with fury and grief. Tears were pouring down his face, falling onto his robes, and splashing on the cobblestone beneath their feet. The young man took a step forward as Dumbledore took a step back. Diffindo! Harish exclaimed. Dumbledore flicked the spell away like a hippogriff flicking a fly off its back. Sectum Sempra! Harish shouted. Again, Dumbledore blocked the spell and took a step back. Nearby, other combatants stopped to watch. Expulsus Aurispice! Harish cried. The twins joined in as well, but their spells were nowhere near as deadly as Harish's. Dumbledore was forced to conjure a shield as 3 spells pushed him back. They held their spells. Then, as soon as Dumbledore's shield broke, Harish roared, Avada Kedavra. Everyone stopped and watched in shock as the old man fell to the ground. All power was gone from his now frail body. Harish turned toward the gates. Behind him lay Dumbledore and before him was his father. The young man bowed his head. Victory had not been achieved how he had expected. "We won," he said despondently. Tom Riddle was an enigma. Born in an orphanage, the only thing he knew of his parents was his name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tom for his father and Marvolo for his grandfather. The other kids in the orphanage always knew there was something different about him. They ridiculed him, mocked him, but he learned to fight back. The objects in the box in his closet were his treasures, tribute from the others in the orphanage to keep him from using his growing powers to pay back the wrongs. And one day Tom Riddle discovered that his powers were not unusual, far from it actually, there was a whole world waiting for him. He went to Hogwarts to unlock his potential, dreaming big and achieving bigger. Tom made the top grades in his year. He studied new methods of magic. The boy pursued projects outside of class. Amidst the bigotry, the son of a Muggle managed to thrive and make a name for himself. He even decided to stop bigotry itself. Leaving Hogwarts, Tom Riddle resolved to change the wizarding world. But with power comes corruption. As his followers grew, he saw them less as supporters and more of an army. Some said that Lord Voldemort, as Tom Riddle became known as, had no soul, and perhaps it was true. He killed hundreds, and on the way he lost sight of his original goal. He fell into his own hierarchy with him at the top. As his power and influence grew, a prophecy surfaced, a prophecy of a boy who had the power to defeat the greatest sorcerer and threat of their time. When one has power, they never want to lose it. It is addicting. So, Voldemort naturally went after the boy. But then, he remembered that power can be used. The world isn't split into good and bad. To Voldemort, there was only power and those too weak to use it. So he took the boy, not knowing that the boy would be his undoing. And now Voldemort found himself sitting on a bench in a blank expanse of nothing. It was as though he was surrounded by a thick mist that had not quite decided what to be yet. He was perfectly alone. No one was watching. No one else was there. He was not exactly sure he was there himself. But he was there, he realized. He was wearing a fresh, soft pair of black robes, and any blemish that had been on his skin from the battle was now gone. In fact, if he could have seen himself he would have known that his hair was no longer brown. It was black as it originally had been. His glamour was gone. At the back of his mind, he felt like he shouldn't be there. But he was there, wherever there was. The man vaguely wondered if something had gone wrong. He had performed a ritual that was supposed to keep him from moving on to the afterlife. Not a Horcrux, of course. He had dabbled with those a bit, but after he read enough, he learned that once one split their soul enough times, it drove them mad. The Dark Lord, not wanting to go mad before he could reach his goal, had immediately abandoned his pursuit of Horcruxes and turned his attention to another means of immortality, a ritual that could be done to keep one from dying. There were many ways to stay immortal. By means of Horcruxes, one would split their soul through murder and hide the piece in an object. That way, one could not die unless the piece of the soul was found and destroyed. Another way was to drink the elixir of life. It kept one young and healthy, but it had a dependency that no Dark Lord wanted, and it did not save one from dying if they were hit by the killing curse. A third way to live on and escape death was to drink unicorn's blood, and act so low that it would reduce the drinker to a pitiful creature, only hanging on desperately to life with each sip. The fourth and final way that Voldemort discovered was a ritual that could keep one alive, young, and healthy no matter the circumstance. He did not have the chance to perform it at first. In fact, he did not get the means to it until the end of his son's third year. The ritual's key ingredients were a vial of the elixir of life, and a long incantation. At first, Voldemort had scoured the wizarding world, searching in vain to see if someone, anyone, sold vials of the elixir of life. Finally, he gave up hope. Then, his son had brought him the Philosopher's Stone, and he had all the ingredients he needed, or the means to brew the ingredients. The Dark Lord, being a mediocre brewer, had waited. Why rush into immortality, after all? And the minute Severus Snape had been turned to his cause, aware of his reappearance, he had made the man brew the elixir, under an oath of secrecy. Voldemort had then performed the ritual, which should have kept him alive, though there was some controversy as to whether it stopped the killing curse or not. And still he found himself just sitting there, feeling like he was waiting on something. He stood, and looked around at the brightly lit, perfectly clean space he had found himself in. A long time later, or perhaps no time at all, a figure appeared out of the mist. It was the figure of a woman. She had long red hair and kind green eyes. Voldemort felt as if he knew her from somewhere. He had a fleeting memory of emerald green light, the sound of a baby's cry, and a red head falling like a marionette whose strings had been cut. It was Lily Potter. She glided towards him and he watched warily. Then, as soon as she reached him, she slapped him across the face. Voldemort staggered backwards, a hand up to his cheek. He was not angry, and frankly he thought he deserved the slap. "That's for orphaning my son," she said. Then, she quickly embraced him in a hug. "And that's for taking care of him," she said much more softly. Voldemort stood still for a moment after she let go. He did not know what to make of her. Finally, he asked, "Where are we?" "That is for you to decide," she replied. Voldemort looked around. It almost seemed like a clean version of King's Cross Station, the place he went to take his first step in his journey into the wizarding world. "I am simply here to deliver a message," she continued, causing him to turn back to her. "Message?" Voldemort asked. "About the prophecy," Lily replied. "Surely you must have heard of it." "Might have," Voldemort replied, looking down. "Yes. The one with the power to vanquish the most powerful wizard of our time approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied the Dark Lord, born as the seventh month dies. He will have powers the Dark Lord knows not. Either must die only at the hand of the other, for neither can truly live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the most powerful wizard of our time will be born as the seventh month dies." "Yes, I know," Voldemort repeated. "It means while I live, Harish must die. That he has a power I know not." "Yes," Lily replied, "and no." Voldemort's eyebrows drew together in confusion. "It is true that Harish has a power you know not. You raised him. Surely you must have discovered what it is." Voldemort shook his head. "Love," Lily answered for him. "Even though Harish was raised by the greatest Dark Lord the wizarding world has seen yet, he has not ceased to love. You made the right choice in raising Harry. In what you thought you would find power, you actually found love. Either must die only at the hand of the other, for neither can truly live while the other survives. This does not mean that one will live and one must die, it means that one must know love and truly live, for what are we without love? So that means I do not have to die?" Voldemort asked hopefully. "Oh, you have to die," Lily replied, "but not quite yet." As she said that, the brilliantly white King's Cross Station began to fade until it was just the two of them surrounded by darkness. "Go to Harish," she said. "He needs you." And suddenly the weightless feeling was gone and he was plummeting down, unable to see anything. Then, it stopped and he realized he was aching all over. After a moment, Voldemort did something he had been forgetting to do: breathe. Harish had no idea how long he stood there, faced away from the two fallen sorcerers, trying to let it sink in that his father was gone. Everyone was silent, watching him to see what he would do next. Finally, the silence was broken by a loud gasp of breath and racking coughs. Harish could hardly believe his ears. He turned to see Voldemort on his hands and knees, face down, coughing and gasping for breath. "You're all right," Harish cried, running forward and launching into a hug. His father let out an "oof" of surprise and staggered back slightly. Harish let go and helped his father to his feet. Surprisingly, the Dark Lord did not protest. Instead, he said wheezily, "Of course I am all right. Did you expect me to just leave you here?" Harish let out a shaky laugh, wiping the tears from his face. Voldemort observed the crowd of people, watching him. Then, he turned and saw Dumbledore lying on the ground. "Ah," he said. He turned to his son. "I imagine you did that." Harish nodded. Bellatrix broke away from the crowd and joined them. The three walked away, and once they were alone Harish asked, "So what will happen now?" "We join together and rebuild our society the way it was meant to be," Voldemort replied evenly. "And we'll do it together." He looked from his son to Bellatrix. At that moment, he could not believe he had ever valued power over love, for what would he be without love? Harish sat on one of the green couches in the living room at Slytherin Manor, reading the Daily Prophet with his feet propped up on the coffee table. Beside him, Sirius sat with his own feet propped up on the table, charming a small child's collection of pebbles to dance around the floor, flashing different colors. The child in question, Matthias, was about 3 years old. He watched the pebbles with a fascinated, lopsided grin. Across the living room, Voldemort sat in a chair, watching their surroundings. Children from the ages of 3 to 17 littered the manor, which had been expanded quite a bit. All of the family was over for the Christmas holidays. The twins were not there, however, because they had just orchestrated the opening of a new version of their joke shop in Venezuela. Hopefully they would be back by that evening, as the family was going to be eating their annual Christmas Eve dinner. Suddenly, a gaggle of boys from the ages of 9 to 13 ran into the previously peaceful room, arguing heatedly. He is too. Is not. You're a liar. I'm not. Or two. I'm not. Are two. Boys. Voldemort suddenly snapped. What have I said? No arguing in your presence, grandfather, one of them piped up. Yes, Voldemort replied. Now you should do best to remember. Yes, grandfather, they all chimed, bowing low. What were you arguing about in the first place? Sirius asked with curiosity. He said that father was over a century old, Padfoot, one 10-year-old said, pointing to Harish, who looked not a day over 20. Harish laughed. What does century mean? The 9-year-old asked. It means 100 years, Sirius replied. Well, an 11-year-old asked. Well what? Harish questioned. How old are you? Another 10-year-old answered. 118, Harish replied, before pausing. I think. I told you, the 13-year-old whispered as the boys began walked back out, and by the time they had left the room they could be heard shouting, shut up. Oh yeah, says who? Says me. Harish laughed again, and then returned to his paper. It had been 100 years since the war and the death of Dumbledore. Their family reached over 50 persons and almost all were still alive, living off the elixir of life. All was well. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.